keepers. No pay, long hours. It's amazing.
Mm.
You're fighting for the man. Don't you realize that? The very man that oppresses you, you're willingly fighting for him. I believe they have a word for that. Stockholm.
Yeah, Stockholm Syndrome.
They're claiming they measure curved water. Just show it to us and we could all go home. Anybody thinks that all scientists agree? Just look at what I posted. They're predicting a paradigm shift. That's what they're calling it. Paradigm shift in the new cosmology coming our way. Even they themselves know they're full of crap.
Good morning or good afternoon.
Morning.
Hey, Odysee.
Yo, what's up?
Hello, buddy. Yourself? You good, yeah?
Good, good, yeah. Yeah, all good, thank God.
Nice one.
Just watching them go mad as usual with their nonsense.
You there, Odysee?
I'm here. What's going on? What's on your mind?
Something's not right.
AK is losing his stuff today.
Hold on.
AK, I posted you 2 clips of your own scientists telling you how ridiculous your cosmology is. They tell you.
Can you hear me?
He calls them fake people.
Can you hear me, Odysee?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yep.
Okay. I have a bit of a new setup, and I was testing it out.
You sound a little strange. Is that you, Extremis's?
It is. Like I said, I have a new setup, and I'm testing it out.
Yeah, you sound like kind of distant.
I kind of am. Is that any better?
I'm not sure.
Probably not. Okay. Well, I probably won't talk much. I got to figure out.
No, it's better now. It's better now.
Okay. Well, I have a new setup, as I said, new computer.
You'll get it. You'll get it right.
Nobody comes here to listen to me anyway, so it doesn't matter.
So who are you following today? Any particular person?
I'm not following anybody. I'm working, actually.
Okay. I mean in arguments.
Nobody.
I'd like to see the day when you follow yourself. That would be nice. I'd be looking forward to that.
Why would I follow myself?
Because you would be more sure of your own thoughts, more more aware of yourself, self beliefs, and not believing in others. In other words, using critical thought. That would be nice.
Well, generally speaking, I wouldn't say that I understand a lot of the topics enough to create my own logical thoughts and work out stuff. But I actually did do that. I mean, the idea that the speed of light is the same in all reference frames, and then it's the absolute speed limit, that leads to some logical conclusions that I worked out for myself without anybody telling me.
Okay, fair enough. But you know that the speed of light is not constant, right? That's what they say.
Right.
The speed of light is not constant. You realize that, right?
I mean, nobody says that I know of.
Well, they do, but you just don't listen. They say, I'll prove it to you. The speed of light, they tell you, and most people don't listen, is only in a vacuum. They tell
Right,
you
I was just about to
yourself.
say
Why you think the pros don't depend on them rangefinders? Like the pros use different shit. They'll step it off and because a few yards matters, you know. And so them rangefinders, I mean, they're badass if you ask me. But just depending on the humidity going on in there, I mean, a different, like I said, a difference of even a yard or a few yards is the difference of fucking winning or losing the U.S. Open or some shit like that. So the speed of light is it definitely ain't fucking. Why do you think you could beat radar gun if you take them to court? I don't think any of them have lost, bro. If you take it to court, you could beat a radar gun ticket based on the science. But it costs more money I mean, it costs just as much, or your time and all that. to dispute a fucking ticket, so nobody really does that shit. But I know you've heard that.
Yeah, absolutely. In their own paradigm, their own scientists tell them that speed of light is not constant. It's only constant in this theoretical vacuum. They tell you it changes when it enters water, when it enters crystals. Diamond actually is the toughest thing for it to go through and stuff. So they tell you,
Like an
themselves.
ideal speed of light, basically the way they put it when they talk about gas law. Well, that's ideal. But yeah, so this ideal speed of light, and it changes. Here's what they've done, man. They have changed it to where they base the meter on the speed of light because it changed every year when the all the scientists get together for the convention and all that and the trade. They get together yearly and bring their reports and their experimental testings of the light speed that they all come up with, and it vary year from year, and it vary place to place. And so what they did is they based the meter on. They just changed it where the speed of light stays constant, and they literally changed the fucking meter, and it's so minimal that it never could never fucking change. They would never really change any actual measurements and shit because it's fucking like microns, less than that. And that's the way they got around it. So they don't have to keep reporting all these different speeds of light. They just made it where they literally changed the fucking yardstick on a microscopic level. Ridiculous, dude.
I'm curious what extremists. I'm curious. I didn't mean to cut you off there, Brian. I'm just curious what his what he came up with on his own with the light. Curious.
Basically,
What did you deduce from that speed of light there, extremists? As you said, you had an original thought. What was it?
So if the speed of light is constant in all reference frames, if you accept that, you don't, but if you do, and it's the fastest possible speed that data can be transmitted, information can be transmitted, then the speeds are not additive. So as you get closer to the speed of light, speeds are not additive. So speeds are only additive at low speeds, and I used an example when I described this as if you're on a train that's moving at 50 miles an hour and you throw a baseball at 50 miles an hour, the guy on the train will see the baseball move at 50 miles an hour, but the guy that's on the platform watching both move by will see the baseball move at 100 miles an hour. So the speeds are additive at low speed, like that. You understand that?
Mm-hmm. You notice how they always put you on a train when they want to explain to you reality? Notice how somehow you always go on a train?
Simplest way to it's a simple example. But I'm just saying the speeds are not the speeds are additive at slow speeds in various reference frames. That's the crux of what I'm saying. But
well, I don't know if that's true, bro, because according to your paradigm, you can't add anything to the speed of light. The speed of light is constant. So you can add to or take away from.
I said at low speeds, the speeds are additive, not near the speed of light, at low speeds.
Are you sure about that?
That's what I just said. At low speeds, for instance, in this scenario, it's 50 miles an hour for one guy and 100 for the other. Now, if you want to take it out 10 decimal places, it's not really additive. But I'm just saying to 1 or 2 or 3 decimal places, it's additive.
I'm not sure that's right, but okay, if that's what you believe.
Okay. So, but if you take the speed of light, something going up, as you approach the speed of light, that does not stay true. Basically, it's on it's not a linear relationship. It's I don't remember. It's a tangential or parabola. It's a curved relationship. It's not linear. It's not one for one. So at low speeds, the speeds are one for one. You go 50 miles an hour, you add 50 miles an hour to it, somebody else sees it going 100. One for one. But that's not true as you approach the speed of light. So as you approach, if you're on a train moving at 3/4 the speed of light, and you throw a baseball at 3/4 the speed of light, the guy on the train will see the baseball moving at 3/4 the speed of light. But the guy that's on the platform, he will not see it moving at 3/4 plus 3/4. He will not see it moving at 1.5 times the speed of light. He will see it moving at, not, instead of 75% the speed of light, the guy
There's
on the
an
platform will see it moving at 90
there's-
or 95% the speed of light. So it's not
there's
additive there.
Listen, there's an easy fix for all this. I mean, that leads to paradoxes, bro. We're all aware of that. There's an easy fix for all this, bro. Light doesn't have a speed. It's just a fucking propagation. Okay, it fixes all the fucking double slit paradoxes. It fixes the twin paradox. All this bullshit. Paradoxes aren't real. That Mother Nature. I mean, if there's a paradox, then something's wrong. Okay, by them assigning light a speed, it's just a rate we observe shit, man. It's everywhere. Light's everywhere, always. It's it's simple fix, and no more paradoxes. And they've known this for a long time. They base all their technology on them facts early on, and they deviated, and we're pretty much stuck. And science just tells us now what can't be done. All these laws of what can't be done because of this and that, and yet there's still technology still just creeping forward, just violating these laws like in little backhanded fashion to keep them going. It's hard to explain, but bro, I don't believe in paradoxes, man.
So you deduced from the speed of light law that it's not the same speed. This is what you're saying, extremists.
I didn't deduce that. I mean, that's kind of the given, but that has certain ramifications for physics, I guess. I mean, that means certain things, that it's not added. It's additive at low speeds, but not additive at high speeds. And so that has certain. I mean, you can draw conclusions from that.
Well, I'll give you credit for original thought that I asked you, but I don't believe I've heard this before.
I've said it once or twice. I don't say it very often, but I've said it before. Because, as an example of what I was just saying, if the speeds were additive at high speed, so for instance, if you on a train and you and the train's moving at 3/4 the speed of light, and the guy throws the baseball at you, you're on the platform, somebody else is on the train. The guy on the train throws the baseball at you that's on a platform in front of the train, and he throws the baseball at 3/4 the speed of light. You will get hit by the baseball, because if it's additive, the baseball is now moving at 1.5 times the speed of light. So if it's additive, the baseball is now moving at faster than the speed of light. So if that baseball is moving faster than the speed of light and he throws the baseball at you, you're going to get hit by the baseball before you ever see the baseball leave his hand.
So are you comparing this light as particles like baseballs? Is that how you define them?
I'm not saying it's a wave or a particle. I'm just
Well, that's very important because you're describing it like a wave but defining it as a particle. So that's the trick, bro. That's the fucking trick. They got us thinking about shit like particles. I mean, like waves, and defining them as particles, bro. That's the whole fucking trick. How do you not see through that, man?
I mean, that really has no bearing on what I'm describing.
You can't define it, bro, as a baseball moving at speed, bro. It's a wave. It propagates.
What was that? Somebody had a phone call.
Oh, was that a phone call? I was wondering what that was.
What I thought it was a
That's the whole
ringtone.
trick, bro, is getting us to think about light like baseball.
Dude, this ringtone is very telling about you.
I'm glad you said it and not me.
And hit your fucking power on button, and that shit'll stop doing that.
I don't think that's a ringtone. They need to somebody mute that guy.
Go try
Yeah,
it.
he's doing it on purpose.
All the mods are asleep right now.
Yeah, mute him. He's done the same on another channel just now and got muted. Asshole.
Do we got any mods
No,
here?
fuck you.
I mean,
This song written by ChatGPT.
I'd like to know who responded. Did he just stop, or did it get responded to? I'm curious.
He muted.
But
F you,
the
technically.
mix between Miami Vice and fucking Knight Rider, dude. He just put me in a nightmare, flashback, fucking. But no, but that's the whole trick, bro. Is they've got you thinking about these things and defining them as baseballs, bro. Yeah, if you're gonna talk about what would happen if we threw a baseball from a train, bro, light ain't baseballs, bro, and therefore no paradox. It's waves that emit. So it doesn't matter if you're beside the train. Think of it like a wave, fucking propagating and shit, bro. It's not hard to think about, man. It's just what they've done to your head in terms of defining it, verbalizing it like baseballs. Like it's not baseballs. So the further away you get from the source, so if you're not on the train, you're a different part of the fucking wave. Like it ripples, it propagates, and there's a speed of seeing it, I guess, man, or a speed of propagation, or a speed of reaction time, I guess.
Light is the most mysterious thing of all. Light. That's where we get quantum. That's what started everything. Light.
Yeah,
Light
they make
is
it.
the least of. Yeah, it's crazy.
They make it out to be more mysterious than it is. I was almost made a video, but I was like, nah, nobody really gives too much of a shit about this. But in my circles anyway. But the girl, okay, she's obsessed with the double slit. So she's bought all the stuff. She got the lasers, and she used a hair and gets the same thing. So she did the double slit in a hair, but she tried to propagate it through like gelatin. She tried it through water. She tried it through different shit to detect it. And she finally bought a smoke machine, and she's able to follow each trough and each peak back to the source. And when it goes to the double slit, it rescatters. There's no going back in time. There's no any of that. She could trace each trough back to all the way from the board to the slit and then to the laser. It's bro, it's a fucking wave, and it's on a plane too. It's not like when you see it in the light, it's not 300. It's not like a 360 degree propagation. The laser shows you a two-dimensional, just like a plane, and you see it spreading out from the source. You see it going through the slits and spreading it out some more. There's no fucking wave collapse. That's the fucking mathematical part, bro. The wave collapse is the fucking math, bro. That they've lied to us, man. Even QE, bro, he's dead ass wrong. The wave function is the way to mathematically define waves or orbits, and rotations. But they lied. He lied and said that the wave function is just the math. Yeah, it is just the math, but it's the mathematically defining a wave. It's the lie is the collapse. There is no collapse. You don't physically see something else. You shine it through, and even if you block like some of the beams through one of the slits, the other ones are the same thing. You know what slit they went through, and it's the same shit. Them acting like they can fire one individual piece of light, that's misleading. They have defined an amount of light as as a quanta, like a packet of light. They've called it a photon. All that is an amount of light. That's misleading. So we're thinking it's so mysterious and all that. It's not. It is. Granted, it is. But it's their dumbass fucking. It's their tricky shit. Their science and their definitions that are the mysterious part, man. It's a fucking. To me, it's there's no paradoxes. It's straightforward. They've lied through the definitions, man, and lied through the descriptions, even trying to call it a particle. Just because it hits things, they say it's got momentum. Look, it fucking focuses into heat. I mean, it produces heat. So then they'll say heat moves things, right? But heat is not a force. So they'll say that they'll define the force by being able to something that can make objects move. Then I ask them, can you move things with heat? Well, yeah. Well, then heat's a force. No, heat's energy. Man, fuck off, dude. That's double talk. If you define it as being able to move things, then heat would have to be a force. They just get, I don't know, man. To me, it's an obvious deception in their definitions and their word games.
So just to be clear, you're saying heat is a force.
I'm saying by their definition, heat is a force.
What about by your definition?
By my definition, heat is nothing. Heat is a way of describing a temperature, a way of describing what we feel or can sense. It ain't nothing on its own. Heat ain't nothing on its own. Heat is a adjective, not a fucking noun. Mass is an adjective, not a noun. You don't say that height attracts height, or fucking bro. They reify things and try and make them real, and it just goes over people's heads, man. But if you really stop and think about it, and just look at the roots and look at the way they describe it, define it, it's pretty obvious, bro. It's the confusion is in the definitions and the reification.
That's good. I like that. Height attracts height.
Yeah. We
They
should
messed
pin 'em
up with
down.
light, bro. They messed up big time with light. It started off with the glowing of metals. They thought they had it all figured out. Then they reached a point and just the energy wasn't going any higher, right? So that's when all this quantum stuff started. That's when they decided to make light a packet of energy. And this is when all this bull started. Yeah.
Yep. I agree, man. And so they'll say, well, look, I can move something, like I can put a little aluminum sailboat, a little with popsicle stick and move it. Yeah, it's heating up the freaking aluminum, making it move so ever so slow. It's not a trick. It's not momentum. It's the fact that it's heating the shit up and the heat's reacting and it's moving away from it's trying to equalize. So it don't want to be hot like that. So
Yeah, check out the ultraviolet catastrophe.
Catastrophe, yeah.
That's where this all started. When they got something wrong, as usual, they got it wrong.
But they fucked up with the ultraviolet catastrophe because it's a tell. They finally had to come clean because it's not so old that they can try and change it, or else they fucked up with this one. But they admitted with Planck's law and all that, they literally freaking just did the math for no reason at all other than to make it work. And I think they did that with everything, with the Cavendish, with Kepler's laws, all that, because Newton didn't apply his formula. Kepler never applied his formulas. They already had the number. They already had the observations and shit, and they had a model in mind, just like with ultraviolet catastrophe. And but with the ultraviolet catastrophe, like I said, they literally just changed it and to make the numbers work, literally, and admit it. That's why it's called a catastrophe. What it is like as you move up the wavelengths of light, like it takes more energy. But then when you get to like infrared and X-ray and all that, like it starts breaking them rules. So they made the math to make it work, basically, in a nutshell, and admitted it. So at the base of everything, you got to have a constant. If you're going to count something and you can't get a zero, then you have to have a constant. You got to have one or the other. You have to have a zero or a fucking constant. And to simulate it, to make devices, to make meters and to measure shit. It can't just be vague. Computers don't work like that. So you got to have a constant or an absolute to judge everything else by. And there's no zeros in reality. There's no nothing in reality. And so they can use that like ideal, but they can't simulate shit or put it in programs and make the devices we use and shit as far as unless they have a certainty. Something they make something certain about it. So they took light, they've made a constant. They took, I don't know, man. It's a good talk. I like diving down in it, man. But I think we should all start where we should start past the confusion and start a conversation there, so we're all on the same page. Unless I'm missing something, I'm all ears. Like to even make computers and shit like that, you got to have you can't. I mean, you can't just have light. Like they had to make it a particle. They had to quantize it to count it, to compute it. It's got to be a particle, or else they're not going to get anything certain.
But that's just it. It's not just a particle. They made it both. They have it both.
Because reality. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, we're just gonna say they got it wrong, just like everything else they got wrong. So first they thought light, as the glow, as the energy increases, the glow is gonna change. It's gonna go from red to white. And as you put more energy, it's gonna change. But that didn't happen. So what did they do? They didn't say, "Oh, well, we got this thing all wrong." No. What they did is they came up with the packet of energy. They call it the photon. That's where we got this bull from another one of their mistakes, just like dark energy, dark matter. They're never wrong. No, they always change the formula to fit how wrong they were. That's how they do it.
That's a good point, dude. They got
It's
it
a
wrong.
patchwork of wrong. Yeah.
It's doubling down, doubling down, not wanting to admit, and then they triple down, and then they just make it normal. They normalize it, like, yeah, well, that's just it's a particle and a wave, yeah, that's what it is.
Every prediction they made in cosmology is wrong. Just about every single one is wrong.
And it leads them to having objects that are ridiculous to even try and think of, like quasars and fucking 400 billion pound teaspoons of matter. It's stupid, dude. Even in the solar system, you should see where it's starting to fuck up, like you got a gas giant. So you need density somewhere. If you don't have the matter to get all that gravity, then you got to trick everybody. You got to start raining diamonds and shit, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, you got to leave the real world to get the density that you need. And you don't say it like, there's got to be something because we know Jupiter has this much density. It's this size because of this orbit, and just take it down to its logical conclusion. They just tell you a story like it rains diamonds on Jupiter, or this star has a teaspoon weighs 4 billion tons, or it's so stupid. Like how do these ballers not see through this obvious horse shit, bro? Jupiter's supposed to be a gas giant. How did it form in the first place? Just fuck everything else. Just right off the bat, how did gas coalesce in a fucking vacuum? And then How is it so dense? Oh yeah, sure. It's raining fucking diamonds. Yeah, I got a bridge to sell you.
Well, you don't even have to go that far. Jupiter's one of the easiest one. I remember when I told my wife, her face went like she did a Scooby Doo. What? Because people don't, they just, there's planets and that. But when you tell them, you know that Jupiter is gas giant, huge, and Jupiter has the mass, more mass than all the other planets put together. It's a gas giant, but it's in a vacuum. And they're like, what? My wife, what? Really? In a vacuum? How could it form a ball? Exactly. All you got to do is just tell them the fantasy, because most people don't realize that. A giant ball in a vacuum. It's comical. Their whole cosmology is comical. Absolutely comical. I don't know if you guys heard, there's this guy named Witten. He's a theoretical physicist. I never heard about him until a couple of days ago. I saw a clip of Joe Rogan, and there was this guy Weinstein, scientist, and he says, Witten, he's the most feared scientist. They call him the Murdoch of whatever. He said some stupid name like that. They feared him. So I go, okay, let me go on this website, because he said everybody fears him, but to go against him is like, I never heard of this guy Witten. So I go on his YouTube to check him out. Holy mother of God. The biggest bull you've ever heard in your life. Time dilation, space time. This is one of the guys that came up with it. Witten. Has anybody heard of him? That's what I thought. Yeah.
Yeah, I never heard of them. That's what they do. They tell us stories, bro. And then you get to, so after everybody's accepted the stories and heard them 1,000 times, then the people who bother to look at them have already got the shit ingrained in their head. So then when they look at the stories, they're not going to put two and two together and be like, that's why they say it's raining diamonds on Jupiter. They just give you a fucking story, and that's how stupid people's brains are. That's how easy humans are, bro. You just paint something in their head, and that's it. They'll accept it no matter what. Not everybody. I'm not calling everybody stupid. I mean, I'm probably the same way, just with certain other weaknesses. But the mainstream, it's like a big giant delusion, dude. They're under one big giant spell. Like, what the fuck? But it's so obvious. But when we're trying to tell them these things, their brain shuts down and starts making excuses. Like, well, the gas is fucking, like the like with Neil Armstrong, you're supposed to be on the moon. Well, sun rays and space time and delays, and it's like, dude, just excuses. Their mind gets clouded. Your brain starts making excuses, man, and their mouth just vomits them out.
Oh my God. I fucking hate this discussion about the shape of the earth. Is there anything else going on in the world?
Yeah, no, man. I mean, what does it matter anyway?
I'm dead, and like my eardrums are like dying every time I hear fucking,
what does it matter anyway?
It just fucking hurts, man. We need a new Discord, man. We need a new fucking Discord. Somebody come to the rescue. Because I can't hear the earth shape. Fucking
give us a topic, Isa. Go on, give us a topic.
No. I'm asking. I'm asking for just something.
What, Isa? You're
gas pressure.
You don't like cosmology, Isa? You're not a fan of cosmology?
Not anymore, man. Not anymore, dude. What? I think I'm gonna start ridiculing anyone who talks.
He's just joking with you, man.
He didn't have his coffee yet.
Gio, you better not be taking me seriously, man. I hope you're fucking. I'm saying just just the gas pressure. That's just my ears hurt. That's all.
Stay away from the decaf. Always drink caffeinated coffee.
No doubt. Man. Forgive me, man. I'm just interrupting, being rude. What's going on, y'all?
What's wrong with the server, Isa?
Of the ballers.
What do we need to change?
Well, Isa, I wondered if you wanted to talk about I wondered if you want to talk about 8 inches per mile squared.
Oh yeah,
was
let's
thinking
delve
that
into
style.
that. Maybe Gio, if I'm lucky, maybe a baller will come in and argue for the other side. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh God.
That's why I'm talking so provocative, dude. I always, anytime I join, bro, ballers are not far to follow because the way I word shit, bro, and make it so
No,
stupid.
the
I
ball,
just
dude.
do
The,
that on
the,
purpose, right? I do that on purpose. It's
right.
conversation provoking, right?
Well, I mean, like, it's just so, like, even them and their responses and talking about how they respond. Like, I just could, like, I hate, just so weary right now. And I don't know. I just felt like being a dick and saying what's up. That's all. It's just like,
Yeah, well, the FE side can be bad at times as well.
well, no, I mean, it's well, remember this. It's like, I love that line. It's like when you get the message, put down the phone. Kind of a thing. Like, and like you can only do LSD and figure out you're one with everything so many times before you're fucking, you know what I mean? Like same thing with like FE. It's like, yeah, it's a wrap. You know what I mean? Like I'm not too, or I don't know. I just think like fighting them, the same group and the same, you know what I mean? It's a little, I don't know. Is there anything else going on? Is what I was asking,
Did you know that they found the 9th planet? How about that for a change? Well, not found it. Let me rephrase that. They're
Nibiru?
expecting to find the 9th planet.
Yeah, they would rather say there's a planet we can't find out there than to admit that the orbits are fucked up in the inner solar system.
Exactly. Yep.
Bro, that's what I mean. So instead of admitting that there's a fucking flaw in their shit, they'll just keep telling the story until people start picking up on the fucking the shit, and they'll make something not a planet. They'll invent a fucking planet, bro. That's what I mean. They tell the stories and people accept it, and it's a tricky, it's a obvious method if you ask me.
I'll give Ice a topic. Straight lines can't curve.
That's what they did, dude. Back with Einstein, they settled it. They figured out that instead of the ground curving, that it's the fucking light, and they couldn't accept that, and so they just bent all of space and time. To keep the ground curved, they literally bent time. It's fucking ridiculous, dude, for their mathematics.
The most simplest thing, right? But nobody, I mean, I'm not going to say nobody talks about it, but we have them. We have them by the short hairs, right? We have level, horizontal, straight line. That's all we need, right? But yet we all talk about space, Coriolis, black holes, right? I'm guilty of it as well. But the simplicity is we have them by the short hairs. Level, water, horizontal. Game over.
That's
The
word
water
salad.
doesn't save us.
That's word salad, man.
Like there is no argument, right? You cannot make a geographical argument for a globe. You will lose every single time. Go ahead, try. Somebody try it. I challenge any baller. Give me a geographical argument, geometrical argument, I should say, of globe. Go ahead, I dare you.
Wonder where Jeremy is. I think Jeremy can do it.
Yeah, maybe Jeremy could do it. The resident baller.
Well, he's the one that does the whole where you take 4 sides or 4 points and then you cross them, and if they don't line up on a flat earth, then it's not flat.
Well, you guys are trying it now with triangles, right? Triangles greater than, which is so ridiculous because the pictures that we post that we see in this book, they're all triangles and they're all straight lines. And there's not one of them that's more or less 180. I mean, you cannot make this
off
argument.
of the straight line. They based the mathematics off of
on a straight
the 180
line,
degrees. Yeah.
That's it. The argument dies right there. Over. A simple straight line kills your whole cosmology. Just a straight line. Because guess what? You can't have straight lines on your sphere. It's a no-no.
Right. They told us stories growing up, like there's no such thing as a perfect straight line, just a distractor, dude. So then when we get older, when we start digging into these things and realize that what they really mean is that in our reality, there's no such thing as a straight line. And they describe it like on a microscopic level and shit, it's going to be not straight. No, it's a fucking story. So when the truth hits us, it's not so shocking where you could maintain the freaking the general freaking zombie consensus. Like, bro, and literally what they mean is there's no such thing as a straight line. It's curved in their world. You can't have a straight line at all, period.
Exactly. There's no
Because
straight lines in their world. They don't exist. So they just that alone, they live in fantasy. Simple.
never did they think our eyes are round, you know, and like, so the light is moving straight and the way we see it with our round eyes and curved lenses. Never considered the simple facts. So the ground ain't curving. The way we see it, the way we see the light, that's what's curving, not the ground, not straight lines. There are straight lines in reality. We build our freaking world based on these straight lines that don't exist.
Well, take this transcontinental argument, right? With greater than excess, spherical excess. Every measurement they take is line of sight, straight line, 3 points, which make a triangle. What does that mean? 180. That's it. Game over. That's all you got to say. Nothing more, nothing less. Straight line. Yeah.
To provoke the conversation, bro, I took it a step further. I'm looking at these and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go back and take the time to pull all these people, McToon mainly, saying that every single measurement in this fucking thing, every angle, every triangle added up to more than 180, and showed that no, they don't. And then it snowballed from there, or it just spread like a plague. But it all boils back down to calling fucking McToon out and fight the flat Earth and all these parroting them. That no, they don't all add up to more than 180. And then collectively, we start looking at it as a group and start seeing picking it apart, like Geo and Austin and Napalm and all them, and just reading it in detail, and we expose all the blur. And
yeah, they don't
dude,
have a leg
you
to stand on.
dive deep in that shit, bro. Like you exposed like the moon landing shit, like you looked into detail about the film and the emulsion and all that shit, where they'll try and tell you they'll give you the spiels, but you know that you've looked into the research and see that even NASA's the particle science with the vacuum, you know, they got all these reports. They got like 10,000 documents where all these different contractors said that there's a problem with the film. And when you hit 10 to the -3 torr, that is like a line with all material where they don't know what's going to happen when you get past that vacuum. And that's like the cutoff line. And so even the spy satellite that came in the mid 1980s, I mean, which was up above the plains, whatever it was. But it had to they used film, and they had like it's 30, bro. It sounds like bullshit, but 30-mile reels of film, but they all were contained and they moved through a pressurized capsule of 1 psi. That's all it took is 1 psi. But so you're telling me that they had film that they could run in a vacuum of 10 to the -11 torr on the moon. But then 20 years later, they had to pressurize they spent all this money, dude. This thing's big too, to maintain the 1 psi, so the film didn't fuck up, and way less strong of a vacuum. So, I mean, it just doesn't make sense. So they have all these documents saying that there's a problem at 10 to the -3 with the film, but no documents on the solution or what they did to solve it.
Yeah, it's all poppycock. Once you look, it's like a show, right? Like the Wizard of Oz, right? Once you flip the curtain back, you're gonna see that little weasel doing his maneuvering his gadgets there. They have nothing. I definitely killed the moon landing. Not me, like just anybody looking into it, right? There's no way that film could have survived. No way. Absolutely no way. Then we have the spacesuit, right? There's no way that spacesuit with zippers in it could have, held back that the vacuum. Like, there's just no way. Then we have their fantasy ISS with the O-rings. Again, killed. I mean, it's too easy, man.
It is, but some people will defend it. All I had to see was a motherfucker not being able to pick up a hammer, or them just standing there and sliding to the side, and then they could say like, "Well, it's because the moon's shooting through space or something." But then they fucked up and showed too much of it because the dude slides back the other direction, so you can't even. They even lost that excuse. So if a guy's just standing there and he slides about, I don't know, 4 or 5, maybe 6 feet, and then slides a couple feet back the other direction, just standing there. Like, bro, like, that's all I needed to see. And then I automatically know that what they're showing me is bullshit. If they did do this, if they did go to the moon, that ain't what they're showing me. So I'm skeptical right on its face. I'm gonna doubt everything they show me after that until they show me how that could happen. I don't even need to get that far in detail.
Look, they could be fooling us, right? They could be fooling us because, first of all, when I hear space is fake, my skin turns over. Like, it's like, please, flat earthers, don't say space is fake, man. You sound ridiculous saying that, right? What do you mean space is fake? It's like, no, what they claim is out there, that's fake. But there's certainly something out there. Don't say space is fake. You sound retarded saying that.
Even say outer space. Don't just say space is fake. I agree with that. That doesn't sound right on its face. That's something to be ridiculed.
Yeah, what's between me and you is not fake. I mean, that is what space is.
It's them reifying fucking adjectives. Once again, that's what they do. That's the trick. They reify adjectives and make them nouns. Space. They've made it a noun. Mass. They've made it a noun. It's a fucking adjective. Energy. They've reified that. It's an adjective. It ain't a noun. It's hard to think about that. Like, people might defend that one, but they've reified it and made it something real when it's just an aspect of something or of something that something gives off, kind of, man. They've nounified it.
Well, we know it can't be a vacuum, right? Well, at least I know. So you can start there now. Whatever it is, anything is super fluid, shout out Rakia with the super fluid. That's very possible, but who knows what it is, right? But saying space is fake, that just sounds ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Yeah, but there's an area up there where blue turns to black, about 16, 17 miles. I give a different mile every time I say it, but it does move around a little bit. But there's a distinct line where the blue turns to black, and call it whatever you want, man. But from what I've seen, we don't see shit up there except for a big glaring sun and a little tiny dull looking fucking spot of a moon. And then we look off in the distance, and besides the whether it's flat or round, I mean, it looks flat, whatever. But besides trying to distinguish what the ground's doing, just look at your reality. Don't just look at the horizon. Look at your reality. Off in the distance, it just converges. That's our vision. It's like a corridor, and the black is right above us, and there's nothing in it except for fucking the sun and the moon and whatever else is there that we can't see. It's an eerie fucking thought, but it's reality. The black blanket. But here's the thing. So I've even showed, like, I knew what was going to happen if I did this experiment, but I did it anyway, and enough people don't talk about it, bro. Like, they say people showing gradients, bro. I took and I just put one end of the stretcher pipe in cold water, ice water, and another in hot water. And what did it do? It made a gradient. And 60 or 70 feet, I made a gradient inside containment. And my whole point in doing that was to show that I can make a gradient. Don't they always bring up the gradient? That's all they have is the gradient. And I can easily fucking demonstrate in my backyard a pressure gradient inside of containment and just 60, 70 feet. And they still fall back on that. And instead of showing us a gradient without the containment, showing us pressure without containment, they fucking start talking about the gradient, even after I've demonstrated plain as day that gradients are easy to show inside containment.
Look, if you can convince somebody that tweakless homeless shelter went to the moon, right? You got them. You got them for life, bro. You can tell them anything you want, and you're gonna have the Zep Tepes and all these guys, the Koshos, the Xanics, all fighting for it. It's astonishing. It's amazing. It's yeah. There's no words for it.
We need to get Issa to start playing theme music, bro. Oh my god, that'd be so fun. I love listening. I mean, not bullshit. I love when he in the few streams where he plays the subtle background melody. But
You
Issa,
can
dude,
do a
you gotta,
walking on the moon. Walking on
yeah,
the moon.
yeah,
with
bro.
Issa.
When here it is, Issa, when they come in, like, so we're talking shit, obviously, and taking it to the extreme because nobody's here to give us resistance. So when one of them joins you, you play dun, 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 like the hero theme music, bro, and then the drama music when they're saying what.
Dude, yo, you know, really, what I wanted to do, man, was I wanted to do a sock.
Hey, repeat that without all the background, brother. We couldn't hear you.
Hey, Snack, you're hot micing. What do you call it? I was thinking of doing you do a puppet show. I wanted to do puppets, like you kind of like somebody who's just gonna scroll through YouTube. You know what I mean? So I have a whole fucking production thing in my head, but I hear you, man. You could the way to do it is you have a little soundboard. So when somebody comes in with a good argument, or if fight the flat earthers in there hammering away, and then Witsit comes in, you could be like, dun, 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 you know what I mean? Do
Yeah,
something
or
a
somebody goes to
soundboard.
White Knight
You know,
for him, bro. Somebody
Geo,
goes to
you could do
White
that.
Knight.
That'd be funny. But because we used
Wasn't hot.
we used to have it. We used to have it where we would do the bam bam bam. When you make a really good point. You know what I mean?
Or
You
the
hit the
fucking
fucking
wah,
bam
wah,
bam bam.
wah.
That kind of shit. But if you,
Then you,
I want to do all that. Yeah, the silence after a baller makes a lame point, and then just go wah wah. Or Jimmy Jedi. You guys know Jimmy Jedi?
yeah, he
He's
passed
one of
away.
the
God rest
earliest
his
flat
soul.
earthers.
God rest his soul, right?
He is.
Didn't he pass away?
Don't. But Jimmy
Yeah.
Jedi he used to play the crickets. So
Yeah.
when somebody would make a
Great.
shitty argument, you just play the crickets. Hilarious.
That's so funny, bro. What you do, that'd be priceless to
Yeah, dude.
switch
Jimmy's one of,
conversations and put the
yeah,
music on
yes,
him,
he
bro.
did.
That's so funny, dude.
Yeah, he's what a witty, awesome motherfucker that guy was.
You got,
Yeah, dude. Yeah,
when
Jimmy
you ask him
Jedi,
a
man, he
question,
should live in
dude,
infamy
sometimes you
forever,
do the
dude. I love
crickets,
that kid.
and sometimes you go wah wah wah. Then you got the flute and the White Knight. Dun, 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 when they come to you
Well,
gotta say
I
it.
was
Bro.
I was thinking, I want to do somebody, or create a channel of somebody perusing through YouTube on. Well, yeah, we. Oh yeah. See, that'd be fun, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, I've always I like the idea of the sock puppets arguing about flat Earth, and then you scrolling through different YouTube channels, so you'd have different
I lost
So
you,
now,
brother.
if you're on a submarine, right, and you're in the military, so you do what's called drill, right, in the case of a leak. Now, every man, and I mean every man, even the guy that helps to cook peeled potatoes, even he knows his place in the line. What happens if there's a leak, right? They all know where they gotta go. So now we have the top photographer from the ISS, the clown, we all know who he is, right? Pettit. And they ask him, what's the procedure if there's a leak on the ISS? And he has no clue. None. None whatsoever.
Yeah, he said, well, then there's a leak.
Sounds legit, right? A potato peeler on a submarine knows his line, but one of the top guys, the main guy that's always in there, has no clue. It's amazing.
That's why I said it's a natural body. And now that they've claimed it, they're stuck with it. It can't go away if it's what I think it is. I could be wrong, but if it's what I think it is, it's not going to go away. It's fucking orbiting or whatever you want to call it, circuiting. And so now they have to say that they've had something up there for 30, 35 years or whatever, and it's supposed to have been decommissioned twice, and they keep postponing it. They have to postpone it because they have no control over what's going on up there to a certain extent. I mean, they do have control, but once you get past the black, that's where they lose their control, man.
And I show them proof, right? It's not that I don't show them stuff. Look, I'm showing them. This is the rod. There's 7 of these rods. See where the guy's pointing? That's where the 2 little O-rings go. They haven't been serviced for 20 years. It's a dynamic system. And it just goes right past them, man. Right past them. Oh, there's no problem here. It's amazing. Amazing.
Well, they act like there's no differential, like between like 0.5 psi and 10 to the negative fucking 3 or 10 to the negative 4 fucking torr, bro. I mean, first off, there's a difference in the psi to torr, but bro, that's when you start entering magnitudes,
Yeah.
and that's when shit starts exploding and fucking and crushing. And bro, there's obviously a fucking big difference between that tiny little bit, that teeny tiny little bit, is when Coke cans start fucking imploding and railroad cars start crushing and shit like that. Well, a differential is a fucking differential. I don't care if you want to call it 14 psi of the atmosphere. That is a pound per square fucking inch. So I don't care if it's a 3-inch fucking little example or a 50-foot example. It's still the pressure per square inch. I don't care if it's going in. I don't care if it's going out. And so that shows you that something's wrong with the way they define it.
Yeah. Ask any repairman, right? Ask any VCR, any repairman that used to do repairs in the old days, right? Ask him what fails in the VCRs and that. It's always the rubber belts. Always. They
and in the vacuums and stuff like that too, right? They got that little rubber belt that holds the spinner on that picks up the dirt.
Yeah.
That little rubber, yeah.
That always fails. Ask any repairman. Ask anybody. They'll tell you. I mean, it's outgassing. It's rubber doesn't last forever.
If it's a pound per square inch, how can it be 14 psi if we're surrounded by air and don't know the amount?
Right. And what'd be
if
the
the
difference?
air we have goes to the sun, yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, you're right. It's like that's what I should have made a better point of that. They describe it like pounds per square inch, but then they start veering off like, bro, you can't. They just switch their fucking descriptions. It's a trick. It can't be the same. And they say, well, it's the weight of the atmosphere. Does the weight of the atmosphere change per square inch, or is there something different going on? You know, it doesn't.
Per square.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it should change like your tire. If you're locked in there and they keep adding from 60 to 70, 80 to 3,000 to fucking whatever, like you're in there, yeah. You would be pressurized. It wouldn't be 14. If a tire's got more than 14 psi, how could like we have to have way more than that?
That's a good point too. like in our blood. But here's
It's
the
the
thing.
area.
Yeah, it's there's a lot more to it. But here's the thing: if they can't reach zero, then it's fucking exponential. Period. If you can't show me zero, like you could never reach, you could never show me infinite amount of pressure. Okay, because you could always add more. I'm just saying, like not physically as humans, but even theoretically. Like I describe it like this: like if you take a plunger and you start pushing on it, and so there's no limit to how much
Steam.
weight you could put on that plunger to add more pressure. There's no limit. You could just keep adding more and more theoretically. So it's the same in the reverse. So if you take a plunger and you start pulling a vacuum in that plunger, and let's say that you got your fingers pulling it, and then you take a giant plunger where you hook a horse up to it. Then you got a 1 horsepower motor pulling a vacuum. Then you got a semi truck pulling a vacuum. There's no amount of there's no limit to how much negative pressure, for lack of better terms,
Right
what you
now.
can put on it.
So now, if there's negative pressure when you get out there, what's here when it keeps escaping from one point to the next? It would be a negative.
That's the trick, is the PSI scale.
Change the temperature, then you'll change the pressure, won't you?
Yeah,
The
they're
electrical continuity will be like the vacuum you're trying to do.
They're hand
Like
in hand. The
potential or not potential.
Sorry.
Capacity or no capacity. Yeah.
The pressure and the temperature are the same thing.
If you had a fryer full of hot oil or cold oil, would that be a vacuum? Therefore, if you can create a vacuum in a liquid like an oil, that type of thing there, then vacuum can be more than one thing.
Yeah, you're right. But here's the thing: if you could never reach zero, and if we have a plunger pulling a vacuum on something else attached to a plunger, there's no limit to how much force we can apply pulling that plunger, right? We could just keep adding more and more force to pulling that plunger, and it's going to suck harder and harder, right?
Well, a bit like a freezer, a really good freezer. You can't open the door for. So temperature has definitely changed the pressure in there. So it's harder to pull the plunger off the floor in that situation.
Right, but you could always apply more and more force to pulling that plunger, right? It's going to suck harder and harder, depending on how hard we pull. There's no limit to where, don't start talking about human limits, or I'm talking about theoretically. Theoretically,
I was trying to get down to zero. How do we get to zero pressure? Can we change the temperature?
Oh, there's no such thing as zero pressure, bro. There's no
You
such thing
equal
as
it out.
pressure.
It wouldn't be. It'd be 50-50.
Yeah, but 14.7 probably is zero at the moment. So
it's not.
It was zero.
It's not 14.
Yeah,
it's
but
not 14 psi. That's the problem.
Yeah, but it probably was zero before, and then we've changed increments. Does the pressure change every 10 years? Does it change? Does it go up? Does it go down?
There's no real zero.
Changes with temperature.
There's no real zero.
I'm saying if it's 14.7 today, what was it 100 years ago? What was it 20 years
you'll
ago?
never know. You'll never know. I don't know.
Because it's based on what, 15 degrees, 25 degrees Celsius. So these experiments, all these experiments that they do are in controlled environments. So when you take it out of the controlled environment and you put it in the environment, you ain't going to get the same fucking answers, are you?
Are you a flat earther?
Hell yeah.
Yeah. I was like, man, he sounds like a flat earther kind of, but yeah. So you're not deviating from the point, you're adding to it.
Yes, Mike. Yes.
I got you, man. I thought I recognized you, but it's so yeah. They tricked us with the PSI, man. It's all relative with the temperature, and it's all relative. So like D-Mock just said, also, like adding to what you said, like we wouldn't even know if we gauge it by like PSI here on Earth, basically. The common man wouldn't know if the pressure changed around us, because it's all relative to the temperature, to the shit we put in our tire, the amount of air we put in our tire, you know.
Yeah, but what's the pressure if it's per square inch? What's the pressure per square per cube meter or square meter? A square inch is not a volume, is it? It's just an area. If you think about it, so a
That's
square
a good
inch.
point, dude. That's a great point.
So if you're putting pressure from all directions, then surely it has to be an inch cubed or et cetera, et cetera.
It'll expand. It would keep expanding. If there's more pressure, it's going to expand more, right? Like if you keep producing a gas, you're going to keep building up a pressure. So
Right,
if you keep producing air, it's going to be more and more and more. It wouldn't be able to bleed off as much if we didn't produce as much or whatever, right? I mean, you understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, but if you have a square foot, is the pressure the same per square? How do you measure something per square anything? So
That's the point. You can't. That's out to the sun. They say it goes to the space. It goes to everywhere. So like they're not measuring shit. How do you get a 14 P of anything? Like that's what I'm trying to say. Like there is no between me and you is just the word space. It's not a predominant fucking thing of 15 or 12.
Have y'all seen the video? I've showed it on several videos, but of the balloons where they put the balloon in liquid nitrogen, an inflated balloon, and it totally deflates and just becomes limp. And then it only for a split second. When they take it out of the liquid nitrogen, it stays deflated for about 2 or 3 seconds. And then as it starts warming back up, it starts inflating. So that he's saying about temperature, I love to show that to the ballers when we're having this argument. Like, look, so are you telling me that there's no air in that balloon because it's limp? And if you're measuring the pressure, then it's not going to give you a positive reading, basically. But then as soon as it warms back up, it reinflates. Just with temperature alone, that's what gave me the idea to show the gradient in the PVC pipe, to show that we can easily make a gradient in containment.
What if it's not pound per square inch? What if it's potential per square inch?
Yeah, but the
I mean, that
question
would
is,
make more sense, right? You can't really say potential is a certain size or an inch of it or a cube. Like, what if it's pound? Like it's potential that they're talking about. It's not a pound of.
probably a
Right?
better way to define it, dude.
Yes, it's the potential of. Yeah,
Because
100%.
that would make more sense. Like there's no infinite amount that you could put on it, or no negative or reverse amount. In other words, it's a potential that can go off as much as you can possibly test it.
Right, whether it's positive or negative, it's still a potential amount, regardless.
Right, but that's just it though. With the air, like in that balloon, like I like to ask them, what is there no pressure in there? No, there's no pressure, but is there air in there? So even up there where they say the pressure's so low, there's still fucking air up there. Okay, there's still fucking air up there, just like in that balloon. There's just as much air in that fucking balloon as there was before you put it in the liquid nitrogen. Okay, it's just colder. And so you could add more air and it'll heat things up, or you could cool things down and it'll deflate things. They go hand in hand. There's no way to separate temperature from pressure. They give us this.
You changed its potential. You didn't change its weight.
Yeah, but
like you're changing the temperature or potential of the air. You're not even really. It's not even really the weight. It's just the action or reaction you change, right? When you bring it down or bring it up, it's not really weight you change.
Yeah, my point is, it's all got to be contained. You know what I'm saying? Like you could do so much with temperature. Maybe the containing factor up there is temperature, but something's got to be. Ultimately, in my opinion,
We are contained. We are contained in resistance. Everywhere you go, everything you do, when you try to go forward, try to go up, you try to go down, each way you're met with the resistance. Either way.
Oh yeah, when I did this test too, I did it horizontally to show them that, look, here's a horizontal gradient with temperature. I could have stood the pipe up or something like that. No, I'm trying to show that even on its side in containment, we could show a gradient in 60 feet. So what do you think Mother Nature can do, or God can do in 50 miles or even 70 miles? To me, that's as high as shit. That's as high as they can get. When they blasted rockets, way back when, that's as high as they can get them. They barely beat the record, and then they barely beat it for years and years. It's not from lack of fuel or better materials, bro. They've
right. They had cars that ran. This is just a car, for instance, that go of 125 in the 1800s.
Now
They'll tell you
there's
about
a
it.
record set. Now there's a record set that they can't beat. They might be able to beat it by a fucking like 50 feet in a couple of years, and then another 100 feet in a few years with lighter material. But that's as high as they could fucking get. Just blasting something off as fast as it can, with as much fuel as even necessary. Like if they could keep going up and up and up, then they could just add more and more fuel. You know. And to weight, even if the fuel to weight differential, like the rocket equation,
You would use a tube like they do in the water. You know how you lift everything, like you get the water and you get a pump, and the water just in the lake. You put your tube down there, and and it powers you, it lifts you up like, and you can ride up in the air over the lake with the power of the water through the tube. Same way. You could literally hook a rocket. Hold on, you could hook a rocket to a tube like air hogs, fill the tube while the rocket, and like it could push the rocket up that way, like literally. The air, like you wouldn't stop it.
And so in other words, there's no
air
fucking
compressed rocket. You put the tube of air, you put the rocket down in the tube, and you shoot that mother. You get like the O-ring, and all you need the ring to do is just protect it like a cylinder, like a shock, and shoots it out.
They could get another few miles, like so the tube sticking down in the atmosphere. There's basically the tube.
The tube is hollow all the way up to where you put the rocket at. Yes, and then when they get that pressure up to there, and they shoot the rocket and it goes, then they shoot the rocket off. After they're done with all that, that's when they go ignition.
Well,
if the rocket's working off its own booster in space, right, then definitely this would work awesomely, right? What about the idea of a spring-loaded, like a shotgun with a big long spring in it, a shotgun barrel with a super long spring, a mile long? You put the thing down on there, shoot the rocket up with a spring, and then after it gets to where it's going to go, right when it starts to descend, turn the rocket booster on. You're going to go further.
Or what
You'll
they do,
make the Antarctica.
DMOC, make it, or like where the rockets are and the different stages have like 5,000 ply, like a bunch of layers, where they fucking drop a layer and it's already moving with you up, and then you blast off against that little ply, like think of like plywood, but obviously it wouldn't be wood. But they drop a thin little layer of a flat fucking resistance, and so everything that you've evacuated is trying to disperse, but it's wide and flat enough to where you drop a layer and then you blast off against it for a split second, and then you drop another one and blast off against the piece of fucking like sheet metal or something, like and you do that in stages so you could get another mile or two.
If space was made out of hydrogen, that would be fucking quite silly, possibly, to go up in a fucking rocket with a big flame out the back.
Exactly. When I was a little kid, I was like, are they going to kill everybody by blowing up the whole universe if there's gas out there? I used to be so worried about that.
Boom. So are we just a molecule floating in a fucking sea of
methane?
Methane, sulfur.
Yeah.
Sodium. The yellow in the sky is sodium, isn't it? So yeah,
it's methane and phosphorus. Yep.
That's a hell of a good point about the hydrogen, bro.
I mean, if you've got hexafluid, hexa whatever it's called, that fluid, that gas that's heavy.
It's got to be inert. It's got to be inert. If you're putting a light to it, it's not light and it's inert, right? Correct.
And you're saying we're pushing off of it, right? But they say that things get burning hot. If things are getting burning hot coming in the atmosphere, starting at like a couple hundred miles up, what the fuck is it?
Hold on.
If there's that much
about this, Brian. Brian,
my point.
Let me
finish real quick, DMOC. I'm almost done. If there's that much pressure and it's hydrogen up there, then we should collect it on the fucking way up and use it. You know? Go ahead.
Oh, it's like fighting your way up a river, right? If the river is coming at me, I'm not going against it that good. If it's coming at me 40,000 miles an hour, how much work do I got to do to overcome that 40,000 miles an hour? So if something is escaping and releasing the opposite direction, how are you going to work with it the other way? It doesn't make any sense.
Surely your rocket would actually have to be made out of hydrogen itself of some sort.
No, I'm saying, no, listen. If gravity is pulling all the atmosphere down this way, how can you ride off something that's being pulled the opposite direction of what you're going? It's way harder to ride off that, right?
You ride off the waves of escaping hydrogen, bro.
So now, if you build something up and you build up a potential amount that stays where it's at, that gradient amount or the amount of potential behind you, that's what you're building off of. And then when you get to a certain point, that gradient of potential or currency that you're using resides to voltage. And that's like a dissipation of currency. It's so fucking weird. Because once the currency decreases, the voltage increases. I mean, that's the way it appears, right?
Yeah, that's like Ohm's law, man. Basically, I mean, like a
So what's up there if it's not helium? Like a super inert, like everything that we do, there's a spent and an off spent, right? And none of it's bad. None of it's really a negative. It's all a positive. There really is no negative. It's like the things that they call negative are just inert, right? Because that's what they want. They want the negative stuff, right? Now think about this. If there's only positive, how can they go and say, hey, we want the Higgs, but we want all this shit?
Yeah, but they say they like to describe these rockets. Can you move for 1 second? There's a lot of background. So they describe these rockets as the mass is pushing off nothing. Okay, so the force that's sucking the gas out, then it's just they don't even consider that. So how are you getting push force if there's a force pulling on the gas? Okay, so maybe they subtract that. Okay, but here's the thing: they like to describe it as bullets, as a gun, firing a gun in space. Well, sure, maybe we could trickle forward past 70 miles if we had literal bullets to fire. You know, maybe we could trickle forward that way. But bro, a bullet is like, I mean, it's ridiculous. You'd have to expunge like a let's say a 20%, or let's say a 20th of 1% even of the crap that all at one time to compare to a bullet in a gun, if that would even work. But you can't get the ignition up there. But here's the thing: if you can, everything is relative. So if you can push your way forward with thrust in a vacuum, then that means you can suck your way forward in ambient pressure, and you can't. That's stupid. But if they could show me them with a vacuum powered rocket in the atmosphere, then maybe they convince me. Look, if you could suck your way forward in pressure, then maybe you could thrust your way forward with pressure in a vacuum. Why would it work? Why wouldn't it work exactly equal and opposite according to Newton's laws?
If you were cooking something in hot oil, like a fishing batter or some scampi or something like that, and was frozen, what happens when it thaws out is it releases bubbles. So that thing that you're cooking will start just fizzing around inside the fryer, yeah, because it's just propelling itself. So it's in a vacuum because there's no air, so it's able to move itself around. And if you can control that movement, then you can steer your way around, can't you?
But that's not a vacuum. Like I said, it's just cold up there, bro. Just like the balloon. When you put it in liquid nitrogen, then the air is gone, but it's still there. I mean, you can't say that it's literally gone. There's still air up there. It's just fucking not. You can't measure it because it's not there to measure.
I think we're always assuming gas, and something to do with the gas. I reckon it's more something to do like a wax, that type of thing. There's something like if you got a wax, when you melt it, it goes clear. Right, so when you add heat to it, it goes clear. But what we see in the sky is the opposite. It goes translucent at night time.
No, stuff turns gray too.
That makes sense because look, it makes sense because look, if there is air up there, but it's just so cold, it's fucking like compressed down to immeasurable. So
right,
if try to
make the color.
So here's my point. My point is that if you added heat up there, it would literally excite the fucking air that's there, and so compressed down to nothing, like the balloon, that it's literally waking up the air that it's firing against, and the heat's like propellant, like you saying the heat in the frying pan. So it's literally waking up the air that's there. So it's not a real vacuum. It's just fucking, I don't know, man. It's temperature induced. you'd be able to go way faster because you have no resistance. Now you have basically the same thrust and no resistance at all. So you'd be able to get up to speeds, then maybe hit a certain speed and just ride along the magnetic fields, man, and these circuits. Possible.
The potential resistance unit and like temperature is a magnetic field. The water is a magnetic field. The air is a magnetic field.
Yeah.
And then up there,
It's cold in front of you and hot behind you, right? And the hotter you get it behind you, the more you're, like I said, waking up that air, resisting and pushing you forward into the cold. Try and equalize.
Yeah, you're creating resistance. You're making yourself a magnet.
Yeah, you know the
Opposites
solution.
attract, baby. Opposites attract, hot and cold.
You know when they're have you guys ever seen anything about chromium bumpers? It's like a 7-layer process.
Yeah.
And the liquids they use are like sulfur mixed with like chlorines. There's detergents.
The same. They use the same thing on like a J Leno car for heat. Is that what you're getting at? Like the heat shield?
No, the liquid. The electrolysis liquids they use. They use a different liquid for each layering
Yeah,
process.
they spray a layer of liquid on a piece of metal and it becomes super heat resistant. Super.
No, they don't spray it on. They dip it. They dip it 7 times in 7 different things.
Well, same thing.
Okay, yeah, right, but they're not powder coating. They are electrolysis through liquid.
Right. I hear you. I'm listening.
So the liquid, the potential of those liquids like sulfur, there's sulfur dioxide mixed with chlorine and detergents and stuff like that. When these sulfur and sodiums, you know, when these things are mixing, the salts, the metals, the soft metals, the heavy metals, and the detergents, they're creating chemical reactions, and they are releasing electricity right through it. And then these things are moving from one surface to the other, you know, blah blah blah. But up in the sky, there's a thing called hydrogen, which is hydrogen mixed with something else. I can't remember. I think, which are always the key things that come up. My point is that I think our upper atmosphere is more sodium, sulfur, those things, because like the yellow layer that you see on the outer bit of Earth, like, you know, from the side, and they show you this sort of like atmosphere that we've got, and it's always yellow at the top, and that is sodium. So, you know, the yellow's coming from there, the green's coming from the nitrogen, because obviously our aurora borealis is nitrogen based, but we also know that butane is green. So all these different things, methane is such a color, such that, etc. So my point is that I don't think it's anything to do with the basic gases up there. It's more chemical solutions. You've got fats, you've got oils, hydrogen, all the saturated fat that comes off from plants, from humans, and all that just goes up. So probably what we've got above us is just fucking oil from the ground that's just evaporated up, and it's just a big fucking, that's what it is. Oil, wax. Thank you.
Yeah, or maybe some kind of ice when it hits a certain, like Brian Austin Lambert described it as like perfectly, you know, if you have perfectly pure water, it won't freeze. Like you got to start something, you got to add something to start a chain reaction. But it's like it's perfectly clear. Perfectly pure water is perfectly clear. You could start a fire with it. Like if you just cup it, you can use ice to start a fire, like a magnifying glass effect. And that's like the sun. The sun's a focal point, and above us, you know, it's flat more or less. But the way we see and the way that light bends and shit, dude, it focuses it nonetheless, man. Just through layers, through the way shit works. It's possible that it's a focal point and that it's crystal clear, and it would heal itself. It's kind of like the sky ice idea down here on the ground. It's like the equivalent of the sky ice that they said was in Antarctica that just evaporated into nothing. It didn't even melt. You didn't get water from it. You had to keep it so damn cold they couldn't even hardly take it out of the lab because they got to keep it so cold. And it's like a sky blue, but maybe there's a layer of that. I don't know. It's fun to think about.
Hey, here's one. Can we ever see the moon enlarged from the poles as we see on the horizon on the, coming up in the east? We always see these super moons, large suns and all this dudes or whatever. But surely we should see the same effects if we were looking from both poles. Would you not agree?
What, you think the poles are closer to the moon? You mean? What do you mean? Wait, say that again.
No, I'm saying it's like, excuse me if I use kilometers. Anyway, so if we are 10,000 kilometers from the horizon, when the moon's on the horizon, wherever, and the moon's massive there, then we know that if we go to the either pole coming from the equator, we know the distance is going to be roughly the same. But if you were at the poles and you were looking like towards the equator, and you knew that the moon was going to be, and you knew it was going to be a supermoon, or you knew it was going to be massive to everybody else, surely you would see the same thing at given them, they're given them right time. Because if we just see a tiny little moon above the horizon from either pole, and it never gets bigger, then that would say to me that the contour from left to right is different to the contour from up to down. Does that make sense?
Yeah, to me, the moon is it only looks as big as it does because of the atmosphere. Like from a airplane and from hot air balloon or weather balloon footage, it's a little tiny dull spot, and it just looks big because atmosphere. But that makes sense to me because when it's sitting on the atmosphere, dude, it's always bigger. I don't care what they say about the illusion, whatever it is. It's still in my eyes that motherfucker's bigger when it's on the horizon.
Yes. So we could probably say the reason why it looks average from the poles is because it gets colder towards the poles. So therefore the coldness is what's making it look smaller, where it's actually as large as you saw it that night. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I do.
I reckon that's the perfect temperature, and then anything colder than that will make it look smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. Because
and that's
otherwise
what
we would see the same.
That's what slows the light down. Like in the lab, they've slowed it down to like 5 meters a second. So and that's why the light doesn't move evenly across the plane. You wouldn't expect the light to move evenly because it loses energy in the cold. So it's not going to cross the fucking North Pole and make it the same stretch that direction as it is right out in front, right behind. You know.
Because it's hot, isn't it? Most people live within 50 degrees on the north side and about 30 degrees on the south generally. So that makes perfect sense, and that's answered my question. So cool, man. You're a logical thinker, mate. And same with Demok. You're just logical thinkers, and these conversations with people like us are so rare because we don't get anywhere generally because everyone's just fucking arguing with each other. Too many people in the room, blah blah blah. So yeah, my name's Realm, and I listen to you chat and loads, and you know the numbers like I know the numbers, mate.
Yeah, I enjoy listening to you, bro. You don't pipe up very much, but I always enjoy listening to you. I love talking to you.
I reckon our time is based on our assumption that as an average, the sun is moving at such a speed and the moon is moving at such a speed to our perspective. But we never think about the metals there in the ground, like copper. If you look at the Pacific, the rim of the Pacific is made out of copper. There's a massive loads of copper deposits. So if something like that can actually slow down our local moon or local sun magnetically, because copper has a slowing effect on magnetic materials, or
the sun doesn't have to move necessarily. I mean, it would in principle. It'd be
but
like
it does,
the relative thing.
That would make sense. Like over the oceans, it's
the wind
speeding
can
up.
move it. Hold on a second. It can ride
the
along
land
the
slows it
wind.
down, the water can speed it up.
I'm saying it can ride along that gradient of temperature, and that's what would control its rate of change and torque and altitude.
Yeah, but if it's tethered, if these things are tethered to the earth,
not necessarily tethered. No, listen, I said riding on the wind or riding on a gradient of temperature, like potential, like superconduction, right? And that's what negates its flow or its area of orientation, not necessarily it itself. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, I mean
So
definitely.
think about this real quick. The air, when you put the air in your tire, it's not 14 pounds of pressure you're creating. It's 14 pounds of resistance to the outside wall.
Yeah,
You understand?
yeah. But the moon. I know you're talking about pressure. This is like, pressure's talking about stuff that at our level. So it's hard to make comparisons, but we can get evidence, whatever like that. Definitely the moon builds up a static charge and it repels the water towards the ground when it's in the northern hemisphere. What's the point I'm trying to make is that there's a big static thing going on. And what liquids can static exist in? Is the basis of that, because if everything in space is pretty much static and it's just electrons moving between each other, the potential, the voltage difference, they're just constantly as it gets hotter and colder because we've got the cold sun and the hot moon or something like that, and it's just causing different pockets of cold and hot at different times and just moving stuff around, like convection currents, but there's like 20 of them. You know what I mean? 20 different convection currents, because they you got 5 planets at different temperatures. So in that whatever is up above, it's there's different temperatures going on, and I don't know, causing different chain reactions. What was my point? Static. Can we have static shit? Is space static? Sorry, I lost you there.
You bring up some fucking food for thought, bro. That's definitely thought provoking as a motherfucker.
If there's copper in the ground, then we know that if we drop a magnet through a copper pipe, the copper pipe will slow the magnet. So if the sun, for example,
There's also iron and everything else in the dirt too, so you have to have it like more. Yeah.
I'll tell you, I'll answer it right now. Space is not a terminal for discharge.
A what?
Space can never be a terminal of discharge.
Right. Everything's well, it can be, but for your energy or potential, not for you going there. It's a discharge of you. It's going to spin your ass away.
Yeah, but maybe the moon has got its own charge, its own amount of minuses and pluses, and they just move around the surface of the moon accordingly to where the sun is, because it's attracted to the sun, or something like that. Or it gets charged up itself. It's full of liquid, and it probably fills up, just like the gauge on a water kettle. That's what we're looking at. We're just looking at the wrong. We're looking from north to south, but if we look from east to west and we look to the moon, we probably see this thing filling up and then emptying. I don't know. So
Yeah,
does
solar
it?
and anyways.
Sorry. So like the moon looks galvanized. So it's just like I was saying, the electroplating and stuff like that, it looks galvanic.
Or patina, yeah.
So galvanic means it can produce its own energy, where electrolysis you need a second to produce it for you. But galvanic means that it'll produce its own electricity. So the moon can produce its own electricity. How does it produce its own electricity? That causes static, because it's probably getting static.
That means it doesn't produce its own.
Huh?
That means it doesn't produce its own.
No, I'm saying that the moon, if it's galvanic,
It puts off something.
But it creates its own through chemical.
No, it takes in, and it puts off. Action, reaction, right?
Yeah, and it takes in its atmosphere, and probably that's its fuel, and then it releases something else, or that it gives and it takes. You take two.
Yeah, it can have a magnetic effect and pull like when you put a magnet on a copper tube for your water, and it'll pull dirt and stuff and hold it there in a way. Yeah.
And we eat shitloads of iron ourselves with all that fucking cereal that we eat. It's just full of iron.
The copper always turns real green too, with that same idea of what you're talking about, right? It gets a layer on the outside of it, correct?
Yeah, this is it. This is it. You always
So does
find
the silver.
But do you always find more like green lime scale on your hot tap or the cold?
I think it's where there's more of that, like just the nasty shit, the hard water that comes in, that salty shit.
Yeah,
And it
yeah.
can be,
And
it can be in hot or cold. I think. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, it's like if you've got like in the industry, like you've got these big boilers, yeah. They've got fucking 100 liters, 200 liters of water, maybe a lot more than that. Big massive boilers so that people can wash their hands in these big buildings. If their water stays in there, and fucking you pour that water off to fill a pot of fucking water to put on the stove, and fucking this, you can see all the fucking foam and the stuff and the shit in there. But I'm going off topic. It was originally the copper that's in the ground would slow down the magnets that are the superconducting materials that are the sun and the moon, maybe, like the floating bismuth on the magnetic track, so bismuth, man, that's there's so many fucking cool things to talk about, but something is definitely being slowed down.
Once you have current, right, under something or in between something, that's when you get the action between them. When you don't put the current there, they're not going to act accordingly.
Yeah,
like
but
you can sit the copper on top of the plate, but then when you start moving it, it don't want to sit. It wants to levitate. Once you see the air, right, is that kinetic energy. It's always in between them. It's always in the mix. So is the temperature.
You can do electrolysis in the ground as long as the ground is damp enough. You can't do it when it's dry.
The ground is super.
Exchange.
The ground is the thermal energy they're not locking into.
But they always use sulfur. They always refer to
that. I think that they're using the tube down for thermal heat for some of these nuclear plants.
Yeah,
I think they're actually using thermal heat and water right next to the ocean or lake or a big water source. That way it can always recool.
If you stick like a carbon rod and a copper rod in the ground and you connect them, you can get a voltage difference, right? So
like a big bad dad battery.
Yeah. The battery. Yeah,
that's the shell of the material.
Well, we're using
the container.
We just use the ground. We don't use the container. We just use the ground.
Yeah, the Baghdad battery is something in a bowl. We're talking about the ground. You can stick two metals in the ground and get voltage. That's a fact.
Yeah, that's what they're missing out on. Plus, it's super heat also. It's heat. It's super hot down there and cold. So it's cold to a certain extent and then hot. You get the differential.
Yeah, but the point is that when you look at the diagrams, it shows the differences of moving through the presence of sulfur and the presence of water. And then without the sulfur, it can't exchange. It's called galvanic or something like that. Essie knows that because he told me.
Well, Galvani is the one that invented this stuff, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, so that difference there, and we're just talking about I don't know. Yeah, talking about like fucking local sun, local moon being slowed down by the copper, mass deposits of copper on the outer Pacific Rim, which is like the west of the Americas, that coast there. Then you got the coast of the east of Asia. All that there is just fucking one big ring of fire. The ring of fire is made out of copper. The ring of fire. Johnny Cash.
You're talking about that volcanic activity, right? Where they say the crust and shit.
No, just copper in the ground. Big deposits of copper in the ground in a circular shape.
Oh, okay. We're talking different now. Okay.
You know me, man. I'm fucking. I just talk about anything that my brain is telling me to talk about.
Well, yeah,
that Galvani video that you shared me, man, that was fucking awesome, man. And it related to me because the guy was English, so it was a bit more, enjoyable to watch. straightforward PVC pipe, which wasn't disconnected 100% from the ground because it was open at the bottom. So he never tried actually completely doing the whole experiment isolated from the ground. He still used the ground itself, didn't he? He just put a PVC pipe around it and shielded it in some way. But he's measuring a voltage difference was above the ground and not in the ground. But he was able to isolate more power. So he would jump from what 0.09 to 0.9 of a volt or something like that, didn't he?
Yeah, well, we all know that there's energy around us, right? And we all know what is it every how many meters? There's like 100 volts or something.
Yeah,
So we know
yeah. 1 meter or 5 meters. Yeah, I've seen that. It varies around the world, doesn't it? But generally, a bit of this. But maybe it starts off at that near the ground, but as you get higher, the scaling it gets more compressed, so it's not equally spaced above. It just starts off at 5, then it goes to 4.5, then 4 and such and such and such, because obviously the gradient's changing, isn't it? So I wouldn't say it would have been equal, but if you take 50 meters high and divide it by fucking whatever, then you're probably going to get maybe a mean of 5 or something.
Yeah, it's amazing the energy that's around us. Then if we get into Tesla and his stuff, well, now we're in a whole new, different universe.
Yeah, he tapped. When he done the Westinghouse building, he tapped into the ground. I think he might have gone down 100 meters, sort of in a way, maybe. Yeah, he just knew he had to do that because he was going to tap into the earth.
Well, down in a mine, when you go down so far, it's so hot that people can't, like, you'll die. It's too hot. You'll like lose all your body temperature. I mean, like, it'll heat you up too much, like you'll sweat too much. I'm sorry, you lose all your fluid.
Well, Tesla what he wanted to do was freaking ingenious. He wanted to use the ionosphere as one plate. He wanted to use the ground as another one, right? And he wanted to bounce this energy in between that, and every household could just put something in the ground, like a rod in the ground, and just tap this energy right out of the ground. Of course, they killed it, right? But that was his idea. Everything wireless, by the way. No wires at all involved. 0 wires.
I think he knew that you needed a ground to ground the signal of anything. You need to ground everything. We know that through a car, through equipment. We need to ground it. So there's always it's a backup for one thing in case of shortage, but we've got breakers for that. So I think with our communication, even right now, talking to someone halfway across the world, it's got something to do with an air signal going there, and then it comes back through the ground signal. Maybe sub cables was the introduction of the grounding on the outside of cables. You're not using those the inner part, but you're definitely using the outer parts as maybe a way that you can ground the signal so that therefore is manipulated. How we exchange the conversation right now if there's no return? There always has to be a return, because otherwise you're just going to get what? No clarity.
Yeah, well, this guy, look, if this is true, right, what he discovered, it's another form of energy. In other words, it's not electromagnetic energy. So he discovered something completely different. In other words, he called it radiant energy, and he says it comes from the sun and from space.
Everywhere.
And the Earth is a natural battery. It continually stores this energy.
Yeah, that's what, it's yeah.
It's crazy, man. And apparently you can just tap it, like put in a rod and tap this energy source.
So you would think that if the Earth is the energy source, for example, then it is controlling
No, it's not the source. It's not the source. Think of it as a battery. The source the radiant energy comes from space and from the sun. So
charges.
Yeah.
So maybe we're just one big solar panel. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, a battery, according to him. Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Yeah, but obviously we're holding that. We're a glass jar made out of water or something like that. Something that's definitely holding that charge, but also in charge of or responsible for the movements up above. It sends its charge out through the different metals in the ground, and those different sort of results are controlling the different things. So if you find that like one planet's got loads of chromium or something on it, something copper, what planet's made out of copper? I don't know. It's just whatever. It may be like for like, the copper moves with the copper. So would the sun be made out of copper? People say, well, it'll be too heavy. Not if it had
A magnet.
dust. If it had the
Yeah.
dust of something and it was bound in silicon, well, we know that silicon solid will float on its liquid. So we can already sort of think of things like that.
Well, I always thought. Oh, sorry, I thought you were done.
No, I'm done.
Well, I always thought before I got into this Tesla stuff, I always thought that the sun, it makes sense that it's electromagnetic, right? I never bought this like nuclear thermal energy, right? It makes absolutely no sense because just the fact that you can reproduce this and grow plants, right? We know the sun grows plants, so we know we can reproduce it with electromagnetic energy. Now try growing a plant in a nuclear situation, right? No chance. So right there, yeah, and now that I got into Tesla, for me, there's no question that if anything, the sun is electromagnetic. I don't know what it is, but it certainly ain't thermonuclear. I'll bet
When you
anything
keep
on that.
saying when you keep saying copper, right? You have to understand if you get a bike and it rusts, it breaks down. When you get that green patina, that shit does something. Like the stuff it breaks down, right?
Yeah, so
Well,
if the
actually,
moon,
forms a coating.
What I'm trying to say,
It
what I'm
doesn't
trying to
break
get
down,
at,
bro, but forms a coating.
electric and heat wise.
What you're talking about is called a patina, Demonk. And you see it on churches, right? It turns green. Yeah.
that's copper. It's copperite. It's
Yeah,
copperite
that's a
paint.
protective. Yeah.
But the copperite paint is magnetic. But I remember reading somewhere that helium can be made magnetic. It's if it's under certain conditions, it becomes magnetic itself. Helium.
No, what I'm trying to say is, okay, you got a metal bike, right? The metal bike breaks down; those little pieces break down, like it starts to rust, correct?
Yeah, and then
And
you get
they tell you when you heat aluminum or electrify, you get some kind of whatever, and they tell you it's oxidization or oxidizing, right?
Yep.
So
That's
basically,
what
they're
they
telling
call
you
it.
shit turns to they're basically telling you you're breathing aluminum in right now, and iron, and parts of copper, particulates. You understand what I'm saying?
we
Yeah,
breathe
that's
in.
the part that forms
So
an oxide. It's the oxygen. Remember, we were talking about
yes,
cold welding
yeah,
and the oxidation. If there's a lot of oxidation on the surface, it prevents it. It doesn't make it as strong. Well,
right.
that's
You
it.
lose the
Rust. That
connection.
rusting process. Yeah,
Yeah.
oxidization.
So I'm
Yeah,
saying
it's
when you
not
say
rocket
like
science.
it's yeah, when you say it's like, oh, there's copper in the dirt. Well, there's trace elements of copper everywhere around you.
It's the oxygen that does that. The
Yeah.
reaction of the metal with the oxygen. Yeah.
There's this stuff called arsenic. Arsenic generally tied to cigarettes, for example, but actually it's in a lot of our food, it's in our diets, it's in our water, it's in the air, it's everywhere. And arsenic is paramagnetic, which I think means that if you put a charge on that, it will repel water, or something like that. So I forget about the water bit, but anyways, it was paramagnetic. They have magnetic properties.
You know what's funny also? Metals that are magnetic, they do not cold weld. But metals that are non-magnetic, they do. It's like really freaked
Exactly.
out. Has something to
It's
do with, yeah.
the inert. Man. Non-magnetic just means like I don't know. It means like inert in a way, right? But
Yeah,
it's never really non-magnetic.
there's like diamagnetic, there's like ferromagnetic, blah blah blah, and the differences is
Right.
like they attract to only one pole. Sometimes they attract to both poles. Sometimes they repel from one.
Well, what is it about the connection? Like he said, the magnetic or the non, or you know what I mean, the inert or non-inert. Like so, the magnetic does one thing, or the non-magnetic. Why is that?
Yeah, they don't fuse for some reason. Like metal, hard metal will not cold. I said fuse again. Cold weld, but non-magnetic does.
Because the non-magnetic takes in the it holds more percent of that energy. It has a better connection, right?
I really don't know the answer to that.
Think
Bro.
about gold. Why we keep talking about copper and other shit? Why is nobody using gold in these experiments?
Well, actually,
That blows my mind.
gold is one of the best things to cold weld because, as we know, gold does not oxidize; it doesn't rust. So gold is one of the best material. As a matter of fact,
To melt
thin
itself and
wires
permeate
they
itself.
cold weld instantaneously. Apparently,
It can
gold.
cold weld itself.
Yep.
Think about water tearing through shit and it becomes an electrical current, right? And then think about this cold welding and the idea that you're talking about.
Yeah, but if you get things like gold and stuff and you mix it with another solution like a gel or something like that, it's going to be bigger in volume. Is it lighter in relation? But yeah, things up in space. Is the sun made out of gold? Could it work? Is the sun
Of course,
suspended?
it's one of the best conductors. They use it. That's the ironic part about it. There's so many things, man. It's crazy. Yeah, if you dig into this, you're gonna. There's so many holes in their story. It's not even funny. I think every day I find something different wrong.
If you made a balloon out of silicon, right? So it's thin enough that it could whatever like that, and that's your moon, for example, right? Or you maybe your sun. These are just sort of like silicon spheres, whatever like that, and they coated in gold. You know, sun being coated in gold, possibly. Good conductor. So
They don't
something's
know what
moving.
happens, bro. You know what? You know how Feynman explains it? Cold welding. He explains it like this. You're gonna laugh. He explains it, and I can't quote him like exactly, but more or less. He says the atoms, when there's no oxide there or very little oxide to separate the metals know like they talk to each other. But when there's oxide, it like they don't talk to each other. They don't know. So that's how he describes it. In other words, the metals don't know that they're not two metals when they're together. So they just fuse together. Feynman, one of the biggest minds there is, right? Or that's what they say anyway.
Well, think about the torque too. When you turn a screw, like it wants to adhere to the other material too. If you do it hot enough, right, it'll become torque welding also, right? So like when
Yeah.
you add torque or compression to these materials that are going to torque weld themselves anyway, through just the idea of what they do, cold weld, and then you add heat, all those materials are going to permeate into one. Like if you bolt all kinds of chunk, like the anti-cathera mechanism is supposed to be a thing of metal, right? But it looks like just a block of something, right? Like it's
Yeah,
became
Nick.
all one material.
I've got to go, guys. I just want to say goodbye instead of being rude.
Yeah. It's like when you seize a machine up, right?
Take it
Because there's
easy,
no
man.
oil.
See you later, bro.
Yeah,
Yeah,
see you
man.
later. Nice talking to you, Ron. You know what I mean? Like when you seize up a machine, those parts are like going together now because you don't have any lubricant or anything in between them as a resistant. So they'll actually start to combine with each other. Kind of like Damascus steel when you beat one metal into the next. Or you take a piece of metal and you put a leaf in there and you fold it over and you beat the leaf into it. You see what I'm saying? That material just embeds into itself. Like the other materials embed into it. Like you're saying, like.
Sorry, guys, I had to take a call.
I was saying it reminds me of Damascus steel. When you take a layer and you put another metal on it, and another metal, and you fold it and beat it, and fold it and beat it. You can even
And
add
the
wood
samurai
and
thing.
salt.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could add different elements and beat it in there. Kind of like
Yeah,
what you're
like
saying, they'll become one. Yeah.
Yeah, like the samurai sword stuff. Yeah, that's freaked out the way they fold it. You know, I never thought of that. That's probably has
Yeah.
something to do with that, man. Yeah.
Exactly. You can beat that shit into the other shit. Depending on what type of material it is, right?
Yeah, so this stuff is like an issue in space, you know? Cold welding, cameras, metals, rub. Oh, by the way, it's not just cold welding, right? There's 2, 3 other things that happen. Like, in other words, you can take two metals and rub them together, like contractors are probably familiar with this. You know, when you tighten a screw too fast or a certain way, it could grab and it
Torque
just
weld.
fuses.
Torque weld it.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, I said that when you were gone.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's another way. Yeah.
Yeah,
And
because you're releasing all the resistance. There's no grease. There's nothing. And you torque it. When you torque it, it heats them up, and they both combine. They can join.
yeah,
Torque welding
friction.
is kind of like cold welding in a way,
Yep.
because the
So
torque
all
is the
this
heat.
stuff. Imagine all this stuff and all this metals, um, rubbing and twisting and turning in an environment where there's no oxygen. But you got big problems.
Have you
Big
ever
problems.
seen like what bass can do to something? Like bass can knock the bolts out of shit and rattle stuff.
Oh yeah,
Just think
just
about the
any vibration. Yeah, of course.
exactly. Like you can make a window like warp like an S with sound. Sound, right? That's why the Hutchinson effect wasn't like total bullshit, because sound will make your window like vibrate right in front of you and change shape. And then it'll take on its original shape after the sound's done.
Oh yeah,
So
that's
the
why they have
sound is
sound
acting like a
cannons.
liquid.
You seen those sound cannons?
Yeah,
Anybody
yeah. The
doesn't
glass
believe
acts
in
like a
that? Yeah.
liquid. All
Apparently, it makes
focusing.
you feel like you're burning, like your insides are burning when they.
You are. It is.
Yeah. It's like that you're getting microwaved at a distance.
Yep. Yeah. It's sonic resonance that will boil shit. It'll boil it like the vacuum. You understand? Not like boiling, but like boiling. Matt Boylan. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, and they're telling us that they have sensitive equipment,
Dynamite,
gold,
like a laser beam.
gold plating floating around in a place where they'd weld together instantly, and all kinds of crazy stuff. Pressures, heat. Yeah.
Well, I mean, think about it. If they focus a frequency at you, like they do when you're in that machine, it can boil you from the inside out, just like you're in a damn microwave, right?
Well, that's exactly what Tesla wanted. The thing is that with this radiant energy, it wouldn't affect anybody. In other words, you could have a station somewhere in the city, and all the cars, and I mean all the cars, you'd need no gas. You'd never need to fill up, never have
The
to
inert
stop at a
current.
station. You just pull it out of the air. You pull out the electricity from the air. And this is like 120-year-old technology, which they suppressed. So think of the world that we could have had now if we had this radiant energy. Yeah.
Well, we do, but they think, well, it's electrical. Like the trolley car and all that.
Yeah,
Where
they
you're
put in
saying how you
wires.
can stand.
Yeah. Well, it's a
Like
different
the
kind of
ball at the
energy,
mall.
but yeah.
The ball at the mall, it goes from the inside out. You can put your hand there and it comes to your fingers. The little glass.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like a
yeah.
lightning ball. Yeah. Well, Tesla was inside one. His whole building was one.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And he stood right inside of there. And
Yeah,
he could
this
stand in it and hold a light bulb.
Yep, this radiant energy. I'll just give you one thing that he said. It's completely harmless to a human. In other words, you can touch one end of this energy where it's coming out from. It'll go through your body, and you can adjust the frequency. And you can go near like a metal and just start melting it right through your body, but nothing will happen to you, and you'll melt that rod.
Electrostatic radiation.
Actually,
Because you
no.
can permeate.
I'm not even sure because he said it's not electromagnetic electricity. It's something completely different.
Oh, no,
He
no, no,
called it
no.
like a cold. Yeah, it's crazy, man. You got to
No,
look
no,
into
no,
it.
it is. It is. Yeah, it's just the way you think about it, just like the vacuum of space. They're explaining it wrong. No, I know what you mean. Like how they say water's three things, or they don't know what water is still.
Yeah, well, let me give you an example. This is how he says that he can make it. So what he did was he ran an electric current through a magnet, and this is where he witnessed the separation. In other words, he saw one stream with the electrons causing like a bluish kind of discharge, but then he noticed something weird on the other side. He noticed like a white. He called it ether flow, radiant energy, and it's a completely different kind of energy, man. I blew my
It's
mind
the
when I
inert
found it.
energy.
Yeah, like a
Like
cold
inert
energy.
electricity. Yeah, exactly. Cold. Yeah, cold fusion.
Yeah. Well,
It's
yeah, I guess.
cold
Yeah.
welding, cold fusion. It's like you and I can see it now. We're on a small scale and we're seeing it. Yeah. It's like you're a little bug in between something. You see it as a bigger thing. You know what I mean? And like if you back up like our size, you'll see it as a door getting shocked with your finger. See, the
That's crazy.
doorknob takes the shock, correct? And the doorknob will actually accept that fucking charge, and your body could carry it because of what your body is, the material, and the material resistant amount to what it is, so it can carry that charge, right? Like with the resistant to whatever you are, and then you make the connection, right? So you hold the charge, so you're resistant to a certain amount, right? You resist whatever else that you hold the charge, so you resist to let it go until you come in contact with another metal or another thing that you can add the shock to, like plastic or whatever, or you or me, just another body with a differential.
Well,
With
the
a
way
different.
he explained it, DMOC, is think of it as a tuning fork, right? He was
Yeah.
able to tune this energy. In other words, he can make it react to anything or go through just about anything. That's the way he
Right, like
explained
sound.
it.
Yeah, 100%.
Yep.
Yeah, like I'm telling, like sound can do that. Sound can boil you. If you focus enough sound, it can fucking fuck you up. Like if you're a little dude in the middle of a big sound, like it can hurt you. But like it doesn't hurt you. You know what I mean? Like you can stand in it all day. We walk around in everything that makes sound. There's nothing that doesn't make some type of sound somehow, some way, right? So we can walk through sound all day and it doesn't hurt us. It only hurts us when you magnify or amplify that sound and focus it to a certain thing. So now if you take a big 4,000 watt speaker and focus it in my ear, you're going to make my ear bleed. It's going to blow my whole eardrum and like make my brain shake. You know what I mean? So at that point, you get the energy from it, the sound conveyance, the radiant convection. It is a radiant energy. I said that on Poncho Pete.
Radiant energy. That's what he called it, bro. Yep.
Yeah, think about that though. Your ear. Like I can yell at you across the room, right? It's not going to hurt you or anything, right? That's electricity. That's a frequency I'm putting across to you, right? I'm sending it through the medium, and you're getting it. You're picking up on it. Now you get real close to me, and I go, "Hey!" right in your ear. Now you feel it, right? Because there's less of resistance between us, which is the air. Now you're connected directly to the current instead of me yelling it to you and going through the medium to hit you. Now you're direct DC. AC, there's a little problem because, you got to get that flow. DC, it's direct. So as soon as I touch you or get close enough to make that direct contact, yeah. DC is also AC. Because once I step next to you and I'm not touching you directly, it's still going to pass it AC. And when it hits you, it's DC.
I just posted 2 of his patents. Have a look.
Okay.
Well, 3 actually. The first one is X-rays. Before X-rays were invented, guess who invented them? You got it, Tesla.
Yeah. Anodes and cathodes. What do you think? Real thing or just honky speak? What do you think?
It seems to be real, bro, because of the magnet stuff. Yeah, I just posted a picture of his X-ray. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's good. I don't disagree with it. I just, whatever. Just opening the can right now. So just wondering, yeah, like, if that's true, there's an anode objectively, a cathode objectively. I used to understand this just a little bit better a couple years ago. And I'm looking for the diagram, which will just make it easy for me because it's just a picture. And then I'm like, oh, pictures, I get pictures. But it's just an anode and cathode. There's an ideal shape to the anode, ideal shape to the cathode. Right, I think the anode is actually delivering the charge. Am I wrong? Cathode's receiving charge. Now,
I believe you're right. I'm not really sure, to be honest with you.
the confuzzling part is that when I go to Wikipedia, it's going to define anode and cathode for me, and then it's going to define positive and negative, and this is say like the anode is the negative and the cathode is the positive.
And you need a separation.
But that's fucked up.
Them.
That's fucked up because those things actually don't really mean what they say that they mean, because the negative is really the terminal where the positive ion flow enters, and then the cathode is where the the negative charge current is allowed to flow into the battery. So it's opposite day. Just like
the way they talk about though with these flows, the way they talk about them is bullshit. You can put a diode if you think the current's going one direction, like they say, then just put a diode right there and block it, and your battery will still work, bro.
I guess it's just that functionally there is an anode and cathode relationship, and it's just like exemplified because some shape of metal is better at distributing of a charge, and some is better than to receive it. Like a doorknob is good to receive charge, so a doorknob can be like an cathode. Fuck, I don't know. When you touch the doorknob and get the shock, there's that relationship, but it's because I think in a way because not just because the doorknob is made of metal, but also because of the shape of the doorknob. Yeah.
Oh, guess what I found out yesterday, man? Oh, this is very intriguing. Apparently, Tesla, if he was alive today, he would be diagnosed as autistic. They said a specific, I forgot the specific thing.
I don't know if I agree with that.
He had obsessions. He had to walk 3 times around his the hotel before he went in. He had to wash.
Okay, he could just have
He had like
OCD.
these weird, yeah.
But he's so well groomed. He looks like he has self awareness. Like he's like, I'm fucking dashing ass Nikola Tesla, bitch. You know what I mean?
Tesla
Take my
were
picture,
alive-
right?
Yeah, he
Like,
wasn't a slob.
If you were, wait, if you
I'm
were
just
alive
sa-
today, you'd be considered a flat earth.
I just don't know that many like people that register or that are like diagnosed as autistic having like good fashion sense. But
I think they said
I'm-
savant, or I forgot what. Damn, I should have remembered that. But yeah, they said he had a spectrum, and he was able to see things. He was able to envision. Picture this now. He was able to envision the mechanism, tweak it, make it work, leave it run. And he said I could come back 2-3 days and see if there was any wear and tear on the gears and stuff like that, bro. Like,
Yeah.
what the hell? So
yeah,
that's
he's
some sort of
so interesting.
spectrum.
Like, well, he really runs the spectrum, and as far as like being an engineer, you know, he's working with gears, then he's working with like energies, and he's working with like motors, he's working with radio, like anything that could be done. He was like, not a problem for me. I have like universal knowledge. I'll just fucking fuck that shit up. How does that work? That guy's awesome.
Yeah, man.
You
Like,
can't-
not to put a single man, too high up, but something was up with this guy, man.
But like,
Maybe he
I mean,
was tuned in to something that I don't know. I mean, it's just too much for one guy to be this freaking.
but
How? Like, the guy had
well,
150 patents. Like,
there are many great inventors, but it's just like,
Once you
not like
start,
him,
you
bro.
can't
Not like
stop.
him.
Once you pop,
well,
you can't stop. Once you
that's
do
right.
one, you're gonna keep going because it's all the same shit. Everything's connected. Do you see the two tuning forks he's got? Now imagine an egg beater tuning fork type material without the ends on it, and you got two tuning forks connected as 4 and 4, and you spin them around, and one's one material, one's the other material, right? You got one. They're not connected for the sheer fact that connecting them would stop you from getting what you need. You would automatically feed it to the ground, correct? So he alternates it, right next to each other. That way they're always within contact area. So while they're within contact and they create their like Van de Graaff type fucking electrical buildup, anything that comes next to them, you're gonna get that white electricity that doesn't hurt you, and it's gonna like. Now, once you focus the white electricity, it becomes like, you know how there's voltage that doesn't hurt you, and then there's amperage, and then the amperage can like give you a heart attack and like hurt you because the amperage is more focused. The voltage is like the dissipation. Like the voltage is trying to get out and the amperage is trying to build up.
Yes, eggshells, you're right. It would have to be produced, but the energy produced is unlike what you think.
Well, it's
It's
already
not
produced.
electromagnetic energy. It's a
You don't
different
have
kind
to.
of energy.
No. It's all electromagnetic. It's just how he says it. It's energies. There's. You don't have to produce energy. You just have to set up a material and a material that's gonna take what you need to do. You set up the conduits. All you do, and energy is there everywhere. Whether it's steam, oil, electric, gas, methane, electric, potatoes. Exactly.
Right. Hey, Demog, if we were measuring in square feet, wouldn't we need square shoes?
Yes.
Think about it. Okay. What is the white energy you're talking about? The white power? No, the white energy. It's just white energy. We're not going to say that.
It's like voltage. It's like voltage versus amperage. It's what it feels like to me. Like you got amperage in one thing where it's like directly being fucking contact, where it has to make that whatever directly, and it has to be good. And then you have voltage, which is the release of that. Like you
I
still
don't think
build
you
it up,
fully
but it
understand
releases.
this, D-Muck. I don't think you're fully getting this, bro.
Yeah, there's
This
no
is
such
not
thing as not electricity. No, that doesn't make no sense.
This is not
It
electromagnetic
has to be, or else
energy.
it wouldn't exist.
I don't know how many times I have to say it, bro.
No, it is.
Negative.
No, it wouldn't
Tesla
exist if it
said
wasn't.
it's not electromagnetic energy.
I don't care what Tesla said. He thought we were on a globe. Listen,
Okay,
he
so
got shit
you're
wrong.
on your own now. So you're on your own now.
Yeah, no. So Tesla apparently is too, right? Because he was a Glober. Okay, I see how you're playing it.
No,
So
I'm just telling you, don't put words
No,
in
you
my
just
mouth.
don't comprehend. Tesla thought he lived on a globe, do you? So now you're taking a glober's idea of what a glober explains on how the globe works to get globe electricity, and you're going to tell me I don't know. Okay,
you know,
I got
it's a
you.
real shame to ruin
I
any
got you,
Tesla
bro.
things.
I got you 100%.
Look here, boy. Maybe you
Yeah,
mistaken
listen
me
here,
for a
boy.
baller.
How can fucking electricity not be electricity on the other side of electricity, boy?
Don't play your games with me, Demo.
Listen, retard. It's
Look
fucking
here now.
electricity, you dumb son of a bitch, or else you wouldn't see white electricity.
Y'all
You
get
ignorant
along now.
motherfucker. It's either focused or
Y'all
non-focused.
don't y'all use Nikola
Cold fusion
Tesla
only
as
has
a
resistance or
vision.
non-resistance.
Don't play
So,
your dumbass games with me, Demo.
well, you're the one being dumb, motherfucker, like you don't understand what you said. Cold fusion, retard. It's electrical.
Why are you so triggered, boy?
Why are
What's
you
the matter
dumb
with you?
cunt? Because you think something's not electrical. You
No,
fucking
not me.
retard.
Not
Why
me. Not
are
me.
you elect triggered?
Tesla.
Why are you electrical triggered?
Listen here,
Don't be
boy.
mad it's
Stop shooting
electricity,
stop
boy.
shooting your mouth off and listen.
Show me something that's not electricity, boy.
Tesla himself said it. So
Tesla's a
if
fucking
you wanna
retard
just
then.
Oh
shoot your
man.
mouth
Shut
off
the
and
fuck
just
up.
Don't
yeah.
you talk
Fuck
bad about
Tesla.
Nikola
I don't give
Tesla.
a fuck about Tesla. I drew that shit when I was 10, man. Ain't nobody give a fuck about a retard cocksucker. Everybody in the world knows every energy is everywhere, you fucking idiots. Fuck Tesla. Tesla's wrong too about shit. He sucked the dick of the other guy. He was gay to fucking Westinghouse and fucking whoever else. Shut the fuck up. He lied too.
Yeah.
Stop fucking acting like
There goes
Tesla said
another
something.
one. There
You
goes another
fucking
one. We
idiot.
lost DMOC.
Tesla did so much, you fucking retard. Why aren't you in a
We
Tesla
lost
fucking
another
car
one.
right now?
We lost
From
another
the
one.
real Tesla.
It's off on the tripwire.
Exactly. Listen, man.
Motherfucker. You
Just
trying to
because
trigger
gay
people.
fucking listen.
You
Just
playing too
because
many
gay
video
dudes.
games with 15-year-olds, bitch.
Yeah, gay dudes had a patent on the fucking electrical fucking monopoly. They were gay together, and that's why the faggots didn't have no girlfriends.
Just when we think DMOC has
Just
a half
when
a
you thought
brain,
they
he
weren't
goes and
sucking
he
each
proves
other's
us wrong.
dick. Yeah,
You
just when
just
you thought
became
they
a
weren't
fucking
boyfriend and
moron in my
girlfriend.
The
brain,
mock must
DMOC.
maintain
Yeah,
You just
hey,
became a moron.
DC, you can't get one without the other, you fucking retards. So they can't be fighting each other. That's impossible. They're both the same thing.
Yeah, well, they both
Tesla
got
and
C in
Edison
them.
were fucking cocksuckers. They were lovers. They were together.
Both them got C in it.
You just lost any respect I had in you, D-Monk. Way to
Hey,
go.
listen, I don't need anybody's respect. All I need is reality, motherfucker, and you ain't showing me where it's not electrical. Stop saying stupid shit, man.
You didn't hear a word I said. Your
So
ears
what's
were closed.
intelligence? What's intelligence? Fuck all that dog shit, motherfucker. What is intelligence? What's the availability to do anything from anything? It's
About
electrical.
listening.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you just stick your fingers in your ears and go la la la. It's electrical. Boogie woogie woogie.
Yeah,
You know?
I don't know what's not electrical. I don't know what that. I don't even know how that.
You over here doing
makes
an electric
sense.
slide. You know, it's electric. You know.
Yeah.
Like
Anything that.
you're like, but you can't hold it. You know. Get the
So
fuck
how
out.
is sound electric? So how is sight electric? So how is light electric? So how's information electric? How's energy electric? What the fuck are you saying is not electric again? Magnetism? The other
That's
side
a
of a
powerful
magnet?
list of questions, my friend.
The fuck out of here with that dog shit. Fuck Tesla's retarded ass. I don't give a fuck about what no man writes in the fucking book because I'm a man too and I can write it my motherfucking self.
You're talking about
Fuck
his ass,
that.
though. All right. Same.
D-Monk
Kind
is
of
smarter than
possibility.
Tesla. Yeah, this is good stuff, man.
Tesla's a fucking retard. He lived on a globe.
Well,
Shut the fuck
Say it
up.
again. Say it again so we could all hear you. Say it
Shut
again.
the fuck up. Tesla lived on a globe. Shut up,
Tesla's
idiot.
like a drooling slug compared to the Mach.
Yeah, D-Monk is a genius.
I didn't say I'm anything. That's you saying dumb shit some more. Like non-electrical.
You're
the
saying
one
you
who keeps
could be.
spouting off dumb
You're
shit.
saying,
I disagree with you. That's not my problem. You don't like it.
but you're trying to say that you could beat Nikola Tesla at a mental arm wrestling contest any day of the week. That's what you're saying. If you're throwing
I
all
told
kinds
you
of shade at him like this.
Nikola Tesla got his patent from a spinning ball and sucking dick. Do Do you understand? He got kinetic energy through his lips, right? And then he spun a ball that he thought he was living on. And he was pulling the energy from the ball to the outside, from the outside to the inside. Do you understand?
So let's get this straight now.
It is
This
what it is.
genius,
Tesla the Glober.
Shut up for a second.
On
This
globe balls
genius,
of water in space. Yes, Tesla, the genius.
this genius
Who
called
didn't
D-Mog
comprehend he
is
wasn't on a
talking
ball.
to me right now
He didn't
as he
comprehend he
cuts me
wasn't
off.
spinning.
Tell me
How
when
many
you're done.
patents did Tesla give you on flat Earth?
Tell me when you're done, girlfriend.
Tell me when Tesla drew flat Earth,
Tell
bitch.
me when you're done, girlfriend. Tell me.
Tell me
Come
what
on.
Tesla lived on.
Tell me when I can speak.
What was Tesla? You can speak any day you want, dog.
So listen now. D-Mog the genius that's talking to me right now using
See, the genius said it's not
using
electricity.
He
Make
won't
sure
let
you
it. He won't
write
let it
this
get it out.
down. The genius
From now
SE said
on,
it's not
D-Mog, I look
electrical.
at you as an idiot. From now
Electricity is
on,
not
I look at you as a
electrical.
clown.
Dude, shut the fuck up. You eat dog
From now
food.
on, you're a clown to me.
Stop eating dog food, Tesla. You probably look out of Tesla's asshole bowl, don't you? Another one of them gay bitches, huh? Fuck, man. Hold Edison's dick too while you're at it. That was Tesla's fucking boyfriend, you dumb bitch. You fucking retard motherfucker. You don't know shit. You're a
Let
fucking
it out.
idiot.
Let it out, girlfriend.
Let
Let
what
it out.
out?
Show
You're a
us how
faggot
dumb you
lover.
are.
Do you have a crush on Tesla, bitch? Do you wish Tesla was your boyfriend?
And
Let it out. Tell us. Let it out.
You
Come
have a
on.
crush
Come
on
on.
kind of
Tesla. I
a,
know you like his
Let
pictures.
it out.
Did he wink at you one time?
it's a manifold
You like it when he winked
type
at you,
of
didn't you, you gay
You have
motherfucker?
mental issues, my friend.
Shut the
It's like-
fuck
What are
up. Quit sucking Tesla's dick.
it's like
You
4D
got
slander.
fucking Tesla issues and Tesla's dick in your mouth. Shut the
It's
fuck
like
up.
3D chess of
Can
slander.
we chill,
So,
man? Can we just chill?
It's unbelievable. Imagine now. Imagine how triggered he
Imagine
got. Wow.
non-electrical, non-intelligent electricity. Electricity doesn't exist now, and it's not intelligence and no information. It's just white shit on the side of a magnet. It's not electrical. Stupidest shit I ever fucking heard in my life.
You ain't bright enough to comprehend it. So
Yeah, show
calm
us the
yourself
other
down.
side of a magnet. Show us how it's not electrical.
You don't have the intelligent capacity
Show us
to
your
listen.
white non-electrical
All
electricity.
you do is just shoot your mouth off, bro.
You
And
said
from now
white
on, I'm
electricity is
gonna
not
treat you in
electrical.
that manner. From now
You
on,
said it's not electricity. How does that make sense?
not me. I told you Tesla said it. I explained it to you,
Well,
but you
hey,
don't
you're
have
sucking
the
his dick
you
and putting
don't
his
have the
fucking book
mental
out. You might as well
capacity
rewrite his
to
book.
have a conversation.
You might as well rewrite his book in crayon, bitch.
Yeah.
Fuck Tesla, I told you. You're
I
the one saying
suggest
that
you go
dog
to the
shit, not me,
doctor and tell him,
motherfucker.
Doc, I think
So
I'm
you fucking lay
bipolar.
on the bed of nails, you fucking just put in the wood, bitch, not me. Tesla's your
Bipolar. Go to
fat
the
boy, not
doctor and tell
mine.
him, Doc, I think I'm
Tesla is
bipolar.
your fucking lover,
I
not
don't think this
mine.
has
Now
anything
shut
to
the
do with
fuck up.
mandates.
Just get over it. You're the one that wants to suck Tesla's cock, nobody else.
Yeah, you have serious mental issues, brother.
This just all sounds dumb, bro. Like you
Yeah.
guys just stop, man.
Yeah, all I was
I
trying to
know
say
it sounds
about
dumb worrying
Tesla.
about what another man does. Spend
Yeah.
some fucking time worrying about what the fuck you do.
Nah, shut up, kid.
All right, this
Tesla
is
was
the thing, dude. If we're talking about the
The
radiant
book of
energy
Demach.
thing, dude. Okay, Demach's not wrong if he says everything's electric. At the same time, though, like, what is electricity? What is electric? You know, that's actually a deep question. Tesla was way more progressive understanding what electricity is than pretty much anyone else we have access to. Yeah, Tesla did seem to think the Earth was a ball. He also wrote specifically that the assumption of the Earth being a ball was drastically hurting his ability to effectively make his technology. So yeah, Tesla was brainwashed in school to believe the Earth was a ball, and it was messing up his ability to make technology. And then the
And
government
messed
came
up
in and
his
stole.
ability. He also made like certain assumptions because when you make assumptions for the ball and it messes you up, where do you go after that? Then clearly some of your assumptions, not that you're a bad dude, not that you're fucking stupid, not that you have to be, but I'm saying my assumptions would be wrong too if I didn't know. All of ours would. That's why we're discussing this right now.
Yeah, but not when it pertains specifically to radiant energy, right? Like ball or no ball, you know, Tesla said there was an ether and that the electricity is a manifestation of the ether. So the reason the ball messed Tesla up was because he was trying to send energy around the world and he was doing it with the assumption of a globe. And that's what messed him up, right? But he
you
probably
guys are
figured
missing
this
the
out.
point here. You guys are missing the point here. The point is not about a globe. I never mentioned about a globe. The point is that what I'm saying here comes directly from Tesla's mouth. He said,
yeah, Tesla said he didn't understand
let me finish, bro. Let me finish. He said, this radiant energy ether flow energy is not, I repeat, is not electromagnetic energy.
Yeah, but did you actually? Okay, because if you actually have to understand how he defines these words, though. So he's saying electricity is the physical and material manifestation of the ether. The radiant energy would have been prior to it becoming manifest as electricity. It's not that it's entirely different. It's a different modality of the same thing. He claimed that all of it was the ether.
He's describing stages of action and
No,
reaction.
no,
it
no.
sounds like
He
to me.
specifically said it's not electromagnetic energy.
Did you just
Specifically.
completely ignore it? Yeah, he's saying that because he said that electricity is the ether thrown into motion. So he said electrostatics is the ether under strain. Magnetism, electricity, and light is the ether thrown into motion. So if he's saying it's not electromagnetic, he's saying it's the ether but not thrown into motion. He said the ether specifically manifests electricity when thrown into motion. So if he's saying that you can tap directly into the ether, and he called that radiant energy, meaning you can tap into it before it's put into motion, which is what we call electricity. He's still saying that technically they're all the same thing. They're all modalities of the ether, according to Tesla. He also said he didn't fully understand radiant energy. Now, if he got to the
Agreed.
point
I'm
where
just
he did
telling
fully
you what he
understand
said.
it,
I'm just telling you what he said. Now you can deduce it any way you like, right?
He was describing action and reaction.
He specifically said, and he explained how he separates
What
this.
would he say it from and why if he wasn't describing
I
action and
explained it to
reaction?
you, but you weren't listening, bro. So you maybe
No,
stay out of
he
it.
described action and reaction.
Real fast, yeah. So you see what I'm saying, right? So yeah, he's saying it's not electromagnetic, as in it's not what we call electricity and magnetism or electromagnetic, because that's the ether thrown into motion. He's saying there's a way to tap into the ether before it's set into motion, which is what we call electricity. Technically, though, according to all of his work, they're the same thing. They're different versions of the same thing. In fact, he said everything that exists is a version of the ether. That would include radiant energy, electricity, magnetism. He's saying they're different, as in what we call electricity is the ether set into motion. So yeah, this is the ether not set into motion, so it's not the same as being electricity. It isn't electromagnetic in that sense. But technically, everything is etheric, according to Tesla.
Yeah, well, actually, he described it sort of as a gas in a way. He was thinking of it as a gas, this kind of energy, because when he turned on the transmit, when he turned on that transmitter, this thing would permeate around the building, and it would go bigger and bigger and bigger as he let it go. So what I'm trying to say is, this is an exotic thing. This is a new thing, you know. And Dimag got all kinds of triggered for I don't know why.
But it's the ether, though. He described the ether as gaseous, like a fluid-like medium that had tenuity beyond comprehension, which means it's so thin that you can't comprehend it. It's way thinner than air.
It is comprehension.
Exactly. As a matter of fact, he described it as, you know, the noble gases. And on the chart, he described it. Well, not him. Somebody else before him described it as being a couple of gases before that. So it's very fascinating. This is not
It
just
is comprehension.
What's that?
It is comprehension, man. It is the very epitome of comprehension.
Yeah, which you failed to do before and you went mental, bro.
No, listen,
for no
man.
reason.
He's describing. No, you keep fucking talking over everybody like you got some key to something. Shut the fuck up, man. I'm trying to be nice, you dumb bitch, and you keep talking out your ass and keep saying D-Mock. I don't say your name at all. When have you heard me say your name once? I don't say your name. Shut the fuck up.
No,
Don't
you
say
shut
my
the
name.
fuck up.
You fucking retard.
monkey.
Can you talk without saying my name? Is that all right for you? So what I'm trying to tell you is he's noticing action and reaction. All he's trying to do is describe how he would bake his cake. And if he got it wrong, he has to do it different. And you're trying to say it's not electrical when it is. Now you're wrong. Shut up.
What a fucking shit show you're making.
Yeah, you guys have got to chill, man. Like, I'm trying to make it a productive conversation. Okay, so
am I.
If Dimmock's saying that everything's information, he's not wrong. Like, information and electricity are tied at the hip, but if you want to actually get to the heart of it, it is what is electricity. Everything's electric, I agree, but what is electric? Okay, it's actually the ether. It's a version of the ether, according to Tesla, but not just according to Tesla, according to his experiments. Okay, like he proved that everything is a version of the ether in many ways. That's why the government came and took 80% of the stuff and hid it. So I would be surprised if by the time he died, he was even still mapping things out on the globe, because he literally writes about how for some reason it's not working, but he knows that it should work, and it's because he was putting it on a globe. Okay, so that's why it wasn't working. He was trying to send it around a globe. That's the whole point, right? That's where he messed up. I bet he figured it out though.
He didn't mess up, bro. No, he didn't have a chance to turn on his thing because they defunded him. He didn't mess up at all.
No,
He
but
was
he
ready
kept on
to.
pursuing it though. He kept pursuing it. He actually made the hotel he was living in. He had an agreement behind the scenes with Jacob Astor to actually turn the hotel, the New York hotel, it's called the New Yorker. He was going to turn that into a free energy tower. He was literally renovating the entire hotel he lived in to turn it into a giant tower after he got defunded, because he found out that it had to be covertly done because they weren't going to let him do it in the open. And then who knows if he actually did that or not, because we don't know what happened at the end of his life. The government took 80% of his work. So we don't really know what happened.
That's my whole point. That's why I'm talking about this new energy that he found, and it's amazing. So instead of
But it's
fighting,
not
we should.
entirely. But just so you know, okay, it's not necessarily new energy. It is in the sense that it's something different than what everyone thinks about electricity and magnetism. But technically, it's just the step. It's the version before what we call electricity. It's the same thing. It's just more. It has more potential because it isn't what we call electricity, which is it suffers loss. What we call electricity suffers loss. That's because it's trying to get back to the ether. That's why electricity has loss. That's why they say that you can't have a free energy machine, because electricity always suffers loss when you try to make a machine. But in reality, it's actually just trying to get back to its potential state. So yeah, it's always discharging. It's always reaching its level of capacitance and discharging into the ether. So it suffers quote unquote loss. If you're able to tap into where it's going, which is the ether, it's going back to its potential state. If you could tap directly into the potential state of quote unquote electricity, that would be tapping straight into the ether, and you would have an endless amount of energy with way more potential. Okay, that's what he's talking about. He's talking about tapping into the ether before it's thrown into motion to become electricity. And that's a very fascinating subject, but it's different, but it's not different. It's just like ice is different than water, but it's not, right? Ice is frozen water, but it's different. Like ice isn't the same as the glass of water, but technically they're the same. They're the same, but they're different. So you guys are kind of talking past each other. Now, I don't know the specifics of what Dimmock's saying. Here, I got a phone call.
What I'm telling you is what Tesla said, right? What I'm saying, I didn't make this up. I didn't name it radiant energy. I didn't name it ether flow. I didn't call it different. I didn't call it white energy. And I wasn't the one that said it's different from electromagnetic energy. Tesla is. That's all I'm saying. Tesla said this.
But do you understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're
saying.
Yes, I get it.
It's different, but it's not different. SC. Yeah, he's saying it's different because everyone alive thought electricity was like this thing. They didn't understand that it was the ether. So he's describing it based on current understanding. He's like, it's not for you retarded people out there. It's not electric. It's not magnetic. It's before that. It's the state that comes before that, before what we call electromagnetic. Okay, that's what he's saying, because he explains this in his other writings specifically. He says everything is ether. You have the ether, you have the life-giving force inside the ether, it sets it into motion. Whenever it reaches a certain motion, it becomes electricity. We see the electricity, we think, oh, it's just magic electricity. But no, it's just coming from the ether. That is the ether in motion. He's saying that if you can tap into the part of the ether that's not in motion, then you have an unlimited potential source. And
I heard him talk about the ether. I heard him say that it's how did he describe it? It's a field that's vibrating at tachyon speed, meaning faster than the speed of light. That's how Tesla once described the ether.
He specifically says that prana is the one that makes it vibrate. Prana is it's the Eastern philosophy of the life-giving force, prana. So he's saying you have, now I would say that's the creator. You
Yeah,
know,
I
he
say
called it the life-giving force.
we're definitely into creator territory here because nobody, I don't care if his name is Tesla or whatever, nobody knows this aspect of it. I mean, no matter how smart you are, this is unknown, you know?
But he was pretty right. Like, there's a life-giving force, and there's an ether. They're two different things. And we only have access to the ether. Like, we could never tap directly into the creator and make a physical mechanism. So he's always only looking at the ether, and he acknowledges that there's some force, some like life-giving force that's rippling throughout the ether. It's vibrating it, it's setting it into vortex motion, and we can tap directly into the ether, like basically the canvas of God, which is a very deep.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's
Yeah.
bad. I think that if we're able to tap into it, then the creator made it where we're able to tap into it. You know, I don't think it's necessarily bad nor unattainable, but it is kind of crazy. It's like hard to grasp, but I don't think it's bad. You know, I don't think the creator would even allow us to do something that's intrinsically evil. I think that we just do things with evil intention. You know, like a gun is evil, but a gun can be used for evil things. So I don't know. Anyway, not to die. I'm just saying, like, he said there was two portions of it, and he's talking about the canvas. Basically, the ether is the canvas of God. God's what he called the prana, okay, the life-giving force of all things. That would have to be the creator. If it's a life-giving force of all things, then that's the creator, right? So you will never be able to fully tap in or even understand that, but we could tap into the canvas, basically. And he's like, when the ether, say the ether begins to, it's always in like this base vibrational resonance, which is why we have electrostatics everywhere, because that causes strain. Like if I create a vibration, it's going to ripple, basically. Like if you think about like the vibration happening, it ripples out, right? And so Pinbock's not entirely wrong there. Action and reaction, right? You have the ripple that comes from the vibration that pushes down, that causes pressure mediation, that causes strain. That's what it, under stress or strain. So that is what we have with electrostatic. That's why all matter is electrostatic, because it's all under strain of the ether. That's what matter is. It's held together by this electrostatic force that is the ether under strain. According to Tesla, and just basically all modern physics has basically proven him correct. So long story short, like he's saying, if you can tap into the ether if you can tap into the ether without it being set in motion, you're going straight to the source of energy and its pure potential state. So it's unlimited. You would never have loss. You would have an unlimited potential.
Yeah, well, the way he explains it, right? And he has 2 patents on this. The way he explains it is there's a certain energy emanating from everywhere, from the sun and from space, right? Now, he calls that radiant energy. And he even made an apparatus that could tap directly into that. That's not talking about the fabric now, the ether fabric that we were talking about, right? This is another type. This is what I'm trying to tell you guys. There's 2 issues at hand here, right? The ether, as you think of it, as permeating everywhere, and this kind of other, which he calls radiant energy, which like shoots out from outer space and from the sun. Like this is what he says, man, and he even has a machine. It's like a plate to gather that energy, and he says he knows it comes from outer space as well because it works at night. Now this is suppressed technology. He has a patent on it.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah,
free
that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. He says that the sun actually only gives off like a small fraction of it. Like he said that most of it comes from like just quote unquote cosmic rays outside of the sun.
That's right. That's exactly right. So this is
Yeah,
a
but I
different
mean,
type. Yeah. This is what I'm talking
sure.
about. This kind of energy. Now this energy, he was able to split it. He calls it, he cracks the electromagnetic field. Like this is crazy stuff, man. He says he separates it using a magnet. It's like think of it as cracking electricity to get this kind of radiant ether flow. He calls it. Look,
That's
I'm
what I'm
not
saying.
saying I'm an expert in this, but
Ether flow, right?
yeah.
Ether flow. So it's like it's tapping into like the pure potential state of the ether. That's what it would have to be. I mean, I don't understand what the sky is, and Tesla didn't fully understand this either, right? Tesla writes pretty specifically that he didn't fully understand it. Now, like if he ever fully understood it, I don't know, because we wouldn't know that. If he ever fully understood it, we would never know. It would 100% be something the government took. So who knows?
Absolutely.
He
Absolutely.
he said he had a dynamic theory of gravity that he had basically finished, and we never saw it. So they have that as well, and that would tie into this because gravity is actually just like etheric pressure pushing down on us, effectively.
Yeah. Look,
Rippling
we have
down
to
from above
understand
us.
this guy was not just a madman, right? We have AC/DC because of him. We have the wireless remote control because of him. He invented that in 1895. He had a boat in New York and he was controlling it wirelessly, right? This is not he brought us radio. This is not just like a crazy man, right? Like this is an actual genius we're talking about here. So if he says radiant energy, my ears perk up, you know?
Well, yeah, because he was an actual scientist. So, like, he actually did the stuff he talked about. So,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah.
I would say he's definitely someone to be taken seriously because he actually did the stuff. He was an actual scientist. So, yeah,
imagine
I'm a big Tesla fan, honestly. So.
yeah, bro, like why would the government take all his stuff? Why would they make him crazy that he married pigeons and stuff like that? Like it doesn't make sense. This guy, basically what we're holding in our hands right now, everything we see around us is because of this guy, Tesla. Literally, radio, everything, X-rays, all this stuff came from the brain of this man who was apparently on the spectrum. I found out yesterday.
Everything people have access to nowadays is shit compared to what he actually did.
Yeah.
When he started, I mean, I shouldn't use that language. I don't know what he said, but he downplayed it in comparison. Because when he started this line of research, he went and he commented on his AC/DC stuff and was like, "Oh, this is useless," or something to that effect.
Yeah, exactly. Like whenever it comes to AC, DC, and wireless transmission that we know, he said that was all like primitive. Like he basically only did it because people pushed him to do it, which is very fascinating. Yeah.
And the thing is what we have is to some degree a mockery. The fact that we're talking with ping and that you don't really hear what my real voice sounds like, it's a mockery. Because what he was having and proposing and working on was basically like you were in the same room as me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So, well, there is no so. There's just, whatever you want to say next.
But think about it. It's so fascinating, right? Like the idea that you can be thousands of miles away from me and then talk like you're in the same room with me. That's such a like mind-blowing idea that if they just give you a dumbed down version of that, it's still like mind-blowing. Like the fact that you're that far away from me and talking to me the way you are right now is pretty insane, right? So they knew that they could just give us a little dumbed down version of it and it's still like gonna seem incredible. So it worked. It worked perfect.
You know, everybody thinks Marconi invented the radio, right? Well, a little factoid here is that Marconi used 16, I repeat, 16 patents from Tesla.
Yeah. Tesla actually writes about that. He said, but Tesla was actually like kind of OG. He was like, but look, man, if he wants to take credit for it and he can make stuff work, I'm all for it. Like he didn't really care about getting credit. He was like, props to Marconi. I mean, I did what he did long before that, and he had to use my stuff, but I don't care.
And what Marconi was doing was crude as well. Because I'm not sure if it's in the same thing you're citing, Witsit, but doesn't Tesla say that, like, kind of downplay the efficacy of what Marconi did?
Yeah, that's what he's saying. He's saying basically they
he was
took my
kind of
stuff with us.
misapplying that. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. You're good.
Because I'm pretty sure he was misapplying some of the essential purpose for the patents that Tesla had put out. And then Tesla, I don't know if Tesla did this with every patent, but he definitely did it with the radiant stuff, where he didn't make it clear. If you didn't know what his terms meant, if you didn't have his glossary of terms and definitions, and you didn't understand the way he was going about his operation, you would take his patent, you would try and apply it, and you wouldn't get the same result.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was trying to like kind of add some level of understanding to the terms electric and magnetic, because he previously describes it. It's not really what we think that means.
Yeah, because when he what is the word that the guy, there was a channel who would always reference this. I think like frequencies or alternating something. Or resonance. Yeah, okay. I think it was the resonance term that he would use a lot. He didn't mean it the way people understand it. And this is part of the. I think this is part of the wordplay. He kind of did it on purpose because he wanted to be able to get his point out across, but in a hidden way because of how much suppression was going on.
It's like intelligence is everywhere, and that's what they were trying to say. Like,
yeah, there's a book that you can go and read. I think Secrets of Cold War Electricity.
like we're in existence, right? Like, think if everything was in your mind, right? It would all be in your mind. So no matter what in time and place, no matter where anything was located or what type of realm or shape, everything in that area of your mind, it is automatically connected. So maybe in their mind, like the idea that you can talk to God or whatever, right? Maybe he's thinking that it's all connected, like just within your mind. Everything here is the mind of existence. Does that make sense?
Might make sense to you. I can't fully say I make sense of it.
We exist in the mind of existence. So if we exist in this existence, right? And it's the only existence, like everything in this existence is connected to itself. I guess I could say it like that.
Yeah, I think I just use different terminology, but I think it's the same type of position. It's because it's all founded on.
I'm leaving it vague.
Yeah, I know. The whole thing hangs on the creator's word, basically. Hangs on his oath, and his oath is trustworthy. That's why this thing can continue. So the only thing, actually, that brings up something that you were saying, Witsit. I would say that comparison you're making between what Tesla called, because he was referencing the Eastern nonsense, right? I would say that it goes one step further, that the source of the power, or that's the spirit, but that's not the creator. That the creator is one step above that, because he created spirit.
Yeah, but is the creator? But that's
he is
spirit.
spirit.
The creator is spirit. Yeah.
No, because it says it right. It's quite clear. He is spirit, but as in there's like, I guess within that understanding there's two orders, and there's the primary order being the creator, and then the secondary order being all the spirits. Because one of the terms which I like from Enoch is the Lord of Spirits.
Somebody was saying
and it's
yesterday.
It's because it's his. Sorry to do that, but it's his breath that sustains everything, right? Because when we die, that goes back to him, and that's the spirit, the ruach. But that was the last thing. Sorry, go ahead, Essie.
I was just gonna say, funny you guys mentioned that, and we're talking about electricity because somebody mentioned it yesterday. I forget who it was. That they said they think God is electricity, like an like an electrical whatever. No, an electrical entity, let's say.
No, I think that electricity is a primitive loss
Depends
version.
what kind of electricity we're talking about.
Yeah, it would be the pure potential, like pre-existent state of electricity.
Right.
Electricity, as we know it, is a byproduct of the ether being set in motion. All evidence shows us this. All modern physics shows us this. So the creator can't be that. The creator can't be
Blue
like the
electricity is a
archaic
piss
lost.
take. I don't think it's ever supposed to really be. Does that make
Well,
sense?
look, how do we create electricity? Motion, right? We have a magnet and we run copper wire next to it and it creates electricity. So motion is
destructive.
involved, definitely.
It's
Right?
destructive the way that they create it.
I
Yeah,
guess.
motion's involved, but that's what I'm saying. If you can create it, it isn't God. And like, we're not actually creating it, of course. We're pulling it from the background. We can't create electricity.
I would say it's like a Frankenstein monster. The electricity that we deal with on a day-to-day basis, right? That's a Frankenstein monster. But then the real deal is the radiant or the cold electricity, whatever term you want to apply to it, right?
Yeah, but hold on. Are we pulling
that's
it?
the real
Oh,
that's
sorry.
the real deal. Go ahead.
This is interesting. Are we pulling it out of somewhere? Or is a magnet and copper creating it? Are we really pulling it out of anywhere or are we creating
Absolutely.
it?
Well, now you have to get into what is a magnet and what is magnetism. Magnetism and dielectricity, or what are joined at the hip, and then those combine together in like a coherent form, meaning they can move in the same direction together. That's electricity. You can't. It's not really like magnetism and electricity aren't two separate things.
Can you have electricity without magnetism?
No, of course not.
Can you have electricity without copper wire? Like copper?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Like where you're thinking clouds, right?
Or just
What-
any
what- what-
magnet, just any magnet. And magnets just in and of themselves have electricity around it. Like it's intrinsically magnetic and electric. So I mean, yeah, I don't
Want me
think
to
the way
read
that we
from the
use
book?
it, yeah.
Yeah, but you need something to react to it, is my point, no?
But that's
In the
why,
current way that we use it, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I referenced it and made the distinction, right? What we're doing is a Frankenstein monster stuff. So the blue electricity it's like, you almost did it. Like when you give a child, like, here's how you do the thing, and the child goes and says, you made an attempt. It's like, it's functional, but it's not quite right. It's like, it's quasi. But what the problem is with it is it's destructive. And and what's weird is, and I wonder if this is intentional. What's weird is that all the problems with it have forced people to become ever more ingenious and creative, and draw out more solutions to problems. But those problems should never have really arisen. So, for instance, with computing, the cooling, for instance, if you were using cold electricity, you wouldn't have to cool. So a lot of the obstacles that have caused people to be creative and do their engineering and do good stuff, it was good stuff that was never necessary. They're going over hurdles that they didn't need to have. If they had just had the wherewithal, or people hadn't usurped the knowledge or whatever, we would be able to have a different level of computing. And
that's the whole point.
The cooling thing is just one element of it, but it's just an easy element to talk about. We could get lost if I mean, it depends if you want to talk about it, but I don't want to get lost in all the different aspects.
Well, you got a good point. You know how they describe the AC/DC we use now? They describe this as Tesla's second-hand technology. I've heard them say that, right? This is second-hand technology. What we should have had is that white radiant energy. But
You want me to read from
JP,
the book?
Sorry?
Do you want me to read a couple pages from the book to further the discussion?
You can do what you like. Sure, why
The
not?
Secrets of Cold War. Yeah, but I don't want to just read unless people are willing to hear it. It's from the Secrets of Cold War Technology. So it's about.
Is it by Gary? Is it by Gary something or other?
Yeah, Jerry Vassalato.
That's the man. You got it, brother. This is the man that wrote the
I'll-
thesis that woke me up right there. Go on.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick the first chapter because the other bit talks about harp and all that, but I want to just so I'll interject whenever you want. I don't want to hog the room. I just think it will be helpful for the discussion. So, chapter 1: Nikola Tesla and radiant energy anomaly. Deep in the heart of conspiracist topics sits a desperate desire to rediscover the lost magic of nature. It was with this lost magic, this qualitatively, yeah, I probably read that wrong. Accessed communication with nature that the late Victorian researchers were all too familiar. Their numerous accounts cannot be rationalized against the wall of academic regulation, which prides itself in explaining all natural phenomena through simple mechanisms, the reductions of natural phenomena to meaningless force chains. That's interesting. But even the journals of that day reveal a scientific world absolutely awash in discoveries and anomalous phenomena portraying energies and dynamics which defy mechanistic explanation. Pardon me, that was terrible. The lost magic of vital energy. Developments which came with our present century represent empirical discoveries which yet have no theoretical precedent. In the very midst of the marvelous epoch stand several personages who must forever remain as legends of qualitative science. One of these is Nikola Tesla. But why is Tesla the shadow which yet so haunts and provokes military researchers? Furthermore, sorry, I read that kind of backwards. It's supposed to be a question. But why is Tesla a shadow which yet so haunts and provokes military researchers? Furthermore, why can it be said that the name of Nikola Tesla represents, quote, absolute rule, by which to comprehend each of the successive military projects, seemingly separate and unconnected experimental ventures observed throughout the 20th century? So this might get boring. So let me see if I can skim ahead. Any comments? I don't want to kill the chat, so don't let me do it unless you're actually enjoying this.
Well, it's good. Basically, you're explaining how this guy was ahead of his time. Basically, yeah.
Yeah, I'm a skip because some of they just raise a bunch of questions at the beginning.
If you're gonna read something, read where he talks about the ether flow or the radiant energy or.
Yeah, I guess they're given a backdrop in this first one. Shockwaves. Oh, okay. Here's where it gets fun. So, because I remember the reference. So James Clerk Maxwell, because this is where he started his experimentation. So he wanted to confirm. No, wait, it wasn't Maxwell. Wasn't it Hertz? He wanted to test something that Hertz had done. I think it was.
It was either Hertz or Maxwell, yeah, and he proved him wrong because he didn't take error into account, something like that. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure whoever it was. I'm gonna read this in a second, but whoever
You know
it
he was smart. He had 3 first names. Go on.
Whoever it was just lied, because it seems too convenient to be viewed any other way. Because the moment Tesla put it up to scrutiny, it's like, bruh, I'm not getting these results. Anyway, let's read this shockwaves thing, see what comes of it. James Clerk Maxwell predicted the possibility that electromagnetic waves might exist. Okay. In theoretical discussions designed to more thoroughly explain his mathematical descriptions, Maxwell asked his readers to consider 2 different kinds of electrical disturbance possibly existing in nature. The first consideration dealt with longitudinal electric waves, a phenomenon which required alternating concentrations of electrostatic field lines. This densified and rarefied pulsation of electrostatic fields necessarily demanded a unidirectional field, one whose vector was fixed in singular direction. The only variable permitted in generating longitudinal waves was the concentration of the field. That was a typo, but hey ho. Subsequent propagation along the electrostatic field lines would produce pulsating thrusts of charge, pulsations moving in a single direction. These, quote, electrical sound waves, end quote, were rejected by Maxwell. Why would he reject that? Who concluded that such a condition was impossible to achieve. Yes, see, that was an intellectual mistake right there. His second consideration dealt with the existence of transverse electromagnetic waves. These required the rapid alternation of electrical fields along a fixed axis. Space spreading electrical lines would supposedly, quote, bend to and fro, end quote, under their own momentum, while radiating away at the speed of light from the alternating source. Any comments on that?
Yeah, the longitudinal waves. That's how they describe this. Yeah.
But see, this is what confuses me, because I know Maxwell wasn't a mug. Why would he go and describe that thing in such detail, having a comprehension of it, and then go, no, I'm going to reject it because it's impossible? That
Yeah,
to me
good
makes
point.
that to me makes no sense. I would have just been like, okay, well, we've got to figure out how to get it. And this is what I mean. The second description is a description that, you see how the both things that I read, even in the reading of them, one sounded like concrete and structured and made a lot of sense. The other one was a bit wavy in a bad way. And this furthers my particular assertion that we shouldn't even be dealing with the kind of electricity we're handling now. It's stupid, I think.
Yeah, it's leftover. Apparently, this is his second. Like, we're in 1.0, right? But he invented electricity. Shall we call it 2.0? Right? We're still 120 years behind with this AC. I mean, it's great what we have, right? But we can have much better. Everything wireless, safe. And I mean, we can heat a home with it. We can light our light bulbs, run our cars, planes, everything. I mean, to me, I was shocked, amazed, and I still am at this.
Mm-hmm. So if you know what, if you're ever interested in something, go and watch, in maybe the pop culture side of things, go and watch. It's not The Illusionist, it's the other one, The Protagonist. It's a movie with the guy who does Wolverine, about a magician, or a stage, like craft guy, whatever you call it. Because there's a scene in it.
The Illusionist. You talking about the Illusionist?
I don't know which one it was. I think maybe it's the
or the what do you call not the crescendo, but the fucking what's the act the
Prestige.
Prestige.
Yeah, the Prestige.
There you go. Yeah. That's the one. Yeah, because it has the stuff that you were kind of alluding to, SE, because he went to him to try and get a teleporter. Basically, he went to Tesla in the movie to try and get a teleporter. Pardon the spoilers, but hey ho.
Yeah, that's when Wolverine met Tesla,
But yeah, but in amongst that, in the backdrop of the film, that wasn't so relevant, but was kind of touched upon in silent scenes or no dialogue scenes, was Tesla doing wireless energy with a whole field of bulbs just connected to the ground, and they were lighting up. And that's the point, right? That goes to the wireless point. That goes to the non-destructive.
Exactly. That's exactly it. Exactly. Transmitting electricity wirelessly, like Wi-Fi. This is the genius. Like, imagine now you have a Wi-Fi. I'm sure everyone's talking through it right now, right? So imagine now your phone using the Wi-Fi signal, not only to get the signal, but to power the phone at the same time. That's what we're talking about here.
Dude, I can't believe we still have wires, bro. I could fucking charge.
I don't know if you remember in the movie. Like in the movie, it was that they had to shut down the entire city or town or whatever in order to just power that for a minute, and then they give power back to the city. You remember that?
That because he was doing a bunch. There was a lot of gravy being dropped in those scenes. And whoever made the film was, had their head on straight and did it in a very creative way, I think. But I think that reference about the city shutting down was his other bigger experiment. Because what would happen is when he did, because this is a reference to the documentation that you can go and look up about what happened with that.
I mean, you know how much
in Colorado
power it would take to pump into the ground in order to like power light bulbs.
But that wasn't what broke the transformer or whatever. Oh, sorry, the substation, whatever the thing was in Colorado.
That's not a question.
Say again.
It just worked. It was just consumed a lot of energy to do that effect.
But that wasn't the problem. If you go and read up on it, what happened was when he did with the Wardenclyffe Tower. I think is that what it's called? What's it, Wardenclyffe? Can't remember. Something like that.
This was in Colorado from the movie. Like,
yeah, but I'm referencing why the thing broke, right? In real life,
Why the
thing
It didn't
broke in
break.
real life is
Right.
when he conducted one of his first tests, he ended up sending more power back than he was drawing in the first place. So he overloaded the system. That's what actually went down.
The Wardenclyffe Tower, Colorado Springs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway, the reason I mentioned that, I just think it'd be useful or fun to watch that movie if you're interested. But I can carry on reading because it was, yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen it. Yeah, maybe I can watch it.
You obviously it's not going to be heavily accurate considering the kind of research we've done, but it's a good nod.
It's fascinating. You know, the tower was never put into production fully, right?
No,
they
went and
killed
destroyed
it. They stopped.
You know, one of the
They
children's
burnt it down.
books. Yeah, one of the children's books I want to make is like a child Tesla. You know,
Nice.
where like the kid reads it and is like, I want to be like Tesla. You know, where they're like
Yeah.
excited about discovering electricity.
Yeah, you could have some fun with that because he had synesthesia, so you could kind of put that into the arc of the story.
He had
Well,
some
like,
sort of autism, bro. He had some sort of
making his adult accomplishments attributed to the kid in the book, you know, because it's for kids. Well, they're baby goats, so it's for children. But yeah, like I think that would be a fire book for the children to read. Like they're basically just told that all they need to focus on is like how do they identify and do this Common Core math so you can be retarded. But like imagine like an 8-year-old hearing the subjects we're talking about, but in a digestible, simple form, to where they're like excited about it. Like I can't. If I was 8 and someone had got me excited about electricity, you know, like I think that my life would have been drastically different. I think that quite a few people that are, say, true earthers, right? They have like an
I
aptitude.
think there would have been a lot of blown transformers in the neighborhoods.
Yeah,
maybe
like
so.
Electricity and chemistry, bro. They're fascinating.
But yeah, it's interesting
some
with
of
this child. Sorry, go ahead.
I'd have been into it back then, bro. They way to make it boring and teach you just the fucking definitions of all the shit instead of teaching us the comprehension of it. Yeah, I'd have been into it way long ago. I'm like, God, how did I not get into this a long time ago? Like chemistry and stuff. It's fucking fascinating, man. They just teach you definitions and fundamental bullshit.
Well, then they show you like an inaccurate cartoon that has like positive and negative, and they show, you know, you look at the atom and the electron and stuff, and you're like, this is, you don't understand it. You know, like this is retarded. This is a cartoon. So you're just detached from understanding it. But if you saw like someone doing the actual experiments,
Like Dexter's Lab, but based.
yeah, exactly. You're gonna then be like, you're gonna understand that the truth of it is, in 2023, people don't understand electricity. They don't know what the quote unquote electron is or isn't. No one fully understands the atom. None of that. The kid should just see the experiment and be allowed to try to figure it out, because the truth is no one has it figured out yet. But instead, they give you the cartoon of the current misunderstanding and pretend it's a fact. And the kid's like, I just want to go play recess. This sucks, you know. Like
Right. because this comes into a topic that I've brought up a few times. Is the whole system to me seems to be to remove curiosity from people, because it's curiosity of like Gemok was saying, I think the other day about people wanting to fly and stuff, and it's just that desire to do that caused people to work a way around doing it, right? But they have all this. Oh, we're gonna answer all these questions that nobody ever asked about what they call the universe, right? And then everyone just has this wandering around in this like sedated state of, there's nothing really to discover, there's nothing to put my effort into, because it's all handled. These guys are handling it, they've already answered it, right? But what would be better is having like to give them the curiosity, give them the faculties to think straight for themselves, hold their own thought process and test their own ideas out, investigate, and then just let their curiosity go, because everyone has something to bring to the earth, right? And this is I mean, I kind of set this up like a segue because I want to read the next part. But this is the example of what happens, because he was raised in a decent way. He had that childhood stuff that you were mentioning. He gets to this stage, right? So we just read the two propositions from Maxwell, and then in I'm going to read now. In 1887. Henrik Hertz announced that he had discovered electromagnetic waves, an achievement that at that time of no small import. In 1889, Nikola Tesla attempted the reproduction of Hertz's experiment, conducted with absolute exactness in his elegant South Fifth Avenue laboratory. Tesla found himself incapable of producing the reported effects. No means, however, applied which would produce the effects which Hertz claimed. Tesla began experimenting with abrupt and powerful electric discharges using oil-filled what is that word? Micapacitor? What is that? What's it? Help me out with this. What is a micapacitor?
Myco?
It's
Either
mica. That's a material the capacitor is made out of, kind of like ceramic.
Okay. This is new to me. I never read this thing before. Sorry. Microcapacitors charged to very high potentials. He found it possible to explode thin wires with these abrupt discharges. Dimly perceiving something of importance in this experimental series, Tesla abandoned this experiment. Tesla abandoned this experimental series, all the while pondering the mystery and suspecting that Hertz had somehow mistakenly associated electrostatic inductions or electrified shock waves in the air for true electromagnetic waves. That's a very polite way of putting it. I would have suspected something else. In fact, Tesla visited Hertz and personally proved these refined observations to Hertz, who, being convinced that Tesla was correct, was about to withdraw his thesis. Hertz was truly disappointed, and Tesla greatly regretted having to go to such lengths with an esteemed academician. Yo, my bad. Academic geezer. In order to prove a point. But while endeavoring toward his own means of identifying electromagnetic waves, Tesla was blessed with an accidental observation which forever changed the course of his experimental investigations.
This is it. Yep.
Indeed, it was an accident which forever changed the course of his life and destiny. In his own attempts to achieve where he felt Hertz had failed, Tesla developed a powerful method by which he hoped to generate and direct real electromagnetic waves. Part of this apparatus required the implementation of a very powerful capacitor bank. This capacitor, quote, battery, was charged to very high voltages and subsequently discharged through short copper bus bars. The explosive burst thus obtained produced several coincident phenomena which deeply impressed Tesla, far exceeding the power of any display he had ever seen. These proved to hold an essential secret which he determined to uncover.
That's the crack. Sorry to interrupt.
That's fine.
That's the cracking of the electricity that I was talking to you about. It has to get cracked. Like, yeah, it's crazy. Sorry, go on.
Yeah. I think he talks about this later. I think Witsit was mentioning it's like in its current state, and then you have to do something to. You have to like type in the code basically for the door to open. Otherwise, no passy.
Well, this is the thing,
yeah.
dude. Nikola Tesla, if you were to take him and throw him into today's world, dude, what that man would be able to do is insane. See, like, we know
Yeah.
way more than Tesla did in lots of ways. So Tesla was just way ahead of his time. He was trying to
Yeah,
figure stuff out.
he is the epitome of before his time.
Exactly.
Or from a different era, because I suppose they had this stuff pre-flood and whatever.
Yeah, I would say if you had a remote control in 1895 operating a boat, I'd say you're a bit ahead of your time.
Yeah, but like you get. We have an advantage over Tesla, like a huge advantage, where we know a lot of stuff he simply was trying to figure out.
Yeah, because he dedicated his whole life to. He sacrificed a lot for what he gave us. And
Yeah, you got to kind of always take that into consideration. Like, yeah, like he's not right about everything, you know, but he was right about a lot.
Yeah. That's why I like this particular topic, because you can just point to the things that he actually demonstrated, as opposed to all the theories and stuff that people come out with on a regular basis. Like, this is something that, though it may be difficult for us to recreate because it's so shrouded in history and whatever, it's not as if we're pointing to like the theory of everything and all that rubbish, right? We're pointing to something that someone did in a lab with observations, and that
it's concrete versus
proved on a
fantasy.
regular basis. But let me, I mean, unless you have anything else to say, I think it's worth continuing this part. So, but if you do want to stop me, just stop me at any point.
No, go ahead. Sorry, I moved him to hide.
The abrupt sparks, which he termed disrupted discharges, were found capable of exploding wires into vapor. That's peak. They propelled very sharp shock waves, which struck him with great force across the whole front of his body. Of this surprising physical effect, Tesla was exceedingly intrigued, as would anyone be. Rather like gunshots of extraordinary power than electric sparks. Tesla was completely absorbed in this new study. Electrical impulses. Wait, did I skip a line? No, I didn't. Tesla was completely absorbed in this new study. Electrical impulses produce effects commonly associated only with lighting. The explosive effects reminded him of similar occurrences observed with high-voltage DC generators. A familiar experience among workers and engineers, the simple closing of a switch on a high-voltage dynamo often brought a stinging shock.
This is it. Right here.
The assumed result of residual static charging. This hazardous condition only occurred with the sudden application of high voltage DC.
That's why you have to use a diode with any any of the little transformers, like the little round things you see in electronics with the thick copper wire windings around it. That you got to have a diode connected to every one of them, because it every time you turn the shit off, it backfires shitload of current, bro. That's cool. I never heard it.
Yeah,
well, exactly.
This is not a nice story to learn about. I think it.
No, but check this out, bro. This is how he first got the idea. It's the cracking of the electricity. That's what I was trying to tell you guys. It's a violent discharge. You understand? It's crazy, man. Yeah.
Right.
But go on.
So this hazardous condition only occurred with the sudden application of high voltage DC. This crown of deadly static charge stood straight out of highly electrified conductors, often seeking ground paths, which included workmen, unfortunately, and switchboard operators. In long cables, this instantaneous charge effect produced a hedge of bluish needles pointing straight away from the line into the surrounding space. This hazardous condition appeared briefly at the very instant of switch closure. The bluish sparking crown vanished a few milliseconds later, along with the life of any unfortunate who happened to have been so struck. These people were basically just evaporated or sometimes just deaded. But I'm pretty sure I'm not sure if it's mentioned here, but I'm pretty sure some of them were literally just turned into vapor the same way the wire was. But I might be ad-libbing that, so just take it with a pinch of salt. After the brief effect passed, systems behaved as designed. Such phenomena vanished as charges slowly saturated the lines and systems. After this brief surge, currents flowed smoothly and evenly as designed. The effect was a nuisance in small systems, but in large regional power systems, where voltages were excessive, it proved deadly. Men were killed by the effect, which spread its deadly electrostatic crown of sparks throughout the component system. Though generators were rated at a few thousand volts, such mysterious surges represented hundreds of thousands, even millions of volts. The problem was eliminated through the use of highly insulated, heavily grounded relay switches. Former engineering studies considered only those features of power systems which accommodated these steady-state supply and consumption of power. Sorry, I want to read that sentence again. I didn't quite get why it was put like that. Former engineering studies considered only those features of power systems which accommodated the steady-state supply and consumption of power. I don't know, something about that sentence doesn't read right to me, but anyway.
I think he's referring to DC. I could be wrong, but
yeah, I think it's more just the way it's written. But don't worry. It seemed as though large systems required both surge and normal. Wait, hold on. Required both surge and normal operative design considerations. Accommodating the dangerous initial supercharge was a new feature. This engineering study became the prime focus of power companies for years afterwards. Hey, let me finish the paragraph. So, safety of devices and surge protectors being the subject of a great many patents and texts, no doubt. So I want to pause there for a second. I'm not sure if he talks about this in this book, but there was something when they took and applied Tesla's AC generators, they didn't actually understand something that Tesla had done, and people were dying in a similar way. Has anyone heard about that?
Yeah, because what I was referring to is just little circuits, like on a little small scale, with it backfiring and basically running the fucking messing shit up. But yeah, I never really considered that on a big scale. Like, yeah, that would kill the shit out of you. I mean, it just give you a little jolt as far as like milliamps and shit. But yeah, I guess if we're talking about electrical systems like delivering power, yeah, it'd fucking kill the shit out of people. And it's so quick.
Yeah, but this is what he tapped into.
So there's no way to trap that energy. There's no way to trap it. It's going back to the ground no matter what route it's got to take. It fires back to the fucking ground with a vengeance.
I'll leave the question I asked. I'll take it off the table because it's kind of a deviation, but it's just something I remember. So Tesla knew that the strange supercharging effect was only observed at the very instant in which dynamos were applied to wire lines, just as in his explosive capacitor discharges. Though the two instances were completely different, they both produced the very same effects. The instantaneous surge supplied by dynamos briefly appeared, super-concentrated in long lines. Tesla calculated that this electrostatic concentration was several orders in magnitude greater than any voltage which the dynamo could supply. The actual supply was somehow being amplified or transformed. But how? The general consensus among engineers was that this was an electrostatic choking effect. Many concluded it to be the, quote, bouncing action, where powerfully applied force was unable to move charge quickly through a system. Mysterious, the combined resistance of such systems seemed to influence the charge carriers before they were able to move away from the dynamo terminals. like slapping water with a rapid hand. The surface seemed solid. So also it was with the electrical force, charges meeting up against a seemingly solid wall. But the effect lasted only as long as the impact, until current carriers had actually, quote, caught up with the applied electrical field. The charges sprang from the line in all directions. A brief supercharging effect could be expected until charges were distributed, smoothly flowing through the whole line and system. The dynamo itself thus became the brief scene of a minor shockwave. He began wondering why it was possible for electrostatic fields to move more quickly than the actual charges themselves, a perplexing mystery. Was the field itself an entity which simply drove the more massive charges along? If this was true, then of what was the electrostatic field itself composed? Was it a field of smaller particles? The questions were wonderfully endless. I'll pause for a bit if you have anything to say.
No, this is fascinating. This is good. This is how I got. This is the first thing I read on the subject. Yeah.
So is this part? Is part of like the effect of like a type of backlash caused by the stoppage of an electrical current, possibly producing a backlash effect?
It's not the stopping, but the initiation.
I know that you want to just fucking jump in. It's great. Okay, cool.
No, I'm not interrupting. I'm just helping you with what you said. It wasn't from the stopping of it, but from the initiation of this DC.
No, but when he originally, whoever's just spoke and asked, he's correct as well, because how they initially saw it is when they would turn off the switches in these big generating stations, and it would, at that moment, they would show this discharge.
So is it a continuation of that discharge effect that's kind of being witnessed in this momentary, he said, field or type of effect or whatever?
Yeah, I think it has to do with that kind of discharge, right? Under the way I understand it is he has the generator, then he has the coil, and then there's a spark gap, and that's how they separate this this electricity. It's freaked out. It's like through a spark gap. In other words, it's like a violent discharge. The cracking. I'm not doing it justice, but think of it as breaking electricity, like cracking, like when you crack water at a certain height. That's how they explained it.
It's like electrolysis.
The capacitive bank design, was that similar to like a Marx generator or something like that?
You know what?
To be honest with you, you probably have more knowledge than me than on this stuff. Like,
Man, I just made a working spot welder, dude, out of a fucking old solenoid out of a starter and a car battery, bro. It's working like a charm. I don't believe it. Go ahead.
SE, you know what you can compare it to, I think, is the breaking up of water that they do.
That's what I just said. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like that electrolysis process. Is like you could imagine, and it's interesting because of what he later says about it. He later says in one of his notebooks or something, I don't know what electricity is completely, but it behaves as the fluid under pressure. So that's interesting. But that's kind of the image I get from what you're saying.
Because like a lot of his high voltage experiments, like just flowing out into the air acts as its own like regulator, and it acts like sort of its own circuit. So perhaps that's like, I don't know, maybe why he was having those issues then.
Check this out. Maybe it helps. So what's done after that spark gap process, right? They use that energy to light up a bulb. It's a single filament bulb. It's in a vacuum. In other words, it's not like a regular light bulb that has gas in it. This one is just devoid of anything. It's a vacuum. And that's what causes this radiant energy. And what's freaky about it is if you put your hand next to it, it has a pushing force. But if you put a metal next to it, it attracts it, or even a piece of paper. It electrically, like it attracts it. It has this crazy characteristics about it.
Look, I
It's
was
all
making
in
a
the
little.
book.
You want me to carry on reading?
Well, like with
Real
a
fast, look, I
magnet,
was
right?
making a little child Nikola Tesla. You see it?
Shouldn't a
Let's see.
human be repelled by a magnetic field like of that magnitude? Like if it's
No.
of the right like harmonic order, like because you know the diamagnetism of water and being that you're so much water.
No.
Okay, then why does it attract metals and paper? I'm not going against you. I'm just giving you the weird characteristics of this
And
this
paper?
radiant energy.
There's no such thing as magnetic attraction. This is the problem, man. They got us, bro. They got us by the balls, and they made up all these stories. There's no such thing as magnetic attraction.
Wizardry,
I didn't
huh?
say magnetic attraction.
Well, I know. I'm just explaining that. Repulsion and attraction. That isn't what happens. Like it is just that the magnet, it mediates the pressure around it, and what that does is it causes the objects to accelerate towards the center of that field. Accelerate because like the pressure pushes. Like if the wind blew the paper moves. Like wherever the paper goes didn't attract it, right? It's like the pressure mediated so the paper went. And that's what happens with the magnetic field. It's called dielectric acceleration. Accelerates to the inertial state. When you understand this, then this whole like, well, these materials attract these materials and blah blah blah. That's not what happens. And just throwing that out there. It's whatever. We don't have to get into it.
No, I hear
Give me
what
an
you're saying,
expert.
but I was talking about this radiant energy, the way like the bulb, the way it's different than an electric bulb, right? Like if you put your hand next to a regular light bulb, you're not going to feel any effect. And if you put something next to it, it won't be attracted. But this radiant energy bulb has these effects. And you can charge a capacitor right next to it without charging it. You can light a light bulb.
This goes to the effect that I was reading about, right? How he felt this pushing force on his
Yeah, bro.
like
Yeah.
like getting shot. Like he, what did he say? Like little shots in his chest, like electric shots.
You can charge a capacitor without contact? That's fucking a trip.
Yeah, so he's gonna go. He's gonna go on and talk about that if depending on how much we read today. But it's just because I've heard it.
I know with like AC, with AC you could put a coil next to a magnetic field and that's how a transformer works. A coil next to the coil and pretty much it'll either step up or step down the voltage or keep it the same, I guess, if it's just a rectifier or whatever. But it pretty much, yeah, you could put a coil. That's with AC current. But like DCs, I always think of them as like direct current. I mean capacitors, I think of them as like almost a DC transformer in a sense, but or amplifier in a sense. But I didn't know you could wirelessly put energy into a capacitor. That's a fucking trip, bro. Keep reading.
But
Yeah, absolutely.
that's with this specific type of effect that he's talking about because it has a permeating ability, right?
That's what they did, man. The people who harnessed the atmospheric electricity, their tower was only like the towers they're using on their property, I think was only like 120 feet or something, which is still very tall. I mean, think of building a tower actually that high. But and they were using the capacitors. They're using a capacitor bank, big ass capacitors, and they're able to produce a couple kilowatts with their setup. But think at like 300 feet or even 1,000 feet, bro. I mean, it's just going to progress. So they have done it. And yeah, I tried it with a balloon and small copper wire, and my voltmeter was broke. But I sent it up not as high as I originally planned because the wire got tangled and I was getting all pissed off. But I did get it up there, and I had a piece of rebar grounded and a wire connected to that, and I used a headlight. And that's way too strong. At the time, I didn't know, and so I had the wire coming off of the rebar in the ground connected to the negative, and then I had the positive connected to piece of wire going up in the air on the balloon, but then it didn't light up the light. So I got a little frustrated, but then plus I got tangled up and shit. But but anyway, I put the voltmeter on it, and it did. My amps I'd blown a long time ago. It's when I was first learning about the shit. But I did measure the resistance, and I didn't really realize it at the time. I didn't know Ohm's law or any of that. But I did measure resistance and voltage, which means I was drawing some current, and it just wasn't enough to light the headlight because that takes a lot of power. A high beam, but so it works, but you just can't do it with one little wire. You need a conglomerate, a network of things, man. And there's no reason we ain't doing this shit, man.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to continuing reading this because all these different things you're talking about is like you see the forward progression from the beginning of the study to how he starts controlling the effects. But there's something that's interesting given the wireless effects on the capacitors. You can also do this if you have this kind of electricity. You can use like a busted vacuum tube bulb, so that's no longer working. You can get that to glow. So remember that channel I linked you in the chat once, Essie, that Canadian dude.
I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah,
While
so
we're on it,
yeah, he demonstrated that. He had a somewhat basic and crude, like he was working it out as he went along, but he was getting a similar effect of the radiant type energy, and he was using broken bulbs. But because of the nature of the bulb and what was inside it, if you were giving it the juice, then it would glow because it had what do they have, like argon and different things in it. So anyways, it was passing through that and giving that the charge. And
yeah, different gases.
Very
Yeah,
interesting.
check out what I posted just so people could freak out a little bit. If you guys ever heard of an electrical discharge speaker,
I
just posted it. Have a
think I've-
listen. It's 16
I've seen
seconds. Blow your mind. Music coming out of an electrical
yeah.
discharge.
It's fun stuff. I've seen people do like fun YouTube videos playing with like different musical effects like that. So, unless there's any objections, I'd like to carry on reading these pages.
I'll allow it.
Allow it, cool. Despite the wonderful ideas which this study stimulated, Tesla saw a practical application which had never occurred to him. Consideration of the dynamo supercharging effect suggested a new experimental apparatus. It was one which could greatly outperform his capacitor battery in the search to find electrical waves. A simple high-voltage DC generator provided his electric field source. Tesla understood that the resistance of the lines, or components, viewed from the dynamo end, seemed to be an impossible barrier for charge carriers to penetrate. This barrier caused the, quote, bouncing effect. Electrostatic charges were literally stopped and held for an instant by the line resistance, a barrier which only existed during the brief millisecond interval in which the power switch was closed. The sudden force application against this virtual barrier squeezed charge into a density impossible to obtain. Into a density impossible to obtain with ordinary capacitors. It was the brief application of power, the impact of charge against the resistance barrier, which brought this abnormal electrodensified condition. This is why the conductive wires in his present experiment often exploded. The analogy of steam power and steam engines was unmistakable. Large steam engines had to be valved very carefully. This required the expertise of old and well-experienced operators who knew how to open up an engine without rupturing the vessel and causing a deadly explosion. Too suddenly valved, and even a large steam engine of very high capacity would explode. Steam also had to be admitted into a system gently until it began smoothly and gradually flowing into every orifice, conduit, and component. Here too was a mysterious a mysterious choking effect where a large capacity system seemed to behave like an uncommonly high resistance to any sudden and sustained application of force. Tesla learned that he could literally shape the resultant discharge by modifying certain circuit parameters, time, force, and resistance, with variables necessary to producing the phenomena. The academic world... Wait, hold on. Have I jumped the way this PDF is? No, that's okay. The academic world of experiments were yet fixated on his former discoveries of high-frequency alternating currents. It seemed that Tesla alone now exclusively studied these impulse discharges. He was producing explosive impulses which had not been observed in laboratories. Every component was carefully insulated, himself implementing insulator rods and rubberized regalia to ensure complete safety. Tesla had observed electrostatic machines whose ability to discharge insulated metals was potent. But this demonstration exceeded the mere charging of wire by the instantaneous switch closure. This effect produced springing charge phenomena like no other before witnessed by Tesla for its sheer strength. Whatever the conditions observed in previous systems, he had now learned how to maximize the effect, bouncing voltage and resistance against capacity. Tesla learned to routinely produce supercharged states which no existing device could equal. I'll pause there for a bit if anyone has anything to say.
I mean, take a look. It's in a book, Reading Rainbow. Yeah, you guys right in the middle of this ether thing? Because I had a couple of things I wanted to go over with it.
Say again?
Are you guys in the middle of this ether thing, or?
They were just reading for the discussion, because we've been talking about this for a bit. But I don't know if SE is still here.
I'm still here. What a spoiler! Reading rainbows. How does he come in? Who is this guy, Jeremy? You don't like this, Jeremy?
No, the ether thing. It's pretty neat.
I'm just messing.
We need to do
Go
it.
ahead, bro.
We need to do it. Like, how hard is this to do? It sounds easy.
Well, Dullard has recreated some of this stuff, so
that's what I mean. Yeah,
it's not just theoretical.
We gotta recreate this thing. Get some temperatures. Do all kinds of stuff. Pulling, pushing, whatever. All that. Let's get this going. Find some parts in the dumpsters or garbage cans or whatever you do, and then you probably get the whole thing for free.
No, you got to be an electrical brainiac to do this, man. This is not simple stuff. You got to know your shit.
You need some batteries, some wires. What do you need?
Do you not hear what I just read as well? You gotta be careful. You don't want to kill yourself.
You'll be fine.
Jeremy was just
if you play with this without knowing what you're doing, you will die.
I mean, no, go carry on.
All right, I'll carry on then.
That's a good one, man.
I'll stop occasionally because I don't want to just take the mic. But if people are enjoying it, then
well, I mean, are you guys still talking about this, or?
Yeah. That's why I paused so that people.
How long is this thing that you're reading? I'm just curious.
Well, I don't have any defined amount. It's a whole flipping book. I'm not going to read the whole book.
Okay.
We're just talking about the progression he's taken from experimenting to confirm electro waves that Hertz had said that he had found, and then this is like the progression that he's taken so far. So it continues. Empirical observation had long taught that ordinary capacity discharges were oscillating currents, spark currents which literally bounced between each capacitor plate until their stored energy was wasted away. The high voltages of the dynamo exerted such an intense unidirectional pressure on the densified charges that alternations were impossible. The only possible back rushes were oscillations. In this case, charges surged and stopped in a long series until supercharge was wasted away. All parameters which forced such oscillations actually limited the supercharge from manifesting its total energetic supply. A condition Tesla strove to eliminate. Indeed, he spent an excessive time developing various means to block every backrush. The other complex current echo which might force the supercharge to permanently waste its dense energy. Here was an effect demanding a single unidirectional superpulse, with both the oscillations and alternations eliminated. New and strange effects began making their appearance. These powerful and penetrating phenomena were never observed when working with high-frequency alternations. And this is where it gets fun, for me at least. The sudden, quick closure of the switch now brought a penetrating shockwave through the laboratory, one which could be felt both as a sharp pressure and a penetrating electrical irritation. A sting. Face and hands were especially sensitive to the explosive shockwave, which also produced a curious stinging effect at the close range. Tesla believed that material particles approaching the vapor state were literally thrust out of the wires in all directions. In order to better study these effects, he poised himself behind a glass shield and resumed the study. Despite the shield, both shockwaves and stinging effects were felt by the new mystified Tesla. This is when you all go, huh? But you've heard it before, apparently. This anomaly provoked a curiosity of the very deepest kind, for such a thing was never before observed. More powerful and penetrating than the mere electrostatic charging of metals, this phenomenon literally propelled high voltage charge out into the surrounding space, where it was felt as a stinging sensation. The stings lasted for a small fraction of time, stings lasting for a small fraction of a second, the instant of switch closure. But Tesla believed that these strange effects were a simple effect of ionized shockwaves in the air, rather like strongly ionized thunderclap. Or like a strongly ionized thunderclap. Tesla devised a new series of experiments to measure the shockwave pressure from a greater distance. He required an automatic trip switch. With this, hold on, 1 second. I thought I had something. Tesla, trip switch. With this properly arranged, a more controlled and repetitious triggering of the effect was possible. This is where it's like the fine levels of control. In addition, this arrangement permitted distant observations which might cast more light on the shield permeating phenomenon. Controlling the speed of the high voltage dynamo controlled the voltage. With these components properly adjusted, Tesla was able to walk around his large gallery spaces and make observations. Wishing also to avoid the continuous pressure, barrages, and stinging sparks, Tesla shielded himself with several materials. The arrangement of rapidly interrupted high voltage direct currents resulted in the radiation of stinging rays which could be felt at great distances from their super sparking source. In fact, Tesla felt the stings right through the shields. Whatever he had released from the wires during the instant of switch closure was successfully penetrated the shields of glass and of copper. It made no difference. The effect permeated each substance as if the shield were not there at all. Here was an electrical effect which communicated directly through space without material connections. Radiant electricity.
Do you hear that?
I'll stop
hear
for a
that?
second because that was too cool.
Radiant electricity. See, I'm not making this shit up. This is all Tesla, man. This is all Tesla.
What are you reading this from?
I'm reading this from a book called Lost Secrets of Cold War Technology. I can link the PDF if you wish.
No, I was just wondering. Who wrote it?
Jerry Vassilato. think that's how it says. I'll drop
He
the
wrote
link
it
in
as
the-
his thesis. Yeah.
So in the opener of this book, I didn't read any of that because it wasn't pertinent, I don't think, to what we were talking about before. But in the opening of this book, he talks about the HARP system.
Yes, yeah, exactly. That's that. They say that the government, using Tesla's ideas, built that exactly to manipulate the ionosphere and the upper layers to control weather and stuff like that. Yep.
Yeah. Would it be better if I were to read this while sharing screen or something? I guess no one really cares. I'll continue unless you wanna jump in. But again, I'm not trying to hog it. I just enjoy this subject, so just say when and I'll stop. In these several new observations, the phenomenon was violating electrostatic charge principles experimentally established by Faraday. Projected electrostatic discharges normally spread out over the surface of metallic shield. They did not penetrate metal. This effect had certain non-electrical characteristics. Tesla was truly mystified by this strange new phenomenon and searched the literature for references to its characteristics. No such reference was found, except in the except in the superstitious observations of two experimenters. Oh wait, no, I read that wrong. Surreptitious. Okay, there's a problem. People don't write like this anymore. In one case, Joseph Henry observed the magnetization of steel needles by a heavy spark discharge. The extraordinary feature of this observation in 1842 lay in the fact that the Leyden jar, whose spark apparently produced the magnetization, stood on the upper floor of an otherwise electrically impervious building. Brick walls, thick oak doors, heavy stone and iron flooring, tin ceilings. Moreover, the steel needles were housed in a vault in the cellar. How did the spark affect such a charge to such a natural barrier? Dr. Henry believed that the spark had released special, quote, light rays, and
You hear that?
these were the penetrating agencies responsible for the magnetizations. A second such account in 1872 occurred in a high school building in Philadelphia. Elihu Thomas, if I read that right, a physics instructor, sought to make the sparks of a large Ruhmkorff spark coil. I'm not sure if I read that right, but there you go. More visible for his next lecture. Attaching one pole of the coil to a cold water pipe and reactivating the coil, Thomson was thrilled to find that the nature of the spark had changed from blue to white. Wishing to amplify this effect, Thomson attached the other pole to a large metal tabletop. Again, reactivating the coil produced a shrieking silver white spark, entirely visible to anyone who sat in the last row. Wishing to show this to a colleague, Edwin Houston, Thomson made for the door and was abruptly stopped. Touching the brass knob of the otherwise insulated oak door, Thomson received an unexpected sizzling shock. Turning off the Ruhmkorff coil, or however it's pronounced, Thomson found it possible to stop the effect. Calling for Edwin, he summarized what had occurred. Then turning the unit back on, the stinging charge effect returned. The two gentlemen ran throughout the huge stone, oak, and iron building with insulated metal objects. Now each touch of the penknife or screwdriver to anything metallic, however distant from the coil or insulated from the floor, produce long, continuous white sparks. So if no one's following, the whole building was an insulated building, and every individual metal thing was going. Zzz, zzz, zzz. That's peak.
You notice the white energy that you just mentioned that I keep telling you guys about?
And this is what I was talking about earlier, right? How the blue was broken and the white is the true thing, and it literally changed colors in front of him.
Yeah. So I'm not making stuff up. Guys, don't get triggered, people. I'm just telling you what this.
No, let them get
brilliant.
triggered. It's more fun.
Yeah.
The account was written up in a short article in the Scientific American later in the same year. So these are the only two other times this kind of effect had been observed. That's my comment. I'm not reading. In studying each of these two prior observations, the way this is written, I think there's a bunch of typos. Did you find that when you read it, Essie?
Actually, I didn't read this. I saw they did an interview, and it goes over all this. I'll post it so people that don't want to read it, they can watch the YouTube video. He gets interviewed. Yeah, it's fascinating.
Okay. So it's just sometimes I'm being put off by either putting a comma in the wrong place, or maybe I'm just not understanding something. But anyway, in studying each of these two prior observations, events each separated by some 30 years, Tesla perceived an essential unity with that of his own discovery. Each observation was perhaps a slight variant of the very same phenomenon. However accidentally, each experimenter had managed to produce the explosive supercharging effect. In the case of Dr. Henry, the explosive burst occurred in a single flash, electrostatic machines being used to accumulate the initial charge. The second case was peculiar since it evidenced the sustained and continuous production of supercharging effects. The effect was rare because it obviously required very stringent electrical parameters. Tesla deduced from this the simple fact that the effect was so infrequently observed by experimenters over the world. In addition, he was quick to remark concerning the anomalous attributes attached to the phenomena. Tesla knew that despite the extremely penetrating effects in each case, he had secured the only means for achieving the complete and maximum manifestation of supercharging. His was an apparatus with no equal, capable of releasing the effect of the electrostatic field, which others very apparently had not. Let
me just interrupt you for 2 seconds.
That's fine.
What you're reading right now, I posted an interview with the man, Gary Vasilatos. He's the one that wrote the thesis. So if anybody wants to hear him from his own words, I just posted it.
Okay, cool. Though discovered by Tesla in 1889, the preliminary observations of this effect were published after an intensive battery of investigations. The dissipation of electricity, that's the title, sorry. The dissipation of electricity, published just prior to Christmas of 1892, is the pivotal Tesla lecture. So I guess if anyone's more interested, I'd go and find that if you can. The dissipation of electricity. Why did they have to put it over 2 lines? It's annoying. Anyway, published just prior to 1892, this pivotal Tesla lecture. This is the departure point in which Tesla abandons research and development of high-frequency alternating current. So he's done with it. It's old. He doesn't have any care for it no more. Divorcing himself from the field entirely, Tesla describes the shockwaves and other effects of impulses, which they put in all capitals, in addition to those physical sensations which he observed in characteristic understatement. Tesla also enlarges upon the gaseous aspects as associated with the phenomena. He observed that the abruptly charged wires in his experiments projected a strange gaseous stream which when immersed in oil, in an oil bath, a phenomena which he once thought due entirely to wire-absorbed gases. He found that the effect could be so continuously produced from a single wire that no volume of ordinary absorbed gas could supply the flow. So this thing is
He probably found out a way to make nitric acid by evaporating nitrogen dioxide in water or something.
No, what he's describing is that so this is where it goes into the ether discussion, right? What he's describing is this gaseous thing was coming by way of the effect that he was controlling. And there's no way that it could have been from the wire itself or from anything trapped there because it was too continuous and went for too long, right? Too much volume and too continuous. Let me backtrack a few sentences. Visible, depressed, projected from charged wire ends that when they visibly depress an oil into a hole. What? Hold on 1 second. I think I jumped a few lines by mistake. Okay, indeed he was able to produce streams of this kind in oil which so powerfully projected from charged wires ends that they visibly depressed the oil into a hole, some 2 inches in depth. That's crazy. Tesla began to realize that the true nature of the fine issuing gas which projected from the wire ends immersed in oil. Now he prepared an extensive series of tests in order to determine the true cause and nature of these shocking air pulses. In his article, Tesla described the shield permeating shocks as sound waves of electricity. Nevertheless, he makes a remarkable statement concerning the sound, heat, light, pressure, and shock which he sensed passing directly through copper plates. Collectively, they imply the presence of a medium of gaseous structure, that is, one consisting of independent carriers capable of free motion. Since air was obviously not this medium, to what then was he referring? And this is what we've been talking about the whole time, right? Further in the article, he clearly states that besides the air, another medium is present. So that's the end of the chapter. I'm not necessarily going to pick up the next chapter unless people actually want me to.
Yeah, real fast. You guys have heard the quote about Einstein's theory being a beggar cloaked in purple linen or whatever, where fools mistake to be a king.
Mm-hmm.
I got the AI to draw a picture of it. You see Einstein here. Pretty funny.
That's good.
Yeah, I just posted, Brian, if you're still there, anybody who's an electrician, this is way above my pay grade. It shows the whole experiment. You can make these, you can make the coils, and you can see for yourself this radiant energy. Has the light bulb set up and everything from A to Z. So if you're a competent electrician, you can do this.
Even if you're not competent, give it a go. It might be fun to hear about someone exploding.
I'll probably kill myself if I try it.
I'm joking. Don't blow yourself up.
Like Chris, the guy I went on tour with, he's an electrician. He says, he's like, dude, when people try to flex that they're electricians, bro, just know that they're full of it because they just teach us how to put wires together, bro. He's like, doesn't mean that we understand anything. We're just like told how to make the wires work.
Yeah, it's just
testing. Yeah, for sure. Basically, some of them are just
basically.
Yeah, but there's some smart people out there that know transistors, they know capacitors, they know coils, and all this shit, right? Yeah.
Well, yeah, of course. Like even just experience and understanding of the basics would help you do something like this.
Yeah, because there's a difference between let's not pick on people, but there's a difference between the discipline of an electrician to the discipline of an electronic engineer, for instance. That's just the different way of knowledge.
Yeah, like to make that coil, you got to have some engineering background. Like, I mean, I don't see any way around that.
Yeah, it's not like people can't learn it. The information is out there.
Even
One of
electrical
those-
engineers, dude. See, that's what I'm saying. Even electrical
Oh no,
engineers, they're just
I know.
they're taught the misunderstood aspects of electricity. They're
Well,
just
they
taught
deal with
like
that
basics.
blue crap electricity.
Yeah, even their misunderstanding of that. Dude, this is the problem with the anti-flat earthers. They're so encapsulated with the idea of credentials that they're just retarded. Like, and dude, it doesn't. If electricity is not fully and properly understood, it doesn't matter if someone gets a degree in the misunderstanding. They still don't know what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's, I don't know. It just blows my mind that people don't see that.
Yeah,
It's
a
like when
piece
you
of
ask
paper
anyone
doesn't
what
make you.
electricity is. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say a piece of paper doesn't make you intelligent, right?
Yeah, and like electricity isn't understood. Ask them, what is electricity? What is it?
Nobody knows until today. Nobody knows.
That's what I'm saying. So
Yeah,
it's
but
like, I
the
don't
next
care about
chapter
their piece of paper.
section. The next chapter section is called radiant electricity, so we could we could talk about that. But I'm not gonna impose my reading.
Well, this is what
Well,
I was
that's where
talking
the magic is. Yeah.
I was talking to eggshells about this. I'm like, the funniest part is these people come in here and they like mock and ridicule people because if we ever challenge the current consensus. But like in their own paradigm, the consensus has always been wrong. And if you have a fundamental misunderstanding, it doesn't matter how many experiments you do, how many physicists you have, how many years you work on it. If you have a fundamental misunderstanding, right? If you misdefine the phenomena, everything that you're doing that you think you're figuring out is also wrong. And like quantum mechanics is a perfect example of this. We've done like hundreds of thousands of experiments, right? Like so much has been done for quantum mechanics, precise, like incredible precision. We don't understand quantum at all. And then you'll have the anti-flat earther, oh, we do understand quantum. Why would you say that? Da, da, da. But they're just dumb. Like they're just making stuff up. We don't understand quantum mechanics at all. That's why it's flooded with paradoxes and contradictions. And that's just an example, right? It's like, well, if you have a base misunderstanding that everything must be a materialistic application and everything is subatomic particles and the cult of bombarding spheres and balls everywhere. I love my balls, everything's a ball. It's like, well, you can do 1,000 experiments, but you don't understand what's going on. It's like the people like us, although sure, we should all like the quote unquote experts. They obviously know a lot. It's not that they should be disregarded, but it's like they aren't the arbiter of truth. Like the fact that we question it, we may be way more efficient at figuring out what's going on because we're willing to question it, right? It's like, again, the famous quote that says that it's very difficult to get someone to understand something whose profession requires them not understand. Like their financial compensation requires them not acknowledge that their assumptions could be wrong. So it actually requires someone outside of, like monetary obsession and materialism to be able to actually see the fundamental flaws. I'm kind of ranting, but you get the point. Like this whole conversation will be ridiculed, but like the truth is that like what you were just reading and what we're discussing is actually going at the heart of the issues and accepting that that the current understanding is wrong. Whereas these people that just appeal to credentials, they're literally useless. We could just Google it and get more coherent answers than you can provide.
What you just talked about, it was referencing what I read, right? It goes here back in the earlier page after it says radiant electricity. It goes, in these series of new observations, the phenomenon was violating electrostatic charge principles, experimentally established by Faraday. So they had these principles that they'd laid out, and now an observation was violating them. But the difference is back then, at least, or whoever's reading this, or Tesla himself, they didn't limit themselves to it. They go, oh, okay, now we have to reapply this, recategorize it. And then you just carry on with the knowledge. But what they do nowadays, like you're talking about Witsit, is they have this. It's just dogma. They have this dogma that they don't actually fully understand themselves. They just know that the thing that they had been doing for like 100 years still kind of works, and they just keep making money out of it, right? But when it comes to someone who's questioning it and goes, hold on, does Ohm's law always apply? It's a crude example, but there's another one that I've seen actually being violated. One of these quote laws, right? It's like, yeah, but it's a law in what context? They use this language to bolster their dogma. But
Well, even flat earthers fall for this too.
Yeah, but when something contravenes it, then what do? They have to either be honest with themselves or they just lie.
Yeah, flat earthers fall for this as well. Like with the ideal gas law, it's assuming ideal. It's idealistic. It's an ideal. It doesn't actually exist. Just like they assume infinite to make the math work for the ideal gas law, and there is no such thing. There's no such thing as infinite gas. There's no such thing as an ideal gas. It's just a construct we came up with to try to understand the phenomena the best we can. And you really get into it. We've never seen a gas ball. There aren't little particles of gas. That's just made up nonsense. But see, flat earthers fall for that as well. That's what I'm saying. Like, you have to detach from like all of these like confinements, these intellectual confinements. That's the only way you make progression. But throughout all history, the people that pretend they're smarter than they are will say, like, they tout the current understanding as if amazing and infallible, right? And it's like, no, it's completely wrong. It's completely wrong. And like electricity and magnetism is a perfect example. And if you ask them to define electricity and magnetism, they'll never do it. They can't do it. They'll never do it. And so it's like, well, why are you teaching me about it? Then you don't even have like a proposed definition of it. So you just need to shut up. You know, like, it's like.
You know what's crazy about it also, Witsit, is that they present it as if, you know, the science that they're talking about, so the scientism that they present is something that has changed over time and always challenged and progressed. It's like, oh, before we thought the Earth was flat, but now we know better. That kind of attitude, right? But the irony of that is that's what they're professing and projecting onto the world. But the truth is they're still stuck in the dogma of more than 100 years ago, from the stuff that Tesla doesn't even care about, from what we're reading now, at that point in the late 1800s, that he's moved on from. They're still stuck in that limited dogma and not appreciating all the stuff that still had already been understood back then, and nothing has changed. We are living in the past. What we're living in now, people say, oh, we're living in. It's great, all this technology, we applaud it and all that. But we're living in the past. Tesla had already done a bunch of the stuff, all the groundwork, and all it requires is people to go and produce it in mass scale. But this stuff is from 2 centuries ago. Not 200 years ago, but from 2 centuries, right?
Yeah, dude, that's such another and crucial point. They always impose.
Start again, Witsit. You cut out. Or was that me?
No, it was him.
Yeah, Witsit, if you can hear us, you got to reconnect. You've gone silent.
Assumption that it always gets better is incorrect, right? Like, that's not true. Sure, we always have more information to go on. That's true. That doesn't mean that our interpretations are progressive. They're not. In fact, what happens is it's the opposite. People are so reluctant to admit that maybe they have to go back that they ignore it and that they just set it aside and that they just make up weirdo paradoxes to explain things because they refuse to go back. So that the people that are like, oh, I don't care. I don't have my whole livelihood invested in throwing out the ether, so I don't care to reintroduce an ether if that's the case. Those are the only people that can truly figure out what's going on. And the anti-flat earthers fall far outside that category, unfortunately. I don't want to be ugly, but they're like useless if you really think about it. So I think that's the thing. Like, this conversation isn't really for them, right? Because
obviously
it's like literally not for them, man. Like, they're not hired. They don't make the cut. It's, you know, it's not that we're geniuses. We're just open-minded.
Yeah, as we're talking about this, they're figuring out ways to go against it. They're not actually partaking in the mental exercise. That's for sure. They're just thinking out ways. No, this can't be. They're saying it just to mock it somehow. Like this information is like world changing, paradigm changing. Just this one simple thing from Tesla, and it's been hidden.
The last sentence I read further in the article, he clearly states that besides air, another medium is present. So hold up, wait a minute. But then when you, I mean, I don't know where you stand, Essie, but for me and Wits, it's like, well, this makes a lot of sense because we've been reading our scriptures for however long. It's like, yeah, it's kind of been talked about since the beginning. And this is why, and it's funny depending on who you're talking to and how you approach it. But you can.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how you describe it, or
you can trigger some people in this topic because the only way I can view this is I don't know how many orders it's removed. I would say that maybe just one, but this is directly links to the spirit. What spirit is, and this is crazy.
I don't think we differ at all from.
Crazy is a lazy word, but it's peak, right? It's interesting.
Yeah, I don't think we differ at all in a God sense, in a creator sense. I don't think we differ at all in that aspect.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not gonna assume where you stand on scripture and stuff. And I've brought it up with people in this way. It's like, and it's not like I came up with this. It's just something that I've expounded on. Is you're locked in a room that for all intended purposes, right? If you hadn't have read this, what I just read, you can be under the conception that if you're in a lead-lined room with like 10 feet of concrete and all that, nothing's getting through. Not even gamma rays, not alpha, whatever, right? None of these things are getting through. But yet, now this is obviously talking to a believer. Yeah, you know when you pray that the prayer is going to reach the Creator. Whether he answers it, whether he wants to give you the Ferrari or whatever nonsense you're asking for, doesn't matter, right? Point is, you know it's going to get there. And then this raises the question, how does it get there? How does the sound get out? How does anything get out? And this is how I open it up if I want to talk to certain people. It's like, well, this is where you can go into this topic. And this is where I like to bring the two together. Because one is like understanding the physical world and all this cool stuff about electricity and what it really is and all that. And the other thing is the spiritual side of stuff. But then there isn't really a separation. Because people have made it a separation in the way they talk about things like this dimensionality or the spiritual realm and stuff. So hold on a minute. Go back to Genesis. In the beginning, he made the heavens and the earth. Physical places, tangible places, real places. He never spoke about another dimension, another realm like people indicate. So, yes, spiritual is higher level, higher order, but it all happens within creation. And
do
then
you guys want some great? Sorry.
Go, please. Yes.
Dude, so like one of the main things, in my opinion, is like they talk about math, when in fact everything is geometry. It's shapes, and sure you can mathematically describe that, right? That's of course what geometry is, but like it's all about a shape. And I recently came across an interview with a guy that used to work for the military, or more so like Intel. And he says that the government knows that there's a specific shape that can be utilized to get free energy, okay? A geometry, and that they've made it a point to not allow the public to know about it. And this shape is a decahedron. Decahedron is the infinite energy shape. And that if you utilize this geometry, you get infinite energy from the ether. This is former Intel saying that the government knows about this, and we actually talk about it quite a bit, but we're not allowed to discuss it publicly. And this is
decahedron, a 10-sided shape.
Decahedron or dodecahedron?
That's what I wanted to be clear, because dodeca means 12. Yeah.
It might be that. Yeah, it might be that.
Okay,
I don't
so
actually
that dodecahedron, that's 12-sided.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Yeah.
I had a question for the room in general, since we're kind of talking about spirituality, the spiritual realm, ether, Tesla. Do you guys ever get the sense that the more that you look into this, the more you start to discover and the more you come to an understanding? Do you ever get a feeling of the possibility of kind of playing with fire when it comes to the creator, right? Because I think of like when the fallen angels came down, like what did they teach the people? They taught them all these things that seemed to be of a higher intelligence, but also seemed to be of detriment to man. So it's me. Sometimes I'm like, I love this subject. I really enjoy digging into it, but then I also have this like apprehension to some extent. I don't know if any of you guys ever feel that.
I hear you, bro.
No,
You're
I'd
talking
agree.
Tower of Babel stuff here. Yeah, I
Well, I
hear
don't know.
you.
I was
It's
talking
like
to
some
SC about
things
that.
are.
Sorry.
I was just gonna say I hear what he's saying. Like it's like some things are not meant for us to discover, and it's like we're
See, I don't know.
knocking on the forbidden. I hear you. If that's what you mean, yeah.
Personally, I don't agree. Like, I think that what the Watchers did was they gave us information in such a way as to deceive us. Like, actually, what it says is it's not that mankind was not supposed to figure these things out. They were supposed to figure them out on their own and with pure intention. But what they did was they created a shortcut, gave us the information in such a way to deceive us. They limited our understanding of it for detrimental things. Like it's like I was talking to him about the ether. Like really, there's according to Tesla, and I agree, there's a life-giving force that ripples throughout the ether, if you will. And basically, the ether is just the canvas of the creator. Okay, I don't think that the canvas could be accessible if it's intrinsically evil to access it. Right? It's the reason that it's evil. You get like a gun isn't evil. You can just do evil things with a gun. You can also do good things with a gun. Like I don't think that knowledge, information, physics, ether physics, anything can be intrinsically evil or wouldn't even be accessible if there wasn't a righteous side of the coin that it can be used for. It's just that we're deceived with knowledge, right? And so if they remove the knowledge from us and then just drip feed us in specific ways to control us or to confuse us or to deceive us, then that's the dangerous part, and that's what the Watchers did. So I think then unfortunately the answer is then it comes down to intention. Like what's the purity of your intention in the pursuit?
Mm-hmm. Because the scripture talks about like the integrity of your heart, because it's not necessarily what you're doing. Now, obviously, some things are just don't do, or some things are you must do, kind of thing. But if you're doing it with the wrong intention, then you're not being true to yourself. You're by virtue of doing that. That's a weird expression. I don't want to use esoteric terms, but if you don't have the integrity, then that action is a sin because you're going against what you know in yourself to be like, oh, I want to do this kind of thing, or I ought to do this. But it's easier if
Did you guys want some more gravy, bro? Like, so I saw another interview from this guy, and he says, this is going to sound crazy, okay? This is one of my example. This is not for the anti-flat earthers, okay? But this guy says that there are deep underground military bases, right? And that he's actually been there. He's been there, and that in the lower levels, the levels get bigger and bigger, okay? And that if you go far enough down, they are actually working side by side with Nephilim, and that they actually call them that. They call them the Nephilim. They actually told him that's who they are, and that they work side by side. And you have to sign an agreement that you won't say the word Jesus. You have to agree to not
you know what we
say
have to
it.
do? Shove a Bluetooth speaker down there and just blast it.
Just blast like Jesus,
Yeshua.
Yeshua. Yeah, but yeah, like you have to agree not to say the Messiah's name, and that they're working side by side with the Nephilim. And look, and he says that they openly admit that their objective is to wage war against God. Like now that sounds crazy, but this,
Yo, so there's one thing I wanted to.
This is ex government.
Yeah, there's one thing I wanted to address to what Napalm was saying about like playing with fire. So what it makes me think of is the Ark of the Covenant. So there were specific instructions given to the priests and the people transporting it and such. And when they touched it, or if they touched it and they weren't clean, like if a priest went in there and he hadn't, he had some sin lingering or whatever, there's different accounts of them getting just struck dead. And the way I would kind of paint a picture is if, like, let's say you jump into a, I don't know, it's just the picture that came into my mind, so excuse me if it doesn't land well for the audience. But if you were gonna jump into a high flowing stream of either water or air, and you went fully streamlined and everything was on lock, you're fine. You're gonna pierce through it and everything's gonna be alright. But if you go in there with something lagging, you got like a snag sticking out your backside or whatever, right? You're gonna go off course and you're gonna tumble and you're gonna crash. Right? And I kind of paint that picture as to what people kind of over spiritualize in terms of, oh, you're not clean, you're not right. It's more a case of there are certain things in the way the world works, right? The way it's been created, the order of things, that if you're not within the line of that, there are negative consequences. So it's not that it's like an egregious, like a dictatorship type of nonsense, the idea that people put onto the scriptures of old, right? Of, oh, you must do this, you must do that. He's just being controlling. It's not like that. He made the world in a certain way. So when he tells you this is how you operate, it's because he's the designer of the product, and he's giving you the operational manual for how to use it in its proper way. So, for instance, the food laws is an easy one to jump to. Or when you eat thing that's outside of what's designed as food, the consequences are you get sick. So when it comes to this power type of thing, because this is really extreme and strong stuff, like you said, playing with fire, napalm, is if there's something impure. Now, how do we go and like compare that? That might be a more difficult thing to talk about. But if there's something inside, there's a lack of integrity here. You go and play with this. So like Witzer was saying, if you're not going with the right intentions, you go and play with this fire, you're going to get burned. If you're lucky. More likely you're going to die, right? So that's how I would address that. So I'm curious what you think on that.
Yeah, no, I get that. I understand completely. And it was just, it's just me in my mind, not that there's like ill intent at all whatsoever in my heart when I go down these journeys or try to discover this, but I do just find sometimes some apprehension just based on like,
yeah, I think that's wisdom.
right, like where are we at?
Don't
if this discovery continued down this path, is there even a portion of the population that's actually even ready to be able to handle this in a way that is pure? Like, do we even have enough of that in the world at this moment, kind of thing? So
because I've had that discussion.
Well, that's why I brought up the deep military bases, right? Like, it wasn't just completely unrelated. Like, if you are to attempt to grasp the magnitude of what potentially is going on, it's a spiritual war, and they're utilizing our ignorance of the way that this place is built and the metaphysical glue of this place against us, and they're utilizing it to wage spiritual war. And I think that the reason you have such a large amount of people waking up to a lot of the deceptions and trying to re-examine how the world works is it may be required that we understand it in the future. Which is why I leave it open to like, oh, not only is it not intrinsically evil, it may be like obligatory.
I could agree with that. The thing I was gonna say to what you said, Napalm, is you got a big point, because I've had this discussion with. Okay, we know, the person I'm talking to, we know that this is what can be done. We know that this electricity stuff has been manipulated. We know that it can be effectively free, or whatever word you want to use it. But that's with us, with the kind of integrity that we approach it with. That's we're taking this from we desire truth. We want to, think of all the good things that could be done with it. But then you go, hold on, what about the rest of the world? So maybe the fact that this stuff had been suppressed is probably to some degree a good thing, because if this is all the nonsense that your average Joe is getting up to on a regular basis, just talk about anything you want from the last 25 years or 50 years, whatever, right? It's some degenerate behavior, and they've had a limited ability to such things as we're discussing, right? They have a fraction of it. If your everyday Joe could be like, oh, my phone never needs to be charged, my car never needs to be refueled, think of all the wickedness that they would get up to. It would be beyond the pale. It would be beyond the pale, I would imagine. So, yes, it's annoying and frustrating to those who can think more clearly and can see through the bullshit that this stuff has been suppressed. But maybe there is a purpose, a positive purpose to that end.
The positive purposes is for them to have control and get rich. Bro, I just had to pay $500 for 1 month.
Yeah, but I'm acknowledging that. Like, I know that's the annoying part, right? But what I'm talking about is excluding. Okay, maybe not everyone, because I don't know who's in the room, right? But excluding the kind of people that are having this discussion. If there was this free electricity, you just plug into the floor or into the ground, like Tezza was talking about, and you just get it out. All people would do is the people who just go and waste their life, Netflix binges and well, I don't know, just whatever degenerate behavior that requires some form of power, which ultimately just makes our life easier. Less time. You don't have to wash the dishes by hand anymore. You don't have to go and wash your clothes by hand anymore. That kind of stuff. It will just give them more room to do more useless behavior. So I'm proposing that maybe there was a reason for that stuff being suppressed, aside from the greed of the elites. Does that make more sense?
Well, you're subconsciously trying to justify their bullshit, bro. And
no, I'm not
justifying
the. No, that's your interpretation of what I'm saying, but that's not what I'm doing. I'm just presenting.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm presenting.
I get a little psychological about it, but still, it's like they. I just had to pay $500 last book, and I'm kind of tied down. It's a good portion of why I'd consider stuck, which I never let myself fully get consumed by that feeling, but people get stuck because, man, you're trying to. It's a struggle just paying for your everyday bullshit when the food is made, in bulk, bro, and we waste so much of it, bro. The electricity is, that's a way to control. It's a means for control, bro, and a means to make money off the slaves.
Yeah, there's a lot of that going on, and like you're saying, Elisha, yeah, I kind of see what you're saying. The more we have these technologies, or the more we have at least advancements in the way that we're being guided, like the lazier, the more dumbed down, and the more sloth-like, yeah, and the more deprived and the more debaucherous and all this stuff. It's just like we're slowly progressing to that, and I almost think like this conversation, what you were just saying, kind of made me think back of some of the archetypes that are in films or television.
Yeah, have you ever seen WALL-E?
Well, I was gonna say, like, that kind of allude to like a time where it's like primitive with advanced technology, kind of like the melding of the two. Like, is that the best merriment of?
I would think so.
This, kind of like I've never seen Westworld, but I can imagine that it's like that. Or there was a movie with Will Smith, like back in the day, like Wild Wild West or something like that. I can't remember, but it's kind of like this advanced technology, but in a primitive kind of state of mind, meaning you still have you have these advanced technologies, but you still have the state of mind of like growing your own food, fashioning your own clothing, like all that kind of stuff. I don't know. Maybe that.
I think that would be the point. Now the question is, would there be any point in any advancement if you're just doing the basics of I'm gonna raise my sheep, I'm gonna grow my corn or whatever, right? insert whatever traditional husbandry you're gonna do.
No, I
Like,
feel like you would utilize the technology like exactly how it should be. Like if you had the unlimited power or, you know, whatever, you would utilize it in a way that you would use it in a form of like stewardship.
yeah,
Like you have to
yeah.
have that
I'm
mentality.
just wondering, kind of giving a slight counterpoint. Would you even need it? But definitely, if that's what the intention was, if that's how the society was operating, that would be great. Instead of having to stay up guard all night from the wolves for your sheep, you could stay like having a discussion with your friends and doing useful stuff because you've got this advanced technology that's protecting the sheep, and the wolves have no chance because they're gonna get zapped by a flipping radiant ray or
Calling it
whatever.
advanced? You referring to like free electricity as advanced or suppressed?
You asking me a question?
Yeah, are you referring to it as like advanced or suppressed? And are you referring to free like as advanced or suppressed or which one?
I'm not really referring to it as either. I'm just following on the point that Napalm raised about like what it would be good if we had this cooler technology, these cooler understandings, but applied in a more ancient way of living, like, you know, salt of the earth type thing, raising your own food, all that kind of stuff. And I was just painting an example, like, so it would be cool because one of the greatest attributes and one of the things that stands out amongst us in creation is that we can think, right? The animals don't waste time thinking; they just eat, you know, procreate and die, like simply put. But
Sure,
we
man,
have
I'm
more. We
not
have more to.
disagreeing. Yeah, yeah. I'm not disagreeing with any of that. I'm just wondering, do you, in your mind, do you consider like free electricity like advanced technology?
I consider it fundamental. I consider it the truth. But I don't know. I'm not trying to like not answer your question. It's just I'm not really thinking of it in the kind of binary way that you presented it.
Bro, I was vibing with you until you said advanced, like advanced technology and doing something with it. Like I don't think it. I really don't think it's that advanced. I think people are already doing it.
following on. I was following on from
That's
what
just my
Napalm
personal
said.
opinion, bro.
Because in comparison to what we have now, right? What Napalm was saying is like we have pretty primitive crap right now. It's terrible. So I think that's how he was using advance in comparison to the rubbish that we have now, and how if you were to take that, but instead of doing this weird, like if you've ever seen Wall-E, those fat people just floating around doing nothing. It's like, what if you had all those floating cool technologies, but you were applying it to growing the best natural food, raising the best quality beef and lamb? I think that's what he was presenting, if I understood you correctly, Napalm.
Yeah, no, you did. It's like the way that I think of it, or kind of the way I'm thinking of it now, is that it's taken a long time for the powers to be to deceive us into believing that this world is a world of scarcity when really it's a world of abundance.
Oh, for
And
sure.
that's a complete different like mind shift or state of mind. And to get back to the understanding or the mindset of living in a world of abundance, and then being able to utilize the knowledge of a more advanced technology, I think is the only way that there would be a good marryment of that technology and humankind, right? But it takes a complete shift in mindset, because when you come from the approach of this scarcity mindset, that's when the influences of
the greed and all that
greed
kind of crap.
and and trying to hold everything for your own, when really it's like, yeah, you can do everything for yourself, meaning you can supply all of your needs for you yourself very easily, especially if we had the help of a more advanced, quote unquote, technology to be able to do that. But that advanced technology would only be beneficial to humankind when you have the mindset of living in abundance, meaning I don't know, maybe you understand where I'm going there.
Yeah. See, what I would parallel that with is what the scriptures talk about in what's to come, right? It says that they will turn their swords into plowshares. So swords would be like the epitome in at least at the time, right, of weaponry. Those are the most advanced stuff, right? Kind of thing. Maybe you could make that argument. I don't want to get lost in that side of things, but they were then turning all of that into plowshares. And what's the plowshare for? It's to go back to the whole purpose of this thing. It's to manage, to steward, to take care of the abundance that is inbuilt in creation. Because the sword, what do they do with the sword, right? Go back like a few steps. You've got a sword in your hand. It's like, unless you're being attacked and you're defending yourself, you got no purpose for it. The whole reason it was given to men, by the way, it was what Witsit was talking about earlier, was these watchers that came down. They taught men warfare. I think it was Azazel who did that. That wasn't for men to do. That was a heavenly thing, and the reasons for that I have questions for, but that wasn't for man to do. They were told an instruction, right? Adam was given the instruction to subdue the earth, to have dominion over it, and to work the land, right? So what a sword does is, it, like, back to your scarcity point, is people go, oh, I don't have enough, I want more, I'm going to go and take from someone else. That land, I'm not content with my land, which supplies more than what I need because it's been created that way, and all I have to do is manage it well. I'm going to go and take the other geezer's land. That wasn't assigned to me.
Right. Or there's a portion of people that feel that they need to take from others, right? Because they don't have for themselves. But that's the scarcity mindset, or I don't know. I think we've been convinced that this is just human nature and this is just the way that people act, but I don't know if that's necessarily the case.
No, I'm in agreement, because one of the things that's said in the deception that was given to Eve by the serpent was like, it was presenting the knowledge. It's like, oh, you will be like Elohims, knowing good and evil, right? It's like you're basically putting as if what she was given wasn't enough. So it's painting like that envy, right? The envy of something else that is not even to do with you. So hold on a minute, you've got the whole flipping earth. You have all the fruits. Leave that tree alone. You have all the other fruits. You have a husband. You have the animals. You have all this stuff. But let me tempt you with the thing that you don't have. And so hold on a minute, because if you were in the right mindset, like you're saying, like the abundant mindset, however you want to phrase it, right? You would be like, oh, the temptation doesn't mean anything to me. Like, nice try, but I'm happy with what I got. I'm content with what I've been given, because what I've been given is good. And I would agree with you. That's kind of where I would go with it, because of how I live and what I believe, right? But I see the similarities in your point and the scriptural, the foundations of scripture and what we know about what happened.
Yeah, I mean, either way, I do think we should continue to strive to maybe unlock some of these keys, but then it goes back to, like, maybe, like you were saying before, maybe you understood why it's been possibly hidden, maybe not for the right reasons, but even if people of pure intention are able to figure this out, should it kind of be occulted when you think about it?
Yeah, I think the reason this may be, forgive me if this sounds arrogant, but the reason I think maybe this is something that I'm able to talk about or view is because a lot of the stuff that you see in scripture, and I would presume anyone who reads scripture should be able to understand what I'm talking about, is he specifically let things happen, he the creator let evil things happen because they were the right thing to do as a response to what had preceded that. So, for instance, Adam got kicked out of the garden, and he then had to sweat and all this different stuff. That's an evil. It's not wicked. That's an evil, and evil is based on perspective, right? But that was the correct and good thing in response to him doing his nonsense and messing up. And then equally so with other stuff, like when they stepped out of line and didn't hold to the covenants and the behavior, he sent in the different armies and the different other nations to come and, like, kick them out of the land, to come and allow the land to rest, and these different things, right? So, and like you were saying with the different things occulted. Now that word obviously might trigger some people, but it's specifically mentioned in the book of Daniel, for instance, that revelation, that prophecy about the future is like, yo, keep this thing hidden. And he allows these things to be hidden for a purpose, for a certain generation, for a certain reason. And some things, whether we like it or not, are for the wise and the wise only. And it's not like it's not like one can't seek wisdom, but it's like to what benefit would it be? For instance, like what we deal with on a regular basis and what Witzer was talking about earlier, these anti-flat earthers, this stupid attitude that we see all the time. Like at some point, these kind of discussions that we're having, the previous thing that I was reading, you give that to these people and they're just gonna bite your head off or whatever expression, right? Because they're not, it's of no benefit to them. So holding it back from someone like that makes a lot of sense. There's wisdom in being like, you know what, you're not quite ready for this, you're not quite worthy of this level of discussion or this information, because you're not going to do anything good with it. And you probably don't even understand it in the first place, because your first reaction is to attack me, for instance, right? And the easiest way for me to summarize this is in scripture is, don't curse your pearls before swine, lest they turn around and rend you, which is just, stick you with their spikes in their head or whatever they're called, their horns, right? And we know this from what we experience on a regular basis. We try and give truth because we're seeking truth. We care that much about it that we spend so much time on these kind of platforms, right? But not everyone else does, and we get some really evil vitriolic behavior. Now, have people fallen prey to not listening to that wisdom of that they've let the swine, the people who behave like swine, they've let them have their pearls? Yeah, I would say that everyone here has kind of made that mistake in the past. Can they learn from it? Yeah, but the point is, it just adds to what I'm expressing, that there is logic, there is sense to certain things not being for certain people of certain character.
Let me ask you something, and don't take it the wrong way. How do you feel it?
I'll take it the wrong way every day.
if you like. How do you feel it benefits your position when you're talking about science and stuff to bring religion in? And I'm not saying either one way or the other. I'm just asking, how do you feel that benefits your position?
I don't really feel any particular way about it. It's all related. You get me?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, because the question you posed me presumes that I'm going with the intent to benefit my position. My position will, but whatever I'm discussing should stand on its own merit. So I'm not really trying to convince anyone. I'm just having a discussion and presenting how I like to make sure that my understanding or my position is clear enough for other people to understand it, whether they agree with it or not.
Fair enough.
I could analogize it for you though. You know, like how most topics, when we're talking outside of the earth or whatever, we of this kind of bent can kind of find the link a lot of the time between geopolitics and these kind of whatever current events. You can link it back to the earth because it's ultimately it's the physical foundation upon which everything else happens. So there's always a link back, and obviously we're passionate about the topic, so we link it back. The only difference with, and this is not to put myself above or better than anyone else. But the only difference between what I'm doing and what a lot of the rest of these lot do is that I do that, but to one other level, or I just take it one step further, because the Earth is foundational in the physical sense, perhaps, but where did that come from, right? That came from the Creator. So when we talk about these topics that basically include existence itself, like me and Napalm were talking about, the whole, just everything, then the foundation goes back to the Creator. So whether people like it or not, it's gonna be related. So the same way you would be like, oh, this the Earth and the Tesla stuff and the different topics. I'm like, well, obviously I see the parallels, I see the link back, and the way I view it, and I'm sure other people kind of think about it in the same way, to a degree, whether they're in agreement with specifically the Christian scriptures or whatever. That when you seek truth enough, you're gonna get to the Creator. Let's say is maybe how you might put it, right? But for me, is that you seek truth, and if you're going to get to specifically the Creator from these scriptures, and what it says about what it says about these things, about life, about wisdom, about His Son, and the future, and all this stuff. That's how I would analogize it. So it makes a bit more sense. Hopefully that clears up your curiosity.
No, I hear you. I don't. I'm not disagreeing with you in any way. The thing that I have I don't want to say a concern, right? But how can I say this? For me, it's better if we separate the two, because what I notice a lot of times, the flat earthers are making a great point, or forget the flat earther part. Anybody's making a good point, and there's a lot of people that everyone's understanding, and then they go ahead and they read a scripture, and to me, I don't mind that. It's just that right at that moment, you just lost maybe 60-70% of your listeners, which were on board with you, but because they're psychologically inclined to go against, you know what I'm saying? It's
No,
like
I
a
get what you're
hindrance.
saying, but this is the point. The same way I wasn't trying, there wasn't because you asked me how I feel about how it benefits me. That wasn't how I was engaging with the conversation, because I was engaging with Napalm specifically. He brought this level of discourse up. So regardless,
So you got
of
to understand from him. Sorry.
I'll finish quick. Regardless of the rest of the audience, I don't even consider the audience. I'm aware that there's an audience, so that I maybe don't overstep the bounds because it's not my server. But that's about all I kind of consider in it, because I'm directly talking to Napalm.
You have to understand from his perspective. It would be like I'm talking to SC. Like from his perspective, right? It would be the same as saying, well, when you're talking to people about a bunch of the conspiracies like 9/11 and fluoride in the water and pesticides and GMOs, and Federal Reserve, you're going to lose like 70% of your audience when you bring up flat Earth. Well,
exactly.
we would say we would say, okay, but the truth is the truth, and flat Earth's important, and if people aren't able to accept the truth for what it is, or at least look at it without like having this emotional, visceral reaction to it, then what can you do? Like, I mean, you're still going to bring up flat Earth if you're a truther, and from our perspective, the scriptures are the truth. So it's like, you understand the analogy I'm making? Like, someone could say, because many people have told me that bringing up flat Earth undermines my credibility for all these other things I'm right about. I'm like, okay, well, maybe, just maybe, I'm right about that too, right? So I think that from our perspective, you can understand why integration is kind of inevitable. That makes sense?
I get it, and I get the analogy too, definitely.
I think the worldly response would be that there's a GIF where he's got the glasses. I think it's like Nicholson or something. He's got glasses on his head. He moves his eyebrows. They fall down on his eyes, and then the text is, "I don't give a sweet F." Right? That would be the equivalent. Now I answered you in a good faith way, and I articulated it. But to be frank, like if people just drop off because I'm talking about something that's interesting, Mate, I don't give a monkeys, basically. But I'm not gonna always respond in that flippant way because I don't think it's necessary. And I believe that's how most of you lot operate anyway. You care enough about the truth that you don't care the result. You don't care if you're going to be ridiculed because you know it's true. Now you might be in a disagreement with me saying that same statement about the scriptures, but the attitude you can at least respect and acknowledge, and that I think that's why we're able to have these discussions, because we can see it's like, hey, I don't know if you're right, but I respect that because you're going at it with integrity, that kind of thing.
Yeah, for me on this kind of topic, right, regarding spirituality and science, I think for me that's one of the big key deceptions is the subjugation of the two, the separation, and science, as we call it nowadays, only looking at the material, right? And there's another side to that coin, which if you only look at that one specific side, the quote unquote science side, and you leave out the spiritual side, you're missing a large portion of it. You're never going to get the full picture. And I think that's probably why there's been some stagnation within quote unquote advancement.
I'm with you, and that kind of defeats my argument because if you don't talk about it, I'm with you guys. I'm not arguing. It's just that it's almost counterproductive in an argument.
Yeah, no, I get it. I understand.
We're not having an argument though, are we? We're just
no, we're
chatting.
just we're just having a
amongst us. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah.
I sent you the GIF. It wasn't directed at you personally. It's just the same kind of attitude that I have too, whether people want to listen or not.
I'm
It's
with
like,
you, bro. I'm with you.
you know what I mean?
I'm that guy right there. Yeah.
But see, like I totally understand your sentiment, right? Because there's many times where I hear a valid argument being put forth by somebody on the FE side, and then it's like right before they get to the finishing move, to the kill shot, they slide in some sort of like scripture or religious reference, which kind of almost shoots themselves in the foot based on their opponent, right? Not necessarily based on the truth, but based on their opponent.
And that's what I meant by when I was talking to Napalm. It was all within context, and I was appreciating who I was talking to. But when I make an argument, like, I don't know how much you've heard me debate, because it's been a while since I've actively smashed some nonsense around, right? But I rarely bring up the scripture because it's not necessary. Like, what? It's not necessary to bring up scripture to go, yo, water's flat, my guy. Just get over it. You know what I mean? And when I do, when it's a furthering discussion with maybe like a more discussion type of debate, depending on who the guy I'm talking to is, then I'll make a delineation between what is just so self-evident and I can prove and point to in reality, and then I'll go to, but here is where the line deviates into what I can prove, and then what I believe and why I believe it. So it's because you make a good point, right? If the audience is going to drop off, and I'm trying to reach the audience, then I'm making an issue. I'm making a problem for myself. I can't necessarily help it. But so, for instance, if Napalm wasn't talking about this stuff and didn't kind of open up that door, I wouldn't have brought it up. Like when I'm talking to you, Essie, I don't bring it up in the same way because it doesn't flow, and that's where there's skill and nuance. And I don't know if I'm always, hitting the nail on the head, but I try to approach it like that. But, when I have an opportunity in a very productive kind of discussion like we've been having this past however long, hour or two, then obviously I'm going to take advantage of it because I'm dealing with people who reciprocate what I'm giving out,
Yeah, and I heard you guys talk hours about religion, and I was involved myself, and we all have varying ideas, and it's actually fascinating.
Yeah, like I mean, when you're dealing with normies, you never bring this stuff up. Normies is when you're dealing with the simple minds, this is not something I would bring up to them.
Actually, you want to laugh? When
it goes back to the pearls before swine stuff. I don't, because I don't even want to have to make an effort in how I'm talking because it's just not worth it. Like I just
hear
talk
you.
to them about casual stuff, and if I can, I'll sneak in something that maybe makes them think, not let them necessarily know where I stand, because I think it's better to go, hey, have you ever wondered about the moon and how the moon, it seems to do this thing? You know, I'm talking about the fact that it doesn't. I'm coming from the position it doesn't reflect the sunlight, but I present it in such a way without saying it directly. Like, just look at this stuff. You see this on a regular basis. What do you think about this? And then leave it hanging like a cliff edge.
Yeah. When Napalm, it's funny because when Napalm said about, don't you feel like there's something there about the knowledge, and there's some things that we shouldn't know? And the first thing that went to my mind was the Tower of Babel, whatever it's called. That's the first thing that went into my mind, right? When in the Bible, where theoretically they were trying to reach heaven, they were trying to reach God, and God struck them down, right? Made them all speak different languages, so they couldn't accomplish their task. So it's like, who do you think you are? There's a limit to what you can do, right?
Yeah.
Even in the Bible, yeah.
Yeah, and this is what I mean. You brought the Bible up, so I'm obviously going to reciprocate. This is where things like the wisdom literature, the beginning of wisdom is the fear of the Lord. So when you have that, you can attain a lot of understanding, a lot of mysteries revealed. But you're going to have it with the foundation of, hey, I know where I stand in this hierarchy. I don't think myself more than who I actually am. That kind of thing. And I think
Amen.
that was the error. That was the error of the Nimrod and his crew. They thought above their station. Yes, they could have possibly achieved one part of it, because otherwise, why would the father have struck them down? But they thought way too far. And so it's like, if you read, I think in Jasher it says, or one of these books it says, "And I will sit upon the throne." Even the devil isn't so stupid as to think like this, right? But Nimrod was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna get rid of God and I'm gonna sit on his throne." It's like, okay, dude, see how that goes for you.
Pride goeth before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall.
There you go. We deal with that on these arguments all the time. Like, they come out with this, "Oh, you're so stupid," this attitude of no la 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 la, and they get rinsed. They get rinsed on a regular basis. Now, unfortunately, they're too dumb to realize it half the time. But those who are aware know that it's the attitude. It's not necessarily their capabilities or their faculties that fail them. It's their attitude, and that goes back to the pride thing. And
Yeah,
the hubris.
most anti-geocentrists, they just can't be objectively honest. They're not even scientific on their approaches most of the time. It's just so mixed up with feelings, and it's actually just feelings.
This is the true for most of those kind of people. This is the true application of the term gamma, right? You know, people have taken that and just thrown it and used it anyhow. That's the true application, because they are probably pretty flipping capable to be able to engage in such stupid behavior in these intellectual discussions. They're capable, clearly, because they're not just calling you retard.
Right.
They have some capability, but they have a capability, but a failed attitude. So if they were to repent of their attitude, they could go and become something else on that hierarchy and wouldn't have to be gammas. But they choose not to, and that's what the real application of the gamma. It's not an insult. It's just that is a classification of a certain type of people in society.
You know, normal
And
people
if you care about, sorry, it's because this is a fun topic to me. If you care about that topic, Vox Day is the one who actually outlined all of that stuff.
You know, I just want to say, when you engage normal folks out there, right, most of the time, they will never act the way these anti-flat earthers are doing in chat and so forth.
Yeah, they have way more respect. They're like, "Oh, I don't know about that." They might
they're
laugh,
actually interested,
but they just kind of leave it.
Yeah, when I talk to professionals in real life, they're like totally different. But think about this, okay? So say you establish a local level, right? You have your plumb line, and then you have another position, and you make a line of sight observation, right? On the globe, that isn't a straight line, right? So if I establish a local level and then I have a local level at the other position and I make a line of sight observation, well, that's a horizontal straight line observation. On the globe, it is not a straight line.
They were just fighting me on that. Line of
They'll
sight
never
isn't a
respond.
straight line. It's a curved
Yeah, they'll
line.
never. They do. They've never even thought about that, and they'll never respond. And dude, me and India were looking through like all these Odysee documents. They don't even address this part. They just left it out. Dude, it's hilarious. The straight line isn't straight.
Yeah, I literally posted what line of sight was and what a straight line was, and they refuted it by saying, no, line of sight is not straight. It's curved. It's a bent. We know light bends.
But then, like, look, then you have Jesse. You have Jesse right now building his entire argument off of it being a straight light path, like a straight path of light. That isn't.
I'm just asking the question.
in
What
our
path
model-
do you think the light takes?
Can you address what I just said? That on a ball, that if you establish a local level and you have a line of sight observation, that it's actually not a straight line; it's curved on the globe.
Well, it's not straight in reality, because if you got two static positions, and you look at something, and then later on, you look back and it's moved, like it's not straight in ours either.
No, it is straight. It's just that where you're seeing is optically changing. But you're making a straight line of sight. You're looking straight at it. That's what line of sight is. We use this for radar. We use this for radio transmission. We use this for ground wave propagation. We use it for all kinds of stuff. So in their paradigm, the line of sight is not a straight line. Jesse's building his entire argument off of a straight line of, like a straight path
They just
of light.
did it with my radar. They said that the radar says it's line of sight, but that means that it's following the curvature of the Earth. But they just
I
did
don't know.
it.
I'm
when
just
it went
saying,
over
if
my
you're,
radar.
I'm just saying, like if you're at the Black Swan or something, you got two static positions, and then you look and it's in one position, and then you look later and it's moved. Like they can't both be straight lines.
Yeah, but this is not about me. Okay, first of all, this isn't about me making a claim. This is about the globe. When they make line of sight observations on the globe, it's not a straight line. It's curved. It's curved.
Yeah.
Obviously,
There's
we
no such
always
thing
take the
as a straight
observation.
line on a globe.
That's right.
They have
So,
to
like,
live
if you
with
have
that.
if you have a plumb line, okay, and you establish a local plumb line straight up and down, vertical plumb line to establish level, and then you go do that at a different position 100 miles away, or let's just say 20 miles away. Now, if you zoomed out and looked at it from the outside, those two plumb lines are going to be tilted away from each other. So if you draw a line from one to the other, it's going to be curved. It's not going to be straight. Right?
Yeah, with these
Even
older
if you
style.
what you're talking about, Jeremy, is the apparent location being different than the actual location. That's definitely true. My point is, if you just take the apparent location for intents and purposes of an observation, you treat it as an actual position, and then you keep on taking observations and you try to boil down where you think it is the best you can. Okay, so we just take it and say it's really where we see it, just hypothetically. If you draw a line from point to point, it's curved. It's not straight. They treat it like it really is straight, but in their paradigm, it has to be curved. Does that
Well, tell
there's
that
no
to a radar
such thing
operator.
as line of sight on a globe. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
they
In
can't
real
say
life
that.
application.
And the
Yeah, they
reason they're
can't say
able
that
to.
line.
Sorry, go ahead.
They can't say that line straight in their paradigm. Yeah. Well, it can't.
That's what
It's
I'm
not.
saying,
and
but they do.
It can't be.
The reason they're able to do this is because they live in a philosophical paradigm, right? Where they're able to hold to the idea of, this relativity nonsense and all this stuff, that you can have a contradiction that stands. But it's because they're not. It's because they're not. Their worldview, their model, it's not scientific. It's not based on reality. So they can say this, and for them it's okay because they live in a philosophy, and their philosophy allows straight lines to be curved and all this nonsense, right?
Well, like Jesse's a good example right now, right? Like Jesse's he says I'm running from an argument where I've addressed it over 20 times. He goes into whatever room I'm in. He drops these clips from the conversation where I said, I'm not explaining it all to you right now because I had something to do. And then he says, I ran away from him. I can't answer it. I'm scared, blah, blah, blah. And every single time he does it, I respond to him again, every time. And then he comes back the next day saying that I ran, never answered it, can't answer it, ran away. When in reality, he just wants to try to argue against what my answer is. Now,
Just
his entire
meme
argument
him.
is built upon his entire argument is built on the premise that it's a straight line that the light travels. That's his entire argument, is that the light travels in a straight line. On a globe, it cannot be traveling in a straight line.
You mean because of refraction?
No, dude.
And
how
his
do you
voice
not- how
doesn't
do
help,
you not
man.
understand?
Why would you
It's
engage
weird.
with this Witsit?
Okay, yeah, it's whatever. I'm saying, like, this is the point that no one ever even really brings up, and the Globers never ever rebut. They've never even thought about it. They don't have an answer.
Well,
They
how
just
can
avoid.
they? They would
It's been
have-
half an
if
hour,
they
and this
were-
dude just avoids it.
But Witsit, they can't, because if they actually responded to it in either knowledge or integrity, then they would have to lay down their worldview and go, oh, this is no longer truth to me.
Respond to what?
Okay, look, bro. If we take
No, I'm not
refraction
I'm
out
not
of the
talking to you.
scenario-
I'm talking to Witsit. Don't worry.
Yeah,
okay?
if we take the refraction out of the scenario, and I establish a local level with the plumb line, and then I have a position I'm looking at, and it also has a local level with the plumb line. If I look from place to place, meaning line of sight, because I'm looking at it, on the globe, that line is not a straight line. If I draw a line from the plumb line to the next plumb line on the globe, it's slightly curved.
You mean because it's a great circle path?
It has to be a curved path from point to point. Why can't you just address the
He
5-year-old?
doesn't see the flaw in it, Witsit. He doesn't get that what he's presenting has no foundation in logic.
No, it's just they just want to repeat it over and over.
You can't help someone who doesn't want to be helped.
This is where you get into this is where it gets really bad for the globe. So taking that understanding that I think a literal 8-year-old could understand, I could just draw a picture and they'd understand. There's a military document that says that they use line of sight for ground wave propagation with a tower that's 3 meters tall, so that's like 10 feet, and that it can be detected over 800 kilometers away. That's like 497 miles. Using
What
line of
frequency?
sight, horizontal ground wave propagation. This has nothing to do with bouncing off the ionosphere. It doesn't bounce off the ionosphere. The military says they can shoot it and that it can be detected 500 miles away. And so from 10 feet, there would be over 30 miles of vertical obstruction blocking the radio transmission.
I got an even more fun one, Witsit, with direct application that cannot be ignored, right? In the Navy operations, they have to have line of sight to be able to pinpoint where this thing is. They use these lasers depending on which type of weaponry they're doing. I'm talking in generalities, of course. Don't get bogged down. But they have to have line of sight to be able to do what they're doing. And these lines of sight things happen now because of the kind of quality of technology at vast distances. And they're twatting each other left and right and getting into all sorts of craziness and explosions and stuff. And you can't just ignore that unless you just either don't understand or you're being disingenuous.
So check this out since you're speaking about the Navy. Aircraft carrier battle group, their lead ship, it's a German vessel. The radar can detect a golf ball 120 miles away.
Yeah, and the only way is if you had line of sight. But if you lived on a boat, that just couldn't happen. Anyway, we know this. It's self-evident. But
Anybody could
apparently some people
Google
aren't.
what I just said.
Yeah, you know what? I wonder if something's self-evident, SE and Witsit, but some people can't bring it up. Are they really fully there? maybe they're the ones that aren't self-evident if they don't acknowledge it.
What they do is they just revert back to their talking points. They just completely ignore whatever we say, and they just repeat their talking points.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. It's like a robot. It's like ChatGPT that's drunk. It's like
I have a
goofy.
solution for this. Do you want to hear it? I
Yeah,
could
go
go back to reading the book I was reading earlier and just watch them disappear again.
Yeah. I just think it's funny because, like, dude, when you look into the Odysee thing, this is how they supposedly map out the sphere, and they never even address this. They never address that if you have line of sight. They claim to have been able to observe something from 182 miles away. Line of sight, 182 miles away. And they draw a straight line there and
Hold
the
on,
other
hold on.
2 points.
Hold on, I'm kind of with Jesse in this because I don't understand if we're making an observation and we're looking across the way, and they're saying it can't be straight because of refraction, right? If it's not refraction, why can't it be straight?
Because you wouldn't be able to, dude. You wouldn't be able to see it on a globe. It has to curve to be seen. It doesn't matter what It doesn't matter about refraction. If I draw a straight line from point to point on a flat Earth, it's a straight line. Okay, on a globe, it's curved. It's curved every time.
Well, if it's on the surface.
They just no. It doesn't matter where it's at. You think if you go above the surface, it's all the plumb lines all of a sudden not tilted? What a joke!
Well, where exactly?
Go ahead, Jesse. You got it.
Where exactly are we drawing this line? Is it
From any point to another point, buddy?
Is it a straight line or is it a surface line on the surface?
It doesn't matter if it's on the surface or not. If it's on a globe, it can't be a straight line.
Jesse already said from one mountaintop to another. Is that a straight line?
It can't be on the globe because the plumb lines are tilted. The plumb lines are tilted.
No, the line is straight.
The line of sight's straight line, which is
straight.
Really? Is the plumb line tilted? Yes or no? Is the plumb line tilted? Yes or no?
I know you're triggered. Hang on. A straight line is the shortest distance.
I got stuff to do. I'm not doing. I can already tell what's going to happen. It's going to be an hour-long waste of my time.
That's a curve. It's really simple.
That's a curve
line.
line.
He's got to duck out.
No, I understand. He's saying that if the line is perpendicular to the plumbs, then it would have to be curved. What he doesn't realize is that when we form a straight line, that it's only perpendicular to at most one plumb. A straight horizontal line is not perpendicular to 2 plumb lines in 2 locations.
The
that
same
doesn't necessarily represent the line of sight.
The same 3 or 4 people that are speaking right now just told me line of sight curved weeks ago.
Yeah, they have to say that because on the globe it does.
Exact people. Xanax,
I was here,
Jesse.
and they told me that they can target a mirage as well.
So how is it not a waste of time then to talk to these people? If they're just going to change based on whatever you say, there is no way to defeat them in any conversation.
I'm happy to read whenever you want me to.
Well, they're right. They're correct that the line of sight is a straight line because they're not on a sphere, and light doesn't act like that as we're talking about it in context. A to B, the shortest distance is a straight line, just like Xanax said, right? Doesn't curve or bend.
They're refuting the survey right now because the survey specifically doesn't account for that.
Which survey? The ones I checked did.
The Spirit Quest test survey that you guys are obsessed. Does it really cite it?
It says it in there.
Yeah, I know. We had to tell you about it. You guys told us for years that there is no left to right refraction. We had to correct you guys about how the document says there is lateral deviation based on refraction. And then you guys skate past the 5 straight years that you swore up and down it had no refraction, as if that isn't lying. Now you were saying it the whole time.
Well, just as a layman in the conversation and thinking about it and what we do know about it, I wouldn't imagine there would be much left or right refraction. I would say even if there is, it's probably minimal. But I've never said definitively. I've never said definitively there's absolutely no left or right
parasites.
You're just saying that because that's what you've heard. Now you're just repeating what you've heard. Before you repeated that there wasn't left or right because that's what you heard. Now you're saying you don't think it would be much because that's what you've heard.
So
no, it's a matter in talking about it and understanding what we're talking about. It's not just
you don't understand it. You have
wait, time out. But let me clarify here, right? When I say it doesn't account for it in the survey, it objectively doesn't. We're not talking about left or right refraction or anything. We're talking about line of sight. It does not claim that the only reason we're able to see something from this far away on the curved Earth is because the light is bending due to refraction. It doesn't say that in the entire survey, objectively. You guys just make stuff up. The benefit of being you guys, you can just make stuff up. Who's going to hold you accountable? You can just change it a week from now.
Do you hear the aggravation in our voice? You think we're just making this up? Do you think we're making it up, or that we heard y'all say it? The exact same people. You're even admitting that you don't really know. You're just repeating what you've heard. You give a shit about what you've heard, man.
I think they actually used the right to left refraction only in the calculation of their expected margin of error. I don't think they actually compensated for it in making their actual angle measurements. I think they just used it for their probable margin of error because they never knew if it was going to be on right or to the left or to the right, but on average it would be 0. But they knew that it could, on any given instance, it could offset their...
You just made that up. Site where it says on average it'll be 0.
It makes
made it up.
sense. It only makes sense, man.
You guys just make stuff up. Cite where it says, quote unquote, on average it will be 0. Cite it.
Well, no, I was looking through the book that they had up open the other day, and it looked like their calculations only used it for the margin of error, not for the actual angles that were recorded. That's just what it looked
now
like
you're
to
just
me.
changing the subject, right? So first,
He's just giving his opinion. He doesn't actually have any substantial knowledge.
Of course,
he says,
but for years,
I think.
For years, the reason we can bring up the first you said reciprocal zenith angles, and we destroyed it because of refraction. Then you're like, oh well,
this is surveying, man. This ain't opinionated.
Azimuth is left to right. There is no refraction. I've heard Xanax say that 100 times. 100 times that there is no left to right refraction. So the azimuth angles are irrefutable because there's no refraction.
Well,
and then you guys all repeat it and
well,
repeat
let me clarify that. We all know the refraction always because light's moving through a differential medium. And is there a differential medium in a path of a straight line laterally? Well, generally not. But there could be, over very long distances, there could be some slight deviation. Light can dither back and forth, and that could be shown as called refraction left to right. But as Left Lane said, probably the net result will be near 0. Now, is it exactly 0? No, there's going to be light.
Well, why would we listen to what you're saying? Can you cite it? Because you guys just make stuff up.
We don't make stuff up. This is logical.
You literally do.
Logic,
you said for years
sense.
there was none. You said they don't have to account for refraction at all, left to right.
Okay. So what I a lot of us do this, and I think
what I mean
when we say things like none or it's not a factor. Is it a factor? Is it none? No. Technically, there's always nothing is perfect.
He's just justifying his lie now. Good one, bud.
It's not a lie. We can say there's no lateral. We can say over any kind of.
It's like, did you cheat? It's
like
no, but when I say no, there's some cheating on the side.
You have a habit of doing this. You know that, don't you?
No, I'm just pointing out the nonsense in what you're portraying.
I shouldn't even have brought this up. It was way better when they weren't talking.
So when we talk about gravity, for example, instantaneity is something that gravity has as an attribute.
Oh my god!
I'm using an analogy. Is that good? In a galactic measure, no. But on local scales, it is perfectly valid.
You're just wasting our time.
Okay, so you can't even listen to an analogy because you got.
No, I don't want to listen to you. That's right. So if you guys want to, you guys made up that the average is 0. Jesse just literally made that up. And so if you made it up, if you want to cite it, that's cool. Secondly, that's not even what we're talking about. We're talking about how if I take a line of sight observation on the globe, it isn't a straight line, it's curved. You guys claim it's because of refraction, made it up. So I said in the survey, they do not claim that this line of sight is actually curved because of refraction. They do not say that at all in the entire survey, nor in the survey that they reference, the surveying method called Clark's method or Bessel's method. Neither one of them say, oh, the way we make the straight line curved is because of refraction. That's just you zealots online in the 21st century making stuff up. So if you guys want to cite what you're talking about, we'll go from there. If you guys want to sit here and speculatively make stuff up as if it's fact and we have to take it as fact and listen to you ramble about your opinion for hours, we don't.
Are you talking about their conversion to lines on the spherical surface, or are you talking about the observations being straight? I'm just curious.
And by the way, Jesse said that it only happens at the surface. It's like the fact that you guys just make stuff up and then you run around like you're schooling us is hilarious. It only happens on the surface. If I have, listen, there's something called in that survey, it's called horizontal reduction to sea level, because once you establish a plumb and then you go up higher and higher in a sphere, it's going to be tilted more and more and more and more and more. Basic geometry, bro. You're on a sphere, you establish a plumb. As you go higher, it's going to be tilted away from the other plumb more and more with elevation.
And that is the reason why spherical excess can be measured.
But this dude, no, it's not about spherical. Oh my God!
I'm just saying that's how they use it. That's why it
No,
works.
the spherical excess is about azimuths. You never know anything about what you're talking about.
What are you talking about? That's exactly why.
What are you talking about?
Excess is able to be measured because of the.
This is about azimuth.
I know. Azimuth now is talking about lateral refraction, and you're saying that we have there's a possibility of lateral refraction. So, is there ever been a measurement of lateral refraction?
Subject. It just blatantly changes the subject.
I'm
it's
trying
so
to find
funny.
What subject
Stop interrupting me. You just
forth.
said no. I just pointed out that Jesse claimed it only happens on the surface, which
Wait a
is
second.
dumb.
What did I claim?
You said that the curve would only be on the surface. That's what you said. And then I pointed out, no, it would be anywhere. No, yeah, that's what you said. That's what you said. That's what you said.
No, I asked if you were talking about a great circle path. I asked if you were drawing a line on the surface or a line of sight. Because I'm still not sure what you're trying to say that it has to curve.
Oh, trust me, we get it. You don't know. So the point is that whenever I was pointing out, no, of course, even if you go higher above the surface, it's still curving no matter what. When you draw a line from one point to another point on a sphere, it's curved. It's not straight because you're going from plumb line to plumb line, from position to position, and they're tilted away from each other on a globe. Period. Plumb line or no plumb line. Plumb line or no plumb line. Plumb line or no plumb line. And then what you said was, no, it only happens to the surface. And then Zanuck just said that, yeah, the fact that it tilts away is how we're able to measure spherical excess. And literally this survey has nothing to do with reciprocal zenith angles or vertical deviation at all. It's about azimuths. And then he tried to say, yeah, that's what I'm talking about, and then change the subject to refraction. All you guys do is waste our time.
That is an azimuth. That is an azimuthal effect. Do you not understand? I think you still really don't understand how the spherical excess is measured. But
there you go. Now, if you gaslight me, we won't all notice that you were blatantly wrong.
No, you're right. You have two poles that are a mile high.
Dan, if you always destroy the conversation, dude.
Two buildings, 2,000 feet high. Like
all right, bro. That's enough.
And you're measuring, and you have a line of sight, peak to peak or top to top, antenna to antenna. Those can be relatively straight. Now there will be some refraction, but generally that's a straight line. It does not match the surface by any stretch. Now that they don't have to be, just because they're tilted doesn't mean that line curves. The line of sight is straight. If there's refraction, that'll alter how straight it is. But are you listening, or are you just going to talk? So the
honestly, I'll just go back to the ether, right? I mean,
again for the 100th time, I've been thinking.
Settle down, buddy. Settle down.
This is why my wife told me stop coming in here, because in these moments, it's guaranteed just to waste my time, right? Like it's guaranteed a waste of my time.
If you have something better to do with it, just go, man. He is just here to drain energy and waste your time.
Zanuck, why don't you go on mute, bro? Nobody really wants to hear what you have to say.
He's already been muted. It's over. Let me read the book again.
Since
all those in favor.
1 second. Since I've debunked Zanuck on his heads-up display lies, and he still couldn't just accept my debunks regarding that. I can't take him seriously anymore. There is nothing to do with like people who just are this ignorant. I just can't take serious.
Okay, since when you talk about heads-up display, you don't think the horizon drops.
No, I'm not gonna go in this conversation, Zanuck. I have obviously given you enough evidence.
Like this is what I'm saying. He has like an individual thing that he wants to bring up to each person. It's like he doesn't have respect for the flow of conversation, for keeping it consistent. It's always just scattergun whatever bullshit he thinks we have to listen to. He's going to conversation rape us. And it's simple. A 5-year-old can see it. If I draw a straight line, if I draw a vertical plumb on a globe, and then I draw another vertical plumb on a globe, they're not actually vertical. They're vertical relative to center of mass. If I step outside and look at the two vertical plums, they're tilted away from each other. If I draw a line connecting them, it has to be curved.
No.
Okay,
Absolutely
you guys
not.
are retarded. You guys are retarded.
That is retarded. You're right. You are being retarded. You have two buildings, and I have a really strong tensionable type of line, and I connect those two towers together. Even though we're making a trapezoid, even though they're pointed away, Witsit, the tops of the antennas connected by a wire will be perfectly straight. There's nothing wrong with that. And if there's no refraction, they
It's
would
not
be perfectly straight
analogous
as
to
well
the line of
visually with a
sight that
laser.
he's talking about, is it?
Yeah, of course not, because he doesn't want to have an honest conversation.
I
And
do.
this is something else. What you guys said was that the reason
Let's have an
wait,
honest
time out. This survey says that they when it gets up to seeing something 182 miles away. So if you have
Survey
line of
says?
sight observations 182 miles away, the Earth's curvature is supposed to block whatever you're looking at. 182 miles away, and then they draw 3 line of sight observations together. They have 3 points. They do line of sight to get the angles from each point, and then they make a triangle. That means it's 180 degrees line of sight, horizontal line of sight. They then reduce them and transform them into a sphere. Okay, on a globe, you don't have horizontal line of sight. Period.
Why not?
Okay, well, maybe just go think about it, Jesse. Come back tomorrow.
Let's go back to radiant
Funny,
energy.
the guys
Dude.
that have experience in this technology, you have challenged over and over again. Yet you cannot make a cogent or coherent thought in chat. You talk about
That's
plumb
ironic.
lines. Hold on. 2 plumb lines. 2 plums. 2 buildings. I made it really simple. 2 buildings are 1,000 feet high. You're saying that I can't line of sight the top of that building and that to be a straight line? It has to be curved because the plumb lines are diverging?
I'm saying the building's tilted away from you, bud. So if you want to connect, if you actually connect each one line of sight, they're curved. And this is
why would that line be?
It's common sense. It's common sense.
It's a trapezoid. You have a curved surface.
No, this is a trap.
Can I finish?
A trap.
Can I finish the sentence? I said this before. Can I just finish?
Can you finish the
2
sentence
buildings
in your head?
Hey, 2 buildings pointing away.
Hey, what? What do you want?
2 buildings pointing away.
What's your purpose for being here, Zenek?
Can I fucking talk without you interrupting me? Just stop. Right?
What's
2
your
buildings
purpose for
pointing
being
away
here?
from each other, and the tops of them connected, but the bottom surfaces.
It doesn't matter how
are
many
a
times
curve.
you
So we
reiterate
have
your
a curved surface on the
misunderstanding of the
bottom
point.
and a
Dude.
straight line on top. It's a trapezoid with a curved bottom. What's wrong with that?
Not analogous. End of story.
It is analogous. 2
What's your
plumb
purpose
lines.
for being
Why
here?
can't you take the top of the plumb lines and connect them with a straight line?
Why can't you acknowledge your error?
And something else that's super funny. Watch this. Something else that's super funny. If I take a line of sight to one position, then to another position, and to another position, and I'll make a triangle, and they're all built on line of sight observations, it equals 180 degrees. Whether or not they're at different elevations, none of that matters. If you have line of sight to 3 positions to make a triangle, then it's 180 degrees.
Correct. What's wrong with that?
Okay.
I agree.
So that's what they did in the survey, and then
No.
that means they have to. Yes, it is.
For spherical excess? No, it's
So
not.
they take the plane triangles, they apply the formula to it, and transform them into spherical triangles. And it says for the greater triangles, you have to use the R value from the reference spheroid model to transform it.
Right. So you're missing one key element. There's a reason why they attach triangles together. That's why I started in the very beginning a month ago with you, and you still don't get it. No one does. Even Jeremy doesn't get it. Remember you did the example of the 3 triangles all on the different plumb lines, these antennas, so to speak, one at 1,000 feet, one at 500, one at the surface, and all of them are line of sight with each other. They don't do spherical excess by looking at each individual triangles and add the angles like you're saying. They take one angle and contribute from each triangle and add them together. Now, because the plumb lines are diverging, those different ABC angles will be adding up to greater than 180. That can only happen with 3 different triangles. So they do that. The next step, if you can get your imagination around this, is to not just do one triangle, do several triangles and attach those baselines together. So then you have 3 triangles that are out in the distance,
They didn't do
all
that,
connected, all at different elevations, all will tell you the spherical excess value.
They didn't do that. They didn't do it, Zach.
One triangle, One triangle
Why do
straight
we
line
have to engage our
will
imagination?
not
Surely we should
give
be
you
able to just
access.
go ahead and
Because
get
all
definite results,
Why are you
empirical
talking
data
over me?
to back
See,
up
that's
this
what I'm saying.
whole
Just like the
worldview that
person
you hold
in the
to.
chat's like, oh, they're talking over Xanax. Dude, we just sat there and let Xanax talk for a full minute unimpeded, and he just keeps going. And then someone goes to respond. Now he's interrupting me. You see, no, Slickwood, you want to know why people interrupt Xanax? Because if you don't, you never get to talk. It just becomes, we are forced to listen to Xanax pretend he's teaching us for 3 straight hours. And he'll never cite it. He'll never cite it. Stop interrupting me. I'm going to mute you, dude. So if you want to cite it, we're talking about a specific thing. If you want to cite where it says they did what you said they did, then cite it. You making up stories doesn't make anything true. It says they take a plane triangle and then they apply a formula that uses the R value of the spheroid model. That's what the actual document says. So either we listen to what the actual document says about what they did, or we listen to an anti-flat earther that refuses to cite the document, make up what he says they did. Tough decision there.
And that's not what I said. That is one way to do it. That's a correction value they can apply to it. And they can also measure the spherical excess by the multiple triangles strung
Oh,
together.
but they didn't do that.
That is the other way
You
to
can't
do
measure
that.
what
They have done
isn't
that.
there.
That is
Can
how
you
they've
cite
done
that, Zanuck? You're gonna be muted until you can cite that.
I already cited it. I gave you the example.
Okay.
Xanax
No, cite the
Mute
document.
him then. He said he
I
already
gave you the
cited
document.
it, but he hasn't.
I
so
even
he's
gave you the
muted.
document.
Mute.
Don't be threatening me. with that.
Where's the link? Put the link.
Yeah, while he's searching for the impossible, I can definitely go ahead and read that book again.
Put it
I want to point this out. So, like, they get their line of sights from each position, and it says they apply an R value from the reference spheroid. So, no matter what they say, that's what they said they did. It also says they take they make a net base adjustment, right? A base net adjustment, and they make a preliminary reduction before they even record the observed angle column. They have a preliminary reduction. Kosho swears up and down they only did this to 2 of them. Well, that's funny because in the introduction it says they do it to all of them. So this is why it is a waste of time to talk to anti-flat earthers, because they'll just make something up. If it's proven wrong, they'll be like, "Oh, I just got that wrong, my bad." Then they'll make something else up, and then you have to go prove it wrong. Then they'll make something else up, and you turn around. It's been a month. It's been a
Then
month.
don't whistle their tune with it. Then they won't pop up.
Gosho was confused because there's 2 reductions that are being made. There's a reduction when they apply the spherical excess to the triangles. They calculate it with a formula and then they unevenly distribute it among the angles of a triangle. The other reduction is a sea level reduction where the stations that are at a high elevation, they reduce them down to sea level. And it wasn't just done at 2, it was done at every one west of like the Mississippi or something. I have to go back and look. They just didn't do it to the ones on the right section of the country.
That for the horizontal one, right? For the sea level, the horizontal reduction at sea level. It says that right. So the question is the preliminary reduction they say they do for like step 2, the horizontal reduction at sea level? Because it says that they apply a preliminary reduction, that's just the method that they use. And then after that, they apply corrections. Like that's what it says on 1819.
Yeah, and by which parameters are they correcting? Because they would have to know something ahead of time to know how to correct it.
Well, they admit that they use the spherical assumption for the correction,
Exactly.
right?
And that's how you can demolish it all, because you know that fundamentally it's based on an assumption. So there's no reason. I mean, yes, I understand the investigation, but like you can really simply wrap it up to, okay, if your whole thing is based on something that's null and void, therefore the rest that precedes that is also null and void.
Yeah, they literally.
Do I have to
use line of
translate
sight
that? Did you
to measure
understand
the
what I
triangles,
said?
So it's just silly to begin with. That's
Just
why all the
read what-
triangles are right at 180, give or take.
Read what he just put right there. It says, note that these angles are not the angles within the triangle ABC. Instead, they are the projected angles in each horizontal plane at the points A, B, and C respectively. Also note that if the verticals are parallel, then the horizontal triangles are congruent. The angles and sides are identical in all three triangles, which means that it has to be true that A plus B plus, I can't see it, equals 180 degrees. Therefore, an unavoidable conclusion of measuring these angles such that it's greater than 180 is that the verticals cannot be parallel, which means they make the preliminary reduction and adjustment to the parallel using the reference spheroid model. Your freaking screenshot
No, that's
refutes
not what it
you.
means. You're
Oh
just
my
not. You're
God.
still not getting it. If vertical A and B and C are diverging from each other, then you will have three triangles, all with the angles adding up to 180 degrees. But if you contribute alpha, beta, and delta together, those angles will be greater than 180. And that's the spherical excess that they measure.
It specifically says it's not a measurement or an observation, it's projection.
We measure A. We measure at B. We measure A at alpha. We measure at B, we measure beta. And at C, we measure delta. These angles are not the angles within the triangle ABC. You know what ABC is, right?
It says that they're not measured, that they're projected.
No. It says these angles are not the angles within the triangle ABC. ABC is the tilted triangle now. Start to the bottom.
Instead, they are projected angles.
Yes, they're projected angles in each horizontal plane. You can't even understand what you're reading, and it's really kind of interesting.
And what does projected mean? What does projected mean?
I will explain to you. You're still not getting it. It's not projected. These are projected angles in each horizontal plane.
Why do you have to explain it?
A, B,
when
and
you could
C.
just show it.
I'm showing it. You're not understanding.
No, show the measurement.
It's there.
Of a three-sided triangle with an excess measurement.
I gave you the measurement
of over 180 degrees.
No.
Show it to me.
You're
show it to me. Show me where on earth. No. Why? Because you're saying that you've done it, right?
So I don't know who started talking first, but you guys need to relax.
If you can do this, what I'd suggest is why don't you pick a big enough frozen lake that you could actually go and conduct this measurement, and you could carve it into the lake, and people could come with their protractors and go and measure the angles and go, "Ooh, hold on a minute, this is over 180 degrees." Because if what you're saying is true, you should be able to do that, and it will stand as a landmark while the winter still stands that nobody should be able to refute. So go ahead and do that. We'll wait because you know that can't be done.
Non sequitur and completely.
How is that a non sequitur? That's a direct application to what you claim.
Spherical excess.
That is a direct application to what you claim, to that you can have a triangle that has an excess of 180 degrees.
Okay, Elisha, please, for the love of God, can you just stop talking for a second? Witsit, you had
the irony of what comes out of your mouth is
someone please
one at a time. One at a time.
Jeremy, please. So listen, Witsit, if you go back to what I posted there, and you can see what I showed, you read it, but you didn't understand what you were reading. And that's what I wanted to go over with you.
That's just your opinion. You say that all the time. You don't understand. You
Elijah,
don't understand.
can you stop
That's
talking?
not an argument.
You.
Mate,
Please,
all you're doing is ad hominem. Ad hominem attacks.
talking.
You're denigrating the credibility of the person you're talking to without actually providing anything substantive.
Let me finish this point.
On a regular basis, Zanik, you accuse most of the people you talk to of not understanding.
Why don't give me the same respect that I give him?
I know, Matt. Just have to temporarily mute both you guys if you can't get it under control.
So, Elijah, can you let me have the floor for about 10 seconds without you interrupting me? Is it possible? Thank you. So, Witsit, if you're there, they have the B, and the A, and the C. Those are verticals. Those angles are not the beta, the alpha, the delta angles. Those are within each horizontal plane. They talk about horizontal plane at A, horizontal plane at B, horizontal plane at C. They're not the angles of C on the lower triangle. They're the angle that is C to B to A, but they're not alpha and delta and beta. Those are different angles. You add those together, you'll get excess greater than 180. It's hard to wrap your brain around by just reading that and trying to think you know what you're talking about but you're clearly confused. You're not doing it correctly.
See, he's just
That's not what
attacking
they're
the other
saying.
guy's person. This is the
I'm not
foundation of
talking
how
to
you
you,
approach.
Elijah.
It doesn't matter. He's clearly not responding to you. This is the
Then you
foundation of
responded.
how you approach things. No,
Then
he's
you respond.
silent. This is the foundation of how you approach things. You attack people's character, you attack their understanding without ever demonstrating that you can actually prove that they are confused or prove that they don't understand. You just assert that, and because you're a pain in the ass, that's the way you approach things. But why would you have to
Elijah?
do that? Hold on. Why would you have to do that if what you were saying was true? Because, and I already gave you the example, and I'll state it
You can answer
again.
my questions for
If
me,
you're
too.
gonna get a measurement in excess of 180 degrees, you can go and do this in a frozen lake of sufficient size. It's not that
No.
hard. Carve the
You
straight
can't.
lines, the three
Don't
straight
get it.
lines, or the curved straight lines that you like to call them, right? And then draw the angle just like on a piece of paper, like when you were back in class,
Let me
right?
know when you're done.
And then people can come and measure these things and go, hold on a minute, this is in excess of 180 degrees. Maybe Zanuck was right all along.
Dude,
But
just
no,
to point out, right?
you
Okay,
can't
so
do
first
that.
of all, it
No,
says projected.
Elijah's talking to me.
Projected
Let me
angle.
respond.
No,
Can I
no.
respond?
It says projected angles, and then
I've
if
been
you go
asking
read
permission to respond to
if
him.
you read
Then
the
you jump in.
title, it says adjusted triangles. These are adjusted angles. Adjusted angles that are projected. Adjusted angles.
Correct.
Okay, what's the
Going back,
adjustment?
let me. You're getting ahead of yourself. Don't put cart before the horse here. Hold on. So those three angles is alpha, beta, and delta. Do they represent a triangle in any way, shape, or form? Because that's what it says. It has to be true that alpha, beta plus delta is equal to 180. Q. Is that a triangle in any way, shape, or form?
It says greater. It says greater than.
No, it says equal to.
Where?
It means it has to be true that alpha plus beta plus delta equals 180.
Okay.
Is that a triangle?
Yeah.
No, it's not a triangle. That's why I know you don't understand. What's it?
What's not a triangle?
Alpha,
witch hat.
beta, and delta is not in any way, shape, or form a triangle.
He's measuring
yeah,
pyramids.
Stop it, Nate. You're silenced. You're finally starting to think and use your fucking head.
You're just being a
No,
dickhead again. This
ABC
is your approach,
is a
Zanuck.
triangle.
The fact,
Did I
that the,
say
mods are
ABC?
the fact that the mods are letting you do
Did I
this
say ABC?
is
I
a
said
leniency
alpha,
that you're taking advantage of. But you're still an
No.
asshole in the way you
I'm
behave to
trying
other
to have you
people.
understand why
You
you're
treat
late,
you treat people
Elijah.
with disrespect to bolster your position, as opposed to just letting your own argument stand on its merits.
What it says is they make baseline adjustments, they make preliminary reductions, and then they take the 180-degree triangles, and then they actually project it with the preliminary reductions to get the spherical excess. And they have a formula that, for the bigger triangles, assumes the R value.
You're getting ahead of yourself again. Just stay with me. Don't get ahead of yourself.
How? I'm talking about the first step. The first step
Yeah,
is
this is no.
adjust
You're
the
getting
base net and make
fundamental
preliminary.
understanding. I'm talking
The
about your.
first
You
step
like to learn,
is
right?
Hey, is the first step to make preliminary reductions? Yes or no?
Stop. No, stop it. We got to
Okay,
get
so
the
okay,
fundamental
just cite it.
understanding. So you don't want to go the fun. Dude, I asked you the question: is alpha, beta, and delta, is that a triangle? Three
Well,
angles.
you
Is that a triangle?
Hold on.
It's a simple question.
Zanuck,
Wait,
hold
no,
on.
don't get involved,
Zanuck,
please. Let me just.
Zanuck, the problem with your question is that within the picture that is provided, alpha, A, B, and C, right? Alpha, beta, and whatever the other symbol is.
They're not the same, by the way.
It's very confusing because these are on three separate planes, and then there's a triangle that connects all three of the planes. So when you say is A, B, and C a triangle, technically, yes, A, B, and C is a triangle.
Of course it is. I didn't say that. You're not listening. A, B, and C is a triangle. I didn't say A, B, and C. I said is alpha, beta, and delta a triangle?
Alpha,
Depends
beta,
on where
and
they
delta
are.
on different
Depends on where
planes,
they're
right?
located. If
They're
I put
one
three dots on
angle
a piece
in
of
each
paper,
of
I
the
can
different
draw a
planes.
witch
Yes.
hat.
Can you please,
I can
if
draw.
you just answer the question, Napalm, you'll understand. I think you have the best
The
chance of
build.
understanding this, by the way.
Well, you guys don't get what he said. I can
So
put
Napalm,
one point at the top of
is
something,
alpha, beta,
2
and
points way
delta a
out, and
triangle?
that'll be my pyramid. And it's not a triangle at all. It's the roof. It's a
Now it's
roof
time
of a
for
fucking
Napalm to
Here's
house
the
with a 12
confusing part about
pitch.
the question, right, Zanuck? Because
You get it?
alpha is measured on a plane Let me ask you a question.
Nothing's measured here, guys.
Why can't you answer my question?
The
I asked
angle
it
that
first.
alpha is on, the
Oh
angle
my
that
God.
the triangle that alpha is on, the triangle that beta is on, and the triangle that is that theta, that theta is
It's delta. I
on,
can't really see it. Delta.
delta.
Theta. Or maybe it's theta. I can't see.
If you combine all three of these, yes, it is a triangle. But when
No.
you space them
No, it's
apart
not.
in the way that they are spaced
No, it's
within
not.
that,
Absolutely not. It's not a triangle.
Zanuck,
They're not,
you're not even letting me finish before
because
you're
you made
saying
an
no. It's
incorrect
absolutely not.
assumption.
It's absolutely not. So let me ask you a question. Within that picture, is that bottom plane the same as the one above it and the one above it?
Yes, those are identical triangles.
Correct. They're identical triangles, right? See, when you're asking alpha, beta, and theta, you're assuming the separation and then connecting them with that dotted triangle. Is that what you're claiming?
I'm not claiming. I'm asking you. See, if you stop diverting and just answer the question, we'll get it.
I'm not diverting. I'm trying to clarify.
Clarify. So alpha is part of is A at the A vertex is an angle. Beta is at the vertex of B, and theta or delta, whatever that is at the vertex of C. Now C is an angle in a triangle bottom. B is part of a triangle on the middle plane, and A is a horizontal plane at A on top. Now, alpha, beta, and delta are not a triangle in any way, shape, or form. It would be stupid to think that it is. You can't
They're
say
just
those
on
three.
different planes, right? But if you squished all of these together and you put them all on the same plane, would the angles change?
That shows me you're not understanding. No, you can't do it that way. You cannot have
It's
a
not
triangle.
that I'm not understanding.
You are not understanding.
No.
You'll get
It's
in a
the
second.
problem with the question because you're
It's not
giving
a
a
problem with
loaded
the question.
question that doesn't
It's
have
not.
an answer. And
I do have an answer.
you're
I do have an answer.
talking over me, Zanuck.
I don't mean to.
You're
I'm just
giving
trying
a
to get to the
loaded
point.
question in the way when you ask is A, B, and C, blah, blah, blah. You're asking that as a question to try to trip somebody up in claiming that the dotted triangle between all three planes is the same as all three of them squished together.
No, that's a whole different. That's another. You have three things that you're confusing, or maybe not keeping.
It's not that I'm confusing it.
You are. The dotted triangle is not what I'm talking about
motherfucker.
either. The dotted triangle is not a triangle I'm talking about either. Beta is not the dotted triangle.
I didn't fucking claim that it was, dude. You are the worst.
Being very unclear. So let me explain to you one more time, real quick.
No, I'm not being unclear. The problem is you're trying to pose a question.
Why don't you let me trip you up then? And I'll give you a pass.
In the way that you're posing the question.
Nah,
Okay, let me give you a pass.
He is of no
I trip
value.
you up. If I'm trying to trip
the
you up,
wider
I'll let you have an out, and I'll say that was unfair. Or
the
even
answer to your question is no.
Okay, so it's not the same triangle. So when you talk about alpha, beta, and theta all adding up to 180, is
why are you adding them together?
Because that's how we're going to define and calculate the spherical excess. So if all
spherical
those
excess for what? What triangle?
All three of those.
Wait, I just gotta. Okay, look, dude. Let's just boil it down, dude. This is so stupid. Okay, so it's specifically saying.
Can we finish,
stop.
please?
No. It
Napalm,
specifically
you're gonna let
says.
him run over you? Is he in charge now?
Stop, dude. It specifically says that if they're parallel, they equal 180. Okay. Well, they're established locally as vertical. The observations are made assuming that they're vertical. So how are you making the correction to change them from vertical to get more than 180?
Okay, so you're getting ahead again.
Every single time
he's not.
I know the answer. I don't want to give it to you now because you're getting ahead of yourself. You're getting ahead of yourself.
That's the fifth time that he just hand waves dismiss what I say by saying it's getting ahead of myself. Every single time. Because he can't answer the question because the answer is obviously a refutation of his position.
Leave him muted permanently. And let's
right. So I just muted him, right? Because I want to clarify this, right? With it. So within his example and the picture that's being provided, even if you're taking an observation from the lower elevation, right? You are taking an observation to B and to A. I'm not looking at it right now, but I think A is the top one. So if you're doing C, you're making a line of sight observation Yeah, you're making a line of sight observation to B and to A, and you're getting a specific angle. Then you go to B, you make a line of sight observation to A and C, you get a specific angle. You go to A, you make a line of sight observation, you get a specific angle. And you get what they call 3 basically horizontal triangles that would add up to 180. Right?
Yo, Napalm, could you send me the file? Because I still haven't received it yet.
No, it's in voice text.
Like the whole PDF?
Oh, the whole PDF? I don't have it offhand.
Oh, okay. Well, if anyone could, I'd appreciate that. That's all I wanted to say.
So the spherical excess is after the fact. Because how could you measure any angle already with spherical excess? Because if you're making line of sight observations, what is that a curved observation that you're making, or is it a straight observation? Which is it?
Good question. Seems like it's set up on purpose to be illusory.
I mean, what would be your opinion on that, Whitsit? Is it we're making a curved observation in the way that if you draw a triangle on a sphere, you get a spherical triangle? Is that what you're doing with your eyesight when you're making these observations? Or is it you get a measured angles to these observations and then you apply the spherical adjustment? Did we lose Whitsit, or am I not hearing him?
Maybe he's attending to family business. Who knows?
Okay, but do you understand what I'm saying, Elisha?
Roughly. I'm not very. Like I said, I need the PDF. But to me, like, that's why I went where I went with it earlier. To me, all of this is bunk and nonsense. If they had spherical excess or whatever rubbish they want to claim, they should be able to just carve it into ice and it'll stand there forever, or until the ice melts. It's not that hard. Like, it really is that basic. Build a monument to your spherical bullshit. If you want to go and worship at your spherical idol, go ahead. But the problem is, you can't. So, what do? They do all this nonsense, attack people's character, blah, 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 blah. You don't understand, blah, nonsense, rubbish. If they had something, they'd show it. If you can't show, then you shouldn't tell. It's called show and tell. Come on. You did this since like grade 5 or grade 1 or whatever, right? It's not that hard. If you got nothing to show, sonny boy, you got nothing to talk about. Sit down, shut up.
Exactly, because Xanix's just here to muddy the waters, let's put it that way.
Obviously. Given that it's just you and me talking, do you want me to read the rest of the book?
Yeah.
Because obviously I want to, but I don't want to impose that. Like,
I don't want to keep him on mute too long. I wanted to try to clarify the point with Whitsit without constant interruption.
Yeah, no, I get you.
But since he's not here anymore, I will.
I'd imagine that he's got some things to deal with.
I'll unmute Xanax, but I'm not going to engage with him because I don't care to hear his condescending lack of explanation.
I think we should just do karaoke and let's hear his voice break. That would be fun. Xanax, can you sing?
Yes, I can. Hey, I don't want to fight with you, but I'm not trying to obfuscate either.
Sing. Yes, you are.
Explained it in a way that showed you not really grasping the 3 points.
He can't help himself.
I know, right? It's like the first thing out of his mouth.
No, because you had me on mute for so long, and I'm listening to you.
But you don't understand, man.
Seriously, it's not looking at A and then to B. That's not the theta, the beta, and the delta angles. Those are completely different. Those are within each of the horizontal plane triangles. They're very different. So that's why they say it has to be true.
Before you go forward. So you said that angle C is not a measurement of an observation of A and B. Is that correct?
Correct.
So what is it a measurement of?
It's not a measurement.
So that angle is derived from what? Angle C.
It just says that if A, B, and C are all vertexes that are all residing on 3 vertical planes, verticals, and those horizontal planes meet at those vertexes, that it has to be true that the alpha, not A, but alpha, beta, not B, beta, plus delta equals 180. That means all verticals are parallel. That's only if all verticals are parallel. Then the horizontal triangles are congruent. That means it says right there, i.e. the angles and the sides are all identical in all 3 triangles. So it has to be true that A, B, and delta are equal to 180. Now you're saying, why did they draw a dotted line connecting A, B, and C? Because they had to identify the 3 different vertexes on 3 different verticals. That's the only reason that triangle's there. It's not a measured triangle. There's no angles there that are denoted.
You show us, Zanuck, you show us 3 trapezoids on one horizontal plane, right? And you measure 3 triangles to those top of those trapezoids. It's not going to be any excess at all because they're all still on the same plane. Even if they are plumb bobs diverging, it doesn't matter.
If you have line of sight between all 3 of them, you are going to be on the same horizontal
Yeah,
plane.
but his argument is this alpha beta whatever is because it's a trapezoid. But if I challenge him to get 3 trapezoids together on the same plane and see if it works out with any excess.
A trapezoid would be a great idea, because that gives you at least 2 triangles and you can get spherical axis.
Well, draw it. 3 trapezoids and measure it.
You're still. I want to go see Napalm. The reason I'm calming down now is because I want to. I'm not trying to obfuscate or make things more confusing. I'm trying to let you understand how they're doing this. Is it from all the feedback I got from you and Witsit? It still sounds like you're not getting it. Why these 3 triangles?
Zanuck, you don't even know. You don't even know how they made these measurements.
Why these 3?
You're just bringing up some.
Why these 3 angles are so important, and they're residing on different triangles.
Let me ask you a question, Zanuck.
Little Timmy
The
just wants
3
to talk.
triangles.
Let's just let him talk for a bit.
Well, the 3 triangles paper that you put there, the one that's nice and bright white, not the one that's where the angles are derived from. Where did that come from?
Which angle?
Who created that? Can you give an actual link, not just a screenshot to that 3 triangles thing? Where did that come from?
You mean the technique, how to do this, or
where did that specific example come from? Where did you get that?
The transcontinental triangulation of America arc of the parallel,
which is the survey that we're talking about.
Yeah, but we're talking about where these numbers come from.
No. So I'm not talking about the numbers within it. I'm talking about the picture, the portion with the picture with the 3 triangles and the example.
That's how you get value.
I understand. Where did you get that from?
Cite your source.
What book?
No, freaking survey book. I can't remember. I got this.
Oh, that's not even in the survey. What a shocker.
Yeah,
not
no,
it's survey.
I wouldn't be surprised if this is something that was derived by your little group to have an explanation and then applying it to the transcontinental survey as if this is how it was actually derived. Because you guys are deceptive as fuck.
That Zanuck's whole worldview is a derivative?
If you understand, I think you might at this point. Tell me the truth. If you understand what I was saying to you, that it's the
dude. If you say understand or comprehend to me one more time, like I'm just gonna boot you from the room.
Why are you so derogatory? You're just so
Okay,
derogatory.
I won't say that again.
I had to take a phone call. I probably didn't miss anything, though. I would guess. Like, when I boil it down to the actual important points, you hand wave dismiss it. You're not the arbiter of truth. You don't control what the conversation's about. You don't tell us we're not allowed to talk about something. We're talking about the most important part, which is, it says right here, correction to angles from figure adjustment, error of closure of triangle, then corrected spherical angles, then spherical excess. It says they make a base net adjustment. They have preliminary reduction. That means prior to writing down the observed angle, that's what they do. It says that they have to set, if they're actually vertical, it equals 180. So if they're not vertical, then it's more than 180. So what did they do to the triangles to make it to where the vertical plumbs established were not vertical?
They messed with it.
And they'll never answer this. They want to ramble on about their script and not answer the question. Oh, you're getting ahead of yourself. No, this is the first thing they did.
Well, the reason I brought it up, Wits, is because if you take these three triangles that I showed, and then you now take
See,
three
he's doing it
triangles that are on
again.
the same, on the surface, that are on the
Obfuscation.
same, not plane, but are attached to each other, you're connecting them. Then suddenly you have multiple verticals now. You have three different verticals times 2 or 3. You have 9 triangles or 6 triangles.
So can you
or,
answer
or,
his question
or
regarding the
3
verticals?
triangles. You got 3 triangles. So those verticals are diverging, and those
And then you have
alpha,
14,
beta,
and then you have 18, so
angles,
you have 6 more,
right?
and then you have a trapezoid, and then you come on, dude, just answer
No,
his question regarding the
but yeah, and then of course, if there's 2 of them, then they're gonna be up to 360 degrees, and that's why you see the excess of over 360 degrees as well. You're just okay. I'm not gonna ever say those words you told me to say because I want to get it straight. So
You're just not going to answer the question.
No, he's just waffling and
I'm
throwing
not
out. This is
waffling.
what he does for
They
everything.
do
Is he just
use
throws out
they
as
do
many
they do have
numbers
an
as
equation.
possible. He
They do
throws
make
out as many numbers as possible to try
I'm
to
I haven't thrown
distract
any
and
numbers out.
divert from the actual question that was asked to him. Do you
I
need
didn't throw
Witsit
any
to
numbers out.
rephrase the question so you can actually answer it this time?
I don't need to rephrase. I get it. How do they get that number?
Do,
How do they get
do
this
you
number correct?
understand his question?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure you're capable of understanding it. The question is, do you want to understand it?
I think you can comprehend it.
Can you answer it though?
The correction,
The
and they
basic
do
faculties
achieve.
must be there.
All right,
You know
let
what's
me
funny?
read it. Let me read it. The method of treatment and the general results may be briefly stated as follows. Each base net was first adjusted separately. This gave, at intervals along the arc, certain lines whose lengths depend more directly upon measurement and which were regarded as absolute. The triangulation intervening between two adjacent figures thus established was treated by the method of least squares so as to reconcile discrepancies between the fixed values and those resulting from the angular measurements correcting them. The operation thus far gave a connected, homogeneous system of figures throughout and opened the way for the final computation of the individual general positions. In order to determine standard data to which the entire arc should refer, a first preliminary reduction was made. This gave provisional values, which were afterwards corrected so that the average discrepancies between the computed positions and those determined by astronomical observations should be as small as possible. Then it goes on to say, the discrepancies between the positions deduced through triangulation and those determined astronomically may result from deflections of the plumb line or from the fact that the geometrical figures are developed on a spheroid whose dimensions are different from those of the actual Earth. Okay. So every
That's a
single time
beautiful
I
sound,
ask
isn't it,
what,
Wizard?
yeah, it's hilarious. It's either let them ramble on or go to the document. Every single time I ask, in order to determine standard data to which the entire arc should refer, a first preliminary reduction was made. What's the preliminary reduction?
They're adjusting it for the radius. They're adjusting for the deviation of the plumb lines.
Hey, can you define
Show him
preliminary
what he's
for me?
won. Show him what he's won.
Can you define the word preliminary for me, please?
Stupid prizes.
Oh, before the conclusion, before we have the final answer.
So you do something you do in preparation beforehand.
Correct. Just like averaging data gives you a mean. That's some preparation of the data.
So before you prove the Earth is a globe, you
assume it's a globe.
Input the globe.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
most
measurements.
surveyors understand the Earth is round, so
That
they do
is
this value.
called
So there are
circular
accurate.
reasoning.
So there's
and
okay. I
hence
can't.
it
Elisha,
is
you're
illogical.
uncanny in your ability to interrupt.
Dude, it's just pretty hilarious because like
he's a fan of irony, isn't he?
Dude, everyone was denying that they do anything. They just take the raw observed angles and write them down, and they equal more than 180. No, they don't. They apply a preliminary reduction. That's what they do. They apply a preliminary reduction.
Can I ask a question, please? Zanuck, so you're saying they do assume a radius before they start these measurements?
Some of these measurements they do, yes. In this case, a lot of these measurements, the correction values will incorporate a radius value.
Thank you. That's it. Thank you.
That's self-immolation right there. Good one.
Okay, because I was debating Ruhif and Gambino on this last night, and they were saying that there is no radius or anything added in the correction column. So there is, Zanuck. You're saying there is.
man.
That was recorded, right?
They're
Someone should clip
ridiculous.
that.
The correction column is nothing but assuming the sphere. Most of
Yeah,
them aren't even denying
Ruhif
that.
and Gambino were in here last night acting like. So Zanuck, you agree that there is radius values added in the corrections?
Sometimes, but when you have two triangles and you have actually observed measurements, you will derive those values by measuring straight lines to those points for two different triangles, and those angles add up to greater than 360 degrees.
Zanuck, in the correction columns, is there spherical considerations or the radius value added?
In this particular one that I showed the example for?
In the arc of the parallel, the transcontinental fucking thing.
Okay,
There's an observed angle column and a correction column.
Yeah. In this particular data, I can't say for sure, but it could.
Yeah, it absolutely does. They specifically say that they have to assume the R value. It says that they use weighted equations, how you distribute your weights. It says that they actually apply the reference spheroid to make the spherical excess formula correction. Duh. It says for the greater triangles, you literally have to take the R value from the reference spheroid and impose it onto the data, impose it onto the plane triangles.
So
Kosho, Gambino, and Ruhif were all in here last night acting like in the corrections column there was no kind of spherical assumptions made.
Yeah, they just lie.
Jesse would be the best because he has that correction in his.
Jesse doesn't know anything about this. I asked him for an actual measurement, and he sent me averages.
Main surveyor would be a good person because in his data he has.
You know
he
what
has
this makes the whole
correction column,
paper is
or
a
even for
fallacy.
his reciprocal zenith angles, he has a correction value. Now, where does that come from? That's analogous to what's used here, I believe. If these are observed angles that Pinocchi and White Pine and Wheeler Peak, if those are equivalent to the alpha, beta, and looks like theta, then you will be talking about doing the spherical excess the way I described above. If you're not using those angles, using one triangle, then that wouldn't add up to 180. And if they was greater than 180, they'd have to it would be equaling 180. They'd actually add the correction into those numbers because otherwise, three straight lines will always be 180 line of sight. Always.
Yeah. In order to determine standard data to which the entire arc should refer, a first preliminary reduction was made. This gave provisional values, which were afterwards corrected, which means that before the correction column, there was a preliminary reduction made.
Which is
in order to determine standard data to which the entire arc should refer, a first preliminary reduction was made. This gave provisional values, which were afterwards corrected so that the average discrepancies between the computed positions and those determined by astronomical observations should be as small as possible.
So if a whole body of work is founded on an assumption, then wouldn't that make that whole body of work fallacious?
Yeah, of course. Anyone that invokes this as proof of a sphere has lost their mind.
So what we need is one of those, rubber stamps, like when you reject an appeal or something. We need one of those for fallacies and just go, boom, on that paper, fallacy.
How do you think they get the distances? What's it?
Oh, let's change the subject.
Yeah, let's breeze past the point that your whole paper is
plain survey data.
They use figure out angles of that triangle real easily.
They use plain survey data.
Plain survey data, really?
That's what they say. Yeah, they say it's all built upon pre-existing surveys.
The distance. How would they find that distance, you think?
Plain survey data.
How do they do that? I didn't say.
They assume Earth's a plane.
They do?
Yeah, that's what plain survey data is. And stop changing the subject. The method of the treatment in
It is the
general results
subject.
may
It
be
has
briefly
based on
stated
that
as
adjustment.
follows. Each base net was first adjusted separately. What does that mean? This gave, at intervals along the arc, certain lines whose links depend more directly upon measurement and which were regarded as absolute. The triangulation intervening between any two adjacent figures thus established was treated by the method of least squares so as to reconcile discrepancies between the fixed values and those resulting from the angular measurements connecting them. Well, what are the fixed values, you ask? Oh, well, what are if they're actually reconcile discrepancies between the fixed values and those resulting from the angular measurements connecting them, what are they using for their fixed values?
Whitson, if we get a distance to Catalina Island from, I was just down there yesterday. We go to Catalina Island from L.A.
Oh
we
my
know
God.
the distance. We
He
can
just wants
figure
to
out a
hang
way to
out,
get there,
man.
right?
He just
We
wants
can
some
do it.
friends
We
to
can do it
talk to.
pole by pole, oil rig by oil rig, site by site.
Zanuck,
We
why
have
don't we just
will
play
not
some games?
will
You know,
not be the
Then we'll
same.
read a book.
Okay, you guys are.
You're just changing the subject. This is why people are interrupting you, because you're just
I'm
blatantly
trying
disrespecting
to
the
bring it down to
conversation.
where. Try and bring it down to where you understand how
You're
they
telling
figure out.
me where I understand. You
Okay,
can't
forget
He
answer
it.
said
the question.
understand. Napalm, you can kick him now.
What was the preliminary reductions? You can't answer. What was the base net adjustment? You can't answer. Where did they get the fixed values? You can't answer. How did they transfer the plane triangles and transform them into spherical triangles? You can't answer. But I don't understand.
Napalm, be man of your word. Kick him.
I
He
do
said it.
understand. Quiet, Elijah, you overtalker. I told you they always have these
Napalm, wake up.
triangles
Kick him.
playing.
Does he need the
together.
boot? Should we
Yeah,
give him the boot?
he said the understand word, man.
Should we do like one of those like gladiator things where it's like thumbs up, thumbs down kind of thing?
Yes.
Take a poll of the room.
Only
I'm the
those
only
who are
round earther
on
in here.
voice can respond.
I'm the only globe guy in here, so you know, get rid of me, get rid of everybody.
Dude, and how funny is it that it says right here, it says the discrepancies between the positions deduced through triangulation and those determined astronomically.
Right.
Sorry. I think I'm back. It says the discrepancies between the positions deduced through triangulation, deduced via spherical assumption, and those determined astronomically, which is where your astronomical spherical coordinate system comes from, may result from deflections of the plumb line or from the fact that the geometrical figures are developed on a spheroid whose dimensions are different from those of the actual Earth. That's check and mate, bro.
In one.
Wow, you got us there. Come on, really?
Yeah, really, yes.
Obviously.
Zanuck, make me a promise when the Earth becomes flat to you, like when you realize the truth. Just stop coming here, man. Don't come here as a flat earther. Please.
If that happens, I'll be the biggest flat earther.
Yeah, I doubt it. I don't know. You would disappear. You come back with a new
first there
name.
would have to be a fundamental character change.
The whole world would just change.
Yeah, it would rain. It would rain backwards.
Yeah, I'd go outside. The sky be green. It's just so funny. It would be well nigh impossible to give credit in exact proportion to the service rendered to all persons who have contributed. Blah 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 blah. Assistance in the computations was given principally by Doolittle, Courtesy, Hazard, Hafer. The volume was edited by whatever. It's all about computational changes to the data. That's what the whole thing's about. Literally. And then it's like, as far as the present measures go, the curvature of the North American continent along the 39th parallel seems to be intermediate between that of the Bessel and Clark spheroids. So, like, taking the spherical assumptions and trying to correct the data, they still get in between the two spheroid models.
That's even funnier. They can't agree on their own position.
That's right.
Yeah, it's like, but not really. But still, it's true, honestly.
It's just funny, man, because it's so point blank, right? It's like, in order to determine the standard data to which the entire arc should refer, a preliminary reduction was first made. And this gave provisional values, which were afterwards corrected. Like, dude, this whole narrative of like, oh, they just go out in the field and they just write down angles and it equals more than 180.
You know what? If these people were accountants, that would be an admission of fraud.
Yes.
That's just straight up fraudulent behavior. I wonder actually if you could hold them accountable to actually committing fraud in this case.
And this is also the part that no one's answering. If it says right here that if the verticals are parallel to each other, then they have to equal 180. So they're taking line of sight plane triangles, and then they're saying, oh, well, if they're actually parallel, that equals 180. So now they're coming up with triangles that equal more than 180. So what are they doing to change the vertical? Because what they've been saying is, oh, we're not talking, yeah, they assume the sphere to change the vertical, but we're talking about the azimuth. That's unrelated. Well, the paper specifically says, and thanks to Zanuck for screenshotting it, well, actually, he screenshotted another survey measurement, or survey document, apparently, that specifically says that you have to change it from parallel to get more than 180. So
Right.
when they're changing
Yes.
all the verticals, they are affecting the data.
Well, hold on. So if the verticals are parallel, then the horizontal triangles are congruent. That's all that says. It doesn't say anything about alpha, beta, and delta. Although they would also have to be adding up to 180.
Master
all those verticals
of
are parallel,
deflection,
and all the triangles are congruent. Yes.
He said they're not talking about that, but it would be
Is that
like
Mr. Miyagi wax on, wax
No,
off?
that-
Though.
No,
Look at the hand. Look at the
that's
hand. Though. Look at
not
the
what I'm
hand.
saying. That's not what I'm saying. So yes,
That's
if
what
all
he
those,
What are you saying?
if those angles, if those three triangles based on three different and we don't know if those we want to find out.
We don't know. I thought you
we don't
said
know.
you understood.
If we don't know,
Wait, hold on.
if we don't
So
know
all
if
this
those,
time you
we're
don't
trying to
know.
find- not that I don't understand. If they don't know, if you don't know, we're trying to find out whether the vertical. That's a better term. We're trying to find out if those verticals are parallel or not.
Dude,
And we
something
do
else
add up
that it
those-
says. Oh man, okay, you're not saying anything.
Can I
Something else that it
finish?
says is
So you found it necessary to interrupt me real quick, and I'm almost done.
kind of,
If-
yeah.
If those it'll be quick,
Zanuck, dude,
it'll be
come
quick.
on, bro. Why are you
It'll be
doing
quick.
this to yourself,
It-
bro?
Yes,
I like
this
you,
is-
Zanuck, but
this
you're just
is
making a fucking
sadism.
mockery of yourself, bro.
He's a
Chill out.
No, I'm not, because he keeps on saying the wrong thing over and over again.
It says right here, the immediate results are these. 16 states are given fundamental and permanent points on which all their subsequent surveys may be based. So when I said, like, yeah, they're using different survey data they assume to be true that assume the sphere as their base, Kosha told me I was making that up. That's not true. And all the other surveys they're talking about are actually just integrated into this survey. It was just part of this survey.
It's true because we say so.
So,
just
listen,
accept
one
it.
last question for you, and I'll bow out less active in this discussion here.
Only
It
if you
says,
answer my
therefore-
questions.
So therefore, it says an unavoidable conclusion measuring of these angles such that the alpha, beta, and theta have to be greater than 180. Now,
Yeah, if they're not
that is
parallel.
true, then the verticals cannot be parallel, and that would be a measurement of spherical excess.
Yeah, it says if they're not vertical, if they're not parallel, then it would
Right.
equal more than 180. Yeah.
Correct. And the only
Yeah,
way
so
you
the
can do
correction to parallel would be pretty crucial to determining what's accurate, huh?
well, yeah, if you have one triangle, you're not going to get anything but a one. Add that in to show what the spherical excess would be if those triangles were sitting on the surface. That's what you seem to be conflating here between the two ideas or methodologies.
Using big words there.
The methodology is a big.
Dude, I just like you. It always reaches this point where you just become white noise to me, and then I'm like reading something
Well, it's
else.
always white noise. That's why we're talking about this. You're not listening, so you won't understand.
No, I'm not listening to
Yeah,
you.
you
That's
don't
right.
understand, Witzer. Come on.
Okay,
Didn't you know
let's
this
see
already?
if we can.
You just
Let's
don't
go over those
understand.
three triangles and tell me how that works again, because you didn't have it right the first time.
Horizontal angles, if the stations are extremely elevated, are sensibly different from what they would be at the level of the sea.
Right.
The ordinary formula for spherical excess must be extended to meet the demands of the Great Triangles from Pikes Peak to the Sierra Nevada. The laws of refraction applicable at lower and equal elevations require modification when great inequalities exist in the heights of the stations. This calculation of geographical positions enters a new phase when lines of sight 182 miles long are to be dealt with. The adjustment of the triangulation, that refined operation by means of which incongruous observations are made to blend harmoniously according to the mathematical theory of probabilities, assumes greater significance in a chain of 2,600 miles of continuous geometrical figures. The nature of the country traversed has developed new ideas and signals and tripods. The mounting of an instrument 152 feet above the ground and the erection of an observing pole to a height of 275 feet are features hereunto unknown in similar work. For the first time, corrections have been introduced for the variations of latitude. The present volume, therefore, marks an epoch of the annals of the Coast and Geodetic Survey, and the completion of this great arc may be fittingly called one of the historic events in the progress of geodesy.
It's
Dude,
like
they don't even
it's
hide
like the
it. They're just straight up telling you.
exact yeah.
Well,
It's
that's
like the
fascinating
sequel
because
to
they
a
actually
great novel.
tell you the difference in spherical excess at different latitudes because
Still
it changes
fiction.
because of the oblique spheroid. And that's amazing that they can get measurements that are that accurate to be able to detect that change in sphericity of the sphere itself.
Nice try.
Yeah, let's spin it. Let's spin it where it isn't somehow just like a glorified begging the question.
Just use a sextant. There's no begging the
Once a
question.
fallacy,
Yeah. What
always
was the
a fallacy.
preliminary reduction in the survey?
I don't know. What's you tell me?
Yeah, so just stop
I'm not
talking about
looking
it
at
then.
the paper.
Well, then why are you
You know what
why are you pretending to teach us about it then?
You know the
Because you
funny
don't
thing
understand how the
is,
basic works.
the funny thing is, he's not really arguing.
You
with
couldn't
me.
explain
He's
to me how
arguing
spherical
with the
excess is
paper.
depicted by those three triangles, because that is the fundamental foundation of how spherical excess works.
Yo, and then what's so funny is Kosho always just makes stuff up. So like when I was like, this is built upon other surveys that assume the sphere, they built in the sphere, then they got final products. They take all those, they add them together to get their triangulation in this survey. He said that's not true. All those other surveys were part of this one. It's not true. That's not what happened. And it says right here, the transcontinental triangulation, which was designed to connect the triangulation lines already executed on the Atlantic and on the Pacific coast, began under my predecessor, Professor Benjamin Pierce, the third superintendent of the survey, and the work has been prosecuted under the succeeding superintendents. So it literally says it was designed to connect the triangulation lines already executed on the Atlantic and the Pacific coast.
Witsit, this is a multi-generational work of fiction. That's a very, very committed effort to bullshit. Pardon my language, but come on. That's funny.
Yeah, just like the freaking introduction destroys their claim.
And I think this is why right now, even though it was like pretty heated the way they jumped in earlier, right? Right now, this is why we're having so much fun at his expense, and he's literally been a masochist about it, because he's not arguing with us at all. He's arguing with the paper. The paper speaks for itself. It's just they want to read it as if it's saying something other than what you've elucidated. That it's a work of fiction founded on assumptions, and that nothing about it really means anything ultimately. Thanks for playing, Zenek. It was fun.
Yeah, this is funny. The more you read, it's just crazy. The desirability and necessity of uniting the main triangulations along the eastern and western coast of the United States have impressed itself upon the minds of those engaged in the work. It was recognized that such a connecting bond was demanded in order that these separate parts might be made to depend upon the same geodetic and astronomic data. By this means only could the unity and consistency of the work of the survey be secured. Besides, it was apparent that any proposed surveys of states lying in the path of the connection or adjacent thereto could at once be based upon the same standard data, thus securing uniformity and accuracy for the whole work. Like, it's just so clear what they did. Like, the difference is they're not trying to lie, twist, manipulate, and hide, tap dance around the truth and make it sound like it's proved a sphere without assumption. They're like, oh, well, that's a reasonable assumption that the Earth's a sphere. We already know it is. Let's go into the survey knowing what the Earth is, and let's try to refine our current ellipsoid models to better work using the geodetic methods that we have.
Oh, you know,
now in 2023, we got people pretending that they didn't do any of that. They went out there with no bias. And McToon went as far as to say they went up there to measure it like a plane and found out it was a sphere. What a joke, dude.
You know what this is like? You know that experiment they did on gorillas or whatever, that if they try to get the bananas, they'd spray them with water or something like that. And then they stopped doing that. But then started introducing new gorillas or however. And when the new ones try and went for the bananas, the other ones would beat them over the head with it, right? And then they'd stop doing all of this, and those people would go and they would remove the original gorillas, and the ones who never had water sprayed on them would still be doing the same thing. That's the kind of thing that we're dealing with here. They're so far down the line of the foundational lie that they don't even realize that they're actively lying, because to them they're just doing what they think is right. Because it would be absurd to consider that the Earth would be anything other than a globe in their eyes.
Wait, what? What? 1 second. You want to tell me that I'm special? You want to tell me that we're geocentric? That there's a special place made for us that we dwell upon? That we're not flying at a speed of 67,000 miles per hour through the universe that is ever expanding while being on a tilted spinning ball?
Yeah, I've got a wild suggestion. You know those things you see in the sky that seem to orbit around us? That's actually what they're doing. They're spinning around us, and they're always up.
No.
I've never seen them down. I know it's wild to say, bro. I know it's wild. But
Really?
It might just be true.
Dude, you must be completely out of your mind. You must be crazy believing that you're not spinning right now. Like, I mean, how stupid are you actually? Like, you want to tell me that I'm special, bro?
Yo,
you're out of your
you know
mind,
what?
man.
The water feels wet because it is wet.
Dude, that's stupid.
It's crazy to think about.
That's just completely irrelevant, and it's just, nah, man.
Yo, Jeremy,
Sorry.
check this, bro. It says
Go ahead.
the reduction of the observations and the preliminary computation of positions were kept abreast with the field work, which means connected to, side by side, like in tangent with. The reduction of the observations. The reduction of the observations and the preliminary computation of positions were kept abreast with the fieldwork. What a joke. But some unavoidable delay in the final adjustment and preparation for the press occurred in consequence of the late supply of the height measures required for reducing two of the principal baselines to the sea level. Such a joke, dude. Like, what they're saying so patently wrong. It's like, I don't know. This is going to get bad when I end up having time to really lay it out.
Oh yeah, it's only going to get worse.
Hey,
It would have been easier for them to just make it up from the get-go instead of going through all this effort. They could have just drawn arbitrary lines and here you go, globe.
It says right here, the accompanying map A in Pocket on a scale of 1/7 million has been specially designed to give at a glance a general view of the location and comparative extent of the triangulation connecting our east and west coasts. It exhibits by contrast of color the base nets and the intervening chains of triangulation, and by their variation in width, it indicates the dependence of the size of the triangles on the hyposymmetric features of the country. On map B in Pocket is shown by means of the simple conventional signs adopted on the survey, the number and distribution of the astronomic stations, whether for longitude, latitude, or azimuth.
Yo, do you want to read the book that I was reading? Because you seem like you're enjoying the reading, man.
No, I'm gonna. I in 5 minutes, I've got to do something else.
Okay.
I always get caught up in this place. I'm like, oh,
You gotta go live the real life, yeah.
Well, I gotta put together some of these different businesses to make the virtual gift bag for the summit.
Oh yeah, when is that?
Do I?
I said, when is that?
The equinox, March 17th and 18th.
Okay, cool. Oh yeah, it's the new year on the 22nd. Then that is.
Yeah.
That's gonna be fun.
Or so.
Well, Witzer, when do you think that Fight Flat Earth is going to bring out these devastating videos to destroy you?
Never.
I bet.
No, I don't know. I mean,
Once for all. We gotta fight the Flat Earth. We're gonna fight the people that tell us that we're special and unique and that there's a creator. These stupid morons. How can they just tell us these things? They're out of their mind. They tell us we're special and we're standing still. And
They
that
have
everything
such
above us
reasonable
is
standards.
revolving above us. Rotating above us. How stupid.
yeah, sorry, I gotta read this too. This proposed arc may be considered as complementary to the arc of the parallel, one giving a measure of this curvature in a north and south direction, the other in an east and west direction, thus affording within the limits of the country the means for determining an oscillating spheroid closely approximating to the curvature of the Earth's surface. The first half of the current year, 1898, also saw the completion of the measures, geodetic and astronomic, of the great oblique arc stretching from Maine to the Canadian boundary in Alabama on the Gulf of Mexico, thence to New Orleans. So it's like, it's very obvious that what they're doing. I don't know. I'll get to the bottom. I'll stop boring you guys, but this does need to kind of be like put into more simplistic terms, and I have stuff to learn about some of the specifics as well. So.
You could do a counter paper.
Well, I'm just gonna make a PowerPoint.
Yeah.
Where just a PowerPoint bullet points. Like what can I?
You know that guy who did that video about however many trillion fallacies the guy did in one of the debates you had with him.
A mind shock, yeah.
Yeah, like I think something like this would be something he would be pretty decent at tackling, because
Yeah, maybe so. It's intense. It's a lot.
Because he wouldn't necessarily have to have any substantive background knowledge on this topic. He could just read it for what it's saying and then show the inherent fallacies within it.
Yeah.
Because they like, if you know what you're reading and you read it with just basic comprehension, you can see the assumptions and all the things that's baked in. Just from what you've read, and I haven't even got the document. I've just been listening to you talk about it.
Dude, they're using what's called hyposymmetric features, which is like this assumed curvature graph mapping out the elevation on. You guys are saying I'm 10 times louder. Left lane, if I'm getting all wrong, how about you come enlighten me?
Stuff. Don't
what
read
a
that
joke,
stuff.
Dude.
You can't play that game, man.
You're trolling.
Yeah, but left lane, what's the preliminary reduction, bro? Well, what's the preliminary reduction? Because you guys told me that. Yeah, so you agree that it kind of looks like maybe, just maybe, the anti-flat earthers have been misrepresenting the survey. Yeah.
Yeah, it's possible as far as I'm concerned, because I don't have any idea.
Okay, fair enough.
Then it could learn from you, left lane.
Yeah,
I like left lane.
Your mic is not. I wouldn't say it's like super loud. But it's just powerful.
I'm on AirPods, so that's kind of weird. I'm like just using my
real
AirPods.
Clear.
Unless he's trolling, it
Maybe
might
a
just
little
be
louder than everybody else.
Jim has Witsit turned up to 200 or something.
I'm using AirPods in a car, so it's kind of funny.
Good.
Oh, left lane, you're roboting, dude. Skynet's taken over.
I just can't wait for Witsit to disprove 100 years of modern surveying by just reviewing a couple documents from the 1800s.
Dude, but you're breaking up, bro.
Yeah, it's gonna keep coming through because it's like compressed.
Picking up my window.
Yeah, just mute yourself
Yeah.
till you have a better patch.
Slated
left
competition
lane.
with a composition,
Is
alternately often the proper
it
properties
mine?
K-pop and Lemon.
You say?
Yeah, left lane, your communication's terrible. Wait until you have a clear patch.
They feeding us lies as fiction and placing nutrition.
Oh,
Hey, yeah, dude, Janik, what's so funny is the Globers are the ones that bring this survey up, buddy. Okay. Well, these are the last ones we have because we've been saying, can we get some modern stuff? Why are you bringing up something from the 1800s and 1900s? Oh, well, we have GPS now. This is the last one that was done. Blah, 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 blah. This is the Globers that bring this one up, not us. So that was incredibly ironic of a comment.
Zanuck is like a 5-star general of irony.
Uh-oh. A variety of methods suitable to circumstances at the time were employed in this work. On account of local deflections of the vertical, which are present to a greater or less amount at all stations, the value of an arc of the parallel depends largely upon the number of subdivisions or component arcs, which together make up its whole longitudinal amplitude. There are 37 astronomical longitude stations, not very unevenly distributed over the arc, though rather crowded in some places. They were determined by means of the electric telegraph and are either part of or depend directly upon the General Telegraphic Longitude System of the United States. An account of this system is contained in the annual report of the survey for 1897, appendix number 2. The longitudes were determined between the years of 69 and 98. The stations, in consequence of the impracticability of establishing wire connections, are not, as a rule, also trigonometric stations in the main set of triangles, but all are geodetically connected with the nearest triangulation station. What in the world? Hey, Doofus, can you answer what's the preliminary reductions?
Why does he call himself Doofus?
You know why they use the astronomical stations with it?
Can you tell me? Yeah, to try to compare it to the geodetic coordinate systems and to get them average in between.
Correct.
I know I'm correct. Hey, what's the preliminary reduction? Weird.
Yo, whatever it is you need to do it, so you should probably go and do it now. It's been 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, thank you. Y'all stay fly.
Will do.
Later, much love.
Peace, peace.
3 dots. Don't make a triangle. Triangle by having 3 sides, but not the right sides. You have 12-12 pitch. You can have a witch's hat. You can have one of them weird triangles that go out long to the left, but got little short right side. You know what I mean?
You sound like you're on an old school radio.
Old school radio. Measure your hopes and dreams. Well, I measured this dream at 4 angles, and it went out to nowhere. Sound like DreamWorks math, where you calculate balls. We have 3 points on a piece of paper. It's a dot-to-dot demonstration. But we have no depth. We have no depth below 0. If you lived on a huge building, you'd still be able to walk to the edge of it and look down to where, or look back at the building if you flew forward. So if you lived on a big ball, same thing, no difference. Where are you getting all these triangles? Measure it again. What do you get? I got 3, Bob. I went back and I got 3. I measured 3. I see 3. 3 from where? To nowhere. What are you measuring to? Nowhere. How can you? Don't worry about it, Bob. It's a globe. You're going to take an angle from nowheres. Wouldn't it make more sense if they said this dirt hill, this tree, this building? And you could put a stick in the dirt in a sphere and put it in any kind of orientation. You'd have to have like a bigger picture to see what the fuck you're really doing in that little bitty ball. That's like a little dude. You know what I mean? Let's see like how you actually orientated that on the sphere, whether you did it like perfect or not. Because depending on where you're at, if your gravity's holding you diagonally to a sphere ball and you're putting your stick straight, I mean, is it really straight? You're at an angle downward, 3/4 of the way, almost to Australia. Not at the bottom yet. I mean, you're not all the way to Antarctica yet. You're just close. You're probably Australia. Yeah, that'd be right. On the right side, bottom edge of the sphere.
If you headed south from North America, would you head through South America in an evident way, or would you not really be heading south that way? Would you?
I don't know where you would be. You could leave the center of North Pole and end up in Antarctica.
Yeah, but
For all I know.
how would you know if you're traveling south?
How would you know where you're traveling over anything? Too many clouds, too many snow, too much blur, can't see shit. How would you know? How would we know? We can't, like, you can't even, motherfuckers in an airplane, like, I can't even see the ground. So,
yeah, true. Like in the
so what?
UK. In the
Yeah, but we
UK,
got all these people that like promise you they see shit, right? And they're liars. They don't know where they're going or what they're doing in that plane.
yeah, but in some ways, if a man says to you one part of the year, 12 o'clock is this time, and another part of the year, 12 o'clock is like an hour different. So to anybody that didn't know that rule back in the day, they wouldn't know which route to take. Would they take the 12 o'clock route or the 1 o'clock route? Because the DST moves it. So DST probably more applicable in the Northern Hemisphere, only half the Northern Hemisphere, and a very small amount in the Southern Hemisphere, if not even worth considering. Meh. Yeah.
Not a lot of people took it, but a lot of people did, even though they don't fall under it. They just took the DST, daylight saving time.
Yeah, but the pirates knew the right stuff because they were all ex-Navy, weren't they?
Well, I mean, the baddest navy that we had was probably the German Navy.
No, back in the day with pirates, you know, swashbuckling and all
Oh,
that.
way before. I got you.
Yeah. How you doing, mate? Always nice to talk to you in a quieter room, mate. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Always good.
It's hard to pinpoint anything about like the big ass map that we can't get we can't get the view of that like from a bird's eye view as good, as good as like government, people and shit. Now we'd have to stay closer to the ground and fly up, so you wouldn't go to 35,000 feet. You'd probably be helicopter cruise. That's where you would see all the shit. Hot air balloon or a helicopter or something, where you're closer to the ground to actually make shit out.
Oh yeah, definitely, mate. It's the scale, isn't it? It's the scale.
Well, the scale and then the blur. And then the whiteness. So when you go up too high, I mean, it's the scale, yeah. But if we had clear, skies, and the sky was clear, beautifully, perfectly clear, we could look down and notice, what cities, what patterns. You see the farms, the blocks, just, you see what I'm saying? Like, you see all the design of the shit. But when there's fog, haze, mist, whatever in your way.
I saw a cool word and it was lavatory. And I'm seeing this and it's on whatever. But you see the word lavatory, you see lava, Tory. I'm like, when they like make up a word like lavatory, what did it have relevance to? They didn't just make it up, did they?
Heat.
A lava Tory.
A place where you process and heat and boil and combine and condense, and you do like a body.
Yeah, so lava could be the excretion or the excrement of Earth.
Well, it's laboratory or laboratory, so it's either the library or the livery. The V and the B are interchangeable, but regardless, it's laboratory.
Yeah, so to be in a lab or to be anything to do with a lab would be inside, and to live to be outside.
Right. So if you go to work and you do dishes, you're in a lab, a restaurant lab. You're in the laboratory of the lab doing the dishes, basically. Yeah, it's just the laboratory. Oratory. You know what I mean? Like an asylum, it's just a building. You go in and you do your labor. That's where you study this. That's where you do your, for your stuff. The laboratory was for science. Labor just means the potential, the power to do something, right? So lava does shit. Labor does shit. What do you think it? You think it has to do with like something really like in depth?
Okay, so if you have German, you say "Ich liebe yo." I love you, and in English we say "I love." So the Germans are saying "lieb" or "lob," and we are saying love.
Oh, like Libertas. Okay, yeah.
So the Germans will say with a B, and a B means sometimes they say gross, as in big, but they use these funny B's, don't they? And then
Beaver.
over time, they get the B and they go, oh, there was a B in there. No, it was a capital B for a reason, or whatever like that. Or it's a double B, isn't it? A capital B is like a double B in a way. And little ways of
It's a
like
hard
beaver and Bieber. Yeah.
The capital B little symbol. That's a hard ass like grossa.
Yeah, but if you had like a double, if you have a W or a double N, which would be an M, so and Yeah, I know what you're saying.
How
Yes,
about
of
a
course.
Volkswagen or Volkswagen?
It's a
Yeah, yeah.
the
Mallorca, Mallorca.
Volk or Volt?
it's the V. The V is pronounced a little bit more like an F in the German language, so it's like Volkswagen.
Right, but that's for like power, like voltage.
Oh no, Volks means people.
People, car for the people.
Oh, okay. Power for
People's
the
car.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it just
Volkswagen.
reminds me of electricity, like volts or volts, right? When you say it Americanly.
Well, it is like giving power to the people, but it's a car for the people to give them power, basically.
Right. Now, if you ran it on electricity way back then in like the 1805s and whatever, and they had electricity back then, like, what the fuck were they doing really? I mean, why'd they stop doing that type of shit? Kind of weird. But the laboratory, it's where you do your stuff. It's where you try to do science, right?
Because everybody was using the same frequency and everything keeps shorting out. And they figured out that if two halves of the world use different frequencies, they've got a bit of dampening, you know? It'll stop the breaker from breaking. They've got a bit of leeway, you know? That's why. And now, then we've got to the point of where we are now, and now we're struggling to store the energy. Like you can get the wind power going 10, 20 times what average is on one particular day, and all that excess power, they can't store it anywhere, so it just gets wasted. So we're better than we were before, but I think we got to a point before where someone scared everyone into thinking that everyone was going to get electrocuted because AC was obviously the danger and DC is fine. You know, you can touch DC and you're right, ish. If you're on a ball and you're at the equator, they're pretty much your observations are going to be pretty much flush level for about maybe 10 or 20 degrees either side of the equator. Because when you look at a ball from above the globe, you'll notice that the sides look pretty flattish. So they're pretty close in observation numbers and all that. But as soon as you move past 20 degrees north or south, then your curve is going to change rapidly, but yet we have equidistance for everything. That's impossible. It's impossible. Nothing would be the same. When you got to the Arctic Circle or the Southern Circle, it's going to flatten out. So, you know, these observations, yeah, it's they can't be equal, mate. They can't be equidistant on a ball. If you took the North projection flat map azimuth projection and you compared its surface area to half of the sphere that we have been told, I think that the ratio is like 1.1 or 1.1 recurring. So there is an obvious difference between the spherical excess and flat. So if our measurement per degree is 111.1 recurring kilometers per degree, you divide that by the 1.1 recurring and you get 100 kilometers per degree. That's what, 60 miles per degree. But that doesn't make sense then, does it? Hence, probably why they've got this nautical mile, because it's kind of there as a dampening between the noughts and the crosses. The nautical, and the crosses of the land, the statute mile, you know, that sort of thing. So what they see at sea and what they see at land is different. As the temperature suddenly dropped and then gone up really quickly, then gone down in America, mid latitudes maybe. It's 0 degrees in the UK at the moment, and it's said to be about 0 degrees in London, about -4, a bit north of that. Are we getting some -4 temperatures in sort of mid-America? You know, Arizona, that sort of thing.
It's cold here. It'll be nice, and then it'll be nice for a couple days, and cold as shit. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, I just had that because we had 10 degrees yesterday, and then today was probably about 6, and then it'll drop down to 0 at night. But the moon is on its way, so you know the moon's presence definitely is throwing that coldness. It's probably not throwing its coldness; it's making us cold. So maybe we react to some type of force that the Earth itself gets colder due to the moon, but it's not the moon, making stuff cold.
It's dissipation. It dissipates.
Yeah, but I think it's more the case that something to do with there's more moisture. I mean, at the moment it's 0 degrees, but
It's like the energy flips. It goes from whatever to inert. The medium we're in, it keeps exchanging, refill and exchange, refill and exchange, refill and exchange, go back.
But is that just the sun and the moon intonating at a difference of about 12.5 times, where the moon moves 12.5 times quicker than the sun? But that relationship of it makes a 12th difference overall or something like that. But if it's cold and the summer's hot, or vice versa, it's just controlling the climates, isn't it, in a cycle? But the moon gives us 2 weeks of cold, or 2 weeks of dry and 2 weeks of wet. And wet is releasing of the rain, dry is one thing, but it's less rain, but actually those clouds they're closer to the earth, so therefore there's more moisture and you're feeling colder because there's more moisture near the surface of the earth, due to the fact that the sun was in your area pushing all the water down towards the surface. And when the moon goes to the southern hemisphere, it applies less. It's that thing that I was saying about, like, you get a balloon and you rub it and you put it near water. It attracts the water. So if the moon is that static balloon and it's in the northern hemisphere, it attracts the moisture, the water molecules, up. So then the result of that is what? Colder temperatures on the ground? I don't know. And then when the moon is going to the southern hemisphere, it'll release, not repel, but it'll release that moisture, if that makes sense. You can only do that from something that's local. You can't do that from fucking 240,000 miles away. It seems, I don't know. It doesn't sound logical. I'm surprised the meteorologists haven't figured out it's the moon that's causing these sort of differences, and that its location. Maybe we're using this arbitrary grid, and we're thinking all the patterns are in sync with this arbitrary grid that we've put onto the Earth. But maybe that's not the case, Like the sunniest place on Earth is Utah, and the least sunniest place on Earth is an island between England and Iceland called Tor, something like that. Anyway, and that island has the shortest amount of sunlight. So I was kind of expecting more anti-code sort of thing, but it was like Yuma's about 37 north, and then you got this other place just north of UK, and that's about 67 north. But it's funny how they have an opposite, but yet they're not on the same latitude or anything close to the same latitude, more of an angle. Yeah, you know, like that 23.5 degree difference in angle, you know. Because that, you know, that tilt of the axis, the tilt of the axis is like there's one, I don't know, there's one that's set like southwest to like northeast against the equator, if you know, if that makes sense. If you're looking at Africa. Anyway, that VW, you were chatting about VW, but that's the same shape as Tesla's vortex, if you think about it.
Where if you spin the VW symbol real fast, the same shape as the love symbol from the Hindus or something, the Nazi symbol. What was it, luck? It was originally like a luck symbol or something, or love or something.
Yeah, you know, like this
Jeremy?
type of with like a celestial, like the concave idea, ish. But if you was, you know, if you was at the bottom of this massive sphere and everything else was just like a dome around you, you know what I mean? Not a dome, but you're
if
inside.
If you were at the bottom.
Yeah, if you were at the bottom, yeah, then basically your frequencies would just bounce in a pattern, an order. They just bounce up, and they always will rebound the same way all the time because of the shape of the sky or something like that. But if you're at the bottom of a sphere, then your contour is going to be dipped, isn't it, of some sort? But even for our Vedics and our Hindus and all that to have this stuff here, you know, they've got also the man. What's that? There's a type of pattern they use. It starts with M. It's a style of art. Mandala designs. Is it mandala? You were saying. Sorry, mate. You were saying about the Tesla symbol, VW, right?
Yeah, no, I was just saying it looks like a Nazi symbol when you if you spin the VW symbol real fast.
Oh, right. That's really cool. I didn't know. That's really cool, mate. Isn't it? That's another way of trying something out. If you didn't want to see people to see the obvious, you do some experiment by spinning it to see what else it looks like, which somebody did. And yeah, that's clever, mate.
Well, if you wanted to hide something, if you wanted to hide something in plain sight.
There we go.
You know what I mean?
Like we had a trick when we went
something in plain sight. You can make it so that you could only see it if you're spinning it. Am I roboting?
No, you're doing all right. I can hear what you're saying, mate. Yeah, definitely. Totally agree. In plain sight. But what does the Nazi symbol represent? It represents the black sun. It represents lightning. You've got the old opal. You know, you've got opal car manufacturers, man. It's all over the place, isn't it? Like car manufacturers, their symbols from a Renault, which is a diamond, to Alfa Romeo, which is like a bowl type of thing. If you think about it, all fanned out. Loads of stuff. Loads of stuff. Like a shield. Even a shield is like dipped in the middle, and then you've got walls like you're in a cylinder, you know? And yeah, definitely, man. Definitely. BMW, where the light patterns are inside the circle and not on the outside of the circle. Not saying a concave Earth or anything like that. It's just some type of enclosed environment. But what is the contour of us? More importantly, and we could live on a hump, but it's not a sphere, but it's convex, but it's just a big hump, you know. And then you kind of think, well, where does that story take us from there? What's the whole thing behind it? Fuck knows, mate. You kind of think, like like the Colosseum and stadiums and all this, when the audience is watching, you've got spectators watching you at all time, and things like that. Is everybody spectating what's happening in the sky because they're on the side, just like a Colosseum, like a speaker. They're all witnessing what's going on. They're all seeing the same thing, shit like that. I don't know. I say this all the time, but whenever the moon is going to be near in the sky, I always see the clouds ripple. And I think the clouds that ripple are the higher clouds. I get that. But they always ripple only when the moon is near or will be near or has been.
Is everybody just quiet? What the hell's going on? Mic check.
Yeah, we're here. We're here. Don't run off to the shit show. Oh, he already left. Yo, what page are the spherical assumptions added in the arc of the parallel and this triangulation thing? Does anyone know the page number? Does anyone know what the preliminary reduction is? Because I've heard Witsa asking that question for about 3 days now, and no one's answering it. Why? Well, how do the Globers not know this? This was their thing. They've been touting this as evidence for years.
What sort of number are you looking for? A fraction or?
Looking for a page number in a 900 plus page document.
But what's the objective?
Say it again.
What's the objective?
Well, one of the objectives is I want to know what the preliminary reduction is. The second objective is I want to know what the spherical assumptions are in the corrections column. I need to know what page those are on, what they are and what page they're on.
But they're just pages of a book, isn't it? You know, like another 100 people wrote a similar book. It's just somebody's interpretation of how they you know, like one person's fucking book, you know, it doesn't mean anything, does it? It's just interpretations after interpretations after interpretations. But
well, we don't know, because that's what we're trying to get down to the bottom of. It does mean something, because the Globers have been using this as their evidence.
yeah, but all their measurements are done from height. So
so what?
Yeah, but it makes a big difference, man. It changes the angle to the thing. So every time they go higher and higher and higher to do observations because of the light pollution, and they need to go higher and higher and higher. That's why the measurements are changing all the time. You need to get to fucking base level, and that's it. You measure. You got to put a camera in the ground. You dig a hole.
Stay out of the mud.
You know.
But I don't know what you said, dude. We've been going over this spherical excess thing for days now. So
it's like 1 in fucking 270 or 298. You know?
No, it's nothing like that. I don't even know what that means, but this is the paper they wrote about spherical excess, and we're going over it in detail. It's a 900-page document.
That means if it's 1/298, you get 360 divided by 298, and that is your rate per mile or per degree. That's your rate per degree. Your angle
rate
difference.
Of what?
Well, your angle difference per degree. So per degree.
Angle of difference of what?
Well, you know, so that you can put sides
I
around.
don't know. That's why I asked.
Well, there's 298 sides to the circle. So
no. Well, that doesn't even make sense.
So if you get a circle, yeah, and you put 298 sides of it, then it means that each angle is going to be 360 divided by 298.
Flat lines, the outside of the circle, all flat lines, 260 flat lines.
Yeah, 298.
No,
yeah.
That's not how circles work.
Yeah, I know, but obviously, if they were doing proper circles, they'd be measuring inch by inch by inch by inch, wouldn't they? But they don't. They measure 10 miles, 20 miles at a time. Therefore, they're measuring flat. Therefore,
you don't know about this. You clearly don't know about the spherical excess paper that's been going around. I mean, it's a 900-page document, bro. That's not what they're doing. I don't know what that even means. What you said.
I mean, what human has got time to write a 900-page document? I mean, fuck me. I haven't got time to have a fucking shit. You know, the best of times.
I'm gonna need you to read it by tomorrow, bro. Get on this.
I'll get to it now, mate. You know what I mean? You know, one thing, some of these documents, if you have got the documents, you can do the search function and type in, you know, a keyword or whatever.
That's what we've been doing. I can't even load it up on my computer because it lags my computer out. So, I mean, I can't even look at this fucking document.
It sounds like it's nothing. It's 900 pages with 5 bits of information on it, and the rest of it's just fucking wording. Just jargon. It's a language that's understood by some, but other people you just like fuck. You got a headache after the 10th word because
So
it's
there's
like
the thing we're going over is there's an observed angle column, and that's maybe the measurements, an average of the measurements that they actually took. There's no data backing that, so I don't even know if it came from actual numbers or they made it up or what. But there's an observed angle column that's supposedly a raw average. Kosho keeps claiming. Then there's a corrections column for after they've made some sort of corrections. Now I need to know what kind of spherical assumptions were made in those corrections, and what's the preliminary reduction.
they wouldn't.
And what exactly is the number in the observed angle column exactly? Like, where does it say that in the whole paper?
You ask general survey, they'll just say to you they're just going to use the straight line horizontal, and you can't do any better than 2 miles, on precision. That's what they'll say. I see the guys in London. He goes, "No, mate, you be laughing if you went past 2 miles on the theodolite." So accuracy and stuff like that, they wouldn't even dare go that far. So anyone that is measuring that far away, surveyors would say it was impossible. And also, like things like theodolites, they can only measure in differences from left to right, I think, and not up and down. So if they can't measure up and down accuracies, that's half the problem. You may as well get the theodolite and turn on its side to make use of its side-to-side accuracy, but they don't. So they can't even get accurate with up and down. So telling you what the elevation of something is assuming a flat Earth. But if you are I don't know what the right thing is, add angles to each other, then how would you know the elevation of this thing is? And if we get the elevation wrongs in different places, then it's no saying that the other person is actually higher than what they think they are, or lower than what they actually are. Give or take a small amount, 3%, 3% is enough to make a big difference. 1% is enough to make a big difference. So they can't measure that far away. I mean, you think America, right? You haven't got that many intercontinental railways, have you? So what does that kind of say? Is it impossible, or it's not worth doing? It's not this, not worth that. I mean, like Australia doesn't have any intercontinental sort of railways and things like that. So same with America. Yes, it's massive or whatever, but they've kind of gone down the petrol thing, push the car, cheap fuel, cheap everything.
When you say intercontinental, you mean from continent to continent? What? Inside your continent?
Sorry. No, inside your continent. Yeah, maybe. yes.
There's railways everywhere here.
International, but have you got railways that are going across, long distances and stuff like that, or is everything just spread out?
I have to imagine they do. All our produce is grown in Cali, and I think the main method of transportation of it is the railway. I'm not sure, but I'd have to imagine we do have one that goes across. You guys don't have a train that goes across your whole country?
Well, yeah, UK, yeah, we've got all sorts. We've got the Channel Tunnel as well, but obviously that's underground. But I'm thinking more
across Canada on a train, and that's pretty far.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think, like, if everyone lives on the outskirts of America, for example, then everyone's interconnecting on the outside, but not necessarily joining everything on the inside together. So if you've got nothing going left to right, then who's coordinating the time zones or, the value of time? Because when the railways thingies came out in America, the whole thing of coordinated time started coming from that, and people coordinating time using the timetable of the railways. So, like, if you've got nothing going from all the way east to all the way west, or some long
in
journey,
Canada, that's a pretty long journey.
Well, America's probably like what 3,500 miles mid-region.
Canada's the second biggest country in the world. Man. I don't know what to tell you. It's we got trains that go right from east to west.
Cool. So you do, because I was just asking the question. You've
Yeah,
got
100% for sure. Yes.
okay. So like anything going near the Nevada desert? Nah, I'm getting stupid now. Nah, no, that's cool. That's good enough. You know what I mean? Because there's yeah. But anyways, back to spherical excess. They don't make any corrections. They don't need to. They don't have to make.
They make corrections. There's a whole column that says there's a whole correction column going through the whole thing.
But surely you can't correct something at the same rate if it shrinks at one end and expands at the other. Surely you can't apply the same rate, you know? And like if you compare a diameter to a hypotenuse, it's like it's like the scale. It's like you could use the Fibonacci sequence as your scale. You could use the square root system as your scale. You could use so many different things as your scales to assume how far something is and stuff like that. But the excess, they don't use any corrections. They don't need to.
And why is the book 900 pages when like all the other books are like less than that? Like your manuals for the military, surveying books aren't 900 pages long.
I reckon they got 900 books, threw them all into a computer, and the computer just put it all together. Came out with 900 pages. All that information, all the all the common information. Cool, pull that side. Anything that's left. Who's going to write 900 pages to a flipping book? You know what I'm saying? That's lawyers shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
why do you need 900 pages to write down 3 points and measure something? Like that's
yeah, exactly. So it's going to have a lot of content in there on the index. It sounds like the whole chapter of such and such Britannica Encyclopedia type of equivalent. They've just put it all into one book. So instead of coming out with 10 chapters or 20 chapters, they just bang one book. So, you know what I mean? Most encyclopedias sort of pull together things are going to be at least 900 pages long in total.
The Principia was like that. It wasn't just written in a day. It was written over 20 years, right?
Yeah. But they rewrite this stuff that you'll find in old Britannia encyclopedias, if you can find any, from the 60s and 70s. They're the outlook of the world, and many different wordings and changes that have been made since then. Not what they were talking about and discussing, 50 years ago, 60 or 40 years ago, 30. So, we've got 2020 now, and all of a sudden, 1970 was half a century away. It's probably the same way it happened 50 years before that. It's like old news, man. You know what I mean? No, when you get to 100, you'd be fucking lucky if you fucking could remember how to fucking wipe your ass. You know what I'm saying? So, let alone are you going to be, there's not that many people get to an old age and still be fucking fully sane. No, fully, you know what I mean?
Yeah, who was vesting their whole life in this shit?
I mean, I'll ask my mom, right?
30 years, 40 years.
I'll ask my mom, did she ever know her grandparents? She'll say no. My mom's like 70, 75. So if that era there didn't know their grandparents, if you were rich and you were fortunate, you most probably all lived in the same house and you knew them well, or something like that. But you were a little bit well off or better off. So if people didn't know their grandparents and that well and stuff like that, it's I don't know. I keep thinking of the orphan trains, and this whole. Anyway, sorry. The topic is spherical SS. I'm going off. If there was corrections to be made, then it means our angles to what we're measuring, stuff like that, would be using the methods they're using, but then they have to apply the correction of about 1.1 or 1.1 recurring. So they're not making any corrections. Therefore, it would, in the simple terms, it would mean that our measure per degree is 1.1 different, and spherical excess 360 divided by 300 or the 298, you could get close to a 1.1 ratio difference. If you they used to have one in 334 before, and then it went down to 298 all of a sudden.
They're making Oh, can you guys hear me now? I connected to this bitch ass Wi-Fi.
Yep, you sound gay and proud. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Awesome. What? Okay, listen. There are fucking corrections, dude. Stop saying there's not corrections. Every fucking page that has an observed angle on it has a correction section. I don't know why you keep saying that. They made math. Every measurement has a correction. I need to know what those corrections are. Gambino, Ruhif, you guys know who's in here? Is there any Globers in here? Do you know what the corrections are? You keep telling me what they're not. You must know what they are, right? Like, I'm not going to sit here and tell you the sun's not 93 million miles away because I don't know the distance to the sun. So obviously I wouldn't tell you the distance is not. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah, I hear
Yeah, we hear you, man.
So what are those corrections, if not for spherical assumptions? Why would there even need to be corrections?
Yeah, but between a book and what they actually do, two different things. It might say that in the manual, but out on the ground, they'll probably just say, fuck the manual. Nobody goes by the manual. So by practical, probably nobody even uses it. It's just a manual, you know?
No, I don't know. I don't know, dude. When they wrote this fucking 900-page book, I don't know why they did it, but it's fucking done. And they did it because it's there, so whatever they did it, and they made corrections to all the measurements. I'd also like to see the page where it says how they computed the observed angle column too. Where is that page? I don't know. Is it the one 18 and 19? What's it keep saying? Like, this shit right here is more important than heads know, I think. Witsit knows how important this is. Like, new people are coming into this arena and they're like, dude, we got measurements, the spherical excess. Like, it's a wrap. We got it all locked up. It's the sphere. Okay, and then they hand them this 900-page document. No normal human being can even go through that alone or whatever. Like, they're not going to understand it. They're just going to be like, oh, shit, this looks fucking serious. Pack it up. It's a sphere. You feel me? You guys understand the importance of this? Would you guys take a nap, or is everyone napping now? You sleeping on a kid like plaid pajamas?
Huh. I'm on my way home from work right now. I'll be home in a little bit, and then I'll get a little more vocal. But right now, my head's just focused on other shit, dude. It's raining like cats and dogs out here. People are driving like fucking idiots.
All right, pay attention to the road, but
I'm reading right now, Jeremy. I'm reading what you put down.
Don't read. No, wait, what? Don't
I
read
got
anything.
two eyes.
Just drive. Keep them both on the road.
I'm driving with my knee, Jeremy, and flipping pages.
No, just focus on the road, please. It's dangerous out there.
So, Jeremy, are you saying it's not safe to drive with one eye?
Well, no, I'm not. Definitely not saying that. You know, I'm not saying that. Very funny. Very funny. Okay. But pay attention as much as you can on the road. Super
I'm on
dangerous.
the road too.
Rocky is driving with his knee. Probably got his cell phone, counting money in one hand, cell phone in the other hand.
I learned a cool trick, dude. If you let the tire ride the bumps in the road, you don't even need to watch, dude.
Yeah,
dude, those
here we
bumps
have
are
the grooves on the right. It goes zzz, and the bumps in the middle, so you can drive with your eyes closed.
Yo, whoever
This is financial advice, by the way.
No, whoever invented those speed bumps has saved so many lives. I don't even know. Like, that shit was invaluable right there.
Actually, it was two brothers. They were the Dayglow brothers. My mom's got their accounts. Yeah, they wrote a book and gave it to my
Have a good
mom to give to
weekend.
me. All right, bro. Just interrupt me, Jeremy. Fuck your weekend.
All right, my bad.
It's hot,
Shit show Saturday starting right now. Fuck this.
I knew
Show
a guy
Saturday.
that sold those things. Like, he sold them to I guess the city and state. We used to go to his condo in Florida and play golf and shit.
Well, they're
Like,
just
he sold
grooves
those
here.
reflectors. Well, no, I'm talking about the little reflector bumps in the middle.
Oh, those are cool too. Yeah.
Yeah, he sold those. Yeah, those grooves are put down when they put the asphalt down. They have a machine that just imprints like. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You can drive with your eyes closed here. If you hear that, you go a little bit to the left and start hearing the bump, bump, bump. Go a little bit to the right.
Okay, this is not any kind of life advice.
This is advice right now. This is what you call driving by braille, folks. For all you kids out there.
No one do that.
I swear, I think some of these people out here are blind. They must be Glovers. They're trying to calculate the curve of the road. I don't know, centrifugal forces and whatever.
I heard there's
they
a
surely
spot.
Can't drive.
I heard there's a spot where if you're going at the right speed, the tires hitting that braille actually creates a song. I forget what song.
No, they
it
did
is,
that. They did that in the road, in the middle of the road on purpose for a stretch of highway. But they fucked up the song, and it sounded like shit or something. I heard. I don't know if they ever
says
fixed
like
it.
Hail Satan or something, right?
No, it's not nothing like
Oh,
that.
that's Led Zeppelin. My bad.
They shouldn't even let flat earthers drive, actually. I mean, freaking that stupid. Doofus is worried about us having a hard life and stuff. I mean, it's hard being a flat earther. I'm going to tell you what, I got it tough. Yeah, I got it tough. I got a bag full of candy, sweet tea, headed to the coast. This is a tough life, man. And what does he do? He comes in here and yells and fusses it. Dude, I stopped at CBS like a drugstore. Oh, it's like being at the movie theater, but only cheaper.
I didn't think Louisiana got CVS's yet.
Yeah, man, we got canoes and CBS's.
Yeah, they're called Bubba Gump CVS.
I went to Spokane, Washington when I was in middle school on a field trip. And they thought we rode to school in P-Rose. That was the impression they had from TV or whatever.
Listen,
Don't
guys,
you
this
guys got like pet alligators down there and shit?
Well, I mean, I do have P-Rose and I do have alligators in my front yard, but it doesn't mean we don't have other stuff. Like, I'm over the swamp right now. I'm headed towards Lake Pontchartrain by Lake Marpaw, and they dug this canal to build this causeway, which, oh, by the way, isn't curving. I actually
super,
knew the
you said
guy
it's
that
super
built.
curvy.
Yeah, it's really curvy. I took a picture and sent it. I used to play golf with the guy with DOTD that built one side of it. Or, hang on, I might have said that wrong. He built one section of it going north to south, and then someone built the other section going south to north, and then they met in the middle. I'm trying to think of his damn name. I play golf with him 4 and 5 days a week. I can't think of. Oh, Willie Taylor. And every time he'd make a birdie putt, you could hear him all over the golf course. That's me, WT. Thought I'd throw that in. He's dead now. Great guy, though. Almost passing the power lines. Anybody want me to say a prayer or do anything special over here, Globers? Praise the power lines. Lake Pontchartrain power lines coming up. Mic check. Did I lose y'all?
We hear you. I was hoping some kid will find the air body lost. We couldn't find it though. Yeah. I know this spherical excess thing is super boring, right? This shit sucks. But it's super important because if new people come in, the Globers just show them that and like, boom, it's done and done. You know, there's nothing to even look at. It's the measurement. It's over, you know? So we gotta tear this shit to pieces. Like we need to have this. Witz is gonna do a PowerPoint presentation. Hopefully that'll solve everything. And we'll get it all laid out. But I mean, are there any Globers in here right now? Any Globers in here? None at all?
I told them I was passing their power line, the one place they can see Earth curve, basically. And none of them wanted me to sing praises or do anything when I passed it. I'm going under it right now.
What's that shit Oakley does in Are We Trust?
Are We Trust? It's foggy as shit out here. Let me see. It's yep, it appears to be curving with my naked eye. Right here I can see it. Earth curve. or it's
Pack
not
it up,
Earth
Gio. Drachia says he sees the Earth curving. Pack it up.
No, you can definitely see it. I'm looking down it right now. This shit, geez, it really looks
You
curved.
see Earth curving.
Oh, absolutely, in the power lines. Just like they told me I would.
Tough sell, bro. It's a tough sell right there.
I'm past it now. Oh, did I mention there's a train track on the right side that doesn't appear to curve? Oh, and another power line going off left to right of that power line that Soundly always shoots that definitely isn't curving. Just a different angle, though. I'm sure if you got at the right angle of that one, like, you know, looking down a pool cue, which is about the dumbest argument I've ever heard, because you can't, we can walk in any bar room you want. I'll let you eyeball that shit all you want, and I'll roll it on the floor and show you that it's probably not straight. You'll say, oh, this one's straight. Here you go. And it's bigger at one end than the other, so it does create an optical illusion. I've shown that with my cell phone, which I think the cell phone lens has something to do with that. Either way.
I had Moyak doing a perspective test one day, and his cell phone did fuck it up, and it didn't work.
Oh yeah, the cell phone. Yeah, definitely the cell phone lenses are.
Yeah.
Either way, until you get a 24-mile long pool cue and put it over Lake Pontchartrain and put a couple humps in it and look down it at a certain angle through the atmosphere, it's not really the same thing now, is it? They got Arma saying it like left and right. Poor thing. They've trained him to sound stupid. Oh, I just looked down a pool cue or a board in Home Depot. Because that's the same thing, right?
Bro, do you understand how important the spherical excess vapor is, Rakia?
Do you understand that 3 years ago I debunked this shit and told y'all all they can't do shit with angle measurements over mountaintop to mountaintop, 40 miles, 20 miles, 100 miles, 10 miles? What are they taking an angle to again?
The ones they were pitching to us in Gems back then, they were pitching the 100, you know, the 60, 70. One was 100 miles. They were pitching that because those have bigger angles for the 180 thing. So they were using all those with us back then. I debunked it too before. I thought we were done with this because I went to Bev's and Bev's like, no, that's not it. There's no way you can measure that angle. They're just guessing. They're just guessing at that point.
Yeah, they're plugging the numbers in is all they're doing. I mean, because you're taking an angle measurement to a mountain or a laser or a reflector that's, you know, doing all kind of wonky stuff.
Well, Bev did it for me because I was like, he's like, no, those aren't measurements. So I brought it back to the Glovers like, yo, you guys can't measure this small of an angle. I'm like, come on.
Not over that distance. Dude, you take go rent a laser, an auto laser, right? And set it up and get about 20 feet away and tilt your rod, you know, get your rod level. Now go 60 feet away and barely move that rod, and that sumbitch shows unlevel. Like, you can't even, there is no, I mean, think about the angle change, right? Just a slight change in that pole is doing a huge difference in being level in that. Like creating a horizontal, like using the horizontal tool properly. If you just tilt that pole just a fraction at 60 feet, it's going nuts. You're way off. And it depends on if you go frontwards or backwards, which way it's off. Isn't that funny? Yeah. I wish you could see all the chemical plants polluting the air around Lake Pontchartrain right now like I do. And oh, by the way, the airport and the 8 lanes of traffic and trains that go over the lake, sitting in traffic now. I'm on a different causeway than like what y'all think. Like the one that they filmed the bridge on, that's just one of the causeways that goes across, the area. They have one that goes to Covington. They have one that goes to Slidell, and they have one that goes to Baton Rouge or LaPlace. And then you have Airline Highway, which is the main highway that used to only be the only thing that exists. That is further west. That's another 4-lane highway that goes around the area, and a couple train tracks. Amtrak still runs here, or used to. It did last year anyway.
Well, Rocky, you should feel very fortunate that you're in the one place on Earth that you can see the curvature of Earth. You can see it as a globe right there. Wow, what a unique place to live. It's amazing.
I swear, what I'm gonna do, Gio, is open up a booth, right? See your Earth curve here, and film everyone that comes in there and mocks me. Right, all the Globers that come in and.
Yeah, you could charge for it. Yeah, you could charge for it.
That's just
A sightseeing. Yeah.
I could fly people into the New Orleans airport, let them take a limo ride over to the bridge to see Earth curve. Right? I mean, it is amazing, right?
You know what's funny?
Don't
if
worry
you did
about
that,
the small details of it's going to differ on each day.
Yeah. I bet if you actually did that, like set up a business to do that, you'd probably end up getting, letters, or you'd have, scientists, or, somebody that would end up contacting you and say, hey man, that's not Earth curve. You can't see it from the ground. You're scamming people. I bet you'd be accused of scamming,
Yeah,
if you
I'd be
actually did
arrested
that.
for scamming. You can't see Earth curve from ground level. You gotta go into outer space to do that. You're scamming people. Oh, really?
Yeah, maybe Neil deGrasse Tyson would mention it. Oh, there's a guy who's saying you could see Earth curve from ground. You can't see Earth curve from the ground. Oh, that'd be fun.
Idiot Cajun. Those Cajuns are idiots. They think they can see Earth curve at the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge. Science deniers. Let's give them Soundly's email. I mean, come on, Gio. I really think he's trolling, right? You think he's just believing it, but to see Earth curve, he had to mention that you had to have 20/20 vision. It just seems like a true troll to me, right? Just so happens he's the only one that's ever measured it with his buddies. Come on, bro. You have a little more
I never
faith in humanity
necessarily. Well, I never necessarily said he. I mean, I don't think I ever made a declaration or a statement about whether he does believe it or whether, because I know there's that discussion of, well, is he being deceptive purposefully, or does he actually just believe it, or is he kind of just fudging it? Yeah, I mean, I never necessarily said one way or the other, although I don't know, one of those days when he was in the server, we were talking to him, and I just feel like at one point everybody was just calling him a liar, and I did maybe throw the idea out. Well, I was like, well, maybe he, because like you've said that curved effect is visible. I mean, like, you've said you've seen it many times, and
Yeah,
so there is something going on there. So,
but you heard
could
my
he
point.
just believe it? Like, could he just be seeing that and then just believe it? Believe that that's Earth curve kind of thing.
But you heard my point when I said if it's Earth curve, it sure does change a lot, right? So then you have to think of, well, why is it changing if it's Earth curve? Well, it can only be changing for a couple reasons. Either the Earth is breathing, right? Getting bigger and smaller. Or you could really look into how optics work over distance in the atmosphere and figure out that this is a known fact this happens and that optical illusions are hell. I mean, every child knows and every adult knows that optical illusions happen, right? Or that. Because it's got to be one or the other, right? I mean, I guess it could be both. It could be a sphere that has an optical illusion attachment to it, but you can't deny the optical illusion part, especially claiming to be an expert on how light works, like Soundly does. It's impossible. I'm just a lonely old concrete judge. Didn't take me long to figure it out. I mean, learn it. Oh, there's an eagle in the nest today. I got a picture
Yeah,
of
I mean,
it.
that's kind of what they've ended up doing. That's kind of what they've ended up doing with a lot of these observations, like the boats, visually obscuring from the bottom up and these things. They've ended up saying, well, that's not really, at least some people say this. I'm not going to say that everyone does, but a lot of them will say, well, that's not the curve. That's not it right there. That's an effect of the curve, but that's actually a refracted, moving, adjustable type visual effect. However, what Whitsitt was talking about, how that Clark method on that spherical excess document uses the boats cutting off from the bottom up, a kind of like a cherry picked, snapshot of that to then use that as the entire claim of the radius of the Earth. So in that case, that guy's doing that. He's saying that's it, radius of the Earth. That's the end of the globe. But these guys have found they can't do that because maybe someone like that Clark method, they're able just to do it, and for some reason it doesn't get, it's not being scrutinized because NASA and pictures of the globe, whatever it is, people don't scrutinize it. But there's just so many contradictions. Like that Clark method is trying to say, yep, boat's cutting off, that's it, that's the radius. But then these guys, since they've been confronted with it so rigorously, they have to say, well, no, that's not really it. It's refracted. So I mean, so now that they're saying it's refracted, so that's not Earth curve. So it's not Earth curve, but it is Earth curve. It's an effective Earth curve. I mean, it's just a convoluted mess.
You know how many years I fought them on the boats being obstructed bottom up? I mean, I took my own boat out, got two other captains to get their boats, had somebody on the beach and proved, right? Like, it's just an optical effect. And then I have a picture of a shrimp boat that it can't be Earth curve unless we live on a really, really small Earth, right? So it's obviously an optical effect in that picture, right? I mean, it can't be anything else. But then for a long time, they called me a liar about that. To this day, they called me a liar. I'm like, yeah, you can do all your angle measurements to the boat and prove that the boat is so high, so far away and so big, and you can see that the viewer, which is me, or whoever you think it may be, is not 6 inches from the water. You know what I'm saying? So then they got to say, well, you can't take observations low level, long distance across the marine layer. Well, unless you're B-ball or one of the surveyors who said they measured the drop radius of the Earth over water, long distance, low level. Until you're that guy, they won't say anything about it. Either way, though, you got to measure that water curve. And if you're saying it's blocking 30 foot of a ship, well, then the ship is 30 feet lower than the viewer, right? Because the viewer's eyesight is going to be the horizon, the vanishing point. And then whatever's past that has got to be lower somehow. Like, explain that, how the horizon just appears to rise up but doesn't. Like, it's pure doublespeak, man. Everything is optical illusion pointing towards that. Even perspective is basically an optical illusion, right? The water or the land or whatever doesn't rise up, actually. It just appears to the human eye. And then, yeah. Good luck. Alligator bait.
Yeah, I mean, but dude, is there no Glovers in here right now? That actually know this. I don't need a Glover. Oh, everyone's fucked.
Believe me, Jeremy, they're together somewhere trying to figure out how to deal with this spherical excess and this little shrimp boat that's 3 miles away because they can't deal with either one of them. No answers. Unless you just want to go with the troll script, you're a liar, you don't understand. You know, you're a flat earther, so you're not very smart anyway. Type deal.
It's a good point, Rocky, what you've talked about with the idea that if that's really Earth curve for the boats over the horizon, that should absolutely be measurable. I mean, it's even within a visual range. We're not talking about 20,000 miles or something. And I mean, planar surveying. The accuracy of planar surveying. I mean, that should absolutely be able to be measured. And that should have just been done decades upon decades ago, and it should just be absolute standard. But instead, there's this planar surveying, which doesn't measure Earth curve, and the geodetics, which is what, then you get into this access, and we, going over that in such detail. Not only that one, but just geodetic surveying in general, calculations and adjustments and all these components that are done to where they're really fitting it into a grid system of, property lines and these coordinate systems, these coordinate models, like the geoid and ellipsoid, and all fitting into the WGS 84. So really looking at it, it's sort of like, okay, well, there's like a gap between we could do the planar surveying in ranges, and geodetic surveying is not actually measuring curve. They're doing calculations. But we can see boats going over the proposed curve in this idea. It's called boats over the horizon. So why shouldn't we be able to measure that? Why isn't that just standard able to be measured? And this whole discussion would not even be a thing because it would be measured. That would be it.
Yeah, that's my other business, right? Go to any static lake without currents or tides or whatever and show people how the water's curving. People would love to see that, right? That's a multi-million-dollar business. You can't do it, man. Like you said, you can show them the effects, but you can't measure it. You got to measure really, really, really far to get the drop, right? You can't do any accurate up-close measurements. You got to do those really far measurements. Like the half a mile doesn't even work because, it's just not far enough. You got to go at least 3 miles. I love it. He still has that video up, by the way, which is hilarious to me. He said they just don't get it, right? How can you post a video and say, I did it over a half a mile in my backyard on Father's Day? Oh, don't worry about me still being off, right? My measurement wasn't correct. It's because I didn't measure far enough that my measurement was still off. That was his excuse. Thanks, Bob. Is his name Bob? Larry? Whatever. They're all the same.
Anything that involves up and down optical measurement, anything relies on that, it's out. That's never going to be proof of Earth curve. So I don't know how much this spherical excess thing depends on that. It sounds like it did because they were talking about the up and down refraction, I think, at some point in it. So that must have been a factor somewhere.
Yeah, it's another contradiction. I mean, if they're claiming that, things in the distance are wavering, that there's no actual geometric horizon, there's all the refraction, and even to the point where Ruhif talks about, infinite over 6R kind of thing, like not even 7, but using this like infinite radius or 7 over 6 infinite radius, which then ends
infinite
up
over
essentially
6.
just being it just ends up being a plane, an extended plane. So Ruhif goes that extreme. I mean, not just Ruhif, but I know he has mentioned that extreme to have to claim an infinite radius, that there's that much refraction happening to essentially make the Earth look like an extended plane. And that amount of refraction is happening, but somehow with, these spherical excess measurements over great distances. Now I know they might say, "Oh, well, it's up on a mountaintop, so there's different refraction," but I mean that's a bold claim to just say that by changing altitude, all of a sudden the refraction's just gone. I mean, yeah, I don't doubt it could be different, but
Don't be
it's not,
fooled though, Gio. They're taking you up to mountaintops to reduce the refraction that they claim, but there's still refraction for one. But there's other factors too. That's why they say distance doesn't matter, right? That's why Doofus lost his shit when I keep bringing up distance, because I don't care if you're on the tallest mountain shooting across to the other tallest mountain in the world with no refraction. Distance still matters. You have effect.
Yeah, if you're
Yeah.
off a little bit at the beginning, a little teeny tiny bit, see, that won't matter. If you're like, if I'm laying tile and I'm just going, 20 feet, it's not going to matter if I'm off a little bit at the beginning if I don't correct for it, and I wouldn't even have to correct for it. But if you're off a little bit at the beginning and you're going hundreds of feet laying tile, like I've done Walmarts and shit, you'll be off by a fucking lot at the end. So the more distance you have of the measurement is, I feel like you're going to be more off. Of course, distance matters.
That's why they fight against it so hard. I mean,
Yeah, if you're off a little,
their shit.
You're off a little teeny tiny piece of an angle at the beginning, and what happens in the end? You're way off. Anyone that's ever done any kind of construction or something knows that. That's just how it works. When you go farther distance laying tile, the more off you're going to be if it's fucked up. Now we can correct for it, which gets fun, but
You guys, do you guys remember the force the line globe test? You know what I'm talking about?
Which one?
I don't know. I saw it on Eric Dubé's channel. I don't know if it was talked around elsewhere, but where you have like essentially a straight line, composed of 10-foot, I don't know, boards or something that can compose a straight line, and then that would constitute the lower bar, and then the upper bar would be a line based off of level. So you would just use a classical level and construct the top bar according to that level. And then over 2 miles, the straight line and the quote unquote curved level line would intersect, and the distance between those two boards or materials would start to get closer and closer together as you go a mile or two or whatever. But
we've had many ideas of forcing the line kind of experiments to do here. You're saying they actually did this, or?
No. I'm saying that's something I would like to see happen. But then, the good rebuttal is you can't really make a straight construction with certainty.
It's extremely difficult. Yeah, it's extremely difficult to make a straight line. I think it's doable.
Mm-hmm.
But
I think you would need lasers.
First of all, no matter what you're doing, it's never going to be a perfectly straight line, but you can get close enough to where it'll be within, you'll be off less than Earth curve will be over 2, 3, 4, 5 miles or whatever, maybe. The thing with doing something like that is you got to go both ways. So now you're measuring the sagittal, so your line has to be twice as long. Because normally, I've only seen one time where you didn't need to go both ways. But, you make a level line, then you go out. Well, you got to make sure your shit's symmetrical. So you need to go the other way, too, to make sure. Otherwise, your angle could be off a little bit at the beginning, like I was just explaining. It's absolutely crucial for any kind of force the line or any kind of anything to go both ways. Like Kosho's sexual preference. You got to go both ways.
Well, you can do a straight line segment in any direction from a baseline. So just establish one benchmark, just make one up, and then go in any or all directions. And you can go as far as you want, extending that straight line segment, and it could care less what's under you or above you.
I don't know why everybody says it would be so hard in auto level to do it easy, you know.
I did it today, all day.
Yeah, but
Like straight up, an auto level has no problem doing what you're talking about.
yeah, for how far though? Then it starts. Then you
As
have
far
low
as you want to
angle.
go.
In
As
any
far as you want to
direction.
go, man.
That's
Yeah.
I know, but that's where we run into an issue where the Globers will say,
I don't care. I've talked to surveyors about it. They don't seem to have a problem with it. Actual real life surveyors that have no horse in this race on Discord. So yeah, not a problem.
Go take a level, auto level, theodolite, whatever. Measure a body of water, then extend that straight line segment. Say go 4 foot above the water and extend that straight line segment to the next lake, and extend that straight line segment over that lake. Not measuring down to the lake, just extending the straight line segment. And then after you do that, using just the first lake as your baseline, right? And see what happens.
well, it's not definitive though. The way you could be making segments over like a disco ball.
If you were, then the two lakes wouldn't be level. Like, you're not getting my point. Like you can't. There's not disco ball water.
Yeah, I know. I don't think we're on a globe either, but you're right. And the plumb line.
When it comes to making a straight, when it comes to making a straight line with the auto level, it doesn't care if it's on a disco ball, a unicorn, or a flat surface. The auto level can still do it.
Yeah, I feel you, but hold on, somebody's got some crazy noise going. Is that me?
I think it's Zanuck, maybe. I don't know if it's you or Zanuck.
Not me. Guys, I have enough setup.
Oh, it's you, Zanuck. Your mic is fucked.
No, really?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yes. Wouldn't fit you. You're my favorite kit.
Into the hot mic room. So
Yeah,
before it gets
Xanax
crazy,
on a helicopter.
Listen, I only have 10 seconds before he gets back, so this is probably going to be over with. But if Earth is a globe and you're making those straight lines and plumb lines aren't parallel, then you are making the disco ball thing. So we need something that's like definitive.
Well, then surveyors. Well, that doesn't even make sense when people say shit like that, because then it's like, oh, okay, surveyors don't have a fucking clue.
What do you think you make a disco ball with?
A straight
same tool.
Different segments of straight lines. Yeah.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
now?
the same tool you could make a disco ball with. I could make curved Earth with the same exact. Dude, what the frick is wrong with you? Just got here.
I know. I'm trying to get a word in edgewise. Won't work.
Shut up for a second already. You just got here.
All right, got it. You got a disco ball. Okay, I get it.
Oh my God, really?
It's gonna be over because you see it in, but
we should just
anyway.
all leave.
You know what I mean. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
If plumb lines aren't parallel, you're doing a disco ball, and you're not. You're actually following the
Give me the same tool though, Jeremy, and 1 mile of sand, and I can make you a radius of 8 inches per mile square with the same tool. Do you get it?
Okay. How about this
I don't
picture?
get
Wait, the whole disco ball thing doesn't work anyhow, because if you can, when you do backside, foresight, and you're sharing 2 different segments, that completely leaves this idea that there's any type of disco ball shit going on there.
Hey,
you're saying back shots?
Check out this picture I posted. You have a 3 foot, 4
I mean,
foot
I do like the sound of back shots. My wife likes the back shots too, but is that
Oh,
does that
this disco ball thing is bullshit. The way they do it, it's not a disco ball. They're not measuring out a disco ball.
Okay, hold on. Let's let Xana get in, but then I want to hear all about these back shots.
You guys are going crazy on this disco ball thing. So we have the observer. I did the Black Swan. I was at the Black Swan. I did the measurements, saw exactly what they saw. Nothing surprised me. Here I got is this grace or this is habitat? This is habitat with about, I guess that's 4 miles away from the shore, about maybe 100 feet from that where the guy took the picture by that walkway at the Black Swan. This is the Black Swan. And what's nice about this is it's a clear day and you can see Anacap Island in the background. The interesting thing on this is that we know how high this structure is. 220 feet or something is the top of that crane, and I'm 3 feet. I got a picture of the camera, and
Knew you
that
were short.
that island is 2,000 feet high. So do the math whether that tip of that crane can line up straight line with the top of the mountain, 25 miles away.
All right. So how do these back shots take the possibility of a disco ball out of it? Explain it. Explain to me how, please. I'm not like trying to do it. Xanax, stop, dude. What are you doing, bro?
You guys want experimentation? I took pictures. You don't want to address it? Okay, it's fine.
No, we're right in the middle of these back shots.
You and your back shot.
Yeah, he said you guys claim when Rocky does this thing, you guys claim he's making a disco ball. God is saying that this fucking back shot thing eliminates the disco ball.
Because you're sharing a straight line segment. As you go, you're just extending the original straight line that you started with. It wouldn't. You would be out when you did your back sight. It has to be the same. The line you're extending the same line because of that. It's such bullshit that they could say that. Like, just talk to a surveyor, man. Jeremy, call up some surveyors.
I listened to the ones when you called. I remember when you called them, and I heard those.
Those aren't even all the conversations, though, I've had.
No, I only heard a few of them. They were good, though. They were very good.
There is no disco ball measurement. You just hear that on Discord. You don't hear that in real life. Bullshit.
No one's really saying that, but these guys.
Yeah, I would say that's what I think. When I'm not a surveyor, but I fucking talk to lots of them.
You're not a surveyor, but you play one on Discord.
That's great.
So, how do you feel about that, Zanuck? When we do the back shots, it eliminates the thing that we're on a disco ball.
That's right, because if it's level one way and you had a marker 6 foot high in the center level of the eye of this 6 foot dratellite or total station, and you spread it around 180 degrees, you better be lined up with something 6 foot tall on the other side of it.
And can you extend that? Can you extend that straight line segment in any direction, Zanuck, for any distance, and it be horizontal?
So you agree?
Well, yeah, but you're not gonna. You'll never be able to do that because if you go level, it'll be pointed too high when you spin 180 degrees.
No, what are you talking about? That's how they do. That's how they fucking survey, you moron.
So you're saying you can't create a horizontal plane? So you're saying there's a limit? I just want to ask.
I know. So just everyone slow down. No, it's gonna get crazy fucking fast.
I'm sorry. Hang on, Zanuck.
What's the name, Colin?
Hang on, Zanuck. I was asking you a question. Can y'all hear me? Is my mic messed up?
Yeah, you're good. Go ahead.
I asked you a question like 5 minutes ago, so I'll ask it again. So, is it under your understanding that you can't create a horizontal plane and extend it? Like that's impossible?
It's called level. The level line is a horizontal plane.
So is that horizontal plane curved? Hang on, dude. Is that horizontal plane that you're calling level, is that curved or horizontal?
It's horizontal.
So not curved.
It's a direction.
The
level
levels
means direction.
Okay, so not curved.
God, Scalpel, please.
It's not me, dude.
Jesus, bro. So
that
not
noise,
curved.
It's horizontal.
Right, settle
it's
down.
Not curved.
Okay,
It's
not curved. So how far? How far can you do that?
Just shut the fuck up for a second. Let me finish.
How far? You've answered my question. How
Rocky, you're
far
blowing my
can you do
eardrums
that?
out, bro.
Yeah,
Hold on,
just
man.
ridiculous.
Just everyone slow down.
How far can you extend that horizontal plane, Zanuck?
Infinity.
Thank you. With what tool?
Any tool that establishes a level is an orientation perpendicular to plumb. Level is just a direction. Get it out of your head that it's a plane. It's just a direction.
You just told us it's horizontal.
You just said it was a horizontal plane.
It's a direction. And it establishes a horizontal. From that point, that horizontal plane is not going to be level anywhere on it, only at one spot. One point.
So you're saying level is horizontal.
Now you're saying it's curving.
It's not curved. The horizontal
is the horizontal plane is curving.
Is a line, a plane in all that level is a line or a plane in all directions, emanating from one singular point. Why is this so hard for you to understand, Rakia?
Dude, you got to have a issue with thinking people don't understand. Because
Well,
what you're
think about
saying is so, yeah, I've thought about it. I heard you double speak. Is
That's
it a
not double
horizontal
speak.
plane? If you would quit cutting me off, maybe I could answer and understand more. So if the horizontal plane isn't curving from that point, which we call a benchmark, by the way, and you create that horizontal plane over water, then at a certain distance, which you can come up with, I'm sure, you would be able to measure more underneath the horizontal plane than at your benchmark, right? Because the
Perfect.
horizontal plane would
Yes.
be going, right? So,
Perfect.
so
Yes.
how do we do this again? What tool do we use?
A theodolite total station, anything that establishes a level orientation where you have a marker in the distance oriented on the straight level plane or horizontal to your theodolite or a plumb bob that establishes a vertical that's 90 degrees opposed to that vertical would be that plane. And anything in the distance, any distance, will have a different height beneath it than you are having with your theodolite beneath the plumb line.
Okay, what's the longest horizontal plane you can create with a theodolite accurately?
I think a total station is a kilometer, probably.
It's not what I said. I said a theodolite.
I don't know what a theodolite. The horizontal line goes on forever. The accuracy is only to the degree where that line across the center can be discerned from things that you're detecting in the center field of view.
Oh, okay, let's say it's 200 feet. You agree 200 feet would be
Absolutely.
horizontal,
Clear
not
as day.
curving?
From the
Okay,
accuracy of that line.
how would we extend the straight line segment we created over 200 feet? How would we extend that horizontal plane?
By
Extend
the
that
angular
straight line
size. First of all, your ability to discern objects is 0.02. That's the angular resolution of your eyeball. Looking through the lens finder,
not what
that
I asked.
line. Can I finish?
Yeah, but that's not what I asked. I don't want you
Can
to
I
waste
finish?
my time.
Is
How
it
do
finished?
you extend the
I'm
straight line
answering you. I'm
segment?
answering you.
Using a
I'm
theodolite.
answering. If you let me finish, I'll answer you. Just shut the fuck up, Rakia.
Has nothing to
Thank
do
you.
with 0.02.
Shut
Nothing.
the fuck up.
Just
and I'll
let him finish,
respond.
though. If he doesn't answer it, you can point out that he didn't answer. I mean, otherwise
So-
it's going to be a shit show. What do you want to do?
It's not a shit show if he just doesn't talk over me.
Just stop, Zanuck, stop. Baraki, you understand it's going to be a shit show if we don't let him finish. So we got to either let him finish and then tell him he didn't answer afterwards, or it's going to be an instant shit show.
Okay, well, let's just start off again then.
No. Let me
Fair
answer
enough.
the question.
No, just let him. Just go ahead.
What's the question? Repeat the question, please.
I don't need to repeat. I know the
No,
question.
I need it. I forgot the question. Repeat it.
Rakia, just shut up and let me finish.
I forgot what I asked you,
Flipping boy,
Zanuck.
you're
Can
talking about
you
people talking
repeat?
over you. All you do is talk over people. Just stop
I'm not talking over you. I'm asking
Just
you.
stop
let him.
talking. I hear your
All right.
voice.
I got to
Stop
make an
it.
executive decision. Just let him go, and then you can repeat the question after if he doesn't answer it. Just
Thank you.
we're doing it. It's getting crazy.
Why wouldn't he repeat the question?
It's pretty
weird.
simple. Just shut the
He probably
fuck up.
doesn't know it.
What's the
Just
question?
let him go, and then you
shut up.
just
Let me
him go,
finish.
and then you can go next. Just let him
Thank
go,
you.
and then you can
So
go next, please.
the distance you can see of the theodolite is the size of that line. That line will have some angular resolution in your field of view. Your ability to see a line in the field of view is 0.02 degrees. You can see something 0.02 degrees in the distance, then you can line it up with that line. If it's 0.02 degrees in the center of your field of view, that's how far you can see. Now that line is far larger than 0.02 degrees. So you tell me the angular size of the line in your theodolite, and that's how far you can tell how far something is away in the distance, and that's a distance you can accurately tell whether it is at the level line or not.
200 feet is what we established, correct?
How many feet?
Oh my God!
I didn't hear you. You were muffled. 200 feet? Yes, 200 feet.
Okay, so you did hear me. Wasn't muffled. 200
No, the
feet.
second time you said it.
I only said it one time and then said, "Oh my God!" And you said you were muffled, didn't hear you. 200 feet, and I said yes. So
I didn't
wrong
really,
again.
really hear what you said because you were muffled.
Anyway, so to extend another 200 feet using a theodolite, you can do that, right?
Correct.
How far? How many 200 feet can we extend a straight line segment of 200 feet? Was I muffled? How far can we do that, Zanuck?
Cocksucker. 1,600 feet.
What?
1,600 feet.
1,600 feet is
Yes,
how
I've
far
seen it.
you can do 200 feet at a time, straight line segments, extending them?
Well, are you moving the theodolite or just going out further and further and further?
Did I mention anything about doing anything to the theodolite?
Well, I don't know what your extending the line means. I'm thinking you mean going out further to a farther point to see if it lines up at that theodolite. So you can go
Fair
200
enough.
feet. Some guys 200 feet away, you see a pole, 6 feet. Okay, I'm lined up. Then he goes another 200 feet. Then he goes. It keeps on going farther and farther away until you see where it is in your field of view with respect to the center line, which is level, a level orientation perpendicular to plane to plumb.
You know what a straight line segment is, huh?
Yes, I know what a straight line segment is.
You know how to extend them?
I know there's many ways you can extend them.
What's one way?
One way is to establish that level line at a pole 200 feet away, then move the theodolite to that pole and do another straight line segment 200 feet out.
So that's possible.
Of course it is.
So why'd you ask if I was moving the damn theodolite or not? Why would that happen?
I did tell you that I was going to move. That's how I was going to do it.
So it doesn't matter whether you move it or not. And actually moving it, yeah, so actually moving it is more accurate if you establish that your straight line segment is being extended is accurate. And how would you do that?
Because you can't, it will not be accurate if you are on a spherical surface, because you'll see every time you add a different distance with a fixed theodolite that there'll be a drop from level further away you go. If you
how
just
the frick you know you're on a spherical?
I'm almost done. If you just do straight line segments, each one of them will start at a new 0 point closer to the furthest point.
So it's not possible then. So now you're saying it's not possible by moving the theodolite.
I told you how I understood it.
Go fuck yourself by this doublespeak now, okay? Because first of all, you said it was possible, and the way you would do it was shut up, because I'm tired of your lying ass. First you said it was possible, and the way you would do it was to move the theodolite. Now you just said it's not possible if you move the theodolite because you're on a spherical surface, so you can extend the straight line segment. So go screw yourself.
Yes, it is. Hold on a second. Hold on, Zanuck. Zanuck, hold on 1 second. Rocky, your mic's popping like crazy, bro. Just letting you know.
You said one thing that I said, and the other thing I didn't say. The first thing was correct. If you move the theodolite, establish another 200-foot segment, you can extend a segment that way, and you end up doing your disco ball. That's what would happen. If you just have the theodolite and do not move it, can you let me finish? Is it possible?
No, I'm not telling you. I'm not letting you lie to the public.
Oh my God!
That is not extending a straight line
kind of
segment.
Mental disorder.
That is not. Don't call me mental, sir. You're mental by saying that's a straight line segment. That is not. That's a disco ball
program.
That's not a straight line segment.
A straight line segment is you
crazy. Hold on, Zanuck. Rocky, your mic's popping crazy, bro.
Well, it's gonna have to pop because I'm on my truck and I ain't doing nothing different. I don't know how to
just talk like this. You could just talk like this.
Yeah,
okay. Well, if someone would quit calling me mental,
you're being mental.
I don't have a mental problem. I have an accuracy. Why are you talking through me, dipshit?
Because I was trying to finish my thought and you were talking over me.
Not a straight line segment, though, is it, Zanuck?
No matter where you start out with that line, it is a straight line segment. If you wanted to go 200 feet, that is a straight line segment. If you move the theodolite to that 200-foot spot and look another 200 feet, you'll create another straight line segment. Now, if you start out at the theodolite,
not what we're talking about.
Pay attention.
Not what we're talking about.
So this is the punchline. You're not going to listen. You're going to talk over me. I can tell because I can see you lighting up.
You've changed the topic, dude.
I can tell you're lighting up. If you're staying at the theodolite and looking outward, there are not multiple straight line segments that you can establish from the theodolite to multiple distance points.
Let's start over then. Ready? Let's start over. You create a 200-foot straight line segment. Can you extend, now pay attention, extend that 200-foot straight line segment to be a 400-foot straight line segment, Zanuck?
Of course.
How would you do it?
You would just go out 200 more feet, pull up a pole, and make sure it fit in the site center of the theodolite.
And how would you extend it out to 600 feet without moving your theodolite? Is that possible?
I'm not moving any theodolites. I'm just.
That's what I said. Without moving it, how would you
I'd
do?
go out
Is that
another
possible?
200. I'd go out another 200 feet, establish a flexible length pole, and radio my operator that's operating the theodolite, saying, "Am I in the center now?" And I'll say, "Yeah." Now I got a slightly higher pole, and I'll keep on making higher and higher poles as I go further away, and it'll stay in the center
Slightly
line.
higher pole at 600 feet. Have you lost your mind?
Yes.
Yes, I know you've lost your mind. You have no idea what you're talking about,
Are you
dude.
saying it will be minutely larger, but it will be larger. It will be taller.
What?
My God, at 1,400 feet, a quarter mile, at 400 yards,
600
you will have
feet there, guy.
At
We're
400
at
yards,
600.
you have. Listen, you have
We're at
400 yards.
600 feet before you change the
1,200 feet.
situation again.
At 1,200 feet, you will have 16 arc seconds of deviation from
You're
level.
so full of shit.
downward.
You don't know whether you're coming or going.
Yes.
We're at
Listen to me
600
very
feet,
carefully.
Xana. I've listened to you for years.
Hey,
Very carefully. That's how I know you're a double speaking ass.
He fucking can't help himself. You're so
Hold on, I don't know why we entertain this because these examples and shit, they're just not examples that you'd hear from fucking surveyors. Like what Xanix's saying is
surveyors
just
did that.
bullshit.
Okay, should I post it for you?
You can post all you want, all you bullshit. Who you gonna post it from?
Should I post it for you, Scalpel? The data, the raw data, the measurements,
Listen,
everything.
I've been listening long enough to know that I know that a surveyor can create a horizontal plane with a
Are you looking in the
auto
chat?
level.
Are you looking in the chat?
We don't have to go into these crazy fucking ideas of 600
There's
feet in
the
the
raw
air.
data. There's the raw data, and there's the actual picture. That's over 400 yards. Okay, so we see that the theodolite shows a drop from horizontal, and that is 16 arc seconds.
Did they move it?
They didn't move it.
So they
Why
shot
would they
one
move it?
shot 400 yards.
One shot, 400 yards.
And you expect that to
do
be
that
accurate.
in real life.
You don't do that, man.
It's done right here in real life.
Yeah, I know it's wrong. No one does that for
Your
accuracy.
mic, Rakia, bro. Your
yelling
mic's
at
popping
ya.
crazy, dude.
Fucking
Hold on,
crazy.
Xanax. Rakia, your mic's popping crazy, bro.
What do you want me to do? You want me to go out and come back in?
Oh, right back. Better.
I don't know. I'm just letting you know, dude. I don't
That's
know.
not me, dude. Whoever that is with all that zip zap popping shit, that ain't me.
Scalpel.
Well, I don't hear it anymore.
I'm not popping, am I?
Yeah, your
No,
dogs.
it was Rakia.
How the
Xanax,
I'm
can
not
you stop talking for 5 seconds while we straighten this out?
Well, I think Rocky, I think your mic is it's just it's clipping at the higher volume. It just starts to clip. It's clipping. That's what's happening. But I don't know if you guys can slow it down or something, or go one at a time, because it's hard to listen. You know, it gets hard to follow when there's the interruptions, and so.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing. Like, yeah, these examples aren't real life examples exactly. Like when you call up a surveyor in your local town, wherever you live, or local city, country, whatever, and start asking them specific questions without asking them, oh, is the earth flat? You know, just how they do their job and what kind of tools they would need to extend a horizontal line and whatnot. They don't do it at like a mile at a time or 40 miles at a time, or they don't go past 50 meters, most of them. 75 to 100 max.
200 feet. The professional surveyor the other day that I didn't hire, he was just on the street, said he wouldn't ever go past 200 feet.
What's that in meters? Does anybody know?
I don't know, but I mean, it's 200 feet, ain't very far, but I can tell you that's about what I do too, because I found once I go further than that, my measurements get inaccurate. Now I can move, I can come back a year from now and set up in any position and extend that 200 feet in any direction. And then I can move again and shoot back and make sure I'm with the same straight line segment. Nothing's deviating, nothing's sloping, nothing's curving, nothing's doing anything. And I can extend that line another 200 feet. For someone like, I don't know, Xanax, to say that's not possible because we live on a sphere
Yeah, that's
is
the disco ball they're talking
ludicrous
about.
because I do it every day.
That's the
Okay,
disco
so
ball they're talking about that you're making right there when you
I've
shoot a
never
shot.
ever made a disco ball, not once.
I mean,
so
at first
200
at
feet,
fair you are.
200
When
feet is 6. I just wanted to say for anybody that's listening that thinks in meters like myself, 200 feet is 60 meters. So that's basically what I've been saying the whole time here. Everybody I've been talking to, they're saying 50 meters here in Canada when I talk.
So when I build buildings that are 800, 1200, 2000, feet in any direction, we try and get in the middle, and then we third it or we do whatever, but we double back. We close the loop. We extend the straight line segment. I don't know how else to say it. And it's horizontal. It's a plane. You know how I know it's a plane? Because when you fill it up with water or with concrete and you complete the horizontal plane, like the
man,
whole
control your dog.
surface, yeah, the whole surface is a horizontal plane. You know how you know that it's not? When it rains on it, it'll show you that it's not a horizontal plane in this one spot.
Yeah, but that would be doing the same thing on a curving level. It'd be doing the same exact thing that it shows anyway.
Oh, Jeremy, because you're the big
Yes,
thing that
Jeremy
you got to
understands.
realize.
You guys don't.
Oh, Xanax, shut the fuck up for just a second.
Okay, dog
The
boy,
big
you
thing,
new dog.
Jeremy. The big thing you got to realize, Jeremy, is you're sharing the original straight line segment that you made. So you have think about it this way, Jeremy. You got point A, B, and C. You set your auto level in point B. Point A is 50 meters or 200 feet, or however you want to think about it, away from your auto level. Point C is 180 degrees, the opposite direction, the same distance away. Okay?
So you're
with
at
me
B.
so far?
You got your tool at B. You got your tool at B, and you're shooting from to A, and then you turn your tool 180, and you're shooting at C. Okay, I got it.
Right. Then you move your auto level to point C, and you shoot back to point B, and then shoot a new spot to point D. So you're sharing that straight line segment. It's 100% impossible to be creating a disco ball when you move in that manner.
Exactly. It's called extending
saying
a straight line segment. It's called a planar method of creating a horizontal over distance.
When you move to C, you're saying when you move to C. Hold on, Rakia. Hold on. Can you guys hear me?
I'm on mute, buddy. I must have been robot.
One at a time, guys.
I'm on mute.
Think anybody's
so when we shoot at when you're saying when we move to C, it might have been me. I got fucked up connections too. Let's just move on. Rocky was purposely over talking me. I know. So yo.
Nah, you're behind, Jeremy.
So we go to C. We go to C, and then we shoot back and we hit B. So you're saying that shows that it's on the same.
So you're just extending that.
Yeah, I think he's fucked up on his
connection. Yeah, his mic is screwed. I was on
Yeah.
mute the whole time, and he was saying I was talking over him.
Like Jeremy needs to get this concept because this whole idea of creating a disco ball, it's impossible the way they said doing it.
Just say even if you're on a sphere, you can't create a straight line segment. That is crazy talk. That's what surveyors do. I don't get why anybody would ever say that. That's how you would know you're on a sphere in the first place. You can't tell if something's curving unless you create a horizontal plane somewhere near it and measure to it. It's how we know to slope things to make the water fall off. You think that's just luck? No, we create a horizontal first and then drop that plane to a certain point where we want the water to flow.
Terry was around. He always asked this question: what happens if a survey after a mile sees an 8-inch drop? And what would they call it? Would they call it Earth curve, or would they call it an 8-inch drop in elevation?
They would call it
elevation. If
elevation
there's a
change. Yeah,
difference, yeah. That's the point. Like they're not like, oh, the Earth's curved. No, they can
I can
use the
tell you
auto
what.
level.
If I'm creating a horizontal plane over a half a mile or a mile, and I come up with inches different, I'm starting over. I did something wrong, or my tool's not working right. Something interfered, and you have that all the time. Wind, vibration, things that I never knew interfered with it.
Okay, I'm back. Can you hear me now? Let me and guys go through this for 5 minutes, will you? Jesus Christ.
Okay,
So,
go.
all right. So we're at B. We shoot to A and C. Straight line there.
Yes.
Then you go to
Yes.
C. And you go to
Right.
C and you shoot to C and you shoot to B and then D.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, but you don't know if the line from B to C, line from
Did he cut out again?
You don't know if the
Yeah, his mic is shit.
Really?
It keeps
You guys
playing.
can't hear me?
I think. Yeah, we can now. Go ahead. You did, and I heard enough of your question, I think, to answer it. You do know that it's the same line, Jeremy, because you're sharing that same segment that you originally created.
You don't know if it's sharing. How do you know if it's sharing it or not? Or like, how do you know?
Measuring it.
Because you're still in the segment. Because you
don't
moved.
know that.
Yes, you do.
Oh my
You
God.
have
You
to
don't
be.
know that. I don't.
Yes,
I don't
you
believe
do,
you.
Jeremy. Okay,
You don't know
I'll
it
tell
because
you.
you've never
know that.
measured it. You measure
I'll tell you. I'll tell you how you know, Jeremy. Because you created a straight line segment from A to B, right? Or sorry, A to C. In total, you made a straight line in the air, an invisible plane from point A to point C. That the total distance from point A to point C is 100 meters or 400 feet, right? Can you agree with me on that so far?
The line you said the line from B to A to C is what?
Is a total distance of either 100 meters or roughly 400 feet. Because when you were in the center, you went 50
you got
meters
a line.
right?
Yeah, you got a line.
So
You got a line from
right.
A to C. It's 100 meters. You got a line from
Right.
B to D.
Okay.
You got a line from
Okay.
B to D.
Okay, now hear me out. So, elevation-wise, you know where the line ended on point C, correct?
You know where the line ends on C? Yeah, you got a point there.
Right. And you know elevation-wise where the point was on point B, correct?
I mean, you could put a level line under this, sure.
But that's where you started.
You could have
Hold
a level.
on.
You could have a level. You could have static water going through this right underneath
No,
this whole thing.
Jeremy, don't stop with the fucking ridiculous arguments. Listen, man.
Next to a canal?
It doesn't fucking matter. Just listen to me.
Talking about our elevation. Water is going to give us our elevation for sure.
Listen, dude. You were on the right track. You understood that you created a
Still on the
plane
right
of
track.
reference.
I think you're on some other shit. I don't know what you're on. We're trying to see if this line's horizontal.
Right.
We're trying to see if this line's horizontal, right?
Right. So you created.
If level.
Listen, just
What
Jeremy.
frick,
Listen.
Jeremy? What the hell, man?
You've already agreed you've created a straight horizontal line between point A and point C, correct?
Yeah, definitely.
Via point B in the middle of those two outer points, correct?
Hold on. I actually think that line from A to C, that line could be curving a little bit.
That's your fault. That's your fault. And there's no. Then you don't understand how.
Then you think you can't make a horizontal line. That's what you think.
Yeah.
You're definitely not going to do it like that because refraction is a real thing, right? We already know it's a real thing. So, I mean, I don't know if you're going to say no to that. But we already know. We already know your
meters at a
lines are.
time, Jeremy.
Dude,
You think it's curving over 200 feet?
Know that there's refraction. It's a real thing, and those lines of sight are not
200
going
feet.
straight. Yeah,
200 feet, Jim.
Yeah.
Do you think it's refracting
air
enough to
over
make it curve?
distance.
Yeah, but it don't curve
over
down all
distance, the farther you go, the more it's going to curve, probably. Yeah.
Yeah, so 200 feet, you're probably taking out a lot of that refraction, and you're definitely not making it curve down, right?
You might take out some of it. I don't know how you can't take out all of it.
So you agree with all of them that you can't make a horizontal line. Good. Perfect.
Not
Hey,
with
good luck to you,
not
brother.
in the air, not optically in the air. Definitely not.
Shit, how do you think we do everything? How do you think every
You
horizontal
don't think
plane is ever
refraction is
done?
a real? So you don't think refraction is a real thing, then, Rocky?
Who
Right?
the fuck said that? You Glover ass. I never said that. But over 200 feet,
Okay, so
you
then
think
you
it's
would know
making
we
it
can't
curve
make a
down?
straight line.
Whatever, dude. Good luck.
I'm not saying which way it's curving. I'm not
You
saying
just said it
which
was
way it's
curving
curving, but
down.
it's definitely curving. I didn't say anything about it was curving down. You'd be freaking out right now if you were getting straw man like this. I never said it's curving down. I said the lines are curving. We know refraction's a real thing. So whether it's 200 feet or whatever,
Okay,
it's
good for
curving,
you.
right?
Well, over 200 feet, you can't tell which way it's going, and there's plus or minus, right? Error margins to take care of that anyway. And if you do it over 200 feet at a time, straight line segments, your plus or minuses are going to even out over enough distance that you could tell if you're on a freaking spear or not. You got
You
it?
need to relax, dude. You're gonna have a heart attack, bro. Relax.
Dude, you are interrupting God's scalpel more than I've ever heard any Glover interrupt. You need to relax. And it's your mic that's popping, not mine.
Every time you yell, your mic is popping.
Somebody's popping right now. Somebody's
I was
popping
trying to be
right now.
nice about it. I know. I was trying to
Somebody's
be nice. That's
popping.
God's scalpel with his. That's God's scalpel with his wild mic. I
So
was trying
not
to be nice
me
about
then.
it. It's 'cause you
I'll
were.
go on mute then.
No,
I'll go
you
on
were
mute.
popping earlier. You were popping earlier. It's because you were screaming like a lunatic. That's why you were popping. I was trying
I
to be
am
nice
not
about
screaming. This is
it. You
this
were
is
earlier when your mic was popping. You were
you
screaming
mean
like a
when
lunatic.
Zanuck
I
was
was
telling
trying
me
to
I
be
was
nice
mental?
about it.
You mean when Zanuck was calling me mental?
No, the whole time your mic was popping. You were yelling the whole time.
I was
practically.
not yelling any more than I'm.
Well, you
You
could
think
go
I'm
back and
yelling
listen
right
to it.
now?
You're yelling like a lunatic. Relax, dude.
Dude, you guys,
relax.
why has this turned into a shit show? And Jeremy, why are you now calling people names? What's going on? And it sounds like your mic was taken over by Zanuck, and you got a voice change. You got a voice
Exactly.
changer.
Exactly.
What is going on right now?
I don't know. I never heard Jeremy overtalk anybody like he did God's scalpel just then. I even stepped in. I couldn't
Okay,
hear either one of them.
Okay, let's all relax then. Let's all relax, and I'll go. You're not making a straight line in the atmosphere because of refraction. Now, I don't know if you want to argue that or not, but
So no straight lines exist. Cool.
not in the air like that. We know they're curving.
What do you mean like that? Over 200 feet? You know they're curving? How do you know that? You measured it? What'd you
Okay,
measure it with?
Hold on.
Bullshit.
Slow down for a second. Okay, so Jeremy, over 200 feet, how much could it how much refraction? What's the error over 200 feet?
I don't know. Like I said, it's probably not a lot, but it's happening in there.
It's actually, yeah, okay. 200 feet's 50 meters, right? Like we go 50 meters here in Canada, which is a little bit less. 200 feet, 60 meters, so it's 10 meters less that we do in Canada. And in all fairness to Rakia, it seems like the guy said that's the max he would do, so maybe that's not his normal practice is quite that far. Who knows? But 50 meters isn't very far. The refraction is negligible. That's why they do it in such a short distance.
Who sounds like a Glober now? It's negligible. Who sounds like the Glober now?
Oh, it
Rocky?
is. Okay, do the math, Jeremy. Do the math then, Glover. If we're gonna go around calling people Glover, go ahead,
Rocky
Jeremy.
did it to me. I was just showing him who's sounding like who. He said
Ain't the first day I've called you a Glober. You're more of a Glober than your boyfriend Kosho is. Don't think I don't know y'all don't hang out.
Listen,
Jeremy, go do the math. Go talk to your boyfriend Kosho. Do the math. Come back. Tell me how much refraction there is in 50 meters.
And how would you know if there's any?
I don't believe what they say is happening. Hold on, let me respond to Gods. I don't believe what they say is happening with the refraction. I know it's definitely a thing, though.
Well, it sure does seem like you're arguing the point for them. Like, I don't know what else.
Because I know it's a thing. I'm not going to go do Kosho's math on how much it's bending and which way and shit. That's the part I don't believe, but I do believe it's happening in the atmosphere.
50 meters.
You can't deny it.
Okay, well, how the fuck do I hit anything with my gun at 50 meters? Like, honest to God, at 50 meters, I have what's called a 17 HMR, which is a smaller than a 22, but it's super duper accurate. And I can literally fucking shoot a toonie 100 times in a row at 50 yards with that gun, as long as there's no significant wind. Like no exaggeration. On any day of the week, as long as it's not overly windy. So how the
Do you
fuck
take
can
into
I do
account
that?
refraction?
Yeah, exactly. I don't take into account the refraction. I put the fucking coin. I could do a quarter at 50 yards. I bet you 100 times in a row and not miss it on 5 days a week for fucking 5 weeks.
Honestly, it just sounded like you're just trying to argue because there's no one else to argue against the fact of creating a horizontal line 200 feet. Am I yelling?
No. Well, no more
Okay.
than you were.
I mean, you know, 200 feet is nothing.
Yeah, it really
I
is.
know, but what do you guys think? The refraction starts after that?
I think.
Why are you talking about refraction in 200 feet? That's what I want to know. You just arguing? Because,
because I think it's
it doesn't
happening.
matter. You don't account for it. You don't compute it. You can't measure it.
Yeah.
So you don't even know if it's happening or not, but you just want to argue about it?
Jeremy,
No, we know it's happening over the long distance. Like that's not even debatable in my mind. So
Zanuck, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about 200 feet.
Yeah, I know.
Jeremy,
But so you think it starts? So you think it just 200 feet, then it starts?
I think it definitely starts longer than 200 feet. I think you can't measure it. You don't know it's at. I've never seen any measurement off because of refraction at 200 feet. Put it that way.
Jeremy,
how would I know?
No exaggeration, Jeremy. I could take that specific gun out any time of year, regardless if it's hot, cold, humid, dry, and hit a quarter at fucking 200 feet. Guaranteed. By putting the quarter exactly in the center of my reticle.
Right.
And that's a fucking gun. So why do you
shooting
think
straight lines? Hold on, I'll be right back.
Yeah, but it's fuck. If refraction was
Another thing a Glober does, they leave right when they lose.
Well, I'm not trying to win anything, but I'm surprised to hear some of the things he's saying and arguing for, though.
Well, I mean, I don't think Jeremy's used a theodolite, and I mean, whatever. Even if there is refraction, you can't measure it, so why would you even talk about it? The whole point is extending the straight line segment of 200 feet. You can shoot back, you can go, and then you have a 400 foot that you can shoot back, and it's the same segment, right? It becomes the segment, and then you go midway of that, or even further, or go 200 feet away from your furthest point and shoot back to the midway point and to the furthest point, and that's a segment, and then extend it out even further. To argue that you can't create a straight line segment, I hope I'm not yelling, is ludicrous. It's just to argue to be arguing, because we do it every day. You can call any surveyor, they'll agree with you. Now ask them, here's the question. Have you ever done it over static water? None of them have. Not one that I've talked to. And if they have, I want to hear it, because I want to replicate it. Because
Okay,
if you
listen.
create, go ahead, interrupt. Go ahead, Glober.
I thought you were done. I thought you were done. No, go ahead. You're preaching though. Go ahead, preach it.
Was I yelling?
Oh, did he switch out to Cole? Is this Cole show? Did you guys do a switch?
That's Kosho on a voice changer. I swear to God.
Come on, let's get back to these lines.
Okay, I just want to say super
we got
quick.
A to C.
Super quick. Like I said earlier, I'm
and
not
then
a
B to
fucking...
D.
No, this is real quick. I'm not a surveyor, but I've literally talked to more than a dozen fucking surveyors. I've recorded, I think, almost a dozen of the phone calls, and maybe 10 or something. And every single one of those surveyors that I talked to at that specific time in history, which was like a year and a half ago, I asked them, how do we create a horizontal plane of reference for a mile, and can we do it with a fucking auto level? And if we use the auto level, which I might add they call a optical level here in Canada, so at first I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. But anyhow, if we're going to use that tool, how do we go about using it? And it's at 50 meters at a time. That's how it is. It's as simple as that.
All right, I know. So we got the line from A to C and then from B to D. We got 2 lines there. How do you know that in between B and C and how do you know there's 2, you made 2 lines through B and C. How do you know they're both overlapping?
You can
Okay.
measure back to A to D.
No, that's
Yeah, they're
actually
all
not.
cross-referenced.
Yeah.
They're all cross-referenced on
Yeah,
the
they overlap.
coplanar points.
But they
Yeah,
only
all
measure back.
on the coplanar points. Right. They're
Yeah.
Just do it with string, Jeremy. Maybe you can't visualize because it's in the air. Just hang a string from A to B, and then take another piece of string, go midway from A to B, and align it. That's a straight line segment.
Wait a
Then
second.
do it again, over and over and over again, and from A to whatever you create to Z, they're all straight line segments connected, extended.
I think
all
I can
one segment.
explain
I know,
it
but
to
how
him.
do you know they're overlapping?
Jeremy,
though?
Oh my
I don't
God.
understand.
Jeremy, I think I can practically explain it to you, possibly. You said you've done some construction and shit, right?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, so you know what a 6 inch or 6 foot level is, or a 4 foot level?
I got a few
a normal
levels, yeah.
construction level. Okay.
Spirit
so-
level, right?
Yeah, just normal spirit level. So
Yeah, I got
what
a
do you
couple
got? Do
levels.
you know what a 6 foot spirit level
I got
is?
I think I got a 6 foot one, yeah. Maybe 8 foot, I don't know.
Okay, cool. So let's say you take your 6 foot level on a wall that's 20 feet long, okay? Are you with me so far?
Yeah.
And so you want to put a level line across the entire 20-foot wall, but you only have a level that's 6 feet long. So what do? You take your level and you start at one end, and you take your pen, you level out your pencil against the wall, and you take your pencil and you draw a line for 6 feet across that level, right? Then you can move your level to the 3 foot mark, which gives your level 3 feet onto the line you drew on the wall and 3 feet past where you started. Then you take your pencil and you draw it to the end of the level again, which is now gives you 9 feet. Then you take your level and you put it 3 foot out from where you stopped again. So now you got 3 foot on the line and 3 foot off. You take your pencil, now you got 12 feet. And you do that for the entire wall. And you know 150% for sure that whole line is perfectly level. That's what they're doing with the auto level.
Yep.
But when I
It
draw,
becomes one
the
segment.
line on the wall, let me respond to that though. When they draw the line on the wall, I can see that the lines are overlapping. There's no question there.
Oh my fucking God! You know it when you're
doing
the auto level.
with the
That's why I said use string, Jeremy. You can use string out in physical reality. Hang strings from point A to point B, and then overlap the string into the middle of point A and point B, and then extend it out. And if you keep the string level, just like you did the line on the wall, it extends the straight line segment with a physical string. If you don't get it now, you're either a glober or you just will never get it.
So we're gonna
But
pull a
what's not?
string
Wait,
in the air. So we're gonna pull it.
Jeremy, what? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I don't
Go ahead,
know.
Jeremy.
We're trying to make a horizontal line. You want to pull a string in air now? That ain't gonna be
Dude.
nowhere. That's gonna be way curving in your straight line.
Oh my God! It's just to try and
You're
get the
unbelievable,
concept, dude.
You know how to set a form? You said you did construction.
Yeah, like you build
form, I've seen 'em
fences,
set
everything
forms.
else. With
Okay,
never
you use
done
a
it.
string to create the top part of the horizontal plane that you're going to put your form board up against. The top of the form board is the string. Now, pretend like you did it 200 feet, but oops, the builder goes, no, I want to make it 300 feet. All you got to do is take a string and extend it further out another 100 foot and make it even with the first string you hung. The first horizontal plane straight line segment that you created, just use another piece of string,
So
go
you-
halfway back or all the way back and extend it out another 100 feet and you extend the segment out.
Yeah, I know. So you got your theodolite or auto level or whatever, and then you got a string, and then your string stays horizontal just with your auto level.
Jeremy, when they use the auto level, they use like stakes in the ground and measuring rods and shit like that, dude. Like, come on, they know when they're moving from point B to point C that they're actually at point C. And when they make a point D, they know when they get there, that's where the point D is.
I did this today with string. You don't have to use your level every time. You hang a string and you want to extend that out. You just hang another string or hold it next to it and go out there and mark it. And then put a nail and hang the string. The string is the same exact horizontal plane you're in. I did it today.
I make fences. Like when I build a fence, I use a string. I make sure it's level. There's a string level, this little fucking level you can put on the string. You make sure the string's level, and you know all your fucking crossboards are fucking level. Like, this isn't it's not rocket science. Like, I don't say,
Rakia, in doing this and establishing your horizontal for a foundation on a building, you always leave your instrument in one spot, right?
No, wrong. You don't have to. I can
Yeah.
come back a year from now and set up in any spot you tell me to within the parameters of that equipment and reestablish horizontal and check that I was right in the first place, and then extend it in any direction. Doesn't matter. You can set up. I can set up 100 times.
Dude,
as long as I go back and shoot the measurement of the horizontal plane, it's the same thing. If it measures 4 feet at one point and 4 feet at another point, you know those 2 points are equal.
Yeah,
But see where the problem comes in this discussion, and like you're talking about in your observation over the water, what we always say, in doing that over great distance, every time you set up your instrument, you're establishing a new horizontal that's not parallel to the original.
No,
right?
you're not. No, you're not.
Well, yeah, you are. Every time you set it up, you're setting a new horizontal. Yeah, you are.
If you were then you couldn't shoot back to the original straight line segment and get the same measurement. Because
That's
if you
right.
do get the same measurement, you can extend that measurement in any direction. Yeah, that's right. That's called extending a straight line segment. It doesn't give a shit what you're on or what's under you or above you. It's
And you
the
can do it for
line
miles,
in the air, in
Yeah.
any direction. What's so hard about this?
I don't
And then once you do
understand.
it off in other directions and create other points, you can put those 2 points together and then go back to your original point. It's actually called closing the loop, but you can do it with string also. And if you measure A, B, C, and D off in all kind of zigzag directions, and then go off into one point, hook a string, and come back to your other points and crisscross, your original points, your original strings, they're going to hit the same way. They're going to be straight, horizontal. Nothing's curving.
Yeah, it's
And the top
Okay,
of
so
those
you can
strings
shoot
is a
from-
horizontal plane.
So we make a line from A to C, and then we make another line from B to D, and then you can shoot back from D straight to A.
No, that's not the way they
If
do
it's
it. They
not too
always
far.
do it 50. Well, but generally speaking, they always only go back to 50 meters. So they'll go to point B, shoot to point A, and to point C, move the instrument to point C, shoot back to point B, and then create a new point at point D. Then move the instrument to point D, shoot back to point C, create a point E, and so on and so forth, up to as far as you want to fucking go.
I don't know.
And
This doesn't seem definitive though. That I don't know.
Well, that's what surveyors do.
Yeah,
If it was definitive, we wouldn't be here still. So
I can tell you what surveyors.
It's only on Discord that they say
Yeah.
it's not.
In the real world, it's definitive, and the problem is they're globers. I will agree. Most of the surveyors I've talked to, if I asked them, I would 100% agree they live on a globe. But none of them, when I ask them, have measured curved water. Not one.
So anybody outside of Discord is going to understand this. We can just go do this and then show them, and then we'll just have everyone on board. That
Jeremy, how
that's
many
not a ball.
fucking times have I told you and
I've been
anybody
telling
else
you.
when this conversation comes up, go call some surveyors and talk to them. Ask them if they can create a horizontal plane of reference for a fucking mile. And how would they do it? Most likely they'll start off by saying, well, they'll use GPS or whatever, because they're thinking if you want to do a project, the cheapest, most efficient, quickest way to do it is through GPS. But then if you say, no, actually, I'd like to use the auto level or the optical level because I'd like to be there when you do it and maybe learn how to do it. And they'll tell you it's going to take depending on the surveyor I talk to, it could take between a day or 2 days because of all the setups and teardowns, and you have to walk it. And it depends if you want to fucking close the loop or not on the way back to reconfirm your measurements. But the point being is 100% they can do it with an auto level. They have no fucking problems doing it with the auto level. It's just a lot more labor intensive than using
Distance.
GPS.
Nothing's
so if you guys
nothing's a
think
problem
hold on,
except for
Rocky, let me
time.
respond to that, man. So if you guys think this is definitive, let's go do this, and then we'll just go show everybody The guys on Discord that are
Surveyors
saying this.
do it every fucking day, dude.
You mean go do it again, right, Jeremy?
Do it again. We'll go do it again, and we'll record it, and we'll write it all down. We'll take averages and shit, and then we'll show everyone. And this is definitive, right? Well, everyone will be on board with Earth's not curving.
No, because when you come back to Discord, they're gonna tell you, no, you're wrong. And
Who cares about Discord? We don't bring it back to Discord.
Well,
we bring
guess
it out
what?
to the news
Go
channel
call
6
a
and
fucking
stuff.
surveyor, dude. Just go talk to a surveyor. I tell that to everybody. Talk to a fucking surveyor. Ask them
Can't we just do this and then bring it to like the news stations, the newspapers? We won't bring it back to these guys on Discord. Who cares about these guys? If this is definitive, we'll just bring it to the newspapers or TV stations, the radio.
What are
we'll
you
get it
gonna
out
bring
there.
back to them? That fucking surveying works the way
The
it's
video
supposed
of the measurement we make.
to? All you're doing is creating a horizontal plane of reference. Like, big deal. They do it every day. It's not news.
And then we're gonna put water under it and show the water's not curving, right?
Well, if you want, you could.
Why? Well, I mean, what else are we gonna do with it?
Well, then just go fucking take any old ditch that's full of water after a flood or something and survey beside the road get a surveyor to go beside the road for a mile.
All we got to do is do this. This is definitive. Everyone will be on board. How much can we get this done for, Rocky? I want to hire you.
I've done my part, man. I already done it.
Yeah, I don't.
Get it on the news. We'll get everyone on board with this. This is some definitive shit, right?
Are you trying to be sarcastic, Jeremy? Because this is pretty simple shit, really.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let's go to get this done. This is simple. Let's do it. It's definitive. We'll get it out there.
I know this guy that comes on Discord that says, you know what? Anybody can watch a YouTube video and go rent one of these pieces of equipment on the weekend from AAA or any of these. It's like $50, $100, and go do it the damn selves. Because the damn sure didn't trust me when I did it.
You know what one of the surveyors told me that I was talking to? Because I told him I wanted to do the project for a mile, create a horizontal plane of reference for a mile. And he said, and I told him I wanted to use the auto level rather than GPS. And he asked me why. I said, well, because I'd like to just learn the auto level while you're out there and shit. And he said, bring me a case of beer. You can go fucking rent an auto level. I'll show you how to do it in like 10 minutes. It's not a big deal. Like, it's not rocket science. You don't have to have a fucking
saying
degree.
for years.
Yeah.
Okay, so I go do this. I go make this horizontal line, learn how to use the auto level. I can't. Then I go do this. We put water under it, and then this is some definitive shit. Everyone on Earth's going to be on board with it, except for these dudes in Discord.
Yep, because they can go do it themselves.
Yeah, that don't sound believable, really.
Are you going to go do it? Because I've been telling y'all for years to go do it.
I don't know. I'm not going to do it. No.
I've actually looked into
Exactly.
It's not.
Why would anybody else?
Because it's not definitive. If it was definitive like that, there wouldn't. No one would even think it was a globe.
You don't know what a straight line segment extension is then. Because if you extended a straight line segment that you created that wasn't curving and you did it over a curving surface, guess what it would tell you? That the surface underneath is curving. If the water is curving and you create a straight line segment, horizontal, plane, and you confirm that, you can even have a professional come back and confirm your work that it is a horizontal straight line segment, not curving, not deviating from straight, and you do that over a body of water long enough distance that is curving supposedly, then guess what you would measure? Curving water. Good luck.
That's right. And the problem, Jeremy, is if they do it over land, they never call it curvature. They call it elevation change. That's the kicker of it all.
Even if I create a radius, a sandbar, like a dirt hill with a radius of 8 inches per mile square, guess what a surveyor would call that? Elevation change.
Yep.
No doubt. So, okay, I could hire a surveyor to do this, right, for me, since I'm not going to be able to learn it and shit. I could just hire a guy to do this for me, and he'll go out there and make a straight line for like a. Dude, I don't
yes,
have
you
time.
could hire.
I don't have
Yes,
time
you
to
could
do
hire.
it.
Yes, you could hire somebody. Yes.
So all we got, you're telling me this whole time throughout all these years, all we had to do was hire a surveyor to make a straight line for a couple miles, put some water under it, and this whole shit would have been over with.
How many times have you heard me say that?
To show the whole rest of the world.
For fuck's sakes, Jeremy.
I've told you personally for years.
Yeah, that's exactly what fucking Bev was talking about 2.5 years ago. Legit.
How the hell do you think we know? And we're so adamant that we don't live on a sphere because we've measured. I went out trying to measure the curved water when I was a glober, and now the glober's telling me I did it wrong.
Your mic's flopping again. You're getting excited.
Your ears are popping, Glober. I'm fixing to go over a toll bridge, baby. I'll be in heaven in 20 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know, Jeremy. You got to go talk to some surveyors. Try to understand what we're talking about.
I mean, this sounds easy peasy. We're going to end this shit tomorrow. If that's all we got to do, if that's definitive.
We could, yep.
We could end this tomorrow. We just been sitting here fucking arguing with Zanuck for 3 years when we could have got this done for what, a couple grand.
What do you think's gonna happen when it's done? You think Zanuck's gonna accept this?
We're not bringing it to Zanuck. You said these are the only people on Earth denying it. We're going to bring it to everyone else. Fuck these guys. We're going to bring it to News Center 6 and your radio stations and all the podcasts and Joe Rogan. We're gonna be like, yo, here's your measurement.
Who's we? Do you got the crabs or a mouse in your pocket or what? What's going on?
Don't tell the surveyor you're putting it on the news.
Yeah.
The surveyor the other day found
I'll
out
bring it
or like said, "Are you?" Asked me if I was recording or talking to someone. Who are you talking to? Like then like shut down, bro. It's like they know, right? They don't want to risk their job over some bullshit.
You know, the two most interesting things I got talking to the surveyors when I was talking to them. One of them was because I was talking about building a reference for a mile long, so creating a horizontal line for a mile, and then comparing. So I was telling them exactly what I wanted to do, and I told them I wanted to create a mile long water level and compare that water level to what the line of reference. So at the end, you'd have point A and point B a mile apart that were surveyed points, and then compare the water level at point A to point B, and it's either going to be equal or it's going to be out. And so
I've been racking my brain this whole time on how to show everyone the Earth is not a ball.
Right.
We could have done this. We could have done this years ago. You know how much aggravation I would have saved me?
So I was telling the surveyors exactly what I wanted to do as a project. And two things that I found interesting from the surveyors. One was a surveyor told me, yeah, water levels are fucking awesome. Before I got into surveying, we used to use them in construction for going around corners with big decks and siding and all this other stuff because we knew it would be level, like it'd be the same line. You'd continue the same line around the corner of the house. That's one thing that's interesting, which I already knew anyhow, but it's interesting that he was aware of what I was trying to get at. The second thing is I asked a couple of them how they thought the water level, it might have even been that guy as well, how they thought the water level would compare to the horizontal plane of reference. And they actually said, I don't know. That's a good fucking question, the one guy said. The one guy said he'd be willing to do it for a case of beer because he was so interested to see what the fuck would happen. So these guys don't even they don't think about this shit, and they don't know.
Yeah, they're just like I was.
I thought this shit was going to take millions and billions of dollars to do some crazy test and shit. I just got to give a surveyor a case of beer. I'll put it out to the news, all the podcasts, everyone, the radio station, the newspapers. This shit will be a wrap because everyone is going to just. This is definitive right here.
To do what I'm talking about would cost a bit of money because I want to build a mile-long water level to go with the surveying.
Why? You could just transpose a water level with stakes. You get a 10-foot water level and go as far as you want.
Well, geez, Jeremy, why would you think that, but you think you can't with fucking an auto level?
Dude, because the water is a tangible. The water is a tangible thing.
What you just said was exactly the way they do it with a fucking auto level, dude.
There ain't no argument over whether the water would keep its level or whatever. We all know that's going to happen. There's no argument. That's not
true. That's not true. The Glover says the water curves.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the Glover would say,
listen,
hold on. The Glover would say if you got a mile-long water level, it's going to be 8 feet lower at one end than the other.
Yeah, whatever though. Who cares? It doesn't matter. We're just looking to compare the horizontal line to the level line. You don't need
Oh
a
my God,
100-mile
Jeremy.
water level. You can do it with 10 feet and
You're
20
fucking
bucks worth
hurting
of
my
steaks.
head right now, dude. The shit that you're saying right now hurts my head.
Dude, regardless if the earth is curving or flat, we can take a 10-foot water level and transpose that as long as we want, as long as we got enough steaks.
That's the same thing they do with the fucking auto level, dude.
Well, let me tell Jeremy. Yeah, you can take the plane that I've created, like a big one that's local that I can do. It's let's say 600 feet long. You can take a 600, or you can take a 20-foot water level and check it and make sure it's horizontal. You can take a 600-foot water level and do the same thing from end to end. And the water level would be if you hold the water level at the top of the slab, at the other end, 600 feet away, that water level is going to equalize it at the top of the slab. Yeah, exactly. If you fill it with water, if you create a form, fill it with plastic, and then fill it with water like we do swimming pools, guess where the water's going to go? It's going to go at the very top of your form. Guess where it's going to go out first? At the very, very point that's the lowest point of that horizontal plane that you made a very minute mistake about. Guess where it's going to hold? Guess where it's going to be low? Where your plane that you created with these auto levels or a water level was a little bit high in that part. Whoever nailed it or got bumped or whatever.
And guess what else?
Point.
And guess what else? The water doesn't care if it's 6 feet at one end and 10 feet at the other end when it comes to its level on the surface. Like
we feel.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Lem.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. I'm done. I just can't believe, Jeremy, you just said what you said about the water level, because it's exactly the same way the auto level works.
Yep. You can take a 200-foot water level, put it at the end of A and B, whatever you created that with, that first straight line segment, whatever tool you think makes the best straight line segment, and you can check that with the water level, and then you can extend that out with the water level in any direction. Let's say you go straight, you create a point C. Then you can go back in between B and C in the middle, and then in between A and B and put the water level. It's going to be the exact height. Then you can extend that out. Then you can double back and check it again. You can get a longer water level, go end to end. It's going to be the same forever in any direction.
And if you want, you can start at one pin and start walking your water level around in a circle and create a plane.
Yep. The cool thing about a water level is that it doesn't need line of sight. That's really the only difference. And that distance doesn't matter because you don't have the refraction. The water equalizes no matter what the distance is. So an optic tool has refraction and other things. That's why you can't shoot a mile. But a water level, once you let it equalize, that is horizontal. That's a plane. You can check it. You can hang a string by it. You can double check it in the middle from end to end. You can do whatever you want around corners, over a hill. It doesn't matter with a water level. Welcome to Flat Earth, Jeremy. Who dates an Uber driver anyway? Every example of curving water can be measured, right? Waves, raindrops, everything they come up with, it's set for what? A big lake, the ocean. We're not talking about inches either. We're talking about miles of curvature. Can you measure that? My ass. When I leave my marina and go 200 miles offshore, how many miles am I curving again? 200 miles I'm going out.
Dude, we just got. I know you think I'm arguing with you just to argue. Dropped your hoodie, but like I'm looking for something definitive. This doesn't feel like it's it. It's not it, dude.
Well, take angle measurements to the stars then. I don't know what to tell you, bro. If you can't trust like how we measure things accurately, like balls ass accurate, right? To the cunt hair, however you want to relate to it.
Definitely not gonna be going with definitive shit off the stars. What's up?
Let me ask you something, Jeremy. If the auto level I use to create these horizontal planes over like 600, 800 feet, 1,200 feet, they're square, rectangle, whatever. If you don't think that works, why wouldn't the water be flowing off or holding in more places or building up on the edges or whatever when it rains?
Bro, the puddles in the shitty concrete you pour would happen either way. If it was flat, hold on, I'm coming. It would happen if it's flat or curving.
You're
The same
missing the
thing.
point. I'm not worried about the ground underneath. I'm worried about the plane, the horizontal plane I created with the auto level. If you agree that I can create a horizontal plane, that the only reason it holds water in the middle is because my guys made a mistake, then you agree with this tool, I can create a horizontal plane over water like a lake and measure the curvature. Don't you get it? One equates to the other, man. If a fraction of an inch causes a small puddle, a plate-sized puddle in the middle of this horizontal plane that I created with an auto level, a tool designed to create horizontal planes, and I did it accurate enough where the only place it's holding water is in this one little spot. You don't think that's showing something? You don't think I can create a horizontal plane accurate enough over a distance over static water that would show you 8 inches? Kiss my ass. And if you don't understand that, dude, I can't help you. I really can't.
Bro, I'm not fucking around. I'm busy with my coworkers right now, so I don't know. I'll be back in a little bit.
Glover script. I don't even think he's a janitor now. No, I'm just kidding. That's as simple as I can put it. You can extend, I can come back 10 years from now, hook onto that into that building, extend that horizontal plane as in any direction they want to go. And then the next section of that slab is the same horizontal plane as the first section. And you can make it as long, as big, in any direction. I want to be a foot lower than that other building. Well, you measure that one building, you go mark, measure a foot lower, and then make that plane. And guess what? That entire horizontal plane is a foot lower than the other horizontal plane. I have 2 lakes in my front yard. They're 2 different heights, but they're both horizontal. You pull a string across the water over the top of the other lake and measure down to it over the distance of the lake, it's the same measurement. If you're 5 foot, if that one lake is that water base is 5 foot above the other one, and you hang a string and pull it and you make a horizontal plane above it, and you measure down, it's 5 foot on one end, it's going to be 5 foot on the other. I don't know what else to tell you, man. Why do we have to prove that water doesn't curve anyway? Like, that's the point I don't get, because they show it on a globe or from space. Because ain't nobody here ever seen water curving. They definitely ain't measured it.
Bro, we just got to get something definitive. Were you talking to me? Come on, man.
No.
dude, if we do that, they're just gonna go to the Danny Faulkners and all them dudes, and they're gonna just say that plumb lines aren't parallel. And we're gonna be right back to square one.
you're still there, Rakia, in terms of that whole last discussion, I mean, in a way, though, can you see where Jeremy's coming from? I'm not denying what you're saying about that, with like using an auto level, and creating a horizontal plane and extending that over distance. Like I'm not denying that process, but is that definitive enough to actually, you know, basically validate this, you know, to the shape of the Earth, you know, to the point to where, you know, the world is gonna turn their heads or take notice, you know, the whole system set up around it, the way the government is sort of backing the globe thing, the whole scientific sort of paradigms and all the, you know, everything out there. I mean, it is ironic that surveyors are using these tools, but then believing it's a globe. So I don't know if you're at your mic or able to respond, but I mean, can you at least see where Jeremy's coming from in that sense that, like, you know, is this going to finalize it? Is this definitive? And if not, then, you know, if it's valid, but then why wouldn't it be definitive? Is because they would say plumb lines are not parallel, and they would, you know, the disco ball thing, or like, you know, why aren't surveyors doing this? You know, et cetera. Sorry, you unmuted, so I thought you were going to. We can't hear you if you were talking, but I kind of ended quickly because I thought you were going to jump in. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, yeah, I don't want to be too long-winded, but there's just all those components, and it seems like something would be is not fully there for this to be definitive. Yeah, you're not coming through. I see. Yeah, you're unmuted. Yeah, it's not. We're not hearing you for whatever reason.
Yeah, I'm with that shit too. That's the thing. Like, I believe that is what's happening, but like, just as far as the definitiveness, if that's a word of it, it's questionable.
Hey, is my mic working now?
Yeah, you're good now.
I heard you ask the question. It was showing that my mic was coming on and off, but I was trying to hook to my boat Wi-Fi and it never worked. So I went to just regular. But yeah, I can see Jeremy's point. But I question if we're not going to use the tools that are engineered and made to create horizontal planes and extend those horizontal planes out by using these tools, then what do we do? I mean, that's exactly what these tools are made to do.
Right. Exactly. I guess it just depends on whether it's definitive enough at these long distances, perhaps. You know, I mean, geodetic surveyors don't. I mean, they don't necessarily measure the shape of the Earth with, you know, or you know, they don't really measure those long distance, you know, curvature. It's like it's all calculated. So like they're not even using them for geodetic surveying. I mean, I know they use the tools to some extent, but they're using like planar measurements and coordinate systems, you know, to get the actual readings from the environment, and then they're doing various calculations. So even they're not using them, you know, for this, you know, for measuring the curvature, as it were. So like, is it just because it's optical? Is there like a mental block? You know, the claims of gravity, you know, bending around a sphere. We did talk about, remember we talked about what we were calling it, like the Great Survey Off or something, the Great Survey Off something. Remember with Bandsaw, and we were talking about this where, hire like 10 different surveyors from all around the world, different areas. We discussed whether we would tell them what we're doing or just hire them for the job. But it was something similar to this, like basically having them create a horizontal plane with whatever tools they want to use, whatever way they do it, and then compare that to water. And if you have 10 different surveyors that are all doing it, on their own accord, that could be interesting to see what their results are. So we did talk about that, but still, whether that's definitive or not is another question. I mean, is that enough to change the entire paradigm of this entire Earth in terms of everybody believing in this globe stuff and the quote unquote globe evidence that they think is valid, or they accept it for whatever reason of their own their own standard of evidence requirements, that they think it matches that, even though it's really not validated and they have to trust third parties?
Yeah, I can tell you the surveyors I work with on a weekly basis and I've talked to just randomly on the street, they don't use any methods that are different than what I use and that I could teach you to use in 20 minutes. You understand what I'm saying? They just have more experience doing more of it and maybe larger areas, but they use the same method. So I call it the stair step. It's just point A to point B, point B to point C, it just depends on how accurate you have to be, what how careful you are, how slowly you do it, or if you close the loop, or whatever. When we're doing drainage, we don't take the time to do all that. We go beyond we might shoot 500 or 600 feet because we don't need to be accurate. It just needs to drain. You understand what I'm saying? If we're over 600 feet, we want it to drain 3 feet. We don't care if we're an inch off. Does that make sense? But when we're doing a slab, that's 600 feet long or 1,200 feet long or whatever it may be. I mean, I've done Amazon buildings. I've done like plants, Coca-Cola plants. I just did one that was 38,000 square foot. That's going to be like an RV shop. That they wanted it accurate, right? They had surveyors come behind me and check elevation. So we know that that's a horizontal plane. Now, is the customer 100% satisfied? No, because he told me he didn't want me to poke holes in this plastic. So he got air trapped, and when the concrete cured or settled, it made dips in the middle, right? Like that holds water. So he will tell you right now that if I had to do it all over again, I'd let Dave do his job and let him put holes in the plastic and let the air out where I wouldn't have as many dips. But any horizontal plane you make is going to hold water in certain spots, no matter what. You just can't control, you can't take that out. Pools that we do.
What would the accuracy be on this at a mile?
If I extended it out a mile,
yeah,
I would say plus or minus a half inch. Like the mile that I did with my brother and another guy that is in construction that knows how to use the tools. He brought his own. We were within a quarter inch over the first mile. Now it was low, it was below the horizontal, but it was nowhere near 8 inches. We all expected to measure curved water. I mean, although we couldn't really fathom how that, I can't give you the reasons why that water is curved. I just know that's what I was taught. And when we heard the rate, we were like, holy shit, I never knew it was that much, right? 8 inches, that's a lot over a mile. So when we went to measure it and got a quarter inch, and we were like, that's not even close. what are we doing wrong, or whatever. We had people going back and double checking the first half a mile, and then when we realized that it wasn't curving, the second mile we just started measuring more and putting our stakes further and further apart, because if we didn't get the curve of water there, then we're not getting that. I tell people I can build it out of sand, right? I can give me dirt and I'll make you a curvature rate of 8 inches per mile. What I can't do is make that out of water. You understand what I'm saying? Water doesn't do it. I can easily do it with the same tool out of dirt, easily. And you can get a surveyor to come back and check that radius is basically 8 inches per mile square.
Yeah. Be interesting to make that. Be interesting to make like a 1 mile, 8 inches per mile squared hump, and then use the same tools and actually measure the 8 inches, and then compare that to right next to the hump when there isn't a hump, or next to water, or some way to kind of compare
Put the
that.
water next to the sand hump. Yeah.
Yeah, the actual earth.
Make a form that's 8 inches, radius, and then fill it with water. Guess what? I mean, you know what I'm saying? Just think about it. It's not going to bulge up in the middle.
So in the most dramatic example, let's say you had, an infinite amount of money, as much money as you would ever need to do any type of test. And let's just say, in this kind of I'm just kind of making up this scenario, but let's say you have that, and then you have a panel of, the top leaders in the world, the United Nations, whatever, something dramatic like that. And it was your task to definitively decipher the shape of the earth. And they're all going to listen. You can present it. You can watch a video. They'll sit there for as many hours. You can present any papers. You can, even have maybe some of their people come to the site themselves and double check it. Do you think that this method would be definitive to that point where they would say, all right, that's it. In a court of law, it's certified. The Earth's not a globe. It's not curving. We got to change everything. School systems, NASA, you're being sued for fraud. I'm just using that dramatic example, but I mean, do you think this method is that level of definitive?
I don't know. I've never thought about that. That's a good question. This is what surveyors do. So forget about the Earth, right? If you told a surveyor, I want to create I want my land to have basically a curvature rate. I want this benchmark to be the tallest point, and everything in every direction to fall off 8 inches per mile square. He could easily plot that out and do it. You understand what I'm saying? It has nothing to do with, and the way he would do it was create horizontal planes first and measure down from that, and then grade accordingly to that. Couldn't do it out of water. I hope that makes sense. I mean, I don't know how else to explain it. We do it every day. I mean, no matter what tool we set up with, a laser level or auto level or a theodolite or whatever, they all do the same thing. It's just what accuracy and how easy they are to use. We use the laser levels a lot because one person can set the unit up and then go out with the reader and mark horizontal planes, and then we measure down from that mark or up, right? If we want, depending on which way we want the water to flow, or we want the slope to be. But that plane created by that instrument can be extended.
Yeah. And I'm not doubting that's all the case. I guess it makes me think of the like how just simple it is that we're not moving. It's like you look outside and obviously the Earth is stationary. I mean, is it like that level of obviousness? It's like these guys are using the tools, it's right there every single day. And, in some cases they are making horizontal planes that are enough that would measure the curvature, but they just believe, you know, the men landing on the moon and the pictures of the globe, and enough to the point to where they just, it's like right under their nose, but they're not gonna necessarily just jump on it and say, wait a minute here, what's going on? And, you know, go to the local news and say, hey, the earth isn't curving. Because you would think that perhaps that would have already been done.
I mean, that's what I think, because I use these tools every day for 30 something years and I never thought of it. And when I ask the surveyors, you have all these tools at your disposal. Have you ever measured curved water? They look at me like I'm stupid. Water doesn't curve. Wait a minute. You know, we live on a sphere. One guy said he knows he lives on a sphere, but thinks I'm crazy that I think that water curves. It never enters their mind, and when it does, it throws them for a loop. Right? They can't function. Something's flight. Is it cog dis or whatever y'all talk about? I don't know. You understand? I don't really care about all that. I don't get into that. I just know that for years I never thought about it. So why would I expect the ordinary other person to think about it that's out there just trying to make a living and have sex and, you know, no different than me, until I was presented with this and wanted to know the truth. Now, some people, I think that's where people draw the line. Some people just don't care. My wife could care less, man. She has her own truths and things that she likes, and she could care less about this topic. Some people, you know, want to know, and some people just are on the other extreme, could care less. And then some people are in the middle. Are they going to spend their time and money and effort like I did? Probably not. I mean, I'm lucky because I wanted to know. I'm inquisitive, like I wanted to prove to myself. One, I didn't care which way. I had the money and the resources and the time, so it was easy for me, right? But it still took me 2 years. I mean, you know, this 2 years of getting captains together, helicopters, drones, measuring theodolites, research, yelling and screaming, going berserk, thinking I was crazy, thinking you were crazy. You understand? Nah, man.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
why I
there's
say
more
I
to
don't
it.
need that. I don't need panic anymore.
Yeah, I mean, even though the answer might be right under one's nose in that sense, yeah, I know what you're saying. It can be like a,
They're blinded. I was blinded.
yeah,
Think about it. Think about if you and I controlled the media, the school books, the movies people watch, their cell phone. We controlled all that, and we put flat Earth every day. How many people would be flat earthers? Right? Give me the kids for 5 years. I'll teach them the sky is green. You can't tell them any different. You can tell you 1,000 times that for years and years, for 2,000 years, the smartest people in the world said the sky was blue. You know what they're going to think? The sky is green. You get my point? The human mind is easily manipulated, bro, and easily fooled. And the way our eyes and our brain works, optical illusions are everywhere.
Yeah.
Just look out.
Anybody here? Jeremy, you there?
Nobody important.
Yo, you missed the shit show, Dice Slow. We did it. It's over now.
Oh, what the fuck? What
I'm
happened?
not even joking. You missed it.
yeah.
Jeremy sent me a DM and goes, "Watch this." I bet you I can get Gio to come in.
Like, I thought you were here. I was like, all right, we're doing a shit show, and then I looked and you were gone.
Nah, my coworker called me and told me he's ready to buy XRP, and like he wanted me to fucking give him the ins and outs and how to do it and shit. So I fucking been dealing with all that. Kind of had me sidetracked, but yeah. And then I started crunching the numbers, dude, because I told you before I knew about Bitcoin when it was 12 cents, and I had 2 G's to put on it, and that would have been 24,000 tokens. And at the height of the market, the Bitcoin market, like I tried crunching the numbers, and my calculator wouldn't even fucking give me the number. It was like,
You got a scientific number back?
bro, it was like something. Yeah, there was like letters in
E9?
the fucking. Yeah, there was some E shit in there, bro. E9 shit going on. 24 E9, some weird ass shit going on. So
Yeah. I hate
just
when you
saying,
get the
bro.
scientific numbers back.
Bro, I could have been like one of the richest men in the world, dude. Had anybody just help me out, dude.
It was tricky getting Bitcoins. Like I said, back then I was using PayPal. I was buying them off just some dude I knew from somewhere on PayPal. I would just send him $100 and he would give them to me. Then I started mining them. I was like, well, I want to get Bitcoin. So I bought a miners. So mad, bro. I bought like $600 worth of miners off this company. Shit went good. I got them. I was mining. Then like fucking, I was like, all right, here we go. So I ordered like $4,000 worth of them. And they just never sent them to me and kept the money. I was like, oh my God. I bought more XRP, dude. I bought 60 more bucks worth. Let's go.
Well, I was
got like
smart.
$100 worth now.
Yeah, I would be taking other crypto that you got and trading it over for XRP, bro. Like if you look, dude, it's like literally decoupled from the rest of the market. Like while everything else is on a downtrend, XRP is like remains stable. And with this whole fucking court case coming to a head, dude, like the judge is fixing to give summary judgment. They've already fucking smacked down the SEC's fucking main expert witness and basically barred him from the trial. Like everything is going the way it should, bro. I'm just saying, like right now's the time, dude. They're saying by next week that shit should be at $1, dude. So get it while the getting's good, man. That window of opportunity's closing, dude. You're gonna be looking at that shit at $4 going, fuck. You know? Could have bought in at 37 cents. But yeah, every day is a major fucking win in the court case right now for the for XRP, dude. This fucking Judge Torres ain't fucking around, dude. She's like, she ain't taking the SEC shit, dude. And she's made subtle hints, dude, that she knows it's not a security. Right now, they came out saying that Ethereum's a security. I think Gensler came out. I'm hearing rumor, maybe that he's tweeting about it or something. He's calling Ethereum a security, bro. He said everything is a fucking security except for Bitcoin. So soon as Ripple gets summary judgment and the secondhand exchange market isn't considered a security, dude. Yeah, bro, it's all over, dude. This shit's fucking going to the moon, dude. That's about the only thing that's going to the moon, Zanik.
What's that?
You heard about the XRP rocket, bro?
What about it?
The shit defies fucking second law of thermodynamic fucking.
Oh God, do you even know what the second law of thermodynamics says?
Get the fuck out of here, bro.
You're the one who brought it up.
Do you know about the XRP rocket or not, bro?
Tell me about it.
Google it, bro. What's Google say?
Tell me what you know. I know about it. Well, tell me. You tell me. Oh, you've already told me one thing. You said three things. XRP, defying laws of physics. So since you brought that up, I'm telling you. Tell me what you know about both of those.
So what fuels the XRP rocket?
The change in momentum.
I mean, you're kind of right.
I am right.
All right. What else can you tell me?
You're going to tell me how it defies the laws of second law of thermodynamics.
Do you know about the rocket though? The rocket.
Yeah, I know. I got my kids right here. Yeah, I know about the rocket. I know all about the rocket.
Well, I'm just making sure because this is like a newer rocket, so it's got to be having some sort of newer technology going on here. I don't know, man. We're making a big deal about it, so I just figured you can give me a little further insight.
No, why do you think it defies the laws of physics?
Because I think it actually is the only rocket that can go to the moon, bro. That's what I just fucking told you like 10 times. I don't know.
We've already gone to the moon. Why would you think it's the only move that can go to the moon?
Why are you laughing like it's the first time you heard this
Zanuck,
shit,
how
Zanuck?
familiar are you with the XRP rocket, though?
Generally, the Ripley engine. I know, but it's got some new technologies that we haven't fully tested and fully qualified for any kind of manned space flight.
This is the XR. You're talking about the XRP rocket.
Yeah, the XRP rocket.
You said it's Ripley.
Isn't it Ripley? Isn't it integrated? Isn't it a Ripley engine?
Jeremy, stop, bro. Stop.
He said.
Stop. You're detouring him from what fuels the rocket, bro. That was my whole fucking question, bro. Like,
it's fuel. It's fueled by a mass exchange, by a exchange of momentum.
well, I'm saying there's got to be a bigger reason, Zanuck. If I'm telling you this is the only fucking rocket that can ever potentially go to the moon, there's got to be something special.
How are you the one that's going to tell me that's the only one? What are you basing that on?
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. There's something special about the fuel here, bro.
Well, they does use special fuel. I definitely agree with you there.
All right, go ahead, Jeremy. You got him. Go for it. Zanuck's already a fucking expert. Go ahead, Jeremy.
I'm not. No, I'm not expert at all. At all. I just want to know why you think it defies the laws of physics.
Because I don't think rockets can go to the moon, dude.
Why don't you think that?
Because you can't have thrust with nothing to fucking thrust off of.
Well, that's just nonsense, and you know that. Deep down inside, you know that. Come on.
Well, I mean, I've seen you thrust at the Wailing Wall and shit, but that doesn't mean fucking, you're a rocket either. So.
Somebody thrusted the Wailing Wall. Who thrusted the Wailing Wall?
Isn't that what you guys do over there?
Who lives in the Wailing Wall?
Anyways, come on, Zan.
Who goes to the Wailing Wall?
Stop gaslighting me, bro.
Who goes to the Wailing Wall?
We all know you got curly sideburns, Zanuck.
I do? Hardly. Straight as an arrow. Black straight hair and blue eyes.
Can anybody name any place that man has been, let's say 6, 7, 8 times, but has never been back in 40, 50, or 60 years? Any place.
I think Jeremy's having a malfunction over there.
Mariana Trench? Just throwing that one out there.
Well, I was gonna say there's got to be like your mom's sex joke in there somewhere.
Well, that's not where I was going, but whatever.
Haven't been back in 50 years.
I only know of one place, and it's the moon.
Did you ever look into that
Just
tennis
seems
racket
strange.
theorem, Extremis? It's really a thing, dude. Just Google it. Tennis racket theorem. I don't know, I discovered it and made me think of you, dude. I had to share it with you as soon as I saw you.
Yeah, they've even gone back to visit the Titanic down at the bottom of the ocean.
Extremis, you there,
There's
dude?
no way they wouldn't be on the moon right now if they could.
Why are you being all bashful,
Somebody
dude?
would.
Come on, man. Come off mute. Come out of the bathroom, bro. It's safe. All right. He's probably going to go on deaf in about 30 seconds. All right, back to the rocket, Zanuck. Tell us about what you know about this thing, dude. I know you got some sort of insight on this, dude. You probably know somebody that helped design it or something. Fill me in, dude. What's the secret ingredient in their fuel?
So dice slowly. So you don't believe in the second law of Newton? Hello? Test? Dice slow.
Don't flip it around on me, bro. You're the expert.
You hear me?
You guys can't hear me or what?
Oh, there you go. You don't believe in the second law of you don't believe in the second law of Newton or third law of Newton?
Don't flip this shit around on me, dude.
No, I mean you made some pretty bold statements. So why can't something work in space? Why can't something propulse itself in space?
I told you, dude.
Because
there's
you
no
need something to
atmosphere.
push off on. Why do you think you need something to push off on? That's a silly, very for as smart as you are. That's a real silly understanding of how Newton's laws actually work.
Okay.
I mean, I remember I went to school for a few years studying aerodynamics, aeronautical engineering, and that's some of the fundamental things you learn, first year. And there's no question. And going and then spending time at the wind tunnel at NASA Ames and knowing what goes on there as far as what forces do, it's clear as day. Now, for you to not understand that is interesting, but I'm curious where that came from and what we need to do to help re-educate you.
Well, this ain't about me. It's about the rocket, bro. That's what I'm trying to
Why do
ask
you
you
think
about.
a rocket needs something to push off on? The
Well,
exchange of momentum what makes something move. Anytime you have an exchange of momentum, a change of momentum in itself, a change in momentum is defined as a force. You cannot have a change of momentum without force. And that force
show
acts
me.
on the rocket.
Show me acceleration or thrust in a vacuum, bro, and then we can talk
Not a
from there,
problem.
dude.
You've seen all the YouTubes of that. I don't have to show
What,
you.
your little soda can, bro, with that tiny ass vacuum chamber?
Why do you think the higher these airplanes go, the faster they go? Why they have less, the less atmosphere they got, the faster they go? Why is that? There's less to push off on, yet they go faster. Why is that?
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know about that being the case, dude.
You know yourself, you can get to Chicago in 4 hours. So and they're flying at 40,000 feet. So
I want to hear. I want to hear about the rocket, bro. Let's get back to the rocket.
Yeah, I missed the last
because
5
Jeremy's
minutes.
back.
I missed the last
So
couple
go ahead.
minutes.
Tell me why.
Are you familiar with the XRP rocket?
I'm not. I don't know a lot about it. I just heard rumors about it. What's the
You
problem?
know a little bit about it though.
Why does it defy the second law of thermodynamics? Go ahead.
Do you know a little bit about it?
Why does it defy the second law of thermodynamics? Before I go any further on a topic that I don't think you know anything about, I want to know what your understanding.
I mean, I know all about the XRP rocket.
Well,
I don't think you know anything about it.
Let's hear it.
So I mean, just admit you don't know anything about the XRP rocket.
I know very little.
Well, how much do you know?
But you know less than I do.
Know about the XRP rocket. Tell me what you know about the XRP rocket.
It uses a special kind of fuel that the rapid oxidizer. I think it uses that. I forget what it's called.
Yeah, it's got to be some kind of a rapid accelerant, something that's different than the rest of them. There's definitely something different.
I normally wouldn't condone what this right now, but
no,
I mean, I
bullshit.
think this is
I don't want to hear it, bro. I don't want to hear your fucking pity party, bro. This is prime example of fucking. This is prime example of expert witness Zanuck 101 here, bro. Let's hear about the Ripley's, Zanuck. Let's hear about the Ripley's, believe it or not. Where'd you get that?
Do you know about how the engine ripples in the rocket?
Oh, don't give him that part. It's TMI. Zanuck, where'd you go, bro? You fixing your mullet, dude? Get back over here, dude.
I'm sorry. I was talking. I didn't know I was on mute. Were we talking about the Ripley rocket engine? Yes or no?
No, the XRP rocket. Tell us what you know about it.
Engine. No, I don't know what the XRP rocket engine is or rocket is. I thought you were talking about the Ripley. That's the newest rocket engine that we're talking about right now.
So if I'm telling you, dude, there's the only rocket that could ever go to the moon, dude. How do you think that's possible? How do you think that could be possible?
You tell me. You already said it breaks breaks the second law of thermodynamics, and I don't think you know what the second law even says.
Right. So I mean, I'm just saying, like, I'm no expert on this shit myself. I'm curious.
Hey,
Like,
you want me to help you? Give me a couple of nuggets to work on. You're talking, is it the kerosene engine, or talking about something else? I thought you were talking about the Ripley engine. Is that part of the XRP?
I don't know. I have no idea, dude. Jeremy said something about it, but I think
The
Jeremy knows
engine
more than I
ripples.
do.
The engine does ripple a little.
Well, all I know a little bit about is the Ripley engine, one of those the newest high tech, not fully ready for prime time engines. Uses kerosene.
Hey, when are we going back to the moon, Zanuck? I've been waiting 40 years. What's good?
I think next year.
How long? Let's say we go another 10 years. Would you start asking questions?
Yeah, another 10 years I'd ask questions.
Oh, okay. Because I was saying that 20 years ago.
Why would he ask questions about them? Because we've already been to the moon.
You weren't sitting there in the 90s thinking. I mean, you weren't sitting there doing.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, bro, you better go smack that McDonald's manager, bro. It's hard to fucking move the antenna closer.
All right, guys, it's music time. I got a jam. It's music time. Got to roll. What are you gonna do? Hey, buddy, what are you doing?
The dubstep? Jeremy doing the dubstep?
Like, where's the space travel at? Like, that's what I was.
You're roboting a little, Jeremy. Came in on a little bit of it.
This Wi-Fi is brutal right here.
Yeah,
this
we hear you
Wi-Fi
now.
is tough, bro. Jesus. I mean, I don't know. I was asking 20 years ago, why haven't we gone back to the moon? Where's our space travel at? What are we doing? We're just floating on this giant rock. An asteroid could come hit us and wipe humanity out. We'd be dead if we're not on other planets. What's good? What's going on? You weren't thinking these things the whole time?
We can't even get Wi-Fi to work in New York.
I know. I'm in a major urban environment here. I can't get Wi-Fi. What the fuck's going on?
You think Joe Blow millionaire wouldn't put himself on the moon if he could get there? Shit.
Can we just get my Wi-Fi fixed before we go to the moon?
Well, like I said, bro, that XRP fucking rocket, bro, to the moon, y'all.
I don't know.
Zanuck fucking called it, bro. Said the Ripley engine. I was dying, bro. I was dying.
Yeah. I wouldn't condone that, but it was a good example of like how these guys just like run with shit.
Yeah. Oh fuck, dude.
Trolling Zanuck is like old school. We used one of his own arguments to troll him one time, and he was fighting against it so hard. We kept it going for like a week and then let him on.
Yeah, we should bring up the rocket again later.
He's like, "Oh, you got me. You got me."
Yeah, he had to dip out. If you could still hear me, Jeremy, he said he had to go rock out with the band or something stupid. I don't know. Yep. That's fucked up, man. I get off work. I'm expecting to come into a full room. And it's like fucking nothing going on.
I'm thinking spherical access has killed them, bro. They don't know whether to lie, cheat, steal, tell the truth, say that straight line's been now.
They're all fucked up.
They all screwed
They're,
up.
they're all bent into a pencil and shit. They don't know what the fuck to do.
I can hear them now. What are you gonna say? I don't know. Let's just not say anything. It is a tough one though when you dig into anything they say, like any like proof. Most of it is you can't, you can't get up in the space, you can't do this, you don't have the money to or the equipment to do this, that, and the other. But the things that you can investigate and do your own ain't worth a shit, dude. Like have so many holes in them, they don't hold water. Like so easily debunked. But you
Yeah,
can walk
man.
out your front door and go measure water, and it's not curving. Like just go measure the water in your lake nearby or whatever. It doesn't curve. You have to measure long distances to even calculate the radius. Huh?
Yeah, they try to do that and intentionally so that they can invoke refraction and all sorts of other shit once you start getting into those long distances, you know.
Well, theoretically, in a lake that's big enough, you should be able to go in the middle and measure the curve from in any direction. But when you go into one of those directions, it's also curving from any direction that you're standing at there. Like it's a tough sell. Like then you have land on either shore that's higher than the water going up in all directions, and figure out which way the water is actually flowing in the rivers and creeks, and that has the higher elevation going to lower elevation, but that's not from the center of the earth. That's from a benchmark near sea level. But when you do measure from the center of the earth, which you can't do, you can only calculate that based on a radius, then you get what? Rivers running uphill. I mean, seriously, bro, when you start really thinking about all this, you can go into any argument they have and make it sound ridiculous. They have to tell you that, yes, that river that is going from one elevation down to sea level, north to south in your region, is actually running uphill, flowing uphill because of gravity. Huh?
Pretty bad.
Say what again?
I mean, I could get water to flow uphill for a second.
Yeah, but the constant flow of the Mississippi River flowing uphill, how many miles? Can you
I
compute
thought
that,
they did the
Jeremy?
St. Lawrence Seaway. I thought.
Well, the Mississippi has to do it too, right? Any river over miles and miles and miles have to run uphill. Lake Pontchartrain curves 280 feet from one shore to the other, and then the land in the south goes down towards the ocean, and the land in the north goes up towards the mountains while curving. 90 feet at 12 miles is that water, higher than each shoreline. No matter how you put it, hump, higher, drop, whatever you want to call it, when you put a line, tangent line across the 12-mile mark in that lake, at each shoreline, it's 90 feet above it. Or if you draw a line from shoreline to shoreline, it's 90 feet below the center of the water at 12 miles. What? It's a lot. Oh, and by the way, you can't see it from the side. You can only see it as you're looking down something parallel. What? My claim is that optical illusions are real. I've taken pictures of them. I had a lot that I built a house on that the road was like going way down at a drastic slope, and it made the land look sloped the opposite way. Until you measured it, you wouldn't have known. Matter of fact, I even would have lost money, and I have a dead laser eye. Until I put a level on it, I was like, holy cow. That dirt looks like I got to add a foot to it, but yet I don't. It's actually higher. And it's just because of the road was slanted, sloped. Depends on what reference frame you're in, right? Another joke.
Dude, I wasn't arguing just to argue earlier. Like, I don't really do that. I was arguing over the definitive. I think what you're saying is happening. Yeah, it's all horizontal and shit. Yeah, the definitiveness of it though is where I would argue with you all day on.
I think it could have been me.
Zanuck had you all fired up. It's fine. I accept your apology.
I was fired up before Zanuck. I had gotten an argument with one of my workers. We're building this like $9 million house we poured the other night at like midnight all day, and we put foam in the form to drop the brick shelf. I don't know. It's just the foam makes a void where the concrete goes against the foam instead of going against the form, and you can put brick there. Well, they're wrecking it, and it's on a lake, and the city's been on my ass. You get stuff blows in the lake, blah blah. We're gonna find you this and find you that, and we find you 1,000 this time and 20,000 this time, and they're out there wrecking it, and foam is everywhere.
Yeah,
so I'm like, yeah, you leave that job site today that foam ain't in bags or covered up with plastic with boards all over it. My son was out there supervising, and they wasn't listening to him, and I got pissed off about that. And then, they start sending me all these videos of everything being picked up and straightened up because I told them they wasn't getting paid. Today's payday, right? You ain't getting paid until this is right. I mean, it's serious stuff. It gets in that lake, it's the LSU lakes. It gets in there, and they start finding me. It's ridiculous, So I think I was fired up about that because I'd argued with them, and then Zanuck was double speaking. Sure, you can extend the straight line segment by moving the instrument. No, you can't move the instrument. It's not a straight line segment then. That's not what I said 5 seconds ago. I just can't stand that shit.
I thought 2 minutes before that even happened, he was telling you that level's horizontal. I thought it was about to be over right there.
He doesn't know what he's saying, dude. He can't. Seriously, if you mark down every time he says and timestamp it and just went back, Zanuck, you said this. No, I didn't. And then go back, he would say, oh, yeah, I said it. I'm sorry, but I didn't mean that, right? He does it like all day, every day. It's just ridiculous, man. It's aggravating that he's on there all the time. And it's basically lying to the audience, right? If he's not doing it on purpose, he's surely good at it, right? Seems like he's doing it on purpose. I can't do it. I cannot do what he does. I can't do what Kosho does. Just can't do it.
Funny you mentioned Kosho because I was thinking about when you were talking about Zanuck.
You were daydreaming. You were daydreaming about Kosho.
Oh yeah, yeah, in his short red shorts.
Didn't he used to be a Lyft driver? Is that the same guy?
He used to be a
Jeremy?
mailman. Now he used to be a mailman. Now he's just a female man.
No, wasn't he the guy that did Uber or Lyft or whatever?
Yeah, he was doing Uber and Lyft or something. Yeah,
I got you.
he was. That was a good
like
way to meet. That was a good way to meet dudes.
I mean, seriously, ever since I've known Kosho, he's talked about how many guys he's met and gone into their hotel room. He told a story about this like overweight guy that he did drugs with in a hotel room they met on the street. Who does that?
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's crazy.
It made it seem normal, right? Like that was that was okay.
Yeah. I
Dude,
don't know,
people
man.
have tried to
That's,
get me to do drugs when I'm doing Uber and Lyft. They're like, yo, come on, man, I got some good acid. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? Hell no. I'm not about to go do acid with you. Just some random dude. Like, I don't know you like that.
The funniest story I have about drugs, because I haven't really been around them or done them that much. We went to a wedding in New Orleans, and it was a private wedding at a reception hall, and it had a bar. And we were having like, I think my wife had like a whatever gin and tonic or whatever women drink, whatever, some little mixed drink, little small glass. She got one, went back and got another one, and that was it. Well, like 2 or 3 hours later, we went and took the kids on a buggy ride. They have horses behind, with buggies, and you ride through the city. She's like pulling my shirt. Hang on. Making sure they're outside. She's like pulling my shirt off, like attacking me on this buggy ride with the kids there. Somebody had slipped her a Mickey or whatever they do, This is at a private wedding. Crazy.
Wow,
I can't
yeah, that's
imagine
fucked
what
up.
happens in bar, like it was for real too, bro. But on the way home, we had like an hour ride home from New Orleans. She was just sick. Like it was raining when we got home. She slept outside in the grass. Like there was just no like 2 drinks, dude, and whatever they gave her,
Yeah.
I wanted to know what they gave her because man, would have been a good time in that buggy if the kids wouldn't have been around. That's my only drug story. The best I got.
well, D-Mark, why don't you tell me about your crack stories? Yeah.
Weren't you guys wondering that in the 90s? I don't know how old you guys are, but weren't you guys wondering, like, yo, why aren't we going back to the moon? Why aren't we on other planets? This shit's crazy. What's going on?
Hell yeah. They told
That's
us
what
we were
got me
going to
to.
have like spaceships flying around as cars by the
Yeah,
time
the
I got this
Jetsons had
old.
us all gassed up. I know.
Yeah, but that was for real, right? That's the future. Space elevators, travel to the moon, vacation on Mars.
Total recall shit. Yeah, but that's what led me to believe.
100%.
That's what led me to start looking into the moon landing because I'm like, yo, you don't just fucking go somewhere and then not go back. Like that's stupid.
That's some
Especially
Ripley.
space. That's where.
Some Ripley.
That's where every.
That's all right. I don't think I'll ever forget that part, bro.
Even
The
like the
the engines.
Chinese though aren't faking like men walking around on the moon. Like they ain't even going.
You know
Why
what he
wouldn't
did,
they
right,
go?
Jeremy?
What's up?
I said, you know what he did, right? He probably typed in XRP on Google, bro, and like Ripple popped up, and he's like, "Oh, okay, XRP Ripley."
Yeah, there's no fucking Ripley Rock. Find me a Ripley. Zanuck, you there? Is he here still?
Nah, he said he had to go do music or some weird shit.
Bro, yes, he Googled XRP, saw Ripple, and then fucking made that shit. Bro, this. Okay, is there a Ripley rocket? Let's just get that straight right now. Google Ripley rocket. Because
Oh, fuck,
guaranteed, he
dude.
just fucking Googled that shit and was like, yeah, it's Ripley. Like, it's stupid, bro. the only reason why I let that go on, because I'm like, yo, this could be good right here.
Yeah, he knew he fucked up.
He said he
So
knew a little bit about it. Like, what the fuck, dude? Come on, man.
have the Russians or Japanese or Chinese walked on the moon?
No, we're
No,
talking
no
about
one has.
we were talking about crypto, bro. I was being funny and saying that this certain crypto is going to go to the moon, and then Xanax started piping in and shit. So I just kind of went with it and fucking.
Yeah, that was good. That was good. No one's walked on the moon but us, bro. That's it. America.
Dude, no, even if I just started thinking about it right now, I would say that is a freaking story. No way, like the Russians or Japanese or Chinese aren't walking on the moon right now if America did it. If it's possible, they would be there, right?
Yeah, they're not going to let us have all the glory. Like, we're the only ones that have walked on the moon right now. You guys are 50 years behind. We did that shit 50 years ago. You guys are 50 years behind. You think all the countries are just cool with that? Like, oh,
Hey,
yeah,
no
America's
way.
got it. Israel
Whatever
tried
doubt
to.
I had in my mind about going to the moon, there is no doubt anymore. There ain't no way man can go to the moon or it will ever go to the moon. It's not
I
possible.
think it was a few years ago. It might have been Israel. Some country tried to land an unmanned craft on the moon, and they crashed. They fucking crashed, bro. We never saw no footage of it. We saw cute animation. Of course, we didn't see any footage, but with all the technology they got now, you're telling me they crashed, but we did it 50 years ago.
I think when like my kids get older, the moon landing will be just like we know we didn't go. They'll come out like the Gulf of Tonkin. It was just for this, that, and the other reason. No one talks about the Gulf of Tonkin, right? They just talk about the Vietnam War, how bad it was. They didn't talk about how it got started. You hear
XRP's
about
going back to the moon, bro.
ain't nobody going to the moon.
XRP will.
The XRP rocket, though.
Oh, the XRP?
The XRP rocket. Yeah, they got a new rocket. It's going to go right to the fucking moon.
Get on board. Buckle up, because the future's ahead. He just dipped out.
Better handle the rocket, bro.
Yeah. It's Ripley. I know a little bit about
it. Garrett, there's no way. You had to have Googled that shit. There's no Ripley rocket.
I said, what's the
I don't
fuel
know.
that
There could be a
powers
Ripley
this thing?
rocket.
He said,
Could be a Ripley.
what did he say? He said, it's momentum or some shit.
Yeah.
And I'm all, yeah, you're kind of right. He's I know I'm right. Oh, boy. $3.5 million wallets have less than 500 XRP in them.
What'd you say?
I said 3.5 million wallets have less than 500 XRP in them.
I'm one of them.
Oh, I know.
I got about 200. Maybe a little
I know.
less.
I know.
I don't know.
Right
I
there
got
with
like
the
$100
majority.
worth, whatever that is. I got like $100 worth. Yeah, but those majority of people still be doing okay after that.
Well, that's the thing, man. Like, I don't know. I mean, it's been so suppressed for so long. Like
let's just say it goes to $1 and then $4. Like I think 90% of the people are gonna be fucking cashing out at $4.
Bro, I already cashed out at fucking. I bubbled off XR. I almost said Ripley. I bubbled off this shit years ago, bro.
We should call it Ripley.
We're gonna call it Ripley from now on in honor of Xanax.
Yeah.
Dude, is there a Ripley rocket? I need to know if there's a Ripley rocket. Xanax, tell me about it next time he comes in. Tell me all about this Ripley rocket. Let's go.
Yeah. But yeah, I think you'll cash out, dude, before it ever gets to where it's, gonna flip Bitcoin or Ethereum. Well, shit.
and then there were 7. Parabolas, waterfalls, but it's not the curve of the earth. A parabolic waterfall looks like what? A diagonal line, not even a curve. It's a diagonal straight line. So you have straight line, curve, diagonal line, curve, vertical line, down, up. How does your helicopter land on the side of your sphere? I'd love to see this shit live. Fly it around, drop it around the curve, and then land it on the runway. Like land it on the spot there. Like on the earth. Like land it.
Wait, see what live? I missed it. What did you say?
A helicopter, like you had a little bitty drone going around a ball, right? That represents a helicopter that you know can't turn sideways horizontally. And then land and fly horizontally away from something. It's not how helicopters work, right? But you guys are claiming this helicopter going to go somewhere and land horizontally on the ball, right? It's going to be horizontal in position. That's what you guys claim. And then it's going to be able to fly down and up in the same medium or air we live on horizontally. I mean, does that make any sense? You guys haven't even ever even tried to draw a picture of a globe, have you?
Remember this picture I made for you yesterday?
No. Kosho. Helicopter. Drive your helicopter around that curve.
Yeah, but
No, you don't want to?
We gotta start from square one though. Because
yeah, square 2 is another object to see the orientation. Square 1 is actually to see what square 2 is to see what square 1 is. So if we don't know what square 1 is, whether it's round or not, how do we know? We look for the orientation of such, right? We compare what we don't see to what we do see. And if we don't see any roundity round, diagonally drop, drippity drop stuff, what's that mean, Kosho?
Bad
You don't
news.
see any helicopters landing
I know,
horizontally, do you?
You gotta let me respond to you, Democ. Okay.
Yeah, but you're responding to the wrong thing, so it's going to be pointless. So no, I would not let you respond to the wrong thing like you're going to continue to do all your life. Helicopter on a ball, how does it land after it went over the curve? Show us.
All right, Democ, it's important to understand that
The helicopter.
Democ, you gotta stop for a second.
We only want to understand the hell. No, you got to stop fucking rambling about nothing.
I haven't said anything
Stop
yet,
telling me what I need to understand. I'm asking the question. Helicopter, you draw it. Show us the ball. Show us.
Democ.
It's what you got to understand.
Anyhow, the pictures that I've shown there, that's a demonstration of.
Don't got any helicopters. Helicopter step 2. Put your helicopter on there.
I don't have time to wait for you to stop doing that.
You gotta let him respond, Demo.
Okay, so
He's not responding. He said, "See these 2 pictures that I did."
1 second, dude. Let's just say that this is a demonstration of the verticals and horizontals. That's it. That's all I'm trying to say to you. So this is a demonstration of the verticals and horizontals on the Earth models at the top, and I guess your assumed model below that. And there's a major difference between what the verticals and horizontals are doing. And a helicopter is going to behave on the top one much differently than you'd expect it to behave on the bottom one, because its vertical is changing the entire time it's going around that circle.
Show us. Stop making up lies. I know what you got on paper, some goofy scribble shit. I know, cartoon man. Now, demonstrate in reality how a helicopter goes around a sphere. I'll wait. Your stories aren't going to help. Demonstration will back your claim.
You know that?
I don't see either one of those. I don't see either one of those pictures in reality that you put on that paper.
You know
I don't
that
see the attributes of either one of those anywhere, and you don't either. Nice try. So if we can put the helicopter and get an actual object and see how it does, that would be probably helpful.
Yeah, it would be helpful. Do you see how those red lines, if before they're going over that hump on the bottom, when they're just traveling straight along that path? That's exactly.
We're not looking for red lines.
I know, but that's exactly the same.
No, it's nothing. That's nothing to do with the Kosho. That is a fucking little circle on paper. You need to see the attribute of what something does when it looks like it's going around a sphere, not lines to the center of your imagination. We need to see what objects do going a boat, a plane, a bird, a train, things that go places around the sphere. How do they look to you, the attribute of them in your perspective? That's what we're figuring out. We're not saying, hey, Democ, look, I drew a circle on paper. That's what the Earth is. No, that don't make no fucking sense at all. That's ignorant. That's like really ignorant.
I concede. You're right. Okay.
Yeah, and you have diagonal lines on that paper. Can you show me the diagonal helium balloon that would match one of those? And you're going to say, no, it's not possible. You don't have that on a sphere. Meaning you don't have a sphere. Do you understand?
You convinced me.
You can put a diagonal line on paper, but you can't show one in reality. Kind of weird, don't you think? So if you could get your helicopter, your little drone, or draw it, the orientation of bottom, blade, top, show how it's going to drop, and then land it somewhere on the side of the fucking globe. I just want to see how you're going to do that. Not on the top, on the side. So fly 39 and 59 out, drop your helicopter, and then land it somewhere on the globe. I want to see how this works. After you go 39, 59 in your helicopter, past the sphere, and then drop down. Just show me how this works in your magical reality that nobody has or sees or doesn't exist anywhere. Like you live on a Earth waterfall that can't present itself.
All right, hey Democ.
Your helicopter can never fly down your waterfall globe. Don't you think that's weird?
I do think it's weird. I also think it's weird that we're not getting the same amount of mic time. So I think that for moving forward, however much mic time you decide
demonstration
to use,
would cut all that down.
You decide to use the mic, you have to also understand that you.
I don't even need to talk. I'll just show you a video of how a helicopter can't do that, and then you'll show me nothing. You'll sit and talk all day, talkity fucking talk. How does talking show you what you're talking about? It doesn't. So you can talk until your balls are blue. Not gonna help either one of us. You can get all the time. I'll shut up forever, but you can't demonstrate. Fuck.
Talking doesn't turn my balls blue, dude. That's something else.
Doesn't it?
Talking? No, dude. You don't.
Can you show anything?
Come on, hold on, dude. Bacon, do you know what blue balls are?
I thought you were done. You said talking doesn't make your balls blue, and then Bacon came in. I thought you were done.
So never mind.
Mark, you're making this hard, man.
He completely screwed up by the
Pause
time
and then restart. And you said your balls were blue, and then you paused. Not my fault. And you know you paused.
No, blue balls are okay.
It's there's that species of apes, right?
Okay.
Just kidding.
So on that beautiful diagram, can we get a helicopter or not?
No, I already conceded, Democ. You're right, and I'm not right, so you're right.
The more you answer him, the more he speaks.
Bacon, do you know how to draw a helicopter going around a sphere? And what it would look like if it went out 39, 59 and had to drop and land somewhere? Show us. I'm itching to see what that looks like, because I can only imagine.
Sorry to hear that. Looks like Data's here. Maybe you and him could try to rape each other's ears.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
I'm just
That was
I'm
weird.
just fucking with you, by the way, Data. That wasn't a good greeting. I apologize. Okay.
Is there Vaseline involved?
What's that, Data? Hold on. What'd you say, Data?
Don't apologize, Kosho. You're paid to be here, so
Why
you
he
don't
can't
need to
hear
apologize.
anything he's saying. Oh, he's on 10%. Okay, that makes sense.
I wasn't meaning to be rude. I'm just I'm triggered a little bit from Democ, so.
You don't have to apologize, dude. You're an agent here, so you get to act however you want, right?
Yeah, how good of an agent would I be if everyone knew I was an agent?
Well, that would be the point, the job of the agent, to make everybody think that you aren't an agent by telling everybody that you are an agent, right?
I don't know how it works.
That's what an agent would say.
There you go, right?
What wouldn't an agent say?
Question.
I'm an agent.
They wouldn't say that they're an agent.
Oh,
Yeah,
but
an
if
agent
if
wouldn't
it's
say
common
they're an
sense that
agent.
they wouldn't say that, then they would say that. So you wouldn't think there's an agent.
No. Listen, I'm gonna tell you something. If a guy comes into a room where people deal stuff or do something illegal, and he says, "I am a fucking big snitch," that guy is not going to be implemented in anything. Trust me, he's going to be pushed away. And if anybody is that dumb that a guy would ever say that, and you let him in, you're fucking retarded.
Yeah, well, Bacon left. He's a good guy, adds a lot of content, and he left now, Mock. Thanks.
A lot of what kind of content? Drawings? Drawings that you got to imaginate and can't bring into physical attribute or physical fruition? Can't. Your drawings and math are fucking pointless when you don't have an earth curve stencil to represent them. You know that, right?
Okay, well, the drawings.
You understand that, right?
The drawings are for you guys. The math is necessary.
It's all pointless. The math on what? You ain't got a earth curve. You ain't got a fucking material. The math isn't backing material. What's your point? I need the earth curve stencil that your math calculates to that makes. If it doesn't make an earth curve stencil, you don't have an earth curve calculation. Correct?
I can see.
Okay. I mean, it's so simple here, boys. It only takes 3 seconds to figure things out, you know, when people either lie or don't have any attributes. You can have all the math in the fucking world, but if you can't show me the shape of your math, where did you get it from and what shape are you talking about?
Isn't 3 seconds your record?
To destroy globes, yeah. I debunk globes in 3 seconds, but I talk a lot more, but it only takes 3 seconds to debunk the globe.
That's what I'm saying. You and Data, you guys are a lot alike, man. Data says the same thing. That he gets to the point, he's succinct, but he's got to say it over and over again because people don't get the point. And that's true sometimes.
Have you ever heard Bacon? Have you ever heard Bacon say, "What do you mean?" 3 million times in a row? And what are you talking about? And then the next day he says he fancies himself as a problem solver. Have you ever talked to Bacon?
I've never heard him say he fancies himself as anything, dude.
No, hold on. I'm talking about Arma. I'm sorry. Damn it, why do I mix their names up? I know they're not the same person. Arma. I'm sorry, Arma.
Arma and Bacon are different.
Arma. He's like, "What do you mean? What do you mean? What are you talking about?" I know, I'm only talking about Arma. Not Bacon, I'm talking about Arma.
Arma's still in training, so no big deal.
Yeah, but those are the people we have to deal with. That is a big deal. 32 days in a row, you don't know anything. On the 33rd day, you proclaim yourself to be a person that finds out knowledge and looks shit up and tries to learn and understand. And then 3 seconds later, what are you talking about? What do you mean?
Well, let me give you an example of what you're talking about. So, like the survey that you guys brought up, because McToon may have brought it up, whoever, but you guys brought it up most recently. There was assertions and claims made about it, and so people on the other side who also may not know that much about it, them investigating the claim by looking into it is not, I don't know why it's a crime to look into something and then all of a sudden be knowledgeable about it. You know what I mean? Like when you look into something and you learn about it, that's when you can have knowledge. And when you're being, when there's an attack on, you or, your argument based on something like a document like that, I mean, that's exactly what you're supposed to do, I thought, right? Look into it, become knowledgeable about it. I don't see why people seem to think
Oh
that's
yeah,
no.
no, that sounds right. That sounds right, but Arma, no, that's not Arma. Arma will just sit there. Arma will know whatever he knows about it, and even if you say something he knows, he'll say he doesn't understand. He's weird, so that's different, yeah. Arma's just a little different.
He's a little young, but the other day they were calling Data, they were insulting him by saying that he's doing a co-show, he's co-showing them because he looked into something and that's it. But looking into something,
I can see where you can have 3 points that don't make a triangle, because if I have 2 poles that are 5 foot away from each other and I have the one pole 19 fucking miles away, That's not going to be a regular triangle now, is it?
Wait,
It's going to be some weird ass fucking. If I have 2 poles, 1 to 2 foot, right next to each other, and my third pole that I got to triangulate to is 19 miles away. So I take these 2 poles and make a fucking V line to that one, and they meet the other pole. That's not a triangle. That's way the fuck off of a triangle.
That's a triangle.
So I'm just saying 3 points don't make a triangle.
Oh,
Only a triangle makes a triangle. And hold on a second. They don't. God damn it. They don't make the even triangle. Just having 3 points doesn't make the even triangle. Yeah, I got to watch how I speak. But now on a sphere, yeah, exactly. So now on a sphere, the equilateral triangle of 180 or whatever the triangle is and has to be, it can only be that. Because if I make a triangle piece of paper or a hair rubber band, and it's a triangle rubber band, and I lay it on the sphere and I lay it on a flat plane, it's going to be the same triangle. There is going to be no difference. The only deviation would be raising off the fucking sphere. Would differ from raising from a flat plane where the triangle would stay the same, or a round plane where you raise it up, it would be your triangle should grow bigger. Now I don't know what the fuck you guys are doing, but a single piece of rope laid across the ground, taut as you can get it, laid across the ground. If it's touching the surface, touching the surface. If you can bring it up in the air and make it like bigger than that on like the surface of water, then you got a globe. If you can't, then you got flat. If the rope is only 200 fucking foot and you pull it as taut as you can, it's 200 foot, and you lay it on the ground, 200 foot. Then you raise it straight up in the air and it's still 200 foot to the 2 poles you got, you're not on a globe.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And I agree. I'm not just saying.
Well, my thing is, you really can't. You can't disagree. It's just fucking physics. It's just the physical attributes of. Now, the thing about the triangles is when they make the things, it's because it doesn't have to be a perfect triangle. Like I was telling you, the 2 foot thing or the whatever, depending on where your points out are, and you point to nowhere. How do you got a perfect triangle? You're pointing way the fuck off into nowhere, and then you got 2 other points you might know where they are. And they might be located, by you somewhere. So they're close. And then this other point's to fucking nowhere. So that's like the triangle that I'm telling you about. The 2 fence poles that are two foot apart. And then you got a 19 foot away other pole. So you got a long ass point coming down like a witch's hat. It's not the perfect triangle. That's why they would have to adjust for it. In the angles, the elevations, that's not what we're looking for.
All right, DeMarco, let me stop you there. Just to be clear, and Xanax here, thank God. Just to be clear, what you just said about the equilateral triangle is it's not necessary. Like that's not necessary that any of these. As a matter of fact, I'm almost sure that no triangles that were used in this were equilateral triangles. It's not necessary to have.
Right. That's the right. That's what